Chapter 1. Simplifying the system. Can drinking lead to advancement? The host must contract a beast within 1 hour to activate the system. If the time exceeds, the system will automatically become invalid. Countdown begins. 0 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Yi Tian gazed at the shimmering screen before him, visible only to his eyes, utterly bewildered. Have I traversed into a parallel world? The people I know are still here, yet this place is teeming with countless beasts, and everyone is a beast master? Do I also possess a system? Today is the day for contracting a beast, and I find myself at the Shurho breeding base in Misty City. After a brief moment, as he organized a vast array of information swirling in his mind, Yi Tian's heart soared with exhilaration. A powerful beastmaster equates to power, fame, and wealth, and as a man endowed with a system, it would be utterly unreasonable not to become a formidable beastmaster and ascend to the pinnacle of life. After a fleeting moment of joy, Yi Tian regained his composure. I must complete the contract within an hour. In this world where the beast-taming industry is highly developed, there are two common methods to acquire a beast. The first is to purchase one with money. However, Yi Tian was devoid of funds. He and his sister, Ying, had grown up relying on each other. Ying was 2 years his senior and had contracted a beast known as the fluffy sheep. The fluffy sheep grows its wool rapidly, which can be sold as textile raw material. For the past 2 years, the siblings had survived on the income from selling wool. The money to buy a beast was entirely out of reach. The second method involves state subsidies, covering the cost of the first beast for beastmasters. High school seniors undergo examinations to assess their beast-taming aptitude. Based on their aptitude, the state determines the range of beasts they may choose. Those with high aptitude have a broad selection, while those with low aptitude face limited options. Yi Tian's aptitude was dismal, leaving him with but one choice: the stone monkey. The stone monkey lacked combat capabilities but evolves into the stone monkey king, which automatically acquires brewing skills. The resulting monkey wine can be sold for profit. So it seems I have no other option. Stone monkey it is with my system. Even a most unremarkable beast can be nurtured. Countdown, 0 hours, 57 minutes, 54 seconds. As Yi Tian lost himself in thought, over 2 minutes elapsed, and the countdown urged him to hasten his contract with the stone monkey. He set off in search of a faithful little monkey. This monkey is rather inept. While the others are gathering fruits and flowers in preparation for awakening their brewing skills, this one merely plays with a small stick. The only value of the stone monkey lies in brewing. A stone monkey unwilling to brew holds no value. Several students pointed at a small monkey, approximately the length of half an arm, perched atop a cliff, shaking their heads in dismay before departing. The little monkey displayed a hint of rebelliousness, continuing to amuse itself with the stick. What's the matter? No beastmaster wants me. I don't want you either. At that moment, a handsome boy jogged over, calling out to the little monkey, "Is that you, monkey brother?" The little monkey? What a peculiar human. Turning away, it signaled its disinterest in conversation. Yet, seemingly undeterred, the boy extended a hand and spoke earnestly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Tian, also known as Little Monkey. I have taken a liking to you. Will you become my beast companion?" During high school, each student learns the ancient art of communicating with their beasts. Thus, Little Monkey readily comprehended Yi Tian's intent. Although the only beast eligible for a contract was a stone monkey, Yi Tian did not hastily select one. Instead, he diligently explored the entire breeding facility. Among the hundreds of stone monkeys available for bonding, one stood out as particularly unique. Observing it skillfully wielding a staff, Yi Tian was irresistibly reminded of a figure from myth. As time drew near, he steeled himself and made his choice. Little Monkey was taken aback. Wait, a human wishes to form a contract with me? A sense of acceptance washed over it, filling Little Monkey with an unexpected joy. Subsequently, in a daze, it signed a contract with Yi Tian. Let's call you Great Sage, shall we? This name had been thoughtfully chosen by Yi Tian, embodying his aspirations. Little Monkey felt a tinge of confusion being still in its juvenile stage. It could not fully grasp the complexities of the situation. Yet, it bore no aversion to the name. Yi Tian affectionately patted Great Sage's head. His face alight with excitement had completed his task. In his mind, a mechanical voice reverberated. Congratulations, host. On forming a contract with your beast, you have acquired the Simplified Beast System. The system's data panel is now active. Please explore the System's additional functions at your leisure. A simplified beast system? Yi Tian tentatively inquired within his thoughts. System, could you elaborate on your functions? Unfortunately, there was no response. It seemed that he truly had to navigate this system on his own. Simplified, as the term suggests, means distilling complexity into simplicity. Given the system's association with beasts, Yi Tian surmised that it could streamline the intricate processes involved with beast bonding. Let's give it a try, he thought, retrieving a manual issued by the school, titled Spirit Breathing Technique. Beasts, of course, are categorized by rank: juvenile, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Ascending in rank necessitates that the beast cultivate techniques to absorb the natural spiritual energy present in the world. I wonder if the process of cultivating techniques can be simplified, mused Yi Tian as he perused the manual. Just as he closed the book, an alert sounded. Detection: cultivation technique available for simplification target. Great Sage. Would you like to spend 1,000 dragon coins to simplify? Yi Tian's eyes lit up cold. It truly be so? However, his expression faltered. Alas, it required currency. In previous years, he had accumulated a modest savings through odd jobs, just over 1,000 coins. Would a single simplification deplete years of his hard-earned treasure? Yet, Yi Tian remained rational. Without investment, there could be no returns. With tears in his eyes, he chose to proceed. Immediately, a delightful chime resonated. Simplification complete. Spirit breathing technique, drink wine. In an instant, a radiant beam shot from the manual into Great Sage's body. A flicker of bewilderment appeared on the little face, smaller than a palm. Through the telepathic link established by the contract, it conveyed a message. Yi Tian translated it roughly. Yi Tian, thirsty, drink wine. He was astonished. It is well known that stone monkeys possess an insatiable thirst for alcohol. Unexpectedly, the system has simplified the cultivation process to mere drinking. In other words, the Great Sage can elevate his realm simply by consuming alcohol. Yi Tian was eager to allow the Great Sage to embark on this experiment. At the entrance of the breeding base, there was a vendor selling monkey wine. Gritting his teeth, he extracted his last savings of 100 yuan to purchase the cheapest bottle of monkey wine. With a snap, a warm sensation radiated from his shoulder. Turning his head, Yi Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It turned out to be the Great Sage's drool. Yi Tian uncapped the bottle with a pop and presented it before the Great Sage. Chapter 2. Absurd Rate of Advancement. Tempting me to claim first place? The Great Sage promptly seized the bottle and gulped down a couple of swigs. In less than 5 seconds, his body began to sway. Yi Tian swiftly snatched the wine back, sealing it with the cap. Another sip, and the Great Sage might topple over. Now, it's time to assess the results. As Yi Tian glanced at the Great Sage's data panel, he was left dumbfounded. Name: Great Sage species, stone monkey. Level: juvenile 1030. Potential: bronze. After just 2 sips, the Great Sage's level had skyrocketed from 10 to 30. Feeling the weight of the wine bottle in his hand, he pondered whether finishing this bottle would elevate the Great Sage to bronze instantly. This speed was beyond the realm of fast. He recalled that his sister, Ying, had taken 2 months to cultivate her fluffy sheep to bronze. He hadn't even reached a fraction of her progress. Yi Tian, what's so amusing? Contracting a stone monkey shouldn't elate you this much, right? Suddenly, someone patted Yi Tian on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found it was his classmate, Zhao Yang. Stop grinning like an idiot. The team leader wants us to gather at the entrance immediately. Oh, once everyone had completed their contracts, they assembled at the base's entrance. The team leader was Lu Zheng, whom Yi Tian happened to know as one of the teachers in his class. Lu Zheng cleared his throat and addressed the seemingly disheartened group. Congratulations, from today onward, you are all beast tamers. The upcoming month is designated for free activity. I hope everyone remains diligent and encourages their beast to train. If your beast breaks through to the bronze level, report to the school immediately. There will be a supervising teacher daily to record breakthrough times. Subsequently, rankings will be determined based on the order of breakthroughs, with rewards granted to the top 100. Upon hearing the word reward, many instinctively lifted their heads, only to quickly lower them again, their gazes more dejected than before. Rewards had nothing to do with them. With several thousand students in the school, aspiring to place in the top 100 with a stone monkey was nothing short of a fantasy. The moment they chose a stone monkey, their futures were nearly sealed. Lu Zheng shrugged, somewhat helpless. He understood that those who selected the stone monkey typically lacked both talent and resources that, if not for the principal's insistence on emphasizing the rewards, he would have preferred not to mention them at all. However, witnessing the dejected expressions of the students, he felt a twinge of compassion and offered some consolation. Cough, everyone, don't lose heart as long as you can help the stone monkey resist its innate propensity for alcohol. Devote all your time to training. It's entirely possible to break through to bronze in a month, and entering the top 100 is not beyond reach. In your previous session, there was a senior who contracted a stone monkey, and within a mere 20 days, he achieved a breakthrough. Securing an impressive rank of 80, he also received resources amounting to 10,000 dragon coins. Upon hearing this, many students lifted their heads once more. Is it really as simple as not allowing the stone monkey to drink and continuously urging it to cultivate? Just then, a whiff of alcohol wafted through the air, causing the students to wrinkle their noses in confusion as they turned to look. They then spotted the drunken great sage, sprawled across Yi Tian's shoulder. Soon after, someone recognized him. Isn't that the monkey that wields a staff? The crowd fell silent. Who is this dashing young man? He selected the most disinclined monkey for brewing, and immediately after the contract, allowed it to get intoxicated. Is this an act of self-sabotage? Several students who knew Yi Tian and were in the same class shrank back. Feigning ignorance of him, Yi Tian, equally speechless, found himself unable to provide an explanation. Lu Zheng, following the gaze of the students, caught sight of Yi Tian and the great sage. His eyelid twitched slightly. Hadn't he just mentioned combating the instinct for alcohol? This was rather disrespectful. From what he understood of Yi Tian, he was quite a sensible child in school. However, he refrained from saying much. Their relationship was not particularly close. This was Yi Tian's own choice, and he would have to bear the consequences. Lu Zheng had encountered many students who willingly fell into depravity. He did not miss one more. Rather than pondering Yi Tian's motive for such conduct, it would be more prudent to consider how to slack off during tomorrow's duty. After giving a few more instructions, Lu Zheng dismissed the students. Yi Tian boarded the bus for his return journey. Feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, he couldn't help but take it out to check. It turned out to be messages from the class group chat, which were coming in rapidly, striking him as somewhat unusual. The students are particularly lively today, Yi Tian mused, scrolling to the beginning to see what had transpired. Class teacher Old Wang. Dear students, the school has just announced the rewards for breaking into the top 100 of the bronze rankings. That I have uploaded the document in the group files. Class leader Zhang Hao. Silent dog. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Crazy man too. Goodness, the school is really splurging this time. The rewards are exceedingly generous. Crazy man too. Especially for the first place, it seems almost outrageous. Silent dog. Ahem, everyone, don't blame me for dousing your enthusiasm. There are 4,000 students in our grade, and making it into the top 100 is no small feat. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. That's right, as a mere contracted stone monkey. What relevance do these rewards have for me? I'm out. Silent dog. Class leader Zhang Hao, our class's reputation rests on your shoulders. Do you have confidence in securing a top 10 spot? Class leader Zhang Hao, it's not that simple. I've heard that several top students from the elite classes have contracted beasts that are already in the late juvenile stage. One even has a fully mature juvenile. Bitterly class leader Zhang Hao. I'm only in the middle juvenile stage. I can't compare. The levels of contracted beasts are also categorized into early, mid, late, and fully mature stages based on progress. Before 30 is considered early stage, up to 60 is mid stage, up to 90 is late stage, and beyond that is fully mature. Silent dog. Only mid stage? Haha, I'm out. Yi Tian school consists of classes of 50 students each, totaling 80 classes, among which 2 are elite classes while the remainder are ordinary classes. Students in the elite class generally possess a superior talent for beast mastery compared to their peers. When forging a contract with a beast, a substantial capacity for mental fortitude is essential. Thus, the preliminary assessment of talent essentially measures each individual's endurance. I perused further. The discussions remained largely within this vein. I opened the group files to download the information. Yi Tian let out a soft exclamation. The rewards are indeed quite generous. Within the document, The rewards were categorized into two tiers. The first tier for the top 10 and the second for those ranked from 11th to 100. Each student in the second tier would receive a 100-gram spirit stone. Spirit stones aid in the cultivation of beasts, and with the current market valuation, 100 grams is worth over 10,000 dragon coins. The first tier is even more remarkable. The 10th place receives 200 grams, the 9th place 300 grams, with the reward increasing sequentially based on rank. The first place boasts an impressive reward of 1,100 grams of spirit stones. Moreover, the first place winner is entitled to even more coveted prizes, a copy of the evolution path and an assortment of evolution materials. When a beast's potential is exhausted and further level advancement becomes impossible, the sole recourse for continued enhancement lies in evolution. Beast masters must first identify the specific evolution path for their beast and then prepare the necessary materials as dictated by that path. Take the stone monkey for instance. Upon reaching the bronze level, if one wishes to ascend to silver, the only option is to evolve into the stone monkey king. The official price for the evolution path of the stone monkey king is a staggering 50,000 dragon coins, with the bundled cost of the evolution materials exceeding 200,000 dragon coins. That Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having recently spent all his savings on a simplification and some wine, he found himself in a quandary over how to acquire funds. The arrival of the reward document seemed like a tempting invitation to strive for the top position. Chapter 3. Yi Ying's concern. De Sheng's breakthrough. Yi Tian gazed at the slumbering De Sheng resting upon his shoulder, feeling a flicker of anxiety. The rate of De Sheng's advancement was astonishing, yet Yi Tian was not without rivals. Not every beast contracted was akin to De Sheng, whose potential was merely at 10% during its juvenile phase. According to the recent discussions in their class group, several students at their school had directly contracted beasts nearing the bronze level. These individuals often possessed both exceptional talent and advantageous family backgrounds. Should they employ external aids to facilitate their beast training, it was conceivable that their beasts could ascend to bronze status at any moment. Yi Tian pondered on how to expedite De Sheng's progression. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once De Sheng succumbed to intoxication, it was imperative to wait until it regained consciousness before continuing to drink. The capacity for alcohol consumption was not something that could be enhanced in a short period. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yi Tian's mind. Yes, I can shorten the duration of De Sheng's inebriation. With this revelation, he swiftly retrieved his phone to search for solutions. Promptly discovering the information he sought, a hangover remedy could assist both intoxicated individuals and beasts in regaining lucidity swiftly. Other methods existed, but the hangover remedy was undoubtedly the most expedient. However, upon searching for the price, Yi Tian's spirits plummeted. A single serving of the remedy cost 300 dragon coins. Yet, there was still a way. Yi Tian hesitated for but a moment before making a decisive choice. He would borrow money, given De Sheng's rapid advancement. Even if he did not secure first place, the likelihood of attaining second or third was substantial. However, the disparity in rewards between the first and second place was simply too great, taking into account the difference in spirit stones and evolution materials. The first prize exceeded the second by a staggering 260,000. Yi Tian knew he could not afford to miss this opportunity. The contrast between 300 and 260,000 was clear in his mind. Ding! Yi Tian dialed a number, and a gentle, melodious female voice resonated from the receiver. Xiao Tian, has the beast contracting been completed? Come back quickly. I have prepared a feast for you. This voice belonged to Yi Tian's sister, Ying. Yi Tian replied, Sister, could you lend me some money? I have an urgent need. I will repay you tomorrow. Just 1,000 coins. Ying responded decisively. All right, I will transfer the money to you on Jibao right away. Do you really think I am in need of such a small sum? Thanks a lot, sis, Yi Tian exclaimed before ending the call, feeling a warmth in his heart. Ying's income was modest, and after necessary expenses, she could only save around 2,000 coins a month. Ding! Mere seconds later, a notification chimed, indicating that the funds had arrived. Yi Tian alighted from the bus and briskly made his way into a supermarket. In this world, regardless of the size of the supermarket, There would always be a designated area dedicated to selling resources and materials related to beasts. 2 minutes later, he exited the supermarket, having spent the entirety of the 1,000 coins. He had acquired 3 servings of the hangover remedy and a bottle of monkey wine priced at 100 coins. Based on Yi Tian's estimates, the difficulty of leveling up would likely increase progressively. The single bottle of monkey wine at hand might not suffice to facilitate the Sheng's breakthrough to bronze. In the city of Jiaxing, nestled within the largest affordable housing complex in Wushan, a somewhat cramped room holds the anxious presence of Yi, who is waiting for Yi Tian to return home. She is acutely aware that Yi Tian harbors aspirations of becoming a professional beastmaster. Unfortunately, reality is merciless, as Yi Tian's innate talent is insufficient, allowing him only to contract a stone monkey. The minimum requirement for a professional beastmaster is to achieve a beast level of silver and combat prowess exceeding gold. With a stone monkey, such aspirations seem utterly unattainable. Thus, following the disheartening results of the recent assessment, Yi Tian has remained in a gloomy state. Today, he has even behaved unusually, requesting money from her. Concerned for his well-being, Yi readily lends him the money without hesitation. Over the phone, she maintains a facade of normalcy, yet internally, she is fraught with anxiety. When Yi Tian returns, she resolves to comfort him thoroughly. He is her sole remaining family, and nothing must befall him. The familiar sound of footsteps draws near, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock and the scraping of the doorframe against the floor. Yi Tian has returned. Yi forces a smile that appears casual yet warm. "Xiao Tian, come and have dinner." At that moment, she notices the bottle of alcohol in Yi Tian's hand along with 3 other containers, likely also containing liquor. Alcohol? Is he attempting to drown his sorrows? As she scrutinizes Yi Tian, he, too, is examining her. Her long hair and delicate features bear a slight resemblance to his, igniting a profound sense of kinship in his heart. "Sister," he begins, having already administered some sobering soup to the stone monkey on the way home. The effects are evident. The monkey no longer emits the stench of alcohol and is expected to regain consciousness shortly. Until the stone monkey awakens, there is little he can accomplish, so he decides to eat first. The meal is one of silent frustration for Yi Tian, as Yi persistently probes for insight into his emotional state. Despite his claims of normalcy and confidence, Yi remains unconvinced, casting him a sympathetic glance, her internal monologue suggesting that he is merely putting on a brave front. "I am, in fact, a genius beastmaster," Yi Tian asserts. "I am confident that within a day, I can elevate the Sheng to bronze level. At that point, I will be able to secure rewards from the school, which will help improve our family's quality of life." Yes, my little Tian is the most remarkable," Yi responds, though her expression lacks sincerity, prompting Yi Tian to exclaim, "Could you please not look so disingenuous?" He hastily finishes his meal and retreats to his diminutive 3-square-meter bedroom, realizing that until he presents tangible results, Yi will remain skeptical. Meanwhile, Yi, witnessing Yi Tian enter his room, cannot suppress a deep sigh of exasperation. It's clear that he is succumbing to a frenzy of anxiety over gains and losses. Should she consider consulting a psychologist for him? Approximately 15 minutes pass before the Sheng finally stirs awake. The stone monkey is a remarkable creature, for alcohol serves as its finest sustenance. Upon awakening, it gazes longingly at the bottle in Yi Tian's hand, salivating in anticipation. Yi Tian felt hunger and thirst for alcohol. Instantly, he catered to the needs of the great sage. Gulp, gulp, bang. The great sage toppled once more. Yi Tian fixed his gaze steadfastly upon the data panel, noting that this time, the level had risen by only 19. As anticipated, it was fortunate that he had prepared in advance. For the ensuing hours, Yi Tian diligently repeated the process of feeding the great sage both alcohol and soup. Although the rate of enhancement gradually diminished, by 8 o'clock in the evening, he successfully nurtured the great sage to 100 in its juvenile stage. A radiant white light enveloped the great sage. As the luminescence faded, the great sage transformed into a bronze-tier stone monkey. Name: Great Sage. Race: Stone Monkey. level, bronze 0, potential, bronze skill, intoxication. The bronze level great sage instinctively grasped a new skill. By concentrating his thoughts on the concept of intoxication, he soon beheld the detailed information of the skill. Intoxication. When the great sage is in a state of intoxication, he gains a slight increase in speed. Thus, it is to say that a drunken great sage moves with greater swiftness and agility. Chapter 4. A bit too swift. Yi Tian was astonished to observe that the great sage appeared to have grown somewhat larger. Previously, it was merely half the length of his forearm, yet now it seemed almost 2/3 the size. Simultaneously, the golden fur covering its body appeared denser and glossier. With a delightful howl, the great sage stretched leisurely. To Yi Tian's amazement, this was not the end of his surprises. A warm surge of energy emanated from within his body, enveloping him entirely. His bones crackled as the sensation of warmth faded. When he clenched his fist, it seemed as if his strength had magnified. Attempting to lift the bed, which previously required the combined effort of both him and Yi, he astonishingly managed to raise it with a single hand. His health had also noticeably improved. Having recently recovered from a cold that had nearly incapacitated him, he now felt entirely rejuvenated. It was said that when a beast master's familiar broke through to a higher realm, it would bestow a portion of its strength back to the master, thereby enhancing their own power. Rumor had it that some elite beast masters were not only exceptionally formidable, but also enjoyed a lifespan significantly exceeding that of ordinary individuals, owing to the abundant feedback they received from their familiars. Could I be the first to elevate a familiar to the bronze level? A smile of excitement graced Yi Tian's face. It had not even been a full day since he formed the contract with his familiar, precisely 5 hours, in fact. Regrettably, the school had already closed, and he would have to wait until the following morning to report his results. As he lay in bed, cradling the great sage, Yi Tian gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as a revered professional beastmaster, while the great sage transformed into a true deity, capable of piercing the heavens with a single strike of its staff. The next morning, eager to ensure he arrived at school before it opened, Yi Tian rose early. Yet, Yi had risen even earlier and had prepared breakfast for him. Throughout their lives, she had always cared for him in this manner, with a heart full of warmth. After finishing his meal, Yi Tian waved to Yi. "Sis, the great sage has broken through to bronze. I'm heading to school to report my results and claim my rewards. Once I get the money, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Your 1,000 yuan will return to you tenfold." With a smile, Yi watched as Yi Tian departed. However, her expression soon darkened. "Oh no, little Tian seems to be in a more precarious situation than I anticipated. I wonder what he plans to do today. I hope nothing untoward occurs. I must contact a psychologist as soon as possible." After tidying up slightly, Yi left for work, her mind heavy with concern. At the administrative office of SHW Middle School, 2 teachers on duty were idly chatting at their desks. The school administration truly lacks foresight. After finally managing to guide a new cohort to form contracts, can't they allow us teachers a few days of respite? Must they insist on assigning us duty from day one? Indeed, how could any student possibly cultivate a familiar to bronze on the very first day? Exactly. Based on the past decade's experience, it would be at least the 3rd day before students would begin registering. Assigning duty during the first 2 days is utterly pointless. Both teachers expressed their frustrations, and as their conversation meandered, they eventually discussed which student they deemed most promising. "Without a doubt, it's Song Qingheng," they said in unison, exchanging knowing glances. "It is said that this young man has formed a contract with a fully matured moonlight cat, promising an extraordinary future. Moreover, his family background is among the most distinguished of all students, capable of providing substantial assistance. I suspect he might register as early as tomorrow." Suddenly, one of the 2 glanced around cautiously, confirming no one was in sight before speaking. "I heard that the school has increased its rewards this time due to the sponsorship from the Song family. It can be said that the first-place prize has been exclusively prepared for Song Qingheng." The other teacher appeared somewhat astonished. "Is the Song family that confident?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, they possess the capital for such confidence." Just then, A series of knocks echoed through the air. The two teachers exchanged puzzled glances towards the source of the sound. "Come in." Moments later, a handsome young man entered, a small monkey perched on his shoulder. Yi Tian. One of the teachers recognized him as Lu Zheng, the team leader from yesterday. Yi Tian greeted him sincerely. "Teacher Lu." Lu Zheng, slightly perplexed, inquired, "What brings you to school?" He considered that Yi Tian was there to register for the bronze tier. He assumed it was for some other matter. "Ahem. Teacher Lu, I am here to register. My beast has broken through to the bronze level." "What?" Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, his first instinct being disbelief. "Don't joke around." Yi Tian responded, exasperated. "Teacher, I'm not joking." "Yi Tian, let me tell you, when a beast breaks through to the bronze level, there will be a phenomenon. Are you certain you experienced it?" "Teacher, are you referring to the white light? If so, then my beast indeed experienced it." Lu Zheng glanced at the large monkey on Yi Tian's shoulder, finding the situation utterly absurd. Rationality told him this was impossible, yet seeing Yi Tian's insistence, he had no choice but to fulfill his duty. Lu Zheng picked up the beast-level inspection device from the desk and placed it in front of the monkey, scanning from top to bottom. The inspection was connected to a screen, and in an instant, the results displayed the monkey's rank. Bronze. It truly is bronze? Both teachers were left in a state of shock, unable to believe their eyes. Lu Zheng, refusing to give up, tested with the device several more times, each result confirming the same conclusion. Only then did he reluctantly accept the truth. He distinctly remembered that at the breeding base, this batch of stone monkeys was all at the juvenile initial stage. This meant that Yi Tian had managed to help the stone monkey break through 3 minor levels and 1 major level in less than a day. Who would dare to believe such a feat without witnessing it firsthand? Wasn't the stone monkey considered to have low potential? Scouring the annals of the school as history, there was no record of stone monkey being the first to break through. In fact, not even the top 50 beast tamers had achieved such a feat. The previously discussed Song Qingheng had a beast that was innately fully matured, and his beast was a rare specimen with astonishing potential. If he had not broken through, what right did Yi Tian have to do so? Lu Zheng reflected upon the events of the previous day, convinced that Yi Tian had succumbed to a state of moral decline. Yet, in hindsight, this was not the case. Fortunately, he had refrained from displaying his disdain overtly. The two teachers exchanged glances, each registering the astonishment and perplexity mirrored in the other's eyes. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Zheng inquired, "Yi Tian, how did you achieve this?" It is generally considered a breach of etiquette to pry into another's secrets, even for educators questioning their students. Nevertheless, Lu Zheng found his restraint faltering. Yi Tian scratched his head, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. "I'm not entirely sure. After I received the cultivation technique yesterday, I returned home and began training my pet, Desheng. Perhaps it was particularly suited for cultivation, which might explain the rapid progress." Lacking the means to elucidate the matter of his extraordinary talents, he resorted to attributing it solely to innate ability. The two teachers, upon hearing this, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. "You call that a bit fast?" Chapter 5. The Mutated Beast? A Unique Talent? Yi Tian not only shattered the record for the highest rank of the stone monkey, but also set a new record for the fastest breakthrough time. The worldviews of the two teachers, cultivated over many years, began to tremble. Observing their dazed expressions, Yi Tian could not help but inquire, "Teacher Lu, may I proceed with the registration?" Teacher Lu, regaining his composure, promptly replied, "Yes, of course." Yi Tian continued, "I noticed in the school documents that there are rewards for beasts that achieve breakthroughs quickly. I wonder when those can be claimed. By the way, I should be the first to register, right?" Yi Tian was indifferent to the rankings. His true concern lay with the tangible rewards. Teacher Lu's expression grew peculiar. "You are indeed the first," he remarked, pausing before adding, "However, regarding the rewards, it may take a day or two. I need to report your beast species and prepare the corresponding evolution path and materials. Once the rewards are ready, I will call you to collect them." Yi Tian nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, teacher." After exchanging a few pleasantries and confirming that his information had been entered into the system, he bid farewell and departed. Once Yi Tian was out of sight, the two teachers excitedly resumed their discussion. Goodness gracious! I nearly exclaimed aloud just now. Thankfully, I remembered to maintain my composure in front of the student, one teacher exclaimed. Same here. Teacher Liu puffed out his chest with pride. He is truly a student of mine. The other teacher, amused, retorted, what does that have to do with you? You're not even the homeroom teacher, just a subject teacher. Teacher Liu was responsible for teaching the Beast Pictorial course, managing 6 classes simultaneously, and Yi Tian's class was merely one among them. Yet, truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy towards Teacher Liu. Regardless of Yi Tian's future achievements, the records he set today would forever be etched in the annals of school history, earning him the admiration of generations to come. The other teacher sighed. Even now, I find it hard to believe. It seems impossible. Old Liu, do you think we might be hallucinating? Teacher Liu rolled his eyes. Hallucinating? How could 2 people simultaneously experience a hallucination? He then speculated, I have a theory. Perhaps Yi Tian's contracted beast is not an ordinary stone monkey, but rather a mutated stone monkey. The other teacher furrowed his brow in contemplation. A mutation? That is indeed plausible. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain the astonishing speed of its cultivation. Mutated beasts are exceedingly rare, and even among them, there are both benign and malevolent variants. I suspect that Yi Tian's stone monkey has mutated in a manner that enhances its cultivation speed. What a fortunate lad he is. Yet, Teacher Liu shook his head. Unfortunately, the stone monkey lacks significant potential. Even if it evolves into a stone monkey king, it can only reach the silver tier at best. Despite its rapid cultivation, it will merely enable the stone monkey to master the art of brewing a bit sooner. Another teacher sighed, sharing the same sentiment. What a pity. Suddenly, Liu Zheng recalled something. I should call the principal. He instructed that upon the arrival of the first student for registration, I must immediately inform him. The phone rang, and soon a deep, somewhat aged voice answered. Hello, this is Yi Tian. May I ask who is calling? Good day, principal. I am Liu Zheng, the duty teacher from the Academic Affairs Office today. What is the matter? Yi Tian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Why would the Academic Affairs Office be calling him so early in the morning? Well, it is like this. Liu Zheng then relayed the situation regarding Yi Tian to Yi Tian. Hello, principal, are you still on the line? I can no longer hear your voice. After speaking, silence enveloped the line, casting doubt on whether the other party was still listening. Hearing Liu Zheng's voice, Yi Tian finally resumed speaking. All right, understood. He then hung up, his face reflecting a profound astonishment. The speed of Yi Tian had truly astonished him, and, as the principal, his insight surpassed that of the 2 teachers. He contemplated deeper implications. While Liu Zheng only considered the possibility of a mutation, Yi Tian contemplated another possibility. Could it be that Yi Tian possesses a unique talent? Among the beast masters, a small fraction is born with extraordinary gifts that can aid in the cultivation of beasts or directly enhance their combat prowess. Such prodigies are as rare as mutated beasts. The mutation of beasts is not entirely random. It follows certain patterns. The lower the potential of a beast, the more challenging it becomes to mutate. And even if mutation occurs, acquiring formidable abilities is even more difficult. Beasts like the stone monkey, considered to be at the lower echelon, have never been reported to undergo mutation. Hence, Yi Tian leaned more towards the notion that it was Yi Tian's innate ability. As he pondered, his eyes sparkled with increasing fervor. If it were true, however, this matter still required confirmation. At that moment, a melodious female voice interrupted Yi Tian's thoughts. Dad, what are you daydreaming about? You seem rather pleased. Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld a woman in her 20s, with a well-proportioned figure, shoulder-length hair, fair skin, and exquisite features. It was Yi Tian's only daughter, Yi Tian. Having graduated from the Beastmaster Academy less than 2 years ago, she was now a teacher at her father's school, instructing the second-year students. Yi Tian recounted the situation regarding Yi Tian once more, observing a similar expression of shock on Yi Tian's face. After the astonishment subsided, she appeared to ponder something and posed a question. Dad, should the first prize be awarded to Yi Tian? Yi Tian shot his daughter a glare. Isn't that obvious? The documents have already been issued. Do you expect me, as the principal, to go back on my word? Zhou Qiong replied. The issue is that the first prize was specifically prepared for Song Qinghang by the Song family, and the items have already been procured, just waiting for Song Qinghang to collect them. Zhou Tiangang let out a hum. It was a misjudgment on the part of his family, the Song clan, and, at that time, they had also approved the reward scheme. Their inability to fulfill it had no bearing on us. The items have already been procured. Returning them is a simple matter. Moreover, evolving the Moonlight Cat requires a minimum of 200,000 dragon coins, whereas the Stone Monkey only needs 25,000. By calculation, we still come out ahead. Zhou Qiong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. They confirmed the arrangements for the reward distribution, and the father and daughter began to discuss Yi Tian himself. Zhou Qiong shook her head, stating that if her father's speculation was correct, and Yi Tian possessed a unique beast-taming talent, then contracting the Stone Monkey would indeed be a waste. Zhou Tiangang held a differing opinion. Although the Stone Monkey lacked potential, if it could be evolved into the Stone Monkey King and break through to silver, Yi Tian could construct a beast-taming space upon receiving the upgrade feedback, allowing him to then contract a second beast. Contracting a second beast with substantial combat potential could still lead to promising prospects in the future. Zhou Tiangang stroked his beard thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. When the time comes for Yi Tian to claim his reward, he should come directly to my office. Chapter 6. Zhao Yang's Misunderstanding. The hope of the class on the other side, Yi Tian emerged from the school, his spirits remarkably elevated. His footsteps were considerably lighter as he turned to glance at Desheng. We are about to become extraordinarily wealthy. Do you understand? Oh, what is becoming extraordinarily wealthy? Can't be consumed. Yi Tian rolled his eyes. Although Desheng's prowess was advancing rapidly, his intellect had yet to catch up. After a moment's consideration, Yi Tian summarized. Becoming extraordinarily wealthy can indeed be enjoyed. I shall procure fine wine for you. Upon hearing the mention of fine wine, Desheng became exuberant, barking with delight and clapping his hands. In addition to the evolution materials, the reward included 1,100 grams of spirit stones. While this might hold significance for others, it was of no use to Yi Tian, for Desheng had no need for cultivation. Thus, Yi Tian pondered selling the spirit stones for currency, using a portion to buy wine for Desheng. Although reputable shops had channels for purchasing spirit stones, the buyback price was significantly lower than market value. While the rewards have yet to be issued, I should seek avenues that offer a higher price, Yi Tian murmured to himself as he planned. Just as he was about to cross the road closest to the school, he suddenly heard someone call out to him, Yi Tian. Upon turning, he discovered it was his classmate, Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's online moniker was "Do not hurt me if you do not love me," and he had been the one who messaged the class group yesterday, claiming to have also contracted the Stone Monkey. Zhao Yang, seeing Yi Tian emerge from the school, appeared somewhat puzzled. Yi Tian, what brings you to school today? After a brief pause, he added with a hint of amusement, You're not here to register your beast's advancement to bronze, are you? Yi Tian nodded, knowing that the results would be announced in a month, making it impossible to hide. Huh. Zhao Yang laughed heartily upon seeing Yi Tian's nod. You're quite the comedian. You truly dare to agree to that. I simply forgot to retrieve something I left in the classroom. I assume you are here for a similar reason? He had accompanied Yi Tian to the breeding base yesterday and had witnessed Yi Tian's choice of the most rebellious monkey, as well as how he had allowed it to indulge in drink right after contracting it. Therefore, Zhao Yang concluded that Yi Tian was merely jesting. A stone monkey advancing to bronze in a day? Come now, let us not be absurd. Yi Tian felt a twinge of helplessness. In this day and age, it seemed that even honesty was met with skepticism. However, he had no interest in clarifying, so he thought, let them believe what they wish. Since both had contracted stone monkeys, Zhao Yang could not refrain from engaging in conversation with Yi Tian. My monkey has been clamoring for wine since returning home yesterday. Zhao Yang grimaced at the memory. If I don't give in, it absolutely refuses to study the techniques. I indulged it, and as soon as it drank, it passed out, unable to cultivate at all. To this day, it has yet to even begin its training. I fear that elevating my stone monkey to bronze will take at least 2 or 3 months, he lamented. Yi Tian contemplated briefly. What coincidence! My monkey also passed out from drink yesterday, not just once. Zhao Yang inquired further. Has your monkey begun learning its technique? Yi Tian thought for a moment. Not yet. He pledged that every word he spoke was the truth. Zhao Yang, as if he had found a kindred spirit, regarded Yi Tian with a newfound softness in his gaze. It seems we are truly fellow sufferers, he mused. I imagine that Yi Tian's monkey is even more challenging to train than my own. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, after some further conversation, Yi Tian excused himself, citing matters at home, and departed. Zhao Yang watched Yi Tian's retreating figure, his gaze lingering on the imposing monkey perched on his shoulder, filled with curiosity. Why do I feel that Yi Tian's monkey is larger than mine? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, attributing it to mere illusion. Meanwhile, Yi Tian did not head straight home. Instead, he ventured to the largest shopping district nearby to inquire about the prices of spirit stones. His phone buzzed incessantly along the way. The enthusiasm among his classmates in their discussions had surged beyond anything witnessed in the past 3 years. Heartbroken swordsman, it's so difficult. My heavenly sound bird absolutely refuses to learn the cultivation technique. What should I do? Green bottle. My sticky slime is willing to learn, but the problem is, it simply can't grasp it. Boo-hoo, it's been an entire night and still no progress. Many classmates voiced their grievances regarding the challenges of training their contracted beasts. Green bottle. Class leader Zhang Hao, how are you faring? Class leader Zhang Hao. My Gale Mantis made it through the initial stage of the technique last night at 8 and has been cultivating all night. Green bottle. Impressive. 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 Heartbroken swordsman. Is this what it means to be a big shot? I'm so envious. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Woe is me. I'm so envious. I just ran into Yi Tian at school while picking up some things. We both have contracted stone monkeys, and upon chatting, we discovered that our monkeys both got drunk last night and are utterly incapable of learning the technique. At this moment, numerous classmates with contracted stone monkeys chimed in to condemn the laziness of this species. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Class leader Zhang Hao. Our class's reputation rests on your shoulders. If not a single one makes it into the top 100, we will truly be unable to hold our heads high in front of the other classes. Class leader Zhang Hao. I'll do my best. Striving. Class leader Zhang Hao. Speaking of which, I've heard many students from other classes are using spirit stones to aid their cultivation. So enviable. Particularly Song Qingyang. Judging by the photos he posts, that handful of spirit stones must weigh at least 500 G. Heartbroken swordsman. Envious of the wealthy. By the way, Hao, you really have an extensive network to have Song Qingyang's contact information. Class leader Zhang Hao. Well, it's just as it is. No more talk. I need to go supervise the beast training and strive for a breakthrough within half a month to bring glory to our class. In the afternoon, Yi Tian returned home, feeling somewhat pained. After comparing prices at numerous trading houses, he found that the highest offer for selling spirit stones was currently 90 of the market value. Based on a market price of 1W dragon coins for 100 G, 1100 G could be sold for 99,000 dragon coins. For Yi Tian, this constituted a considerable sum. Lying on his bed, he began to plan for the future. The great sage had already broken through to the bronze level, and the next step was to evolve him into the stone monkey king, reaching the silver level. He also needed to find ways to enhance his combat prowess, hoping to pass the vocational assessment. Only after passing the vocational assessment would his and Yi Ying's lives truly begin to flourish. As a professional beastmaster, even without any effort, one could receive several thousand dragon coins in subsidies each month. In certain public venues, there exists a privilege for preferential access to resources. For instance, when traveling by train or airplane, ordinary individuals must queue, while professionals can effortlessly glide through the VIP passage. To enhance one's combat prowess, the most expedient method is to facilitate the learning of skills by one's beast companion. It remains uncertain whether the learning process could be streamlined by the system. Tomorrow, upon receiving the funds, I shall procure a skill for experimentation. The wine purchased yesterday remains at least half full. I encourage the great sage to consume it, only to discover the great sage's level had not even increased by a mere one. A suspicion arose within me. It seems that mediocre wine can no longer satisfy the great sage's palate. Beasts are categorized by levels, and numerous resources and materials related to them are similarly stratified. Wine, for instance, is ranked from inferior to superior as follows: substandard, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, each corresponding to the level of the beast. According to my estimates, the great sage requires at least bronze-level spiritual wine to continue his advancement. With a resigned sigh, I acknowledge that the expenses of nurturing the great sage are not insignificant. The higher the quality of the wine, the greater its cost. Bronze-level wine does not come at a price lower than 1,000 dragon coins. Having gathered my thoughts, I glanced at the time. It was nearly time for Yi Tian to finish work. I began to prepare dinner. Chapter 7. Surprises and Extra Spirit Stones. Yi Tian's workplace was nestled within an aging office building. Her daily tasks encompassed nurturing fluffy sheep, shearing their wool, and meticulously recording the quality parameters of the wool. As the clock struck the end of her workday, Yi Tian stretched languidly and picked up her faded little cloth bag, preparing to depart the office. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. "Hey, Xiaoying, would you like to stroll through the mall this evening?" The voice belonged to Sheena, a peer of the same age, who had joined the company simultaneously. Their rapport was amicable. Sheena approached and linked her arm with Yi Tian's. "There's a promotional event tonight, offering a 30% discount. Let's pick you out a new bag. I've spotted one that would suit you perfectly, and it's only 78 yuan. You've been carrying that bag since we started. It's time for an upgrade." Yi Tian felt a flicker of temptation. After all, every girl desires to look lovely. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she gently declined. "No, you go ahead. My brother hasn't been doing well lately, and I need to be there for him." She smiled, lifting her bag slightly. "I reckon this bag still has another 2 years of service in it." Sheena made a few more attempts to persuade her, but upon realizing Yi Tian's resolute stance, she relented. The two women exited the office building together and parted ways at a crossroads. As Yi Tian walked, she focused intently on her phone, engaged in a conversation with a psychologist recommended by a friend, renowned for their excellent reputation. It was said that the doctor had contracted a warm beast capable of emitting a soothing light, allowing patients to easily open up in their presence. "Let us do this. You can first order the treatment service, and then we'll arrange a time to meet." "All right." Without hesitation, Yi Tian proceeded to place the order as she glanced at the message from the doctor, navigating to the payment page. According to the platform's regulations, payment was required in advance, and once ordered, it was non-refundable. 4,000 yuan. Ouch, that's rather steep. Well, there's surely a reason for the price. Ding dong. Payment successful. Yi Tian clenched her fist triumphantly. A doctor of such caliber must surely be able to help Xiao Tian. Subsequently, after some discussion, they scheduled the treatment for the following evening at 6 o'clock and provided an address. Upon returning home, Yi Tian found her brother completely ensnared in the illusion he had concocted. "Sis, I've already gone to school to input grades. I'm first in class." "Wow, Xiao Tian, you're amazing." Yi Tian clapped her hands in delight. Xiao Tian replied, "Sis, I know you still doubt me. Just wait until I earn my reward and present it to you. Then you'll believe." "All right, I look forward to it." Yi Tian smiled, determined not to provoke Xiao Tian. She recognized that everything must align with his narrative. As for his treatment, she believed that such professional matters should be entrusted to experts. After dinner, while washing the dishes together, Yi Tian suddenly said, "Xiao Tian, will you accompany me to a place tomorrow night?" "What place?" "A wonderful one. You'll know once we arrive." The following morning, on his mobile phone, Yi Tian received a message stating that the reward for the first place had been prepared, inviting him to collect it from the school at his earliest convenience. Such promptness took him by surprise. He had anticipated a longer wait, never expecting the school to operate with such efficiency. After a quick tidying up and a few hurried bites of breakfast, Yi Tian made his way to the school. Upon arrival, he learned that the reward was currently with the principal, who requested him to visit the principal's office for collection. Yi Tian approached the office door and knocked. "Come in." A voice called from within. He entered to find a simply arranged room, dominated by a desk near the window, behind which sat a middle-aged man with white hair, Principal Zhou Tiangang. If Yi Tian recalled correctly, Zhou Tiangang was a diamond-level beast master. The rank of a beast master is determined by the highest level beast they have contracted. A beast master with a gold-level beast may proudly refer to themselves as a gold-level beast master. Furthermore, as a sign of respect, those of diamond rank may also be addressed as masters of beasts. "Good day, Principal," Yi Tian greeted politely, taking a seat at Zhou Tiangong's invitation. The principal regarded him with a warm smile. Despite having been a student for 3 years, this was their first meeting. To warrant Zhou Tiangong's attention, one would typically need to be among the top 10 students in their grade, while Yi Tian's performance had been rather average. Zhou Tiangang first inquired about Yi Tian's well-being before delving into the matter at hand. "Yi Tian, here is your reward for achieving first place. Feel free to open it and ensure nothing is amiss." As he spoke, he conjured a wooden box seemingly out of thin air and placed it before Yi Tian. Once a beast master nurtures a beast to the silver level, a beast space is automatically constructed. This space not only accommodates beasts, but also serves as a portable storage solution. Yi Tian accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay 3 items: a small booklet, a pouch wrapped in silk, and 2 fist-sized transparent stones. As anticipated, the booklet contained the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King. The pouch held the necessary materials for evolution, and the stones were spirit stones. Curiously, Yi Tian picked up the 2 spirit stones, finding them considerably heavier than he had imagined, and glanced inquisitively at Zhou Tiangang. With a smile, Zhou Tiangang explained, "What you hold are 2,000 grams of spirit stones. The excess beyond your reward is a personal gift from me. I reviewed your records, and given your achievement of first place, it is clear you have exerted more effort than your peers." Zhou Tiangang, aware of Yi Tian's modest background, recalled his own similar experiences, which prompted this gesture. Moreover, Yi Tian had significantly contributed to the school as finances. Such a reward was well-deserved. Yi Tian, not one to be overly sentimental, recognized the importance of resources at this stage in his journey. Rather than deflecting the gift, he resolved to strengthen himself and one day repay Zhou Tiangong's kindness. "Thank you, Principal." The conversation continued, primarily with Zhou Tiangang posing questions and Yi Tian responding, until they inadvertently found themselves discussing the great sage. "Yi Tian, my dear student, I wonder if you would permit me to examine your stone monkey. Its rate of enhancement is indeed astonishing, leading me to surmise that it may have undergone a mutation. Rest assured, I shall never conduct any detrimental actions towards your beast. Should the examination yield favorable results, it could prove to be a fortuitous opportunity for you. Of course, you are free to decline." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tian acquiesced. Zhou Tiangang, being a master of beast taming, could hardly harbor ill intentions towards someone as inexperienced as himself, newly emerged from the ranks of bronze. However, it is likely that he would discern nothing of consequence, rendering the matter irrelevant to him. Upon receiving Yi Tian's consent, Zhou Tiangong's eyes were immediately enveloped in a golden glow. Chapter 8. Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. Objective: enter the Research Institute under the gaze of Zhou Tiangang. The great sage felt a slight unease. "Oh, the human's gaze is so peculiar." Yi Tian placed a reassuring hand on the great sage's back. "Be at ease. That person harbors no malice." Moments later, the golden light subsided, and Zhou Tiangang murmured to himself, "A perfectly normal stone monkey, showing no signs of mutation whatsoever." Yi Tian had anticipated a flicker of doubt on his face, yet there was none. Instead, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. Zhou Tiangang turned to Yi Tian, his tone gentle. "Addressing me by my title feels overly formal. Let us keep it simple. Call me Zhou Lao, and please refrain from calling me Principal." This left Yi Tian perplexed. Why did it seem as though the principal sought to forge a connection? Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Zhou Tiangang continued, "Little Tian, if my suspicions are correct, you possess a unique talent for nurturing beast companions." Unique talent? Noticing Yi Tian's confusion, Zhou Tiangang elaborated on the concept of unique talent and its rarity. Yi Tian nodded, understanding. It was clear that Zhou Tiangang was mistaken. However, as he had mentioned, this unique talent could not be discerned through any instruments. Why not embrace the misunderstanding? Especially since it conveniently obscured the existence of the system? Zhou Tiangang retrieved a small booklet from his beast companion space and placed it before Yi Tian. Little Tian, would you be interested in becoming a member of the Beast Companion Cultivation and Evolution Research Institute? For someone with your unique talent, the Institute is undoubtedly the best platform to showcase your abilities. I'm also a member of the Institute and possess the authority to recommend you, allowing you to bypass the entrance examination, though you will still need to undergo an interview. You simply need to demonstrate the great sage's training speed. The chances of success are quite high. Yi Tian picked up the booklet and began to peruse its contents. It provided a detailed introduction to the Research Institute, referred to as the Beast Companion Research Institute, or simply the Institute. This organization is dedicated to researching ways to enhance the growth rate of beast companions and to develop evolutionary paths for them. The vast majority of evolutionary paths available in the market were devised by this institute. For instance, the evolutionary path of the Stone Monkey King was created by a researcher known as Dr. Ao 5 centuries ago. Yi Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Coincidentally, he had intended to seek out the evolutionary path for the great sage himself, and if unsuccessful, to create one independently. He had not anticipated the existence of a dedicated institution for this purpose. Previously, his online searches for guidance on creating new evolutionary paths for beast companions yielded no results. It was only after consulting Zhou Tiangang that he learned the necessary steps. Beast companions must learn a technique called exploration of evolutionary factors, which enables them to explore the potential within their own bloodlines. Based on the possibilities uncovered during this exploration, one must conduct continuous experiments and refinements to discover new evolutionary paths. However, exploration of evolutionary factors is exclusive to the Institute and is strictly prohibited from being disseminated to non-members. Unauthorized learning could even lead to legal repercussions. Currently, the Great Sage remains merely a bronze-level novice, and confronting an entire nation would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. Thus, if one wishes for the Great Sage to undergo further evolution, there exists but a singular path: entry into the Research Institute to acquire profound techniques. Yi Tian resolved to pursue this objective. However, considering his circumstances, he cautiously inquired of Zhou Tiangang. Old Zhou, if I were to enter the Research Institute, would it necessitate daily attendance on site? His desire to become a professional beast master stemmed partly from a yearning for freedom. Zhou Tiangang chuckled. Of course not. Most researchers merely hold a title within the Institute. Observe how well I manage as the principal, don't you think? Should you wish to immerse yourself in the Institute daily, they will provide you with an array of instruments and experimental materials. However, you must complete at least one project each year. Rest assured, it's quite simple. With no lingering doubts, Yi Tian readily acquiesced. Upon witnessing Yi Tian's agreement, Zhou Tiangang picked up his phone and dialed a number. During the brief interval before the call connected, he remarked to Yi Tian, "The Research Institute is hierarchical. I currently hold the position of a Level 2 researcher, which grants me considerable standing within the Institute. Just a phone call will resolve this matter." Beep. The call connected. Zhou Tiangang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Old Zhang, it's me, Xiao Zhou. Here's the situation." The conversation extended for several minutes, and as it progressed, Zhou Tiangang's expression grew increasingly grim. Yi Tian could discern the cause, for he could hear the voice emanating from the receiver. "What? A stone monkey? Enough. There will be no internal recommendation. Do not occupy our group's quota. If that person possesses genuine talent, let them apply independently." Beep. After concluding the call, Zhou Tiangang's countenance was as somber as water. He, too, was perplexed as to why old Zhang had been so unyielding today. Was this not a slap in his face? With a hint of regret, he turned to Yi Tian. "Xiao Tian, I truly apologize." Yi Tian shook his head. "Old Zhou, I heard everything. I am immensely grateful for the opportunity you extended. This is not your fault." Following this exchange, the atmosphere between the two grew somewhat awkward, prompting Yi Tian to seek an excuse to depart. As he exited the office, Zhou Tiangang shook his head in resignation. That old fellow will surely come to regret this one day. Moments ago, he had noted Yi Tian's unflinching demeanor in the face of old Zhang's almost mocking remarks. and his respect for Yi Tian surged once more. Not only did he possess exceptional talent, but his temperament also vastly surpassed that of his peers. At Yi Tian's age, young individuals typically exhibit strong pride. Had it been anyone else, even without exchanging harsh words with old Zhang, they would likely have flushed with anger. This child has an immeasurable future ahead, he mused. As Yi Tian made his way outside, he casually checked the examination dates for the research institute. Even without an internal recommendation, he felt compelled to give it a try. As it pertained to the great sage's potential evolution, the research institute boasts branches in nearly every city. According to the official website, the earliest examination in Wushan City is scheduled to occur in 10 days. The registration fee is 100 dragon coins, and enrollment will commence in 2 days. I must give it a try. Shaking my head, I set this matter aside for now, as I have other pressing tasks to attend to. The great sage has already attained bronze rank, and it is time to embark on the journey of evolution. Preparations for evolution are not something that can be completed in a day, so it is certainly prudent to begin as early as possible. Approaching a pavilion, Yi Tian opens the manual detailing the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King. Chapter 9. Can evolution be simplified? Can skill training be simplified? The evolution manual is divided into 2 sections, an introduction and a detailed account. It takes approximately 3 to 4 minutes to read through the introductory portion, after which a look of understanding appeared on Yi Tian's face. So that is how it is. One must admit that evolution is indeed a cumbersome affair. According to the text, the process for the stone monkey to evolve into the Stone Monkey King comprises 2 steps. First, the stone monkey must be trained to recognize over 20 varieties of plants associated with brewing. Then, a powder known as free yeast must be applied to the palms of the stone monkey for a consecutive period of 30 days. Simultaneously, the monkey must consume herbal essence daily. In essence, it will take at least 30 days for the great sage to complete the evolution. Quite a lengthy endeavor. The more specific steps, including the required materials and their details, are all laid out in the detailed introduction. Just as he intended to peruse further, a familiar notification chimed. Detected evolution path for Stone Monkey King. Target, Great Sage. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Yi Tian was overjoyed. The evolution process can also be simplified. He was eager to select yes immediately, but alas, he lacked the funds. Leaping from his chair, he promptly made his way to the commercial district. Upon locating the trade association that had offered the highest bid for the spirit stones yesterday, he exchanged 2,000 G of spirit stones for 180,000 dragon coins. Selecting yes. Just as he acquired the coins, 10,000 vanished in an instant. Simplification complete. Stone Monkey King Evolution Path. Drink alcohol. Requirements. 1. The Great Sage's realm must reach 100 bronze level. 2. Over 500 milliliters of silver quality spirit wine. 100 bronze level. 500 milliliters of silver quality wine. Yi Tian mentally reiterated the requirements for the Stone Monkey King's evolution. Neither of these demands seemed overly difficult. The Great Sage's realm could be elevated simply through drinking. The other requirement for the Great Sage's evolution was similarly tied to alcohol. Yi Tian had specifically researched silver quality wine, discovering that the cheapest bottle costs around 10,000 dragon coins. Currently, he could afford it, yet the Great Sage still had a considerable distance to reach 100 bronze, so he decided to hold off on the purchase for now. With the evolution path simplified, the materials provided by Zhou Tiangang were rendered unnecessary. Yi Tian returned to the trade association where he had sold the spirit stones, engaging in a round of haggling, ultimately selling the evolution path along with its materials for a total of 210,000. The evolution manual is indeed expensive to buy, but its resale value plummets drastically. Fortunately, he had yet to examine the detailed portion of the manual. Once he did, the anti-theft mechanism would be triggered, making it unsellable. Moreover, disclosing the evolution path indiscreetly is illegal. If discovered, one could face several years in confinement. With the previous earnings included, Yi Tian now possessed a total of 380,000 dragon coins, a figure that stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. This was the first time he had owned such wealth. unable to contain his elation. He reveled in the feeling of being affluent. Time for a shopping spree. After dealing with the evolution materials and other matters, Yi Tian did not return home immediately. Instead, he entered a trade association specializing in beast mastery skills. He was preparing to select an offensive skill for the great sage. Skills can be categorized based on their acquisition methods into racial skills and those learned through effort. For instance, the drunkenness that the great sage attained upon breaking through to the Bronze Awakening is classified as a racial skill, which is automatically acquired when certain conditions are met. Conversely, acquired skills can be learned through the beast's diligence and perseverance. The strength of a beast primarily comprises three elements: the beast's realm, its potential, and the skills it possesses. To enhance the great sage's prowess in anticipation of the forthcoming professional Beastmaster examination, acquiring an offensive skill was imperative. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A young woman in uniform approached Yi Tian as he entered the establishment. "I wish to select an offensive skill for my beast." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." Skills are indeed diverse, and the shop has a designated area for offensive skills. Upon entering the room, Yi Tian was greeted by a large cabinet filled with various skill manuals. Adjacent to the cabinet, a monitor allowed him to input skill numbers to view detailed information. Tiger's Roar, Bronze Level, Description, emit a roar through a special technique to intimidate foes. Learning requirements: feline beasts, price, 50,000. Water Dragon Bullet, Silver Level, Description, summon water elements to form a water dragon that attacks enemies. Learning requirements: possession of water elemental affinity, price, 300,000. Naturally, skills are classified by level. Yi Tian aspired to purchase a high-level skill. However, his financial situation was rather constrained. It seemed he was still a pauper, chuckling to himself. His initial exuberance from receiving a substantial sum of several 100,000 dragon coins was swiftly tempered. Anything related to beasts was exorbitantly priced. In truth, if he were willing to deplete his entire fortune, he could indeed afford a silver-level skill. Yet, despite his extensive search through hundreds of skills, he found no suitable silver skill for the great sage. The higher the skill level, the more demanding the requirements for the beast itself. However, there was a bronze skill that perfectly suited the great sage. 8 Directions Staff, Bronze, Description. When a beast wields a staff-like weapon, it can unleash multiple staff shadows to attack simultaneously. Learning requirements: the beast must possess upper limbs akin to a human hand. Price, 30,000. He recalled the first time he encountered the great sage, who had been playing with a small stick. Moreover, simian creatures met the learning requirements for the 8 Directions staff flawlessly, and the price was reasonable. After sifting through countless skills, this was the one that suited the great sage best. Yi Tian made his decision on the spot. Purchase confirmed. After acquiring the skill, he spent an additional 10,000 on 10 bottles of bronze-level liquor before returning home. Upon arriving home, the great sage eagerly embraced the newly purchased liquor, gulping down several swigs. Indeed, Yi Tian observed on the data panel that the great sage's realm began to rise once more, albeit at a more moderate pace than before. After sending the great sage aside, Yi Tian opened a training manual for the 8 Directions staff and delved into its content. It took approximately half an hour to read through it all, so that is how it is. The acquisition of skills is not a mere act of tossing a skill manual to the beast for it to learn autonomously, especially for lower-level beasts. Their intelligence is simply not sufficient for such an endeavor. It necessitates the guidance of the beast master, who must lead the beast step by step. Just as Yi Tian was about to summon the great sage for instruction, 2 mechanical voices resonated in his ears. Detected the 8 Directions staff training manual. Target: Great Sage. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Skills Simplification module activated. Detected drunkenness. Target: Great Sage. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Yi Tian was overjoyed. How wonderful! He had not anticipated that the system could bestow such delightful surprises upon him. The elevation of realms can be simplified, the evolution paths can be simplified, and even skill training can be simplified. Haha, what doubts remain? Of course, the choice is clear. A total of 20,000 dragon coins is but a trifle. Upon making his selection, he immediately heard two melodious tones. Simplification complete. 8 direction staff training. Embrace the staff. Note: this simplification plan can only advance the 8 direction staff training to proficient mastery. Simplification complete. Drunkenness training. Drink alcohol. Observing the prompt for the 8 direction staff, Yi Tian remarked in surprise. This was the first time a prompt had appeared during simplification. The skill mastery levels, ranked from lowest to highest, are beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, and transcendence. To achieve simplification to proficient mastery is already commendable. In Yi Tian's estimation, transitioning from mastery to perfection may require additional conditions to be met. Chapter 10. Mastering the 8 direction staff. The innocent yet pitiful wall in comparison to the 8 direction staff. The simplified drunken technique remains exceedingly straightforward. Without any hints, it indicates the possibility of progressing to the highest level. However, it is likely that, akin to realms, the higher the level, the greater the difficulty, necessitating the consumption of more refined spiritual liquor. Great sage, come here for a moment. Huh? When purchasing skills, a sturdy iron staff was included as a complementary item, which is perfectly suited for the great sage to embrace. Yi Tian tossed the approximately 1 meter long iron staff towards the great sage, who adeptly caught it. It was evident that prior to being contracted by Yi Tian, the great sage had spent considerable time playing with such implements. Grasping the staff, the great sage inexplicably broke into a joyful smile, as if he had received a cherished toy. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the great sage has such an affinity for the staff? He then instructed the great sage, from now on, you must hold on to it at all times. The great sage readily acquiesced, and Yi Tian observed as the proficiency of the great sage's skills began to rise rapidly. Race, Stone Monkey, level, Bronze 02, potential, Bronze skills, Drunkenness, Beginner, 01, 8 direction staff, uninitiated, 020. Good heavens. The speed of progress is utterly astonishing. The innate talent acquired grants immediate access to beginner-level skills, whereas those learned subsequently must commence from the uninitiated stage. In less than 2 minutes, the 8 directions staff advanced directly to the beginner level. At this juncture, the great sage's wielding of the staff had become considerably more pleasing to the eye. Afterward, within the span of 2 hours, the 8 directions staff reached the proficient level. The staff, measuring 1 meter in length, longer than the great sage's own body, now seemed to transform into an extension of his arm. There existed an indescribable harmony in the act of wielding the staff. As afternoon approached and the meal was prepared, Yi Tian awaited Yi Ying's return while perusing his phone. Throughout the afternoon, he had been scouring the internet for information, investigating the specifics of the Research Institute's examination. His phone buzzed incessantly. What were these individuals discussing? Yi Tian habitually glanced at the screen, considering it a means of relaxation. Class leader Zhang Hao. This is outrageous, classmates. Absolutely outrageous. Sad little sword. What's wrong, brother Hao? Class leader Zhang Hao. I saw Song Qinghang's post. His beast is on the verge of breaking through to bronze. Expected to succeed by tomorrow morning. Sad little sword. Gasp. Unloving. Please don't hurt. I can hardly believe it. Sticky slime. I implore him to act human. My dear one, hasn't he even learned the cultivation method yet? And you're about to break through? Green bottle. Has Song Qinghang activated a cheat? I heard from seniors that the fastest in previous years took 3 days. Green bottle. We contracted just the day before yesterday. Counting today, Divine Song has only taken 2.5 days. Is this breaking the school record? Innocent maiden. Hee hee. Has Divine Song been invoked? Did my brother Song ever agree to that title? Green bottle. Ugh. The group erupted in astonishment, collectively lamenting the outrageous speed of Song Qinghang's advancement. Class monitor Zhang Hao sighed, expressing his frustration. They only contracted during their late childhood, and with their wealthy background, they can elevate their abilities almost without restraint. Such achievements are unattainable for us. He then resolved, never mind, I shall dutifully encourage the training of our beasts. Subsequently, the class group fell into a silence, likely shocked by the overwhelming presence of Song Qinghang. After reviewing the chat records, Yi Tian felt a noticeable uplift in his mood. If they were so startled in just 2.5 days, imagine their reaction if they knew that the great sage hadn't been utilized even for a day. Yi Tian closed the group chat and opened a local shopping platform. The assessment for the Research Institute comprised 2 segments, practical and written examinations. The practical assessments varied each time, testing the comprehensive abilities of the candidates, making targeted preparation exceedingly difficult. In contrast, the written portion had a defined scope, covering 2 texts, the complete guide to beast evolution and fundamentals of beast cultivation. Notably, these texts required joint study by both the beast and its master, allowing them to participate together in the answering process. It seemed that those who could become research scholars must possess beasts of considerable intellect, Yi Tian mused. He decided to purchase these 2 books and attempt a crash study in the remaining days. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. For the practical assessment, Yi Tian placed his hopes on the system. He wondered whether the simplified system would prove effective when the time came. Regardless, he felt it was worth a try, even if he didn't succeed. It would be a valuable experience. Just after placing his order, the great sage rushed over, wrapping its arms around Yi Tian's leg, excitement radiating from its face. Upon understanding the reason for the great sage's enthusiasm, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement himself. After an afternoon of practice, the great sage had finally mastered the 8 directions staff technique. It was eager to demonstrate its progress. Much like a child keen to showcase a newly acquired skill to an adult, Yi Tian affectionately patted the great sage's head, feeling an unexpected paternal instinct. "Go ahead. Show me." With a swift retreat, the great sage leaped 2 meters back, brandishing the staff towards a wall. To the naked eye, 3 afterimages of the iron staff appeared, as if 4 interwoven poles were simultaneously striking. Despite being a couple of meters away from the wall, a gust of wind surged forth from the tip of the staff. Boom! The wind impacted the wall, and the once smooth surface instantly marred with cracks resembling a spider's web. Remarkably, this was merely the force of the wind. Had the staff made direct contact, it might have easily breached the wall. Impressed, Yi Tian found himself momentarily speechless, eyes wide in astonishment. Truthfully, this exceeded his expectations. Numerous predecessors had attempted to teach the stone monkey offensive skills, most of which ended in failure due to its abysmal talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the only choice for those without aptitude. The few who succeeded had to toil tenfold compared to other beast masters, achieving less than 1/10 of the results. It appears that the great sage is very likely the first stone monkey in history to possess an attack skill of masterful proficiency. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Tian suddenly realized something. A howl echoed as it lunged towards the wall. My wall. Had he known the ferocity of the great sage's attack, he would never have allowed such a demonstration indoors. The house is rented, and if the wall is damaged, he would be liable for repairs. After inspecting the damage, he was relieved to find that the wall had not been breached, only marred by some cracks that could easily be patched. At that moment, Yi Tian resolved firmly in his heart. He must never allow the great sage to use its skills indoors again. If a bronze skill at mastery level could be so terrifying, one could only imagine the horrors that skills of higher quality and greater proficiency might unleash. Yi Tian could not suppress a sense of anticipation. Despite the pain in his heart, he knew that the damage to the wall was not entirely the great sage's fault. Adopting a gentle smile, he approached it. You are truly remarkable, great sage, he exclaimed, clapping his hands. The great sage responded with joyous exuberance, clearly delighted by the praise. Yi Tian couldn't help but think to himself that nurturing a beast of the wild bore many similarities to raising a child. Chapter 11. Ying was momentarily perplexed and decided to resort to a last-ditch effort, making a phone call. After initially succumbing to intoxication several times, the great sage had learned to imbibe with considerably more restraint, managing to maintain a state of inebriation without collapsing. The data panels displayed a steady increase across all metrics. Race, Stone Monkey, level, Bronze 2-9, potential, Bronze skill, intoxication, Novice 140, Bafang staff proficient 0, while Yi Tian was admiring the data. A mechanical voice echoed once more. Detected that Bafong's staff has reached proficiency. Subject, Great Sage. Would you like to spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify the proficiency process? Proficient perfect? Ah, so that's how it is. When a skill reaches the limit of simplification, a new option arises. However, 100,000 dragon coins? That is exorbitantly expensive. Yi Tian felt as though his heart were bleeding. Moreover, it was foreseeable that the subsequent leap from perfection to mastery would also require a substantial outlay. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to proceed. He reassured himself, after all, investment begets returns. Dragon coins, 100,000, current balance, 220,000. Yi Tian could almost hear the sound of money slipping away. Simplification complete. Bafong staff proficiency increased. Weapon acquired. Requirement. Weapon quality must exceed silver tier soon. The simplification plan was revealed. A silver tier weapon? With 220,000 remaining. He could indeed afford the cheapest silver tier weapon if he were to gamble all. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. The Great Sage would have many other needs for funds. It would be wiser to wait until he had more money. Money, it seemed, was always in short supply. Yi Tian gazed out the window, feeling a sense of melancholy. At approximately 5:30 p.m., hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Before long, Ying entered the room. She glanced at the time, her brow furrowing slightly. She was supposed to be home by 5:15, but her supervisor had detained her, insisting on introducing her to a prospective partner. After much persuasion, she had managed to escape, although she had no intention of seeking a partner at this time. She could not afford to offend her superior by being too blunt. She washed her hands quickly and sat at the dining table. Xiao Tian, let us eat quickly. We need to finish within 15 minutes. I'm taking you somewhere. Curious, Yi Tian inquired, where to? Ying replied, I've arranged for you to see a psychologist. Huh? Yi Tian was taken aback. I'm not unwell. Why would I see a doctor? Ying rolled her eyes, fully anticipating his response. Oh, come on. This is just a benefit from our workplace. They gave me a complimentary experience card for a psychologist. I thought it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Yi Tian also rolled his eyes. You must be joking. Within moments, he pieced together the situation's background. His heart was touched yet filled with resignation. With a sigh, he mused, Sister, I imagine seeing a psychologist isn't cheap. Is it? Ying stiffened momentarily, waving her hand dismissively. Not all. I already told you it's complimentary. Yi Tian, weary of further discourse on the matter, understood that the only way to substantiate his sanity was through tangible evidence. Thus, he promptly extracted his mobile phone and navigated to the bank balance interface. With a swift motion, he placed the device before Ying, urging her to scrutinize it with wide eyes. As he spoke, he could not suppress a triumphant hum. Ying, perplexed, gazed at the screen, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. The figures displayed, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, and hundreds of thousands, culminated in an astounding 220,000. After logging out and back into the application, she confirmed it was indeed the banking software. Yet, how could Xiao Tian possess such an amount? Having toiled as a mere corporate cog for 2 years, Ying was acutely aware of the arduous nature of earning money, and this revelation struck her profoundly. She was certain that just days prior, Xiao Tian did not possess such wealth. The notion of amassing 220,000 in mere days evoked a well-known adage. The most profitable methods are inscribed within the penal code. However, she recognized that her brother was far from that ilk. Stunned, her mind momentarily faltered. Struggling to comprehend, she pointed at the balance and inquired, Brother, where did this money come from? Yi Tian remained composed. I have already stated that I am a prodigy in beast mastery. I was the first to cultivate the Great Sage to bronze. I registered yesterday morning and collected my rewards this morning. I converted the rewards into cash, which is what you see before you. He refrained from mentioning that this was after spending over 100,000, fearing the magnitude might overwhelm Ying. Ying furrowed her brows. According to familial traits, her own aptitude was lacking, and so was Yi Tian's. Indeed, this was the case. Yi Tian, who could only contract the stone monkey, was even less gifted than she. Sensing her skepticism, Yi Tian resorted to a decisive strategy. He made a phone call. Beep. Xiao Tian. Came a voice of Zhou Tiangang from the other end. Yi Tian had no desire to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Gathering his thoughts, he explained, "Old Zhou, it's this way." He articulated his sister's disbelief and expressed his intent for Zhou Tiangang to corroborate his claims. Zhou Tiangang erupted in laughter. A trivial matter. However, a phone call lacks conviction. I shall send you a video. With a click, the call ended, followed swiftly by a video notification. Once connected, Zhou Tiangang's visage appeared on the screen. Yi Tian grasped Ying's hand, placing the phone within her grasp. Zhou Tiangang's voice resonated from the device. "I am Zhou Tiangang, and I affirm that everything Yi Tian has stated is indeed true." Yi Tian reclaimed the phone, expressed his gratitude, and then hung up. He turned to Ying once more. "Do you believe me now?" At that moment, Ying was utterly stupefied, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist, her jaw nearly dislocated. Both she and Yi Tian had attended the same high school, thus she was well acquainted with Zhou Tiangang. In her memory, he was a figure of considerable stature. She had assumed that after graduation, she would never intersect with him again in this lifetime. To her astonishment, with just a phone call from her younger brother, Zhou Tiangang appeared on the screen, earnestly conversing with her. Could it be that what Yi Tian had said was indeed true? She observed Yi Tian's every move without perceiving any signs of deception. With Zhou Tiangang as his witness, there could only be one possibility. "Xiao Tian, you have truly excelled." After her initial surprise, Ying leaped up in joy. "Ah, this is wonderful. Xiao Tian, you are remarkable." She grasped Yi Tian's hand, eager to jump with him in celebration. Noting his sister's rare exuberance, Yi Tian had no desire to dampen her spirits. However, soon enough, a voice from below echoed through the window, scolding, "Those upstairs, could you not possess a modicum of civic responsibility? Must you leap about in your home? Your noise is quite substantial, you know. It is disturbing my sleep." Ying offered an awkward smile, her hair slightly disheveled from her jumping. Her cheeks flushed from the exertion. "Xiao Tian, please tell me, I am not dreaming." Yi Tian gazed earnestly into Ying's eyes. "Indeed, you are dreaming." "Ha!" Chapter 12 Song Qinghang was taken aback. What happened to the first place? Ying chattered incessantly. "Xiao Tian, how on earth did you accomplish that?" Yi Tian shrugged. "I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but instead, I ended up as a psychological consultant." He declared, "I am a genius." Faced with the undeniable evidence of 220,000 dragon coins and the conversation records with Zhou Tiangang, Ying had no choice but to accept that her younger brother might indeed have undergone a genetic mutation. Subsequently, Yi Tian enlightened her about the existence of exceptional talents. Ying, linking arms with Yi Tian, sighed, "Alas, it's all my fault. If only I had discovered your unique talent sooner. Even if it meant taking out a loan, I would have ensured you acquired a superior beast." Great sage. Having been enjoying his drink nearby, he felt inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Yi Tian twitched his lips, diverting the topic. "So, you no longer need to see a psychologist, right?" Upon hearing this, Ying seemed to recall something and instantly stiffened. "Ah, my 4,000 yuan." The moon in the sky was gradually fading. In Mist City, at Huoding, the most renowned affluent district in the city, a 4-story villa housed Song Qinghang, who was observing his beast undergoing metamorphosis. His beast was a pale blue moonlight cat, a species that, even without evolving, possessed golden level potential and could reach diamond level upon evolution. It was undeniably a rare beast. Indeed, within the entire school, one would struggle to find another beast as formidable as Song Qinghang's moonlight cat. This was a young creature that the Song family had procured for several million. A soft blue light slowly dissipated from the moonlight cat. Song Qinghang's eyes, which had been struggling to stay open all night, widened in surprise. Finally, the moment of reward had arrived. A faint pressure emanated from the moonlight cat as it raised its paw and waved it toward the ground. For crescent-shaped, razor-sharp air blades instantly shot forth from the tips of its claws. Sizzle. The air blades emitted a sound that could make one's teeth ache as they struck the ground, and when the blades dissipated for deep gashes, exceeding the depth of a finger, were clearly visible on the floor. "Excellent!" Song Qinghang exclaimed, rising in excitement and applauding. truly a super rare beast. Having just broken through to bronze, it has already mastered a silver-level skill. With hands on his hips, he boasted a breakthrough in just 2.5 days. Who can compete with me when I've just entered the realm of silver-level skills? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right? I must post this on social media. Not sharing such an achievement would be akin to wearing splendid attire while walking unnoticed in the night. Click. Song Qingheng took a selfie with the Moonlight Cat, edited the text, and hit publish. Dear classmates, I apologize, but I have claimed the first place. I have not let down the efforts of the past 2.5 days. Attached images. In less than 5 seconds, likes and comments began pouring in. Class 17's Zhang Hao exclaimed, Brother Hang is amazing. Voice cracking, ding ding ding. Song Qingheng turned the volume of the notification sound to its maximum, with a continuous series of chimes resonating. All around him were praises from his peers. Although Song Qingheng wore a proud smile, he humbly replied to everyone, Oh, it's merely a stroke of luck coupled with diligent effort that has led to this achievement. After a brief tidying up, his expression suddenly became resolute. It was time to claim the honor that rightfully belonged to him. Driving his limited edition sedan, he quickly picked up a few friends on the way and soon arrived at the school entrance. Stepping out of the car, he waved to his companions. I'm heading in. Hang Yi. We'll wait for you. With an air of confidence, Song Qingheng strode into the academic office. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, teacher. My beast has broken through to the bronze level. Lu Zheng was on duty once again that day. For some reason, when Song Qingheng uttered this statement, he felt an odd look from Lu Zheng. Assuming Lu Zheng was merely taken aback, he repeated himself. It was only then that Lu Zheng waved him over. Come over to register. Song Qingheng felt perplexed. This shouldn't be the case. As a favored child of fortune, wouldn't even the teachers seek to curry favor? Even if one had integrity, shouldn't they at least exhibit a warmer demeanor? He had prepared himself for grand accolades and had rehearsed humble responses during the journey. To his surprise, it all seemed wasted. Approaching the registration desk, Lu Zheng picked up the Moonlight Cat and inspected it, confirming its status before entering Song Qingheng's information into the system. Expectations shape our perceptions. Having witnessed Yi Tian's extraordinary feats firsthand, observing Song Qingheng felt somewhat underwhelming. Thus, Lu Zheng did not exhibit much reaction. After entering the information, he handed Song Qingheng a pre-prepared reward box. Apart from the first place, the rewards for the others were merely spirit stones, requiring no extra preparation. Song Qingheng opened the box eagerly, only to be taken aback. It was not what he had anticipated. There was only a fist-sized spirit stone. Where are my evolution materials? What about the evolution path? He immediately inquired of Lu Zheng. Teacher, could it be that my reward was given incorrectly? Lu Zheng shook his head. The second place reward is indeed 1,000 grams of spirit stones. There was no mistake. Second place? Song Qingheng keenly seized upon the most peculiar word in Lu Zheng's statement. I placed second. I spent 2.5 days cultivating my beast of bronze. And I'm only second? How is that possible? Song Qingheng stood there in shock. If Lu Zheng was not lying, then who in the entire school possessed such capability? In terms of the quality of contracted beasts, he was unquestionably the best in the school. Regarding the support from his family background, he was equally unmatched. As for innate talent with beasts, he had dominated the top position in relevant assessments for 3 consecutive years. It was unfathomable to think that anyone could surpass him. Tentatively, he asked Lu Zheng, Teacher, could you tell me who came in first? Lu Zheng turned the computer screen towards Song Qingheng. Here, take a look for yourself. Song Qingheng glanced over, noticing an open spreadsheet on the desk. The lower section was conspicuously empty, while the upper portion displayed merely 2 entries. The second entry was his own, while the first belonged to Yi Tian. Who on earth is Yi Tian? Does our school even have such a person? The class information indicated that he was from class 17, but wasn't that a regular class? Upon discovering the answer, Song Qingheng found his questions not only unanswered, but multiplied. He had some awareness of the academically proficient students in the school, yet he had never heard of this individual. More astonishingly, Yi Tian's time record was less than a day, a stark contrast to his own, which was twice as long. The most outrageous detail was when he looked at the beast companion owned by Yi Tian, which was clearly marked as a stone monkey. A stone monkey? The initial realm of a stone monkey is at the juvenile early stage. If measured against a ruler, the duration from the juvenile early stage to the bronze realm is several times longer than that from the juvenile completion stage to the bronze realm. In other words, this person named Yi Tian has managed to achieve a far greater enhancement in a fraction of the time I have spent. Chapter 13. Can learning be simplified? The challenge of Song Qinghang Ha. I cannot believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Qinghang found it utterly incredulous. There must be something amiss. His expression shifted continuously. He wished to glean more information about Yi Tian from Lu Zheng, yet Lu Zheng confessed his own ignorance regarding Yi Tian. The first position he had long been promised was suddenly lost. The reward meticulously prepared by his father for achieving first place had vanished. Song Qinghang was teetering on the brink of fury. As he exited the office, he dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Ma. Please assist me in investigating an individual. I will send you his name." "Yes, he is a student from my school and the same grade as I am." He was determined to uncover the identity of Yi Tian. While pondering, he continued forward and soon exited the school gates. Bang! Bang! 2 celebratory firecrackers exploded in succession. 2 friends accompanying him rushed over, one brandishing a red banner, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Brother Hang, for achieving first place in your debut ranking, breaking the historical record since the establishment of the school." Immediately after, a girl approached, holding a large bouquet of flowers, presenting it to Song Qinghang. Brother Hang, her voice trembled sweetly. To the astonishment of the trio, Song Qinghang appeared far from elated. Instead, his countenance darkened. He gazed at the 2 banners and the vibrant flowers, feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. With a swift motion, he swatted the flowers to the ground and stormed away, neglecting to even summon a vehicle, leaving his friends in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is wrong with Brother Hang? Is he truly so unhappy after securing first place? Yi Tian was roused from his slumber by the sound of knocking. The 2 books he had ordered the previous day had arrived. Upon opening the door, he was startled to find a gorilla standing before him. It turned out to be the delivery man's beast of burden, assisting in transporting items. Thud! The gorilla placed the 2 books inside, and after Yi Tian signed for them, it departed. Yi Tian stared at the 2 hefty tomes, nearly reaching his waist, lost in contemplation. Goodness, how thick are these? He flipped to the final pages of both books and noted they each contained an astonishing 20,000 pages. Even more daunting was the densely packed text on every page. The plan to sharpen his skills at the last moment had officially been declared a failure. A slight twitch appeared in the corner of Yi Tian's eye. Now he understood why online discussions indicated that the examination was exceedingly difficult. During the written test, content would be randomly selected from these 2 volumes for assessment. Yi Tian estimated that, even if he devoted all his time, it would take at least several months just to read through them, let alone memorize the material. Steeling himself, he thought since he had already purchased them, he might as well take a look at the table of contents and sample a few pages. Just then, a friendly mechanical voice chimed in. Detected related study materials on Beast Comprehensive Guide to Beast Evolution. Would you like to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Detected related study materials on Beast Fundamentals of Beast Cultivation. Would you like to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Yi Tian, what a delightful surprise. This expenditure is indispensable and must be made without hesitation. Dragon coins, 100,000, current balance, 120,000. A delightful surprise awaits. It is noteworthy that the simplified plan merely suggests opening a book and daydreaming, without specifying who should engage in this reverie. Perhaps we could allow the great sage to attempt it. When Yi Tian summoned the great sage, he held his staff in one hand, sipped his wine, and stared blankly at the book. Then, something miraculous occurred. A white stream of light, visible only to Yi Tian, burst forth from the book and entered the great sage's mind. Most astonishingly, the knowledge acquired by the great sage also synchronized within his own consciousness. This approach is indeed feasible. The great sage, momentarily taken aback, looked at Yi Tian with a hint of fear, nearly on the verge of tears. Yi Tian, I feel as if my mind has been flooded with a multitude of strange things. With the great sage's ascension beyond the bronze tier, his intellect had improved, allowing him to articulate a coherent sentence. Yi Tian gently patted the great sage's head, offering words of comfort. Do not fear, this is called knowledge. Knowledge, much like fine wine, is a splendid treasure. Associating knowledge with wine, the great sage immediately felt more receptive, his expression shifting to one of eager anticipation. Knowledge. I crave even more knowledge. Yi Tian nodded, amused at how easily he could be swayed. Regrettably, the data panel did not reflect the progress of knowledge acquisition. A dilemma arose. Over the past few days, Yi Tian had perused various books, yet he had never encountered similar prompts. After some contemplation, he discerned the distinction. The books he previously read were primarily for understanding the world and bore no relation to the cultivation of spirit beasts. It appears that only books directly related to the nurturing of spirit beasts could unlock the simplification system. Having settled the great sage, Yi Tian returned to his bed and opened his phone. Observing the drastic depletion of his balance, he felt a sense of helplessness. If this continued, he would soon run out of funds. The system is remarkably efficient, yet insatiable in its demands for money. Initially, he believed that this sum would suffice to cultivate the great sage to a level capable of passing the vocational examination. Clearly, he had overestimated the situation. Now, with only 120,000 remaining, it was fortunate it wasn't even less. Previously, Yi Tian had borrowed money from Ying, intending to repay tenfold, but was met with refusal. According to Ying, her finances were sufficient, and she insisted that Yi Tian should utilize the funds to acquire resources for the cultivation of the great sage, which she deemed the most crucial task. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Song Qinghang found detailed information about Yi Tian meticulously compiled into a document and sent to his phone. As he opened the document, his furrowed brow deepened with each line. 3 years ago, he had entered the academy simultaneously with Yi Tian, whose performance had consistently hovered around the lower middle tier. His family background was exceedingly poor, offering no support whatsoever. Just a few days prior, he had naturally contracted the stone monkey. By all appearances, he seemed an utterly ordinary individual. The stark contrast between the ordinariness displayed in Yi Tian's profile and his alarming accomplishments was profoundly striking. So much so that, had the events not unfolded as they did, it would have been inconceivable to link the two. Unable to fathom a reason, Song Qinghang resolved to adopt the most straightforward approach. Beep, beep, beep. His fingers incessantly tapped the screen of his mobile device, revealing a sequence of digits. Yi Tian's phone number. Soon, the call connected. Hello, is this Yi Tian? Song Qinghang maintained his characteristic politeness, a stark contrast to his earlier indiscretion at the school gate that morning. An unprecedented lapse in his demeanor. This is Yi Tian, and you are? Came the reply, slightly bewildered. Yi Tian was well aware of Song Qinghang, as their class monitor frequently mentioned him in the group chat. Curiosity piqued, he wondered why Song would reach out to him, given their apparent lack of connection. Song Qinghang promptly elucidated his purpose. Yi Tian, today when I register my scores, I discovered that you surpassed me in cultivating your beast. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, I wish to challenge you. Yi Tian nodded. Song Qinghang was indeed a forthright individual. A challenge? In the realm of beast mastery, practical experience is essential. Song's second-place achievement indicated his beast's exceptional prowess. This presented a splendid opportunity. However, Yi Tian was currently weighing the pros and cons, as his time was quite precious. Just then, he heard Song Qinghang add, "If you are willing to accept, regardless of the outcome, I am prepared to offer you a participation fee of 100,000 dragon coins." The mention of dragon coins seized Yi Tian's attention. A mere skirmish would not consume much time, and given his current financial constraints, this was an opportunity worth pursuing. Additionally, he was curious about the combat capabilities of the great sage, who had mastered the 8 Directions staff. Chapter 14. A Decade Within. The Moonlight Cat connected. Yi Tian made a decision. Send me the time and place. After exchanging a few more words, They agreed to meet this evening at a Song family weapon shop not far from Yi Tian's residence. After hanging up, Song Qinghang let out a cold snort. The Song family had built their fortune on the weapon shop, thriving under his father's leadership, and had now become the largest weapon chain in Wuxi City, unrivaled in its domain. They even began to expand into other cities. For the Song family, 100,000 was not a significant sum, yet for Song Qinghang, it was still a considerable amount. However, one must be willing to risk in order to gain. He gazed at the sharpening moonlight cat, filled with confidence. He was unsure how Yi Tian managed to have the stone monkey break through in less than a day, but ultimately, the stone monkey was merely a beast lacking potential. It possessed no innate combat skills, and its capacity to learn was significantly poor. There had been no reports of any stone monkey trained to have combat abilities. In contrast, his moonlight cat had grasped entry-level silver tier skills upon reaching bronze. This battle was destined to be a victory. Although Song Qinghang had lost face in terms of breakthrough speed, he intended to regain it through combat. Ultimately, the prowess of a beast was determined by its combat effectiveness. I shall prove my worth through battle. Simultaneously, the information regarding Yi Tian lay on the desk before Song Qinghang's father, Song Wei, a robust man with a square face. Song Wei exuded an aura of dominance even while seated. "Old Ma, what do you think?" Beside him stood a tall, slender, middle-aged man, Ma Bang, who had been in Song Wei's service for decades and served as the family steward. Previously, when Song Qinghang sought to investigate Yi Tian, it was Ma Bang he had turned to. Ma Bang shook his head. "I cannot comprehend it. Wei Yi, do you think this could be a ruse concocted by the school to ensnare our funds?" Song Wei countered. "Zhou Tiangang is not so foolish. If he were to do that, he would lose all face." He stroked his chin in contemplation. "From what I know of my son, he would undoubtedly be unwilling to back down and would likely challenge Yi Tian. Confirm the time and place. I shall also attend. This Yi Tian is intriguing." Ma Bang nodded in agreement. "Very well." Meanwhile, when Ying returned home, she found the great sage engrossed in reading, or rather, staring blankly at a book, perplexed. "Xiao Tian, what is the great sage doing?" Yi Tian replied earnestly. "I instructed the great sage to learn about cultivation and evolution in preparation for applying to the research institute. According to the rules I've gathered, beast tamers and their beasts can answer questions together. Hence, it is quite reasonable for beasts to study." Ying nodded, understanding. She was aware of the research institute. Previously, a superior had sought to introduce her to a candidate who was an outsourced employee of the institute. An outsourced worker could earn over 20,000 dragon coins a month. A formal researcher would undoubtedly receive even greater compensation. Moreover, the company where Ying worked had engaged a researcher as a technical expert. Each year, one only needs to make 2 gestures to relish a dividend of 5 from the company's annual profits. Knowing that her younger brother aspires to pursue graduate studies, she naturally offers her support. In truth, Ying had contemplated the same path years ago. However, after delving into the examination materials, she relinquished the idea. Both she and Rong Yang lacked an aptitude for academic pursuits, and thus, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Hence, she encouraged Yi Tian, urging him to strive for success within a decade. Yi Tian, pondering the matter, ultimately refrained from disclosing to Ying that he had already registered for the exam, which was merely 10 days away. He feared a repetition of past events, worried that Ying might consider him to be losing his mind again. As evening approached, after dining, Yi Tian excused himself under the pretext of taking a stroll. He rented a bicycle and hurried to the designated location. Engaging in a sparring match would serve as a means to help the Sheng unwind and also test his abilities. This would mark the Sheng's inaugural foray into combat. Glancing back at the Sheng, Yi Tian inquired if he was excited about the impending battle. The Sheng, with his slender arms flailing in enthusiasm, radiated excitement. Yi Tian couldn't help but think that he truly was a remarkable stone monkey. According to descriptions found in literature, stone monkeys are typically gentle creatures that abhor conflict. Yet the Sheng was a distinct anomaly among them. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where Yi Tian raised his gaze to behold a towering gate adorned with a gilded wooden sign proclaiming the Song Clan Weaponry Association. Standing at the entrance, The interior revealed an array of weapons, with swords, spears, and clubs in abundance. Upon entering, a staff member promptly approached to inquire about their needs. Upon revealing their intent to engage in a challenge, the staff member escorted Yi Tian to the backyard, evidently having received prior instructions from Song Qinghang. The backyard boasted an expansive area typically designated for customers to test the durability of weapons, doubling as a combat arena. Song Qinghang had already arrived several hours earlier. Awaiting their arrival, having seen Yi Tian's photograph, he instantly recognized him. Yi Tian, in turn, was familiar with Song Qinghang, who had consistently secured the top position in the past 3 years during major examinations, receiving accolades on the podium. While the second and third places frequently shifted, the first place remained unaltered, consistently held by him. As this was their first encounter, both parties exchanged introductions and engaged in brief pleasantries before taking their positions several meters apart. They placed their summoned beasts before them, preparing for the impending battle. Just then, a deep voice resonated from outside the gate, inquiring how a contest could transpire without a referee. Entering was a robust man, bearing a slight resemblance to Song Qinghang, but with a more imposing physique. Several others trailed behind him. "Father? Uncle Ma? What brings you here?" Song Qinghang queried, perplexed. The newcomer was none other than Song Wei, who smiled and explained, "It's a coincidence. I came here to inspect operations and happened to hear about your impending duel with Yi Tian. I was curious to witness it." He then turned to Yi Tian, saying, "Yi Tian, may I serve as the referee? Rest assured, I shall remain impartial. Both of you are engaged in battle for the first time, and it is essential to have someone overseeing the encounter. Should either of you lose control, I can promptly intervene." Yi Tian shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to who had assumed the role of referee. Nevertheless, he courteously remarked, "Then I must trouble Uncle Song." In contrast, Song Qinghang was filled with fervor for the fight. He was determined not to disgrace himself in front of his esteemed father, resolved to conclude the battle swiftly and impressively. Truth be told, were it not for Yi Tian's fortuitous luck, which allowed him to slightly surpass Song Qinghang in terms of cultivation speed, the two would likely never have crossed paths in their lifetimes. Naturally, he did not regard Yi Tian as a threat, merely a fortunate, ordinary beast master. Once both were prepared, with a command from Song Wei, the battle commenced. Yi Tian surveyed the moonlight cat before him, recalling the information he had studied in textbooks. Moonlight cat, potential, gold, skills, cat steps, moonlight / chapter 15. The Great Sage versus the Moonlight Cat. Yi Tian marveled at the spectacle before him. In terms of potential, the Moonlight Cat's prowess surpassed that of the Great Sage by 2 whole tiers. Even at the bronze level, it possessed 2 innate skills: Cat Step, which enhanced its speed, and Moonlight Slash, capable of delivering long-range energy attacks. Judging purely by their attributes, the Moonlight Cat was a formidable opponent for the Great Sage. The sole advantage the Great Sage held was its proficiency in skills. After a day and night of improvement, it had reached a level of mastery, while the 8-direction staff remained at a proficient level due to the lack of funds to acquire a proper weapon. Each side had its strengths, leaving Yi Tian uncertain about the outcome of the impending battle. He could only advise the Great Sage to give its utmost and not to underestimate the opponent. The Great Sage nodded and retrieved the small flask of liquor prepared by Yi Tian from its waist. With a few hearty gulps, it instantly entered a state of intoxication. As Yi Tian observed the Moonlight Cat, Song Qinghang was similarly scrutinizing the Great Sage. However, no matter how one looked at it, the creature appeared to be an utterly ordinary monkey, distinguished only by the iron staff it held. Yi Tian could not possibly think that wielding a weapon equated to possessing attack capability, and a sense of disdain arose within him. Was this it? With a slight shake of his head, he resolved to end the encounter swiftly. Song Qinghang issued a command to the Moonlight Cat, instructing it to pounce upon the Great Sage while employing the Moonlight Slash. Defeating you will suffice. With agility, the Moonlight Cat leaped forward, deftly maneuvering to close the distance to the Great Sage. It raised its paw and struck forcefully, unleashing several luminous blades. "Excellent," Song Wei nodded, appreciating the Moonlight Cat's displayed abilities. It was indeed a rare beast acquired at great expense. Its speed and power far exceeded that of typical creatures of its rank. Yi Tian's internal alarms rang out. Even before the Moonlight Cat's attack was launched, he could sense its lethal intent. Great Sage, dodge quickly, he commanded through thought. At this moment, the Great Sage's intellect was akin to that of a young child, necessitating guidance in battle. With further maturation, it would be able to fight independently, at which point the Beastmaster would assume a role of overarching control, only needing to issue commands at pivotal moments. Think you can evade? The Moonlight Cat's strike would not be so easily dodged. Song Qingheng chuckled lightly. The distance between the cat and the monkey had closed significantly, and a typical bronze-level beast could not possibly evade such an attack. Whoosh! For blades of energy erupted, slicing through the air and grazing the distinctive flooring, producing a sharp, discordant sound. Song Wei raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. This monkey possesses remarkable speed. He had observed that just as the energy blades were about to make contact, the monkey suddenly sidestepped to the right. Great Sage, the opportunity has arrived. Use the 8-direction staff. Oh, understood. Boom. The Great Sage swung its staff with a sweeping motion towards the small cat. The 4 shadows of the staff converged, creating a thunderous roar as they struck the air. Previously, during tests at home, the Great Sage had held back somewhat, but now, facing an adversary for the first time and unaware of the depths of its opponent's capabilities, it unleashed its full strength. As Song Qingheng gradually returned to a state of normalcy after the unexpected incident, he observed an impending attack and swiftly issued a command for the Moonlight Cat to evade. The Moonlight Cat hesitated momentarily, attempting to retreat, but the speed of the stick was simply too rapid. Realizing it could not dodge in time, it curled its body into a tight ball, bracing itself for the impending blow. Song Qingheng, noticing the Moonlight Cat's inability to evade, furrowed his brows in surprise. How could the monkey's attack be so ferocious? Yet, he held onto a glimmer of hope. The Moonlight Cat, being supple and possessing a strong ability to absorb impact, should be able to withstand a hit, right? Meow. The Moonlight Cat's fur bristled in alarm. Boom! The shadow of the stick descended, evoking a sense of imminent peril. Just as the stick was about to make contact with the Moonlight Cat's body, a large hand firmly grasped the stick, halting its advance. Song Wei had intervened. The slight tremor at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner turmoil. Dad, what are you doing? Before Yi Tian could speak, Song Qingheng interjected with a note of disbelief. Song Wei did not glance at his son, but instead fixed his gaze intently on Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you have won this battle. My rash interference constitutes a breach of protocol. To express my apologies, you may select any weapon of your choice from the Merchant Association as a token of my contrition. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Song Qingheng erupted in frustration. Dad, I clearly haven't lost yet. As long as Lan Lan can withstand this blow, I still have a chance to counterattack. Lan Lan was the name Song Qingheng had given to the Moonlight Cat. However, he was met with a stern voice from Song Wei. Counterattack? If I hadn't blocked that hit for you, Lan Lan would have been gravely injured, if not dead. Song Qingheng's pupils constricted, and his body involuntarily froze. He trusted his father's words. Song Wei was a diamond-level beastmaster, one of the most formidable individuals in Wuyin City. His judgment was undoubtedly beyond that of a novice beastmaster like himself. Yet, the question lingered. How could Yi Tian's monkey deliver such a terrifying blow? In terms of potential, the stronger the beast, the greater its physical resilience. The Moonlight Cat possessed a potential level 2 grades higher than that of the stone monkey. Was Yi Tian's monkey truly the harmless beast it appeared to be? How could this be so absurd? After the initial shock, a wave of dejection washed over him. He had lost, and he had lost thoroughly. Not only was his breakthrough speed inferior to Yi Tian's, but even his once proud combat prowess paled in comparison. On the other hand, Yi Tian was somewhat elated. What? I can take any weapon I want? You said it. Just what I needed. As the 8-direction staff for the Great Sage requires a weapon to improve proficiency. This is like a pillow arriving just as one feels sleepy. As for sparing Song Qingheng, Yi Tian saw no issue. They bore no real animosity, and the challenge was merely a friendly contest. To be honest, he had not anticipated the 8-direction staff to be this formidable. In his first real battle, He had overestimated his opponent, leading to a lack of precision in his approach. Nodding without pretense, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Song." Upon hearing Yi Tian's agreement, Song Wei's expression finally softened. "It is I who should be thanking you. My son Heng has always possessed lofty aspirations, and I owe you my gratitude for momentarily deflating his ego, allowing him to grasp the truth that there are always those superior to oneself." Beside him, Song Qinghong's face flushed with embarrassment. Had Song Wei made such a remark previously, he would have certainly offered a retort. However, after witnessing the extraordinary capabilities of his peer, Yi Tian, he found himself utterly speechless. Song Wei regarded Yi Tian with admiration, reflecting on the remarkable potential of today as youth. "If I am not mistaken, the stone monkey you command possesses the adept proficiency of a bronze skill, specifically the 8-direction staff technique. Am I correct?" When the great sage unleashed that strike, a tremendous aura erupted, completely surpassing the initial stage of bronze and seemingly brushing against the pinnacle of bronze mastery. Such feats can only be achieved through mastery-level martial skills. Externally composed, Song Wei's heart, however, was tempestuous. While mastery-level skills are not inherently fearsome and bronze-level skills hardly warrant his attention, the crux of the matter is that the great sage has only been contracted by Yi Tian for a mere 3 days. In this brief span, to elevate both the level to bronze and the skill to mastery is an accomplishment beyond the realm of mere mortals. Even someone as well-versed as he has never encountered such an astounding beast master. Chapter 16. A pleasant surprise, selecting a staff, Song Wei's friendship in the past. When Song Wei first possessed a beast, it took him 2 months to elevate his introductory skills to proficiency and a year to achieve mastery. Even then, his teacher praised him as a prodigy. Moreover, the stone monkey lacked innate attacking skills, and the acquired skills had to be developed from the very basics, placing it at a higher realm than himself. Beside him, Song Qinghang exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Mastery level? No wonder I lost." The cultivation of skill proficiency is exceedingly arduous, and each advancement in level represents a significant transformation. It is akin to 2 children fighting. While Song Qinghang had the advantage of height and inherent strength, Yi Tian wielded a blade, with Song Wei securing a tutor specifically to enhance his skill proficiency. His teacher indicated that to attain mastery-level skills, he would require at least another year. His gaze towards Yi Tian became increasingly astonished. He was utterly convinced now of Yi Tian's ability to elevate the stone monkey beyond the bronze level in a single day, having uncovered something even more astonishing. Yi Tian humbly smiled at Song Wei. "I merely had the fortune of good luck." Song Qinghang retorted, "Oh, really? Then why am I not graced with such luck?" Fully accepting his defeat, he approached Yi Tian with a question. "Yi Tian, may I inquire how your stone monkey evaded that initial strike?" It could be said that the shift in the battle began with the monkey's evasion. Yi Tian, disinterested in concealing the truth, replied, "Because my great sage also possesses proficiency in the skill of intoxication." Intoxication? Song Qinghang recalled the description of that technique from his studies. Suddenly enlightened, he understood why the monkey had consumed alcohol prior to the battle. It was to enhance its agility. Proficiency in skills. He felt somewhat numb to the realization. In truth, that evasion was a perilous maneuver, given the disparity in their foundational abilities. Had the evasion failed, it could have been Yi Tian who faced defeat. The essence of potential is incredibly significant, while he was presently at an advantage over Song Qinghang. Facing an opponent with equivalent skill proficiency, yet superior potential in the future would likely result in his loss. Thus, Yi Tian's desire to discover a new evolutionary path for the great sage intensified. Song Wei continued to praise Yi Tian for a while longer, and according to their agreement, prepare to let him select a weapon to take with him. "Your stone monkey prefers using staff-like weapons, does it not?" "Lao Ma," Song Wei waved his hand, and Ma Bang approached promptly. "Please inventory all the staff-like weapons in our store, so that Yi Tian can make a proper selection." "Understood." Ma Bang was utterly astonished. Brother Wei is placing an extraordinary amount of trust in this boy. It seemed he was being instructed to reveal the true state of the store's staff-like weapons without reservation. However, the store housed golden grade staves, each valued at over 1 million dragon coins. Was he truly expected to simply give one to Yi Tian if he desired it? Regardless of his thoughts, Song Wei's words were to be followed. Shortly thereafter, a tome as thick as a hand was presented to Yi Tian. In the store, all manner of staffs were displayed. Yi Tian, in high spirits, eagerly began to browse. Killing stick, silver grade, description, crafted primarily from black rock iron, weighing 8 kg. Celestial star staff, gold grade, description, made from a blend of extraterrestrial meteorite and spiritual metals, weighing 20 kg, possessing golden attribute attack characteristics. Graceful staff, gold grade, description, constructed from wind spirit wood as its main body, weighing 2 kg, possessing wind and wood attribute attack characteristics. Yi Tian noticed that all gold grade staffs boasted attack properties, inherently infused with damage energy. For instance, the Celestial Star staff would naturally unleash golden energy during a swing to augment its strikes. It was both impressive and formidable. Just looking at them was enough to make one's mouth water. Song Qinghang watched from the side, wincing with every movement Yi Tian made. After all, these are their assets. Meanwhile, Song Wei was far more magnanimous, grinning as he said, Yi Tian, please don't be shy or feel embarrassed. These are rightfully yours. You must at least choose a gold-grade staff. Hearing Song Wei's words, Yi Tian felt reassured, as he had genuinely worried about potential reluctance. After a period of selection, he ultimately chose the Celestial Star staff, primarily because the Great Sage was quite fond of its appearance. All right, old Ma, go fetch the staff for Yi Tian. Soon, a dazzling golden staff was placed before the Great Sage. The Great Sage's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Tian caressed the surface of the staff, feeling a sharp sensation blossom at his fingertips. Is this what a gold-grade weapon feels like? The Great Sage seized the staff and began to practice with it. A low hum resonated in the air, sending ripples outward. The Celestial Star staff stretched a full 2 meters long, over 4 times the height of the Great Sage. Yet in his hands, it became a nimble plaything. Weighing 20 kg, it felt as light as a feather. Song Qinghang couldn't help but sigh. This monkey has grown stronger once again. With the gold-grade weapon, the Great Sage's power would at least double when wielding the 8-direction staff, a conservative estimate at best. Originally, his Moonlight Cat had been no match. Now the gap was even wider, especially considering that this staff had been a gift from his own father. He felt an acute pang of envy. In addition to the staff, Song Wei also presented Yi Tian with a long box to store it. He intended to invite him for a meal, but it was politely declined, and he could only wave goodbye. Yi Tian departed with a lightness in his step, clearly in high spirits. Song Qinghang then added Yi Tian's contact information and, under his father's watchful gaze, dutifully transferred 100,000 dragon coins. Once Yi Tian's figure had completely vanished, Ma Bang could no longer contain himself and spoke to Song Wei. Wei Ge, aren't you being a bit too generous to that kid? Song Qinghang concurred. Indeed, Dad, you are kinder to Yi Tian than you are to me. You've never gifted me a gold-grade weapon. Song Wei simply rolled his eyes. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Who bestowed upon you that feline companion? A weapon of golden caliber. Even if granted to you now, you would be incapable of wielding it. Wait until you, like Yi Tian, have mastered a skill to the level of proficiency before you speak of such matters. Song Qinghang's expression was one of distress. What? Proficiency seems so utterly unattainable. Song Wei then turned his gaze towards Ma Bang. I do not believe I have been overly lenient with him. In fact, I feel it is somewhat insufficient. Ma Bang looked perplexed. Brother Wei, our Song family is, after all, a prominent lineage in Wushan City. No matter how formidable Yi Tian may be, he remains but a solitary individual. Song Wei shook his head. What does it matter that our family is esteemed in Wushan City? In the eyes of true powerhouses, we are no different from insignificant ants that can be crushed at will. Yet in Yi Tian, I perceive the glimmer of hope to become one of those formidable beings. Such a genius must not be antagonized. We should invest in him while he is still in his formative stages. Should he flourish in the future, it would be a favor returned. Chapter 17. Song Wei's early investment in the secrets of the ancient battlefield. Song Wei smiled. What does a golden grade staff amount to? Consider it an advance investment in Yi Tian's future. I certainly do not engage in losing ventures. Ma Bang gasped. Brother Wei, you hold him in such high regard. Yet his first beast is merely a stone monkey. Song Wei scoffed and retorted. Have you ever encountered such an extraordinary monkey? Furthermore, as you mentioned, this is only his first contracted beast. I speculate that Yi Tian possesses a unique affinity for beast mastery, given his current rate of progress. He will soon meet the criteria for contracting a second beast. At that point, acquiring a beast of exceptional talent will be a mere formality. Ma Bang was swayed. Hiss. That makes sense. Song Wei then patted Song Qinghang on the head. Hanger, you should strive to cultivate a good relationship with Yi Tian. Becoming close friends would be ideal. Song Qinghang remained silent, still reeling from the conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Tian returned home with exuberance. The reward from his expedition far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he saw 100,000 dragon coins, but unexpectedly came away with a golden great staff. The enhancement criteria for the Great Sage S8 Direction staff had been met, and its proficiency level had jumped to perfection. Regrettably, he wished to test it but hesitated. If the mastery level was so daunting, he feared that the perfect level might obliterate the entire house. At that moment, another notification sounded, inquiring whether he wished to simplify the transition from perfection to transcendence, requiring 500,000 dragon coins. He declined without hesitation, as he simply did not possess such funds. With the 100,000 just given by Song Qinghang, his total balance stood at a mere 220,000, barely half of what was required. Moreover, Yi Tian discovered that simplification would also necessitate fulfilling certain conditions, which would incur additional costs. He vowed to himself that until his savings reached 1,000,000, he would not opt for simplification. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly eager to become a professional beast master, for only as a professional could one earn substantial wealth. He checked the schedule for the next professional assessment, which was set for approximately 2 weeks later, slightly later than the Institute's evaluation. Calculating the current enhancement speed of the Great Sage, he had already prepared a plan for its evolution into the Stone Monkey King. The professional assessment required that beasts attain at least silver grade for eligibility. There was still time. He promptly paid the registration fee and submitted the Great Sage's details, indicating its level as silver. After all, it would only be inspected on site. He wondered if the perfect level 8 direction staff would endow the Great Sage with the strength necessary to pass the assessment. Shaking his head, Yi Tian resolved not to dwell on this matter. He would focus on passing the Institute's exam first. Back to studying. No, rather, back to daydreaming in front of a book. For days passed in this manner, and nearly half of the knowledge from 2 substantial tomes had been imprinted in the Great Sage's mind, subsequently syncing with Yi Tian's own intellect. In these days, Yi Tian also ventured out to procure a new supply of alcohol for the Great Sage. The beast's leveling progress continued to rise steadily. Race, Stone Monkey, level, Bronze 960, potential, Bronze skills, intoxication, mastery 0, 8 direction staff, perfection 0. The Great Sage has reached the latter stage of Bronze, and his rate of advancement has begun to decelerate. At long last, his skill of intoxication has transformed into a mastery level. Gurgling, the Great Sage finds himself in a state of inebriation, his steps unsteady, yet his movements remarkably swift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The diminutive figure of the monkey flits about the confined room, creating a flurry of afterimages. How astonishingly fast! Yi Tian can't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Had he possessed the mastery level of intoxication during his previous battle with the Moonlight Cat, evasion would have been considerably easier. Even without striking back, the Moonlight Cat would have been unable to lay a finger on the Great Sage. Watching the Great Sage revel in his antics brings joy to Yi Tian's heart. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. The current dwelling feels somewhat cramped. The Great Sage cannot fully unleash his prowess. Indeed, once he earns some money through the vocational assessment, he must prioritize finding a new residence. That evening, after dinner, Yi Tian received a call from Zhou Tiangang. Xiao Tian, how is your Great Sage's training progressing? Are you confident he can reach silver level within 2 months? This inquiry stems from genuine concern for Yi Tian. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian, considering they're already in the latter stage, confidently replies, I am confident. Zhou Tiangang lets out a hearty laugh, pleased to know his student excels. Only Yi Tian dares to express such confidence. Others would hardly convince Zhou Tiangang of the same. For most individuals, not to mention reaching silver, transitioning from juvenile to bronze within 2 months is a formidable challenge. After the laughter subsides, Zhou Tiangang delves into the main topic. I have good news for you. In 2 months, the ancient battlefield's secret realm in Wuxi City will be opened, and only silver-level beast tamers may enter. Within, various rare beasts await to be contracted. However, the secret realm will only be accessible for 1 day, so you must ensure the great sage breaks through to silver by then. Yi Tian's eyes flicker with recognition as he recalls what he learned about the ancient battlefield's secret realm. This realm exists as an independent microcosm, its origin shrouded in mystery. Each discovered secret realm possesses unique entry criteria. For the ancient battlefield, it opens once every 5 years, lasting only a day. Despite its name suggesting a connection to combat, the ancient battlefield is not predominantly associated with fighting. The name was derived from the first scene witnessed by researchers upon its discovery, a desolate wasteland bearing the scars of battle. Over centuries of development, the realm has been transformed into a unique space for contracting beasts. Upon entering, one stands upon a platform, presenting oneself to the realm. If a beast within the secret realm takes a liking to you, it will approach the platform, allowing for a contract. Yi Tian has dubbed this process as akin to a matchmaking platform. Every time a beast tamer ascends 2 levels, they are granted an opportunity to contract a new beast. For Yi Tian, the silver level is not far off, and it is indeed time to contemplate his next beast. However, 2 months may seem rather lengthy. It could serve as a contingency plan. If a suitable candidate is found within this time frame, a contract can be established. If not, I shall venture into the ancient battlefield, his secret realm, and test my fortune. Thank you, Elder Zhou, for imparting this information, Yi Tian replied, acknowledging the kind intentions behind it. Zhou Tiangang smiled faintly, accompanied by a sigh. Regrettably, it is my failure as the principal that I did not recognize your talent sooner. Otherwise, you would not have been permitted to form a contract with a stone monkey. After a brief pause, he continued, Little Tian, when you contract your second beast, you must exercise great discernment. Your combat beasts are inherently 1 fewer than those of other beast masters of the same rank, making your second beast particularly crucial. Yi Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Great sage, do you not realize that you are being underestimated once again? If one merely claims that the great sage is capable of combat, and that its prowess is not to be trifled with, it seems unlikely that Zhou Tiangang would be easily convinced. To simplify matters, Yi Tian opted for a perfunctory response. Very well, Elder Zhou, I appreciate your counsel. Chapter 18. Becoming the spokesperson for the Song Business Association, Yi Tian also participates in the examination. Zhou Tiangang shifted the conversation. My Qiang is also preparing for the Research Institute. I asked her to share her notes with you. Relying solely on self-study is rather inefficient. When she adds you, be sure to accept her request. Yi Tian hesitated, feeling that he might not require such assistance. Refusing would seem rather impolite, so he merely replied, all right. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Not long after, his phone chimed. It has arrived. He clicked to accept the friend request. The profile picture revealed a cute little bear. Zhou Qiong. Hello, I am Zhou Qiong. My father mentioned your situation to me. File Zhou Qiong. Good luck. Zhou Qiong. Let's aim to pass within 2 years. I'll be waiting for you at the Research Institute. Keep striving. She certainly seemed more confident than Ying, who estimated 10 years, while Zhou Qiong claimed 2. Yi Tian typed out several messages before deleting them. Ultimately, he sent a simple thank you. After closing the chat window with Zhou Qiong, he habitually opened the class group. Most of the members were still discussing how to initiate their cultivation practices. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was already preparing for the professional examination. He shook his head, realizing how distant he had become from those conversations. The subsequent days passed in a mundane manner. until 2 days before the examination at the Research Institute, when Song Wei called again. Yi Tian, I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested? Yi Tian felt a twinge of confusion, but continued to listen. Our association would like to invite you to be our spokesperson. The requirements are quite simple. Just have your stone monkey cooperate with us for a photo shoot. The remuneration is 500,000 dragon coins, with a duration of 1 year. After a year, you can choose to continue or terminate the partnership. The Song Weapons Association only has 10 stores in Wu City and is not a national company. Thus, offering 500,000 dragon coins for a year of endorsement seemed reasonable. For Yi Tian, having the Great Sage pose for a few photos would not be a significant burden. So he agreed and scheduled the photo shoot for the following day. After hanging up, Song Wei nodded in satisfaction. It's settled. He then turned to Ma Bang. Old Ma, make arrangements to ensure Yi Tian is well taken care of. Sure, but Wei Go, I have some concerns. If you simply want to give Yi Tian money, couldn't you find another excuse? What if his status as our spokesperson affects our sales? The Song family has several competitors in Wu City. Worry flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Song Wei laughed heartily. Old Ma, your business acumen pales in comparison to mine. Giving money is secondary. I genuinely wish to collaborate with Yi Tian. Huh? Ma Bang was more puzzled than ever. Song Wei elaborated. Have you ever seen a stone monkey with bronze-level combat power, even stronger than a moonlight cat? Ma Bang shook his head. Exactly, Song Wei concluded. At present, Yi Tian remains relatively obscure, yet it is certain that a talent of his caliber will soon soar to great heights. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly diminutive stone monkey could unleash such formidable power? By utilizing Yi Tian's stone monkey as our spokesperson, we can amplify the spectacle and the contrast to the fullest. When Yi Tian ascends to greatness, we too shall reap the rewards. A sum of 500,000 is still somewhat insufficient in my estimation. Thus, I have included the stipulation for a 1-year endorsement. Ma Bangdao remarked, why do we not purchase a longer term? According to your reasoning, Wei Go, this seems to be a surefire investment. Song Wei chuckled. In my perspective, the economic gain pales in comparison to the relationship with Yi Tian. A year from now, if Yi Tian's value skyrockets while he is still receiving a mere 500,000 dragon coins as endorsement fees, how do you think he will feel? Even if he possesses a magnanimous spirit, we must ensure that he never feels as though we are taking advantage of him. Ma Bang nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang, marking the day of the entrance examination at the Research Institute. Yesterday, all filming was completed in a mere morning, after which the Song family promptly transferred the 500,000. After accounting for the expenses incurred in purchasing wine for the Great Sage, Yi Tian now possesses a total of 700,000 dragon coins, and the Great Sage's realm is nearing 100 bronze. He waved goodbye to Yi Ying. Sister, I'm heading out. Where to? She inquired. To participate in the examination at the Research Institute. What? Yi Ying blinked in confusion. After leaving, Yi Tian opened his phone to navigate, arriving at the Research Institute within half an hour by taxi. The Beast Cultivation and Evolution Research Institute, Misty Mountain Branch. A considerable flight of stairs awaited him before reaching the entrance. The structure was grand and imposing, spanning over 100 meters, though it only stood 5 stories tall. Beep, beep, beep. Upon passing the entrance inspection, he entered and was immediately approached by a staff member inquiring about his purpose. After identifying himself as a candidate, he was directed to a designated room, where his information was verified before officially arriving at the examination venue. The first round of assessments was set in a vast auditorium, capable of accommodating thousands. As Yi Tian waited in the holding area, lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind. Xiao Tian, what brings you here? Turning around, he recognized Zhou Tiangang, accompanied by a girl who bore a striking resemblance to him. If he was not mistaken, she was Zhou Qiong, the same adorable figure with the bear avatar from before. Zhou Lao, Yi Tian greeted, then added, I registered to participate in the assessment. Zhou Tiangang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Has it only been 10 days since you learned about the Research Institute? Such boldness. Surveying the surroundings, It was evident that Yi Tian was the youngest among all the candidates. Most at his age were still struggling to cultivate their beasts to break through the bronze level. However, he soon realized that Yi Tian was likely seeking to gain experience and immerse himself in the examination atmosphere. Upon reflection, his motives appear quite reasonable. With a smile, he remarked that it is beneficial to experience it in advance. Yi Tian let out a sigh, disinclined to elaborate further. Subsequently, Zhou Tiangang gestured toward Zhou Qiong beside him and introduced, "This is my daughter. I am here to accompany her for the examination." The two exchanged greetings. Zhou Qiong, with a hint of curiosity, scrutinized Yi Tian. Is he truly the prodigious talent her father spoke of? Aside from his handsome appearance, he seemed rather unremarkable. However, upon noticing the imposing figure of the stone monkey perched upon Yi Tian's shoulder, she could not help but express her astonishment. What an unusual stone monkey! The great sage perpetually maintained an air of inebriation akin to other stone monkeys. Yet, there resided a piercing brilliance in his eyes, a quality typically possessed only by battle-type familiars. Chapter 19. You may consult me. Overall, Zhou Qiong's initial impression of Yi Tian was rather favorable. He appeared to be a polite young lad. With a smile, she remarked, "I am 6 years your senior, so you may call me Xiao Tian as my father does. While you can refer to me as Zhou Jia or Qiong Jia. Xiao Tian, should you encounter any challenges during the process of training and evolving your beast, do not hesitate to ask me." She placed her hands on her hips, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "Since I entered the Beastmaster Academy, I've been studying these two subjects for 6 years now, and I achieved scores exceeding 60 in my previous 2 examinations. Regrettably, my subsequent practical assessments did not meet the required standards, which is why I was unable to enroll." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian appeared somewhat perplexed. "Zhou Jia, is scoring 60 particularly difficult?" Zhou Qiong rolled her eyes internally, pondering how such a question could be posed. Yet, considering it was Yi Tian's first encounter with the exam, his ignorance of its difficulty was understandable. Indeed, the full score is 100, and to progress to the second round, one must surpass 60. In each examination, more than 90% of candidates are eliminated in the first phase. Surely you have seen those 2 exceedingly thick tomes, although the key content for the exam comprises merely 10% of the books. The volume of material to remember is quite substantial. Yi Tian responded, "What? The key content only constitutes 10% of the book? No one informed me." Nevertheless, he reflected that this made sense. When he first received the texts, he had contemplated the impossibility of memorizing the entirety of both volumes. "Xiao Tian, as this is your first time, you are likely unaware of the specific rules regarding the examination." Zhou Qiong began to elucidate. The exam is divided into 2 rounds. The first round consists of a written test, where questions are randomly drawn from the texts. There are 100 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 1 point, and you must answer 60 correctly to advance to the next round. The first round merely serves as an entry ticket. The practical assessment in the second round is the crux of the matter. In this round, you may choose any direction for training or evolution. You must select and complete the corresponding questions to pass. Each set of questions is unique, so I cannot provide you with much guidance. At this juncture, Zhou Tiangang interjected to explain the structure of the Research Institute to Yi Tian. The institute is divided into 2 sections, the Beast Cultivation Department and the Beast Evolution Department. Each department has its own responsibilities. The Cultivation Department focuses on researching how to better cultivate beasts, while the Evolution Department investigates potential evolutionary paths for the beasts. Thus, the second round of assessments is divided into these 2 directions, and successful completion of the corresponding evaluation is necessary to enter the respective department. Yi Tian nodded in understanding. "So if I refine my goal further, it would be to enter the Evolution Department of the Research Institute." Zhou Qiong added, "My father is a member of the Cultivation Department, and my ambition is also to join that department." Curious, Yi Tian inquired, "Why not aspire to enter the Evolution Department?" Zhou Qiong replied, "Because it is exceedingly challenging. For someone like me, a mere mortal, I can strive towards cultivation, but the study of evolution belongs to the realm of geniuses. As the three individuals engaged in conversation, on the other side, within the Research Institute's surveillance room, a group of individuals was seated before a large monitoring screen, occasionally glancing up and, at times, rifling through the papers in their hands. At the forefront of the numerous chairs sat two middle-aged men, Zhang Sheng, the deputy director of the research department, and Wang Tingsong, the deputy director of the evolution department. They were jointly responsible for overseeing this assessment, possessing detailed information regarding the candidates. Wang Tingsong nodded intermittently, acknowledging the commendable quality of this batch of applicants. As he perused the documents, he came across a particular individual, unable to suppress a sound of surprise, and turned to Zhang Sheng. "Old Zhang, does a nephew wish to return to Wushan City?" At that moment, his information sheet was fixed on a page depicting a somewhat morose-looking man. Zhang Qixue, male, 28 years, graduated from the Mountain Mist Beast Master Academy, Department of Cultivation Research, recipient of multiple first prizes at the Western United Provinces Research Conference. Intended Department, Evolution Department. The entirety of the A4 page was predominantly filled with a description of his illustrious achievements. Upon reaching the end, Wang Tingsong could not help but chuckle. "Oh, so he aspires to join our evolution department? Such a remarkable talent is certainly most welcome in our domain." Each candidate, upon registration, indicated their preferred department. Upon hearing Wang Tingsong's remarks, Zhang Sheng clenched his teeth in frustration, letting out a huff without uttering a word. He had hoped his nephew would inherit his legacy and enter the research department, having even prepared a spot for him through internal recommendations. Yet, the young man declined, insisting on proving himself through examination. If he wished to take the exam, so be it, but to specifically aim for the evolution department was utterly infuriating for Zhang Sheng. Despite his attempts to persuade him otherwise, he could only relent. It was worth noting that just the previous day, he had quarreled with his nephew, coinciding with a call from Zhou Tiangang requesting an internal recommendation. This played a role in Zhang Sheng's sour demeanor, as he had vented his frustrations on Zhou Tiangang. A mere secondary researcher, Zhang Sheng did not regard him with much concern. As for Zhou Tiangang's position as a high school principal, Zhang Sheng was indifferent. He was acquainted with numerous deans of the Beast Master Academy. Seeing Zhang Sheng in a predicament brought Wang Tingsong a sense of amusement. The two departments often competed for resources, and their relationship was far from amicable. Why not take the opportunity to annoy an old rival? Continuing to flip through the resumes, some candidates' qualifications might be deemed respectable elsewhere, but in the eyes of their institute, they were rather mediocre. In the evolution department alone, there were over 10 PhD holders, all of whom had previously received national accolades. Zhou Qiong, female, 24 years, graduated from the Mountain Mist Beast Master Academy, Department of Cultivation Research, recognized as an outstanding graduate. Previously awarded. Intended Department, Research Department. Is Zhou Tiangang's daughter attempting the exam again? I wish her success this time. Gao Su, Lu Bo, Yang Pei. The qualifications of these candidates appeared quite commendable. What on earth? Upon turning to a certain page, Wang Tingsong was suddenly taken aback. It was not due to the brilliance of the information presented, but rather because it was, quite frankly, utterly disappointing. How dare one? Yi Tian, male, 18 years old, a high school student at Shanzhou Ergao, previously awarded a bottle for opening an iced tea. Intended Department, Evolution Department. Wang Tingsong. This is outrageous. Is this merely an attempt to experience the ambience? What a remarkably bold young lad. Among the countless candidates who have applied in the past, few are under the age of 20. Typically, one would possess at least some academic accomplishments before daring to embark on such a venture. The Research Institute is regarded as a sanctuary by many. An iced tea award? Are you truly jesting? In truth, Yi Tian had not intended to fill out such a response, but when it came time to register, the honors section could not remain blank. Having never received any accolades, he had no choice but to take a leap of faith and inscribe a rather ludicrous honor. Thus, this page of paper found its way into Wang Tingsong's hands. Chapter 20. The atmosphere of experience with Yi Tian. Zhang Sheng noticed the unusual demeanor of Wang Tingsong and could not help but glance at his hand, only to be taken aback. Yi Tian, Shanfog No. 2 High School. Wasn't he this the student that Yi Tian had mentioned to him previously? This fellow actually showed up. He was at a loss whether to commend Yi Tian for his bravery or to deride him for his naivete. He thought to himself, fortunately, he had refrained from endorsing Yi Tian for an internal recommendation. Although an internal recommendation did not guarantee direct admission to the research institute, as an interview was still required. The mere thought of other interviewers discovering that Yi Tian had come through his endorsement was mortifying. Would he still have any face left at the institute? This was not how one should leverage connections. It seemed Yi Tian had truly lost his faculties. If memory served him correctly, hadn't he mentioned that Yi Tian's beast companion was merely a stone monkey? He shook his head, feeling quite speechless. Regardless, both deputy directors held a significant impression of Yi Tian, albeit not a favorable one. In the hall, Yi Tian and his companions suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance. They instinctively turned their heads to glance. At the source of the uproar, a man with bangs nearly obscuring his eyes was making his way inside, greeted by a chorus of salutations from numerous attendees. "Brother Sheng, are you here for the assessment? Or are you serving as an examiner?" "Brother Sheng, you're back in Wushan City. Do you remember me? 3 years ago, we attended a seminar together in Qinghe City." As Yi Tian pondered the identity of this illustrious figure, Zhou Qiong provided an introduction. "His name is Zhang Qixing. He is a senior 4 years my elder. When I entered the academy, he had just graduated, leaving behind a legacy of remarkable achievements. He spearheaded the formation of one of our school's research teams. After graduation, he initially pursued further studies in another city, but later, I heard he joined the local research institute. I never expected him to resign and return to Wushan City to take the exam again." As she spoke, her eyes reflected admiration tinged with envy. If any candidate could guarantee their success, it would be him alone. Yi Tian nodded, finding the account quite impressive. Zhang Qixing courteously greeted everyone before taking a position against the wall, engrossed in his phone, seemingly disinterested in socializing. The others, understanding his demeanor, refrained from intruding. The examination was set to last the entire day, with a written test in the morning and practical assessments in the afternoon and evening. Soon, the time for the examination arrived. Those accompanying the candidates could only wait in the lounge, while the examinees took their designated seats at the front of the hall according to their examination numbers. "Qiong, don't be nervous. You've already taken the exam twice. You could do it this time as well." Zhou Tian waved his hand, exuding more of a benevolent fatherly presence than that of a principal. Zhou Qiong clenched her fists, responding with a determined mm. Zhou Tian then turned his gaze to Yi Tian. "Little Tian, make sure to fully immerse yourself in the examination atmosphere. It will serve you well in the future." Yi Tian nodded, unwilling to offer an explanation. Very well. This was not a wholly equitable examination. At the very least, a silver-level beast master held a significantly greater advantage over a bronze-level counterpart. During the assessment, there were no restrictions on the number of beasts one could summon. This meant that a silver-level beast master could simultaneously have 2 beasts, along with themselves, participating in the examination. Seated at his desk, a test paper was swiftly distributed, and the 2-hour timer commenced. Only those who passed the first round would advance to the second, for the sake of the great sage's evolution. Every effort was to be made, engaging in the examination mode. From the very first question, one could observe individuals scratching their heads alongside their beasts. Once the ginseng flower reaches the silver level, it will sprout 3 colored petals atop its head. When the red petal sways, it indicates that it. After a single glance at the question, Yi Tian promptly retrieved the relevant memory from his mind. It was quite simple. It signifies its desire to bask in the sunlight. The second question? Quite straightforward. The 5th question, the 50th question, the 100th question. Swiftly, Yi Tian filled in the answers. In approximately 20 minutes, he had completed the entire set of responses. Unfortunately, according to the rules, early submission was not permitted, leaving him to rest his head on the table in boredom. Is this what it feels like to be a top student? Yi Tian had not anticipated such smooth sailing. He was unaware if the questions exceeded the syllabus or were considered key knowledge. All he knew was that every question originated from those 2 textbooks. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the 2 deputy ministers took note of Yi Tian's unusual behavior. He was simply too conspicuous among the thousands of examinees. He was the only one resting on the table, making it difficult not to draw attention. Wang Tingsong chuckled. Has he given up so early? Zhang Sheng shook his head. I knew it. Ding, ding, ding. The examination concluded. Yi Tian stretched lazily, standing up with renewed energy, and returned to the resting area. A chorus of lamentations filled the air. It was too difficult. I'm doomed. I've wasted my registration fee again. Who set these questions? Dare they share their address with me? My friend, the questions were set by the director of the Research Institute, whose office is right upstairs. You should go. Never mind, let him off this time. Only a few individuals maintained a semblance of composure. For instance, Zhang Qixing was the calmest among them, surrounded by a group of people asking questions. Brother Sheng, do you remember how you answered the fourth question? Zhang Qixing smiled. I indicated 25 different cultivation environments. 25? I only listed 8. I'm finished, I got it wrong. Many had a habit of comparing answers, and Zhang Qixing had evidently become the standard reference. Another person inquired, Brother Sheng, what score do you anticipate achieving? Zhang Qixing pondered for a moment. The questions were indeed quite challenging. Many exceeded the syllabus and did not pertain to the core material from the books. I am uncertain about roughly 10 questions, so I expect around 90 points. Hiss. A wave of astonishment ensued. Brother Sheng, you are truly impressive. 90 points. I can hardly believe I scored so low on the open book exam. Why do I feel like the questions are becoming increasingly difficult? I fear I may never succeed. If only I possessed even half the intellect of my brother. Finally, Yi Tian reunited with Zhou Qiong amidst the crowd. A hint of anxiety was evident on Zhou Qiong's delicate face. Noticing this, Zhou Tiangang couldn't help but inquire, Qiong, how you find the difficulty of this round? Zhou Qiong sighed. It is significantly more challenging than the previous attempts. I only feel confident about the questions worth 40 points, while there are still numerous questions I am uncertain about. I wonder if I can even score 60. Zhou Tiangang gently patted her head, reassuringly saying, Don't worry. If you don't succeed this time, your father will accompany you again next month. Zhou Qiong nodded obediently. Zhou Tiangang then turned his attention to Yi Tian. Xiao Tian, what are your thoughts? Have you experienced the atmosphere now? Chapter 21. Zhang Qixing second. Who is first? Zhou Qiong cast her gaze towards Yi Tian, feeling inexplicably uplifted. Although she rationally understood that it was Yi Tian's first time taking an exam, and thus he was unlikely to answer any questions correctly, the presence of someone who seemed significantly less adept than herself provided a certain comfort. After all, human emotions often hinge upon comparison. Yi Tian replied, Well, I suppose it feels all right. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Zhou Qiong inquired, Little Tian, how many points do you think you can score? Zhou Tiangang shot her a reproachful look. Isn't that asking for trouble? Yi Tian unabashedly declared, I believe I can achieve a perfect score of 100. Zhou Qiong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little Tian, you truly are a kind soul, aware of your sister's discontent and seeking to lift her spirits. Yi Tian retorted, I am not. Please do not misinterpret my words. He genuinely felt confident about scoring 100. In the monitoring room, Zhang Sheng observed his nephew's unwavering confidence on the screen and couldn't help but stand a little taller. Even if my nephew has entered the evolution department, the knowledge he acquires belongs to the Zhang family. Yi remarked, the first place is likely to be my nephew. Wang Tingsong responded, Unfortunately, your nephew will ultimately be with my evolution department. He is my nephew. He is under my command. The two men glared at one another, neither willing to concede verbally. The researchers present had long since grown accustomed to their banter, which was not a new occurrence. All the candidates' papers would be delivered to the monitoring room, where the on-site researchers would grade them in real time. Upon completion, results would be announced, and those who scored below 60 could return home early to rest. The papers arrived in a flurry. The researchers began their evaluations. Sun Ting, 40 points. Zhang Luan, 57 points. Lu Feiyu, 60 points at last. A candidate surpassed the 60-point threshold. A researcher, spotting a passing score, couldn't help but exclaim, Come look, I've reached Zhang Qixing's paper. Many were drawn to observe. Goodness, he truly is impressive. I may not even perform better on these questions. Zhang Qixing. 94 points, undoubtedly. He had achieved the highest score of this examination. With the grading proceeding fervently, each paper completed prompted the data entry staff to record the results. Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng, the two prominent figures, leisurely sat in their chairs, offering commentary. Not bad. This time, at least 100 candidates will pass the first round. Wang Tingsong chuckled. Our evolution department has exceedingly high standards. We are perpetually short-staffed. I hope we can see at least 2 more candidates advance to the second assessment. Zhang Sheng disregarded Wang Tingsong's ostentation. Huh, high standards? Are you insinuating that the evolution department is superior to the cultivation department? It was now May, a time when students from various Beastmaster academies typically graduated. The number of individuals participating in the assessment this time is particularly large, and with an increase in attendees, the likelihood of exceptional talent emerging naturally rises. According to historical patterns, the pass rate in May has consistently been at least 3 times greater than in other months. However, commencing from this session, there will be reforms in the practical assessment, rendering the number of successful candidates uncertain. Suddenly, as the event approached its conclusion, a researcher abruptly stood up. What? The others turned their curious gazes toward him. Who is this remarkable individual? A collective astonishment enveloped the crowd. Even Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng were drawn in, rising from their seats to approach the epicenter where the researcher stood. A perfect score of 100? Both raised their brows in unison. The examination paper displayed red markings for correct answers and green for incorrect ones. In the hands of the researcher lay a pristine expanse of red. Both were perplexed. This was unexpected. As they perused the candidate's information, they had not encountered any particularly formidable genius. Who could it be? They seized the paper, glancing at the name inscribed in the upper left corner, and were left speechless. It was him. In the hall, the wait became increasingly agonizing. Many candidates could not restrain themselves from pacing to alleviate their mounting anxiety. At this moment, Zhou Qiong found herself somewhat envious of Yi Tian, who exuded an air of calmness. Having not anticipated success, he naturally felt no pressure regarding the outcome. In previous assessments, the grading process had never taken this long. It was reasonable to assume results should be forthcoming. Zhou Qiong's fingers tightened in front of her as she muttered to herself, unwilling to be eliminated without even a chance to practice. Just then, a voice called out, "The results are in." At the front of the hall, a massive screen displayed a data table, showcasing each candidate's scores. Only those who scored above 60 were presented, rolling from lowest to highest. 121st place, Zhou Qiong. 60 points, yes. Zhou Qiong leapt up in excitement. Wonderful. Her score just barely surpassed 60, and although she ranked last, passing was all that mattered. The results continued to unfold. Some candidates, possessing self-awareness, began to exit in an orderly fashion. Others, like Zhou Qiong, had attempted many questions but felt uncertain about their accuracy. They constituted the core of expectation. However, as the scores reached 70, it became clear to many that they had not passed. A wave of sighs filled the room. 9th place, Ma Heng, 70 points. 7th place, Gao Su, 71 points. 7th place, Meng Jie, 71 points. 3rd place, Lu Bo, 75 points. A candidate named Lu Bo was ecstatic. Haha, I passed. As the scores were gradually announced, the crowd surrounding Zhang Qixing continued to swell. For Shengge, I have no words but to commend his brilliance. Uncertain of who held the second position, it was noted that the third contender only scored 75 points, falling short by 15 points from the anticipated 90 points set by Shengge. Achieving a score of 70 this time is already an impressive feat, and it seems unlikely that the second place would surpass 80 points. There was a consensus that Zhang Qixing was undoubtedly in the lead. In a moment of humility, Zhang Qixing remarked that until all scores were revealed, it was premature to declare anyone as the victor. Just then, the screen flickered once more, revealing the information for the second place. Second place, Zhang Qixing, 94 points. I was right. The individual who had just spoken was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this score. Zhang Qixing himself also appeared momentarily stunned. Although he claimed not to care, deep down, he had already envisioned himself in first place. A score of 94 points was even slightly higher than his own expectations. Yet, how could he be in second place? The entire room fell into a state of disbelief. What? Zhang Qixing scored 94 points and is only second? Chapter 22. Who is Yi Tian? Everyone was bewildered, their eyes fixated on the screen, anticipating the next revelation. They were consumed by curiosity. Who had managed to suppress Zhang Qixing and claim the top spot? Finally, the name of the first place emerged. First place, Yi Tian, 100 points. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 100 points. What an outrageous score. Some candidates, having participated in numerous assessments, were utterly flabbergasted. They could scarcely dare to dream of achieving such a high score. The higher the score, the more challenging it becomes to improve. While most questions in the examination were derived from the core content of the textbooks, approximately 20 were genuinely drawn at random. It could be said that in the entire history of the assessment at the Wushan Research Institute, no such absurd score had ever been recorded. This exam was purely a matter of memorization. With 2 hefty volumes of material, to score 100 points, could one be a reincarnated computer? Soon after, a shared question arose among all. Who is Yi Tian? The circle they inhabited was not particularly large. Anyone with a modicum of achievement had some degree of renown. Thus, when Zhang Qixing first entered, many had recognized him and greeted him. However, the name Yi Tian had never been heard before. Zhang Qixing furrowed his brow tightly, frantically searching his mind for this name, but found nothing. Who could it be? Casting a glance around, he eliminated those he had encountered before, speculating who could possibly be Yi Tian. He recognized Zhou Qiong, his junior. Beside her stood an unfamiliar young man. Too young, it couldn't be him. The mastery of memory requires considerable time, and anyone capable of achieving a score of 100 would not be younger than 30. Scanning through the rest, they all appeared rather unremarkable. His attention shifted to a few unfamiliar faces, particularly those of older individuals. Which among you could it be? At that moment, Zhou Qiong and Zhou Tiangang simultaneously fixed their gazes on Yi Tian, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. Zhou Tiangang's lips twitched. Xiao Tian, it can't be. You, can it? Zhou Qiong's composure shattered. Ha! Xiao Tian, you must tell me. Did you just happen to share the same name as the first place? Yi Tian responded with a slight acknowledgement. If there are no surprises, then yes, that would be me. I had mentioned I could achieve 100 points. You didn't believe me, did you? Now you do, don't you? For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of vindication. Zhou Qiong clutched her head with both hands, her expression one of madness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't accept this. She had toiled for 6 years, barely scraping together a score of 60, while Yi Tian had eclipsed her years of hard work in just 10 days. Her worldview had collapsed entirely. It was simply unbelievable. Zhou Tiangang was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the situation. With 2 vast volumes of material, even a cursory glance might not suffice in 10 days. Could it truly be that someone could glance at it and retain everything? Both father and daughter felt their perspectives on the world shaken like never before. Everyone present was scanning their surroundings, seeking answers. Brother, do you know who Yi Tian is? Unfortunately, the vast majority of people have never heard of this name. At that moment, a trembling individual spoke up. I might know. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. The man wore an expression of astonishment. During the examination, a young man seated beside me fell asleep after only 20 minutes. I found it peculiar, so upon completing the exam, I deliberately glanced at his name, and it was Yi Tian. The individual accurately identified Yi Tian within the crowd and directed his gaze towards him. All eyes followed suit. Was it that girl? No, it was the boy sitting next to her. That young man, is he already 20? Hiss. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. According to the person pointing out Yi Tian, this lad, who appeared to be under 20, had finished the exam in just 20 minutes and scored a perfect 100. What sort of prodigy is this? Impossible, he must have cheated. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Cheating? Yes, if he didn't already possess the answers. How could he complete it so swiftly? The questions must have been leaked prior to the exam. More and more people found this explanation quite plausible. Zhang Qixing nodded in agreement. It seems this is the only explanation. Clearly, he remains the top scorer. Scandal. One person began to shout, and soon many joined in. However, just as they gathered to pressure Yi Tian, a commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. Who dares to question the integrity of our research institute? A middle-aged man clad in a loose robe entered through a small door on the right. His presence overshadowed all the candidates. I am Wang Tingsong, the chief examiner of this examination. We have verified that candidate Yi Tian shows no signs of cheating. Hiss! Many individuals felt deflated. Wang Tingsong represented authority, and with his pronouncement, the matter was settled. Yi Tian had not cheated. He had solely relied on his own capabilities. Wang Tingsong let out a cold snort. The dignity of the Research Institute is not to be trifled with. Any further disturbances will result in being blacklisted, permanently barred from future examinations. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly speechless. Those who had not passed began to exit. In truth, Wang Tingsong's astonishment was no less than that of anyone present. When they first saw Yi Tian's score, their immediate thought was also of cheating. Subsequently, dozens of them gathered before the screen to replay Yi Tian's examination records. Throughout the test, cameras positioned in various directions recorded every moment. It was evident that Yi Tian's hands remained on the desk, and he had no devices on his person. For those 20 minutes, he was wholly focused on answering the questions. No matter how they scrutinized the footage, they could detect no foul play. The examination hall was specially designed, equipped with barriers that neutralized any disturbances. Neither modern devices nor beast-taming energy could affect the environment within. All impossibilities have been eliminated, leaving only one viable option. Yi Tian has indeed taken the examination with utmost sincerity, securing a perfect score through his own abilities. Following Wang Tingsong is Zhang Sheng, whose countenance reveals his discontent. Yi Tian's performance has far surpassed his expectations, causing him to waver internally. His earlier decision to blame Zhou Tiangang and deny Yi Tian an opportunity may have been a grave miscalculation. Shaking his head, he attempts to dispel such thoughts. Yi Tian is merely 18 years old. If he has been studying those two books since a tender age, achieving a perfect score, while improbable, is not entirely inconceivable. However, this is merely the first round of assessments. Passing it only grants one a ticket for entry. The second round is where the true challenge lies. Had it been before today, Yi Tian might indeed have harbored hopes of success. Yet from this point onward, reforms will be implemented, and the examination questions will be increasingly intertwined with beast mastery. Given the stone monkey he has contracted, it is unequivocally impossible for him to pass the examination. Chapter 23. The second round examination with rising difficulty after the departure of the two examiners. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the venue. No one dared to question Yi Tian's results anymore. However, faint whispers could still be heard, tinged with envy. What does a perfect score in the first round matter? In the end, how does it differ from our scores in the 60s? Yi Tian appeared exceedingly youthful, radiating an air of academia, making him starkly out of place among everyone present. Yet, paradoxically, he had emerged as the top candidate in the initial assessment. This striking contrast compelled many to take a closer glance at Yi Tian. Zhou Qiong, standing beside Yi Tian, suddenly recalled her previous remarks to him about reviewing her summarized notes and the hope of passing within 2 years, or that he could seek her guidance as a senior whenever needed. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. How could she, a mere student, suggest that a prodigy like him consult her if he encountered difficulties? Zhou Qiong, oh Zhou Qiong, were you not merely showcasing your ignorance? In stark contrast, Zhou Tiangang beamed with delight, patting Yi Tian on the shoulder and exclaiming good 3 times. Yi Tian was his student, and it was through him that he had learned of the existence of the Research Institute. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt a sense of pride in having recommended him. The better Yi Tian performed, the more prestige he gained. With the first round behind them, how far could the second round be? Even if Yi Tian were to falter this time, as a beast master endowed with exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly pass after a few attempts. Little Tian, how did you achieve this? Zhou Tiangang, after the initial elation, could not suppress his curiosity. It seemed utterly unfathomable. Just 10 days. Achieving a perfect score, even with a stroke of luck, would imply that he had at least memorized half of the material, even if he hadn't fully committed both books to memory. Yi Tian pondered briefly and replied, "Perhaps it was merely luck. The content on the exam happened to align with what I had memorized." Zhou Tiangang rolled his eyes, feeling that this response was rather unilluminating. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and since Yi Tian chose not to divulge his, he would not force the issue. Following the conclusion of the first assessment, the candidates were granted 2 hours for lunch and rest, with the second round slated to commence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the cafeteria, the three were indulging in a hearty meal. Zhou Tiangang, being a member of the Research Institute, enjoyed complimentary meals, and the other two benefited from the same privilege as candidates. "Hello, Teacher Zhou." Suddenly, from a distance, a slightly overweight man called out to Zhou Tiangang. Lifting his head in confusion, Zhou Tiangang soon heard the man introduce himself. "Teacher Zhou, it's me, Lu Bo. I was your student 5 years ago. Back then, you weren't yet the principal and you taught my class." Zhou Tiangang searched his memory and indeed recalled this individual. "Ah, Xiaobo. It has been quite some time." A few years prior, Lu Bo had been quite slender, a stark contrast to his current physique, which explained why Zhou Tiangang had not recognized him immediately. No wonder the name had seemed so familiar when the results were announced. Setting down his chopsticks, he patted Lu Bo on the shoulder. "Securing third place in the first round is quite an impressive feat, Xiaobo." Lu Bo was filled with joy, as receiving acknowledgement from a former teacher was indeed a moment of great happiness for him. However, he remained humble, attributing it merely to good fortune. After speaking, he glanced at Yi Tian and inquired, "This must be my junior, correct?" Zhou Tiangang nodded with a hearty laugh. "Indeed. He is currently in his 3rd year of high school." Lu Bo nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in that statement. His intention in greeting Zhou Tiangang was secondary. His primary desire was to become acquainted with Yi Tian. A person capable of achieving a perfect score in the first round would undoubtedly find the second round to be less daunting. The two were likely to become colleagues in the Research Institute, so cultivating a rapport early on would be prudent. Lu Bo took a seat beside Yi Tian, his curiosity piqued by the imposing figure of the great sage perched on Yi Tian's shoulder. "Yi Tian, is this your pet?" he asked. It is worth noting that not every beast tamer contracts their creatures. Many have a penchant for keeping additional pets. Yi Tian shook his head, responding, "This is my contracted beast." Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Ha, Yi Tian. Junior, you are indeed quite special." Upon learning that Yi Tian's beast was a stone monkey, Lu Bo's demeanor noticeably shifted to a more polite but less enthusiastic tone. Yi Tian understood this change. In the adult world, one must adapt accordingly. After dining, Yi Tian, under Zhou Tiangang's guidance, thoroughly explored the Research Institute. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, the location for the second round of assessments differed from the first. After bidding farewell to Zhou Tiangang, Yi Tian entered the room alongside Zhou Qiong. Upon entering, they were greeted by a series of experimental platforms, neatly arranged throughout the chamber, each equipped with various instruments and vessels. At the front of the room stood a massive bookshelf, devoid of books, instead filled with numerous materials that Yi Tian had never encountered before: solids, liquids, and even gases. With only 5 minutes remaining before the assessment commenced, the two chief examiners finally entered the room. Zhang Sheng introduced the rules of the assessment. "Greetings, candidates. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Sheng, one of the chief examiners for this assessment, and also the deputy director of the cultivation department at the Research Institute. I will now outline the rules for the evaluation." All present listened intently, as each assessment varied, leaving them without prior cases for reference. As the rules unfolded, the expressions of many candidates grew increasingly grim. "The regulations for this round seem to differ significantly from my previous experiences," murmured one candidate who had participated multiple times. According to tradition, the second round would consist of 2 questions, corresponding to 2 departments. This time, the cultivation question required candidates to acquire a silver-level skill, with the expectation that they would enable their beast to reach the entry level within 5 hours, while also providing a material ratio that would enhance the skill's training speed by over 10%. For the first 2 hours of the examination, discussion was permitted. Any further discussion would be deemed a violation. Candidates could utilize the materials on the bookshelf for experimental testing as they saw fit. In the interest of fairness, the optional silver-level skill has emerged as a novel ability recently discovered in a particular secret realm, yet to circulate within the market. This skill is accompanied by minimal restrictions, rendering it suitable for the vast majority of beast tamers. The evolution task requires candidates to acquire a skill aimed at exploring evolutionary factors, mandating the discovery of at least one evolutionary factor within a span of 5 hours. These evolutionary factors are pivotal entities residing within the beasts, capable of revealing new evolutionary paths. Candidates engaged in fervent discussions. Goodness, regardless of the task chosen. We must ensure that our beasts master the skill within 5 hours. This seems exceedingly challenging. Indeed, we are researchers, not prodigies of beast taming. My aspiration has always been to join the breeding department. Previously, I had practical experience with tasks involving the search for material ratios. However, on that occasion, the requirement was merely an 8 enhancement in training speed, yet only 2 individuals passed the assessment. Coupled with the prerequisites for mastering beast skills, the bar has been raised, making this challenge at least 5 or 6 times more formidable than before. Is there truly anyone capable of passing this evaluation? Could it be that the Research Institute is already at full capacity, rendering them unresponsive to new recruits, yet still compelled to adhere to procedural norms, thus subjecting us to this ordeal? Indeed, this situation is utterly outrageous. In my previous experience with the evolution assessment, we were only required to use instruments to simulate the search for evolutionary factors. Now, we are expected to directly extract them from the bodies of our beasts. Chapter 24. Selecting 2 examination questions simultaneously, Yi Tian's confusion, even Zhang Qixing could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing the assessment rules. The expressions of others reflected sheer disbelief. Zhou Qiong, filled with trepidation, murmured, "It's over. I'm likely to fail again this time. The difficulty level is incomparably higher than before." Silence. Zhang Sheng's sharp command resonated throughout the venue, instantly silencing the crowd. As everyone turned to face him, he continued, "Those who are unwilling to participate may leave now. I assure you, from this moment forth, the difficulty of future evaluations will be akin to this one." After a brief pause, he added, "This decision has been made by the National Research Institute of Longhua. If anyone has objections, they may address them directly with them. However, I also bring good news. Alongside this increase in difficulty, the Institute has decided to award points to the top 3 candidates in each category of examination. The first place will receive 100 Research Institute points, the second place 50, and the third place 20. At this announcement, several candidates gasped in astonishment. Yi Tian, curious, nudged Zhou Qiong with his elbow. "Sister Qiong, what are Research Institute points and what purpose do they serve?" Zhou Qiong explained. Research Institute points are a unique currency within the Institute, usable for trading goods or soliciting assistance. In terms of Longhua currency, 1 point is roughly equivalent to 10,000 long coins. Wow. Yi Tian inhaled sharply. So if I secure first place, I could walk away with 1,000,000. To think my entire fortune amounts to only 700,000. His eyes sparkled with ambition. This first place must be contested fiercely. The hope for another breakthrough with the great sage's 8 directions staff rests upon it. Indeed, the Institute is magnificent, offering a reward of 100 points. Wait, that totals 340 points. Snagging first place could lead to instant wealth. My beast companions require formidable weapons. If I had 100 points, brother, stop dreaming. Wake up. This is merely a tantalizing prospect presented by the Institute. You can't even pass the evaluation. What do you expect to gain? The crowd collectively acknowledged the wisdom in that sentiment. With the rules articulated, it was time for the candidates to select their examination questions. In accordance with their rankings from the first round, they approached to make their choices, with Yi Tian being the first. Chief examiners Zhang Sheng and Wang Tingsong stood side by side, each before a box. Inside the boxes lay stacks of books, presumably containing the techniques to be evaluated. Yi Tian stood before them, his face a mask of indecision. It was Zhang Sheng's impatient snort that broke his reverie. "Make your choice quickly." Do not waste the time of other candidates. Finally, Yi Tian stepped forward to Zhang Sheng. Examiner, I would like to inquire about something. Wang Tingsong also looked at Yi Tian with curiosity, eager to hear his question, as Yi Tian had left a profound impression during the first round. I wish to know, may I choose 2 examination questions simultaneously? Yes, but the consequences will be yours to bear. Many candidates approach the examination with a trial-and-error mentality, hoping to succeed in one way or another by selecting 2 subjects. However, historical experience indicates that those who truly pass the assessment are predominantly individuals who initially possess a clear objective and dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their efforts. Yi Tian then inquired, what if I achieve the highest score in both subjects? Can my points be accumulated? Wang Tingsong, Zhang Sheng, other candidates. They were utterly astonished. Goodness, how audacious! While others are preoccupied with merely passing the assessment, you are already contemplating how to secure first place, and you intend to achieve it in both subjects. Is it too much to ask for some restraint? This was not Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng's first time proctoring an exam. It was the first instance they had encountered such a query from a candidate. They were uncertain whether Yi Tian was confident or simply foolish. They leaned towards the latter. Zhang Sheng felt that Yi Tian was wasting his time, which made him somewhat irritated. It was Wang Tingsong who responded first, stating, according to the rules, that is indeed permissible. Yi Tian's face lit up with joy. That's splendid. Then, amidst the curious gazes of everyone present, he took a book from each of their boxes, one titled Waiting for the Right Moment, and the other Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, condensed version. He was in dire need of funds. Zhang Qixing stood at his spot, casting a glance at Yi Tian and shaking his head gently. Just a clown seeking attention. The first round is inconsequential. The true test of ability lies ahead. Lu Bo's lips twitched slightly as he raised his hand to give Yi Tian a thumbs up. Zhou Qiong slightly parted her lips. One cannot deny that Yi Tian indeed possesses audacity. Others displayed a range of expressions, some in admiration, others in mockery. Once Yi Tian made his selections, it was time for the others to choose. Most opted for only one book, with a few, like Yi Tian, choosing 2. However, none dared to pose a question as audacious as Yi Tian's. In truth, Yi Tian did not seek the limelight. His initial goal was to enter the evolution department. Yet, plans often falter in the face of unexpected circumstances. He had not anticipated that the cultivation department's examination would involve learning silver-level skills, with monetary rewards for those ranking in the top 3. He found it irresistible. Who would not desire complementary skills? Currently, De Sheng lacked even a single silver-level skill. Dingling. With the ringing of the bell from the broadcast, the second round of assessments officially commenced. Yi Tian stretched his body and picked up Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, condensed version, beginning to flip through its pages. As stated within, the complete version of the book could only be studied within the Research Institute, while the condensed version permitted exploration of only 5 of the Beastmaster's body. Furthermore, this book could only elevate the Beastmaster's skills to an introductory proficiency, with no possibility for further enhancement. System, simplify it for me. Upon finishing the book, Yi Tian silently exclaimed. Indeed, the familiar prompt resonated. Detected Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, condensed version. Target, De Sheng. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins for simplification? Just 10,000 dragon coins? Spend. Simplification complete. As the notification sound concluded, the great sage was astonished to discover that, despite having done nothing, knowledge had inexplicably materialized within its simian mind. Thus, it excitedly conveyed this wondrous sensation to Yi Tian. In response, Yi Tian simply remarked, basic skills, do not overthink. Observing the data panel, the great sage noted that the exploration of evolution factors, simplified version, was gradually progressing, estimating it would take approximately half an hour. Yi Tian, not idle, promptly picked up another tome, a silver-level skill titled Waiting for the Right Moment, and began to peruse it. Aha, it all made sense now. As it read, Yi Tian frequently nodded in agreement. Chapter 25, Madness Simplified. A 30 formula. Zhou Qiong stunned the skills of beast tamers. It can be broadly categorized into offensive, agility, defensive, supportive, and special types, among others. The exploration of factors pertains to special skills, which possess unique functionalities. The skill lurking in wait is classified as supportive. It does not directly inflict damage, but must be utilized in conjunction with offensive skills. For instance, before employing the 8-direction staff, the Great Sage can first harness the power of lurking in wait to accumulate strength, unleashing a more formidable force upon attack. The longer the accumulation period, the greater the damage enhancement, with a maximum build-up time of 10 seconds. Detected lurking in wait. Target: Great Sage. Would you like to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify? The initial simplification of 8 directions staff only costs 10,000 dragon coins. It appears that the higher the quality of the skill, the more costly the simplification process. Naturally, Yi Tian chose to proceed. Simplification complete. Lurking in wait. Crouch and embrace your head with both hands. Note: this simplification plan can enhance skill proficiency to mastery level. Following the instructions, Yi Tian commanded the Great Sage to execute the action. Consequently, the Great Sage began to crouch and embrace his head, staring vacantly into space. Race: Stone Monkey. Level: Bronze 97. Potential: Bronze. Skills: Drunkenness. Mastery 1. 8-direction staff. Perfect 0. Evolution factor exploration. Simplified. Novice 03. Lurking in wait. Novice 02. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Oh right. The cultivation examination also required identifying material ratios that could enhance training speed by over 10. Previous tests revealed that any study or research related to beast taming could trigger the simplification system. The question remained: how to trigger it? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian approached the frontmost bookshelf and casually selected several materials. He returned to his experimental platform and roughly merged the materials in a vessel. In his mind, he silently declared, "I shall discover the ratio that enhances the Great Sage's training in lurking in wait." To his delight, it proved feasible. Detected research on enhancing the training speed of lurking in wait. Target: Yi Tian. Would you like to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify? 200,000? So exorbitant? Yi Tian winced at the cost, but chose to proceed. After all, securing first place would yield an immediate reward of 1,000,000. What was 200,000 in comparison? Simplification complete. Research process: perform 1,000 additions and subtractions within 10 Yi Tian. While somewhat speechless, he complied without hesitation. He swiftly grasped a black pen on the table and began scribbling on paper. 113, 3287, 9599. The system merely required him to complete the tasks, not to execute them correctly. Yi Tian embraced a rebellious spirit. With each problem solved, an enhancement sound echoed in his ears. The research process unfolded with a steady progression as each individual, accompanied by a monkey, drew ever closer to their objective. After approximately half an hour, Yi Tian exhaled, having finally completed his task. The once blank sheet was now densely populated with numbers. As the final notification chimed, a stream of information materialized in Yi Tian's mind, prompting him to meticulously jot down the formula. 4 grams of barbarian bone powder, 3 grams of sunflower, and 1,000 grams of dark clay, all uniformly mixed and applied to the beast's body. Furthermore, 200 grams of cleansing liquid and 4 grams of golden cordyceps were to be blended and consumed in a ratio of 30 before cultivation and 70 afterward. This concoction promised to enhance cultivation speed by 30, far surpassing the 10 requirement for passing the assessment. Having transcribed the formula, Yi Tian finally found himself at leisure, turning his attention to the performances of his peers. Most wore expressions of discontent. He even observed a fellow struggling with an experiment, slapping himself in frustration. Suddenly, a small explosion erupted nearby, drawing his gaze to the table where Zhou Qiong labored. Their camaraderie prompted Yi Tian to hurry over to ascertain the situation. Zhou Qiong's eyes were brimming with tears, her face smudged with soot from the recent mishap. "Are you all right, Qiangjia?" he inquired, wiping her tears with her sleeve. She replied defiantly, "I'm fine. It was merely an experimental failure." With a sigh, she lamented, with this reform in assessments, I have no hope this time. Not even for the next or the one after that. When will I ever pass? A sense of despondency enveloped her, and she seemed on the verge of giving up. After pondering briefly, Yi Tian seized the pen from Zhou Qiong's table and inscribed several crucial materials for her. Naturally, he refrained from detailing the specific quantities, as that would be too conspicuous. Qiong, why not experiment with the materials I've provided? I once read about a skill akin to waiting for the opportune moment, and the auxiliary materials for that skill align with what I've noted. The 2 hours leading up to the cultivation assessment allowed for free exchange of ideas, which was vital since most research projects necessitated collaboration among 3 or more researchers. However, for the majority, 2 hours hardly afforded sufficient time for substantial communication. Moreover, even if someone was willing to share, others might hesitate to trust them, fearing the possibility of being led astray by false data. Conducting experiments to validate findings was time-consuming, and with only 5 hours allocated for the assessment, every minute was priceless. Previously, Zhou Qiong had shared materials with him, which he had not utilized, but he viewed this as a gesture of goodwill deserving of reciprocation. To him, it was merely a small act of kindness. Having left her with the formula, Yi Tian returned to his own workstation, while Zhou Qiong remained somewhat dazed. Had she encountered a similar skill formula before? Should she give it a try? After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to give it a try. Even in the event of failure, the outcome could scarcely be worse. Following the formula left by Yi Tian, Zhou Qiong retrieved the necessary ingredients from the front bookshelf. Drawing upon her own experience, she meticulously adjusted the quantities. Soon, her creation was complete. Hey, come here. Zhou Qiong hesitated to let the black bear ingest the internal medicine, instead opting to coat his entire body with the external paste. She then guided him through the training manual. Simultaneously, she attached a small clip to the bear's ear, which was connected via a wire to a small screen. The screen displayed numerical data reflecting the accelerated pace of his training. 2 minutes elapsed, and a figure of 12 appeared on the display. Zhou Qiong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. 12. How could it be so high? Yi Tian's words rang true. Had he indeed encountered similar material combinations? Achieving 12 on the very first experiment, with potential for further optimization. In the realm of research and formulation, one of the most daunting tasks lies in sourcing the materials. With hundreds of thousands of known substances, the challenge of combining various ingredients is readily apparent. If one were to possess knowledge of all available materials, determining the precise quantities would be far less arduous. Chapter 26. Exploring Evolution Factors Indeed. Yi Tian relinquished his pursuits on the other side. The great sage had successfully entered the preparatory stage and was steadily advancing towards mastery. Yi Tian calculated the time required for each one improvement and noted that there were still 4. 5 hours remaining. Dividing the 2, he found it sufficient. Good news followed in quick succession as the exploration of evolution factors, simplified version, also reached the preparatory stage. Yi Tian promptly instructed the great sage to utilize his skills in order to explore the evolution factors within his being. These evolution factors, concealed within the beast's body, harbor the potential for its evolution. To date, scientific inquiry has been unable to provide a definitive explanation for the existence of evolution factors. Detection of evolution factor exploration process. Target: Great Sage. Would you like to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify? Choosing yes, Yi Tian had long suspected that the exploration process could be simplified. However, he was astonished to find that the simplification had failed. Simplification failed. Tip: The beast's potential is too low. Skill proficiency needs to be enhanced. Yi Tian was taken aback. This was the first instance he had encountered a failure in simplification. Fortunately, the failure provided guidance on the next steps. Enhance the skill proficiency? The manual only recorded knowledge sufficient to reach the preparatory stage. To continue improving, there was but one method: to obtain more complete skills through assessments. Yet, without improvement, passing the assessments was impossible, creating a vicious cycle. Yi Tian ran his fingers through his hair, feeling somewhat helpless. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. No, there's another way. The evolution factor exploration skill was human-made. Perhaps I can simplify the creation process and derive a higher level of proficiency. As this thought crossed Yi Tian's mind, the familiar prompt chimed, filling him with elation. Detection of skill derivation process. Target. Yi Tian, would you like to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify? At this moment, Yi Tian had 440,000 dragon coins remaining. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that no gain could be achieved without investment. He spent it, although he understood that even if he derived the skill, he would still need to invest further to simplify the great sage's learning process. Yi Tian decided to take the gamble. Simplification successful. Skill derivation process collect 7 materials of different attributes. This was straightforward. Yi Tian directly approached the nearby shelves and selected materials representing the 7 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, darkness, and light. He completed the simplification plan. Race, stone monkey, level, bronze 97, potential, bronze skills, drunkenness, mastery 1, 8 direction staff, perfection 0, evolution factor exploration, derived version, preparatory 0, prepare to strike, preparatory 03. In the Great Sage's data panel, the suffix of the evolution factor exploration skill transformed from a simplified version to a derived version. He continued to simplify the training process. Detection of evolution factor exploration, derived version. Target, Great Sage. Would you like to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify? At this point, Yi Tian had no option of retreat. The expenditure was necessary. Simplification complete. The exploration of evolutionary factors, deductive version, consuming 100 G of spirit stone. Tip 1. This simplified plan can elevate skill proficiency to mastery. Tip 2. The data for this skill is lacking, rendering further deduction impossible. Yi Tian clenches fists. Excellent. I made the right bet. Based on the patterns Yi Tian has discerned, the simplified plans can be categorized into 2 types. One is time-based, requiring the investment of time in specific activities to achieve enhancement. For instance, spending time drinking, daydreaming, or performing arithmetic. The other type is collection-based, necessitating the gathering of specific items for improvement. For instance, to perfect the 8 direction staff, one must collect staves of silver grade or higher, and currently, there is a requirement to collect 100 G of spirit stone for consumption. The subsequent steps are straightforward. The examination venue also provides spirit stones, with each individual limited to 50 G. This is not a challenge for Yi Tian. He promptly approached Sister Qiong, making his request. Sister Qiong, could you please give me 50 G of spirit stone? Sister Qiong readily agreed, her gratitude towards Yi Tian making her unwilling to refuse such a trivial request. Upon acquiring the spirit stone, he ground it into powder in a vessel for the great sage to ingest. Spirit stones can enhance the training speed of beast taming, but they are typically kept nearby. He had never heard of them being ingested. However, the system demands it, and he must comply. Whether he can enter the evolution department and possibly obtain an additional 1,000,000 depends on the proficiency level of the skill and the ability to explore the evolutionary factors. According to the system's hints, the skill can no longer be further deduced. If it is not feasible now, he must return home to prepare more funds and participate in the assessment next month. As the Great Sage consumed the Spirit Stone powder, the data panel changed once more. Race, Stone Monkey, level, Bronze 97, potential, Bronze skills, Intoxication, Mastery 1, 8 directions staff, Perfection 0, Evolution factor exploration, deductive version, Proficient 0, waiting for opportunity, Beginner 9. The Great Sage closed his eyes, commencing the operation of the evolutionary factor exploration skill. This process could also be simplified, but Yi Tian was utterly out of funds. With just over 4 hours remaining, it depended on whether the Great Sage could discover the evolutionary factors. Approximately an hour passed. The Great Sage suddenly opened his eyes in delight, transmitting a mental message to Yi Tian. Oh, I found it. Yi Tian felt a surge of joy. He realized that when the Great Sage employed this skill, he could share the sensations within the Great Sage's body. There, at the center of the Great Sage's brow, A golden point of light, visible only to him, shimmered. Is this the evolutionary factor? For now, he was uncertain about its utility, but it seemed he must first enter the research institute to acquire relevant knowledge. Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, he was certain to pass the assessment. Very well. Let us endeavor to seek out as many factors as possible. This participation in the assessment had nearly depleted his resources, leaving him with only 40,000 dragon coins. He wondered how others were faring. He would do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Yi Tian comfortably settled into his chair. To others, this action appeared as though he had relinquished his efforts in the assessment and succumbed to apathy. Not far away, Zhang Sheng observed Yi Tian's behavior and nodded, as if to say, just as I suspected. However, to persevere until this moment before conceding was no small feat. He had initially anticipated that Yi Tian would abandon the endeavor at the very onset. It now seemed evident that Yi Tian's earlier antics during the topic selection were merely a ploy for attention. On the other side, was he ready to give up after less than an hour? Zhang Qixing cast a sidelong glance at Yi Tian, chuckling softly before diverting his gaze. After all, Yi Tian had managed to best him in the first round, securing the top position, which naturally drew additional scrutiny his way. The moment Zhang Qixing beheld that Yi Tian's beast companion was merely a stone monkey, he had already foreseen the outcome. Yi Tian's current demeanor merely served to validate his long-held suspicions. Chapter 27. Examination Results. How could Yi Tian dare to step forward? Brother Sheng, how have you fared in your studies? Are you confident about passing the assessment? At that moment, Zhang Qixing heard a deep male voice emanating from behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Lu Bo previously. Their interactions had been minimal, but after the last round, Lu Bo had taken the initiative to engage him in conversation, sharing insights. And thus they had become acquainted. Zhang Qixing smiled, feeling no need for concealment. According to my estimates, I will require another 2 hours to grasp the skills. With just over an hour remaining, finding an evolutionary factor should not pose much difficulty. Lu Bo gazed at him with a hint of envy. Truly remarkable, Brother Sheng. As for myself, I anticipate needing 3 more hours to comprehend my beast mastery. By then, I will only have half an hour left for exploration. I can only hope for a stroke of luck. Who could have foreseen the reform of the assessment criteria? I was initially so confident. Had I known, I would have registered last time. Zhang Qixing first offered Lu Bo some words of comfort before humbly adding, my beast had previously studied a simplified version of the factor exploration skills, which is why my training speed surpasses yours. If we were to start from the same point, it is uncertain who would progress faster. Among the examinees present, only a handful, fewer than 10, had chosen evolution as their examination topic. Seeing the two engaged in discussion, others began to gather around. While Lu Bo's chances of passing remained uncertain, the others had essentially resigned themselves to failure. According to the instrument S calculations, my beast requires another 8 hours to grasp the skills. Haha, I need 16 hours. Haha, I require 20 hours. As the group S morale plummeted, they began to compare their required times for mastery. Do you think that if we achieve mastery this time, we might have an advantage in the next assessment? Skipping the learning phase entirely and dedicating all our time to exploring the factors? One person posed a question, and many nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation. Zhang Qixing doused their hopes with a sobering reality. Unfortunately, that is not the case. The skill of evolutionary factor exploration has undergone centuries of research and refinement to reach its current form, embodying the lifelong dedication of countless predecessors. It encompasses innumerable variations, making it impossible to exhaust. Even extracting less than one of its content has resulted in the skills we are learning today. I am certain that the questioners will not allow us to exploit any loopholes. So even if the next assessment bears the same name, the content will be vastly different. He continued, I have previously studied a similar, abridged version of the skill, and while it may offer some reference, it is of limited utility. Upon hearing this, a wave of despair swept over the crowd. This is disastrous. If that is the case, will I ever gain admission to the Research Institute? In contrast to those who had chosen evolution as their examination topic, the candidates focusing on cultivation had no inclination to roam about, let alone engage in idle chatter. They were fervently conducting experiments, hoping to discover a formula with a higher success rate. Time passed quietly and unceremoniously. Throughout this process, many chose to give up, succumbing like Yi Tian, who slumped into a chair in resignation. The only solace for them was that they were not the first to concede. That dubious honor belonged to Yi Tian. When they later explained their decision to others, they could retain some semblance of dignity, having rehearsed their justifications. The difficulty of this assessment was indeed daunting. Even the top performer of the first round chose to withdraw. Ironically, I had persevered longer than he did. As the bell rang, all individuals and their beasts ceased their activities. Time was up. Zhang Sheng stepped to the forefront, signaling the commencement of the evaluation. The assessment would first scrutinize the cultivation topics, followed by the evolution topics. Zhang Sheng proclaimed, "Those who believe they can successfully pass, step forward." The majority could not meet the passing criteria, and to expedite the process, not everyone was required to participate in the assessment results. As his words echoed, the crowd immediately stirred. Zhou Qiong glanced at Yi Tian, smiling at him before moving ahead. Yi Tian followed suit. The onlookers behind them cast envious glances at their retreating figures. What extraordinary beings were these? How could they succeed in such a formidable evaluation? 1, 2, 3, 5. Someone raised their hand to count. A total of 5 individuals felt confident in their ability to pass. Typically, fewer candidates succeed in the evolution assessment compared to the cultivation one. Therefore, the total would not exceed 10 individuals, despite thousands having registered for this evaluation. A pass rate of less than 1 was indeed alarming. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. Why was Yi Tian also stepping forward? As the first-place winner of the initial round, he naturally garnered much attention. The puzzling aspect was that everyone had witnessed Yi Tian beginning to falter within an hour. What audacity did he possess to stand before everyone? Risking embarrassment? Did he genuinely believe he was capable of passing? Zhang Sheng, equally perplexed, fixed his gaze on Yi Tian and reiterated his statement. "I meant those who are confident in passing the assessment should come forward." Concerned that Yi Tian might not comprehend, he elaborated on the rules. To pass the assessment, 2 criteria must be met. 1. Skills must reach a basic level. 2. A formula for accelerating training by over 10 must be developed. The other candidates followed Zhang Sheng's gaze toward Yi Tian, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, save for Zhou Qiong, who remained unfazed. Seeing Yi Tian unmoved, Zhang Sheng resigned himself to the situation, allowing Yi Tian to proceed. The evaluation process was straightforward. Beast masters simply needed to connect their beasts to the apparatus and utilize their skills to ascertain proficiency. As for the formula, it was to be written down and submitted to Zhang Sheng, who would conduct tests using a beast known as a simulation beast to derive results. With only 5 individuals, Zhang Sheng randomly selected the first participant for assessment. "Gao Su, you may go first." "All right." Gao Su, a bespectacled and refined young man, presented a pitch-black cat as his beast. The black cat connected to the apparatus and, at Gao Su's command, prepared to unleash its skill. A faint glimmer could be discerned around the feline's form, as a twisting yet translucent layer enveloped it. Almost immediately, a yellow light illuminated on the instrument. Success! Gao Su clenched his fist in triumph. The appearance of the yellow light on the screen signified that the skill had been mastered. He then handed over the formula he had devised to Zhang Sheng. With a mere wave of his hand, a vibrant blue slime materialized before the onlookers. This was the simulation beast, specifically cultivated for various experimental purposes. A staff member, following Gao Su's formula, prepared a vial of potion and administered it to the simulation beast. Subsequently, it began its training, poised for action, while another instrument rapidly displayed a figure. 11. Splendid! Gao Su exclaimed in jubilation. Chapter 28. The optimal ratio of 24? Instrument malfunction? Although Gao Su had anticipated the outcome, the moment it was confirmed, he could not help but feel exhilarated. Zhang Sheng nodded in approval. "Indeed, you have succeeded." Behind them, several individuals could not restrain their astonishment. "Incredible! I wish I could take their place." It was said that Gao Su was a prodigy in beast taming. having already obtained the professional beast tamer certification, and he had entered the research field out of passion. No wonder he managed to grasp the fundamentals of the silver-level skill in just a few hours. After Gao Su finished his assessment, Zhang Sheng continued to call upon others. The subsequent two young men also passed without difficulty. Their formulas only enhanced speed by 10, barely scraping the passing mark. Zhang Sheng acknowledged this, recognizing that to develop a 10 formula in such a brief time was already a rare talent. Speaking of which, the skill ready to strike was derived from his team's research on the optimal ratio. It took them 2 months to deduce the best ratio of 24. It is worth noting that each one increase in efficiency becomes increasingly challenging, particularly as one approaches the upper limits. The achievement of 24 had earned his team the Best Team Award from the previous year. Now, it was Zhou Qiong's turn. The proficiency of her skill, as expected, lit up the yellow light, while the ratio of her formula left everyone astounded. 20. Incredible. How can it be so high? Zhou Qiong raised an eyebrow at Yi Tian, as if to say, aren't I impressive? She was on a lucky streak today. After receiving the material list from Yi Tian, she tested a remarkable ratio in just a few hours. Zhang Sheng was filled with uncertainty. Was it merely luck? In the past, their team had spent 2 weeks elevating their ratio to 20, while Zhou Qiong accomplished it in just 5 hours. He remembered Zhou Qiong. She had participated in several assessments before. Her abilities were decent, but Zhang Sheng had anticipated that she would not pass this time. Her presence at the forefront was already astonishing. To think she could achieve such an outrageous result. Are we truly participating in the same assessment? Many behind them were pulling their hair out in disbelief. Haha, she must be cheating. I refuse to believe it. The few individuals who had previously passed were equally bewildered. The difference between the 20th and the 10th of May seemed merely a factor of 2, yet anyone with understanding knows the disparity in difficulty is at least tenfold. Gao Su, initially brimming with confidence, now felt threatened by the emergence of such a remarkable contender as Zhou Qiong. What a despairing outcome. Gao Su sighed, his face marked with dejection. You did well. Zhang Sheng exhaled, regaining his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qiong. Regardless of the subject of research, there is always an element of luck involved. However, this does not diminish Zhou Qiong's excellence. Zhou Qiong, you have passed. Zhou Qiong merely smiled, not overly excited. She had already experienced her moment of exhilaration. Now, her heart was filled solely with gratitude towards Yi Tian. Little Tian, you have truly given me an extraordinary gift. Entering the Research Institute has been her aspiration for many years. To achieve this goal, while others indulge in leisure, she immerses herself in study. Even when her peers engage in romantic pursuits, she remains devoted to her learning. It can be said that she dedicates nearly all her time to this endeavor. Yet, due to the reform of the assessment criteria, the goal that once felt within her grasp has suddenly receded into the distance. Were it not for Yi Tian, she would have needed at least 2 additional years to prepare anew. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Qiong's astonishing performance that Zhang Sheng was taken aback. Compared to his interactions with others, he found himself speaking more to Zhou Qiong. Indeed, Zhou Tiangang has raised a remarkable daughter, he chuckled, stroking his sparse beard, entirely forgetting the previous unpleasantness with Zhou Tiangang. The optimal ratio for the readiness of the opportunity is 24. Your results are already quite close to this figure. Well done. Zhang Sheng's words ignited a stir among the crowd. 24? This means Zhou Qiong is merely 4 away from achieving the ideal ratio? Incredible. It seems I am witnessing the emergence of a new star in the realm of cultivation. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. What? The optimal ratio is 24? I thought it was 30. It became clear that 24 was the limit identified by Zhang Sheng's team, not the maximum ratio. Listening to the exclamations from all directions, Zhang Sheng appeared quite pleased. Indeed, it is 24. This is the optimal ratio my team discovered last year. Zhang Sheng turned his gaze towards Yi Tian. Candidate Yi Tian, it is your turn. He deliberately left Yi Tian for last. You wish to embarrass yourself? Then I shall allow you to take the stage for that humiliation. At this moment, Zhang Sheng harbored a slight disdain for Yi Tian, believing him to be a waste of time. Yet, due to protocol, he had no choice but to permit the assessment to proceed. Yi Tian nodded, disregarding Zhang Sheng's gaze. He instructed De Sheng to connect to the apparatus and execute the readiness command. Soon, like the others, the screen illuminated. However, the distinction lay in the fact that De Sheng's light shone a vibrant red. See, I told you wouldn't pass. A few candidates in the back began to murmur, having formed a striking impression of Yi Tian. Truth be told, they did not wish to see him succeed, and upon witnessing the absence of a yellow light, many felt a sense of delight. Yet, some candidates were perplexed. Shouldn't a failure result in no light at all? What, then, does this red light signify? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment, staring at De Sheng as though witnessing a ghost. If I recall correctly, achieving a proficient skill level would cause the light to turn red during testing, wouldn't it? Everyone was taken aback. Not only the candidates, but the two examiners also began to grasp the unfolding situation. How could this be? Zhang Sheng had never anticipated witnessing a candidate elevate their skill proficiency to a proficient level during the assessment. Thus, when he saw the red light illuminate, he initially failed to comprehend its significance. In just 5 hours, even the most gifted beast masters cannot cultivate a silver tier skill to proficiency, can they? After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Sheng chose to remain skeptical. He chuckled softly, suspecting that there must be an issue with the testing apparatus. Turning to Yi Tian, his voice carried a hint of urgency. Yi Tian, it seems there may have been a minor malfunction with the equipment just now. Would you mind conducting the test once more? Yi Tian smiled lightly, sensing that the examiner harbored doubts about his capabilities. Chapter 29, Beyond the Optimal Ratio. Through cultivation and assessment, true gold fears no fire. Retry, just retry. The candidates anxiously gazed at the screen, many silently praying that the previous readings were merely a malfunction of the device. To their dismay, the red light illuminated once more. Zhang Sheng, still somewhat incredulous, switched to 2 different instruments to test the great sage, yet each time the results remained unchanged. At this point, disbelief could no longer be sustained. Could it truly be genuine? The entire assembly of candidates was rendered speechless, as if the scene had been frozen in time. The testing results for the great sage exceeded the boundaries of their comprehension. After all, it was merely a stone monkey. Was it not said that such beast companions possessed no potential whatsoever? In Wushan City, stone monkeys were commonplace, housing the largest monkey wine base in the entirety of Longhua. Statistics indicated that among every 10 beast masters, one had a contract with a stone monkey. Yet, it was unheard of for any stone monkey to master combat skills. The most absurd part was the astonishing speed of learning. Within an hour, the skill had reached proficiency, and this was a skill of silver grade. Yi Tian's youthful visage, coupled with the stone monkey, an ostensibly talentless species, created a stark contrast with the achievements they had produced. No one present could have anticipated the unfolding events. This was simply too unreasonable. Even Zhou Qiong could not help but widen her eyes, her lips twitching. Since her formula had originated from Yi Tian, she had anticipated that the great sage could grasp the skill at its inception. However, she was utterly unprepared for the fact that the great sage had leapt directly to proficiency. Advancing a skill as proficiency level was notoriously difficult, at least tenfold more challenging. Please exhibit some humanity. Once Zhang Sheng regained his composure from the shock, he turned to Yi Tian with eyes that sparkled like radiant jewels. Elation surged within him. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. His previous disdain for Yi Tian had evaporated entirely. There might have been some misunderstandings between them, but now that the misunderstandings were resolved, all was well. As the vice dean, Yi Tian would be working under him upon entering the research institute. There would be ample time for them to interact. Realizing this prodigious talent, Zhang Sheng had already resolved in his heart that even if Yi Tian's formula fell short of the 10 criteria, he would still admit him without hesitation. Even if Yi Tian possessed no research capabilities, his innate talent for beast mastery alone rendered him an exceptional subject for study. Quite impressive, though astonished internally. Zhang Sheng maintained an air of calmness. Yet, any discerning observer would recognize the shift in his attitude toward Yi Tian. Just 2 minutes prior, his expression had been stern. Now, he wore a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. After confirming the results of the skill cultivation, Yi Tian produced the formula he had meticulously prepared, extending it toward Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng harbored a hope that Yi Tian's formula would not meet the 10 threshold. If that were the case, his exceptional admission of Yi Tian would surely inspire gratitude, thereby facilitating future collaborations. In the beginning, many believed that Yi Tian was merely seeking to attract attention. But now such assumptions have been cast aside as everyone gazes expectantly toward the front. They too yearn to discover whether Yi Tian can successfully pass the assessment. Before long, the staff, following the formula provided by Yi Tian, managed to concoct 2 potions, one for internal use and the other for external application, utilizing simulated beasts as test subjects. The moment the test results were revealed, the entire venue fell into a state of astonishment. One result was 3, the other 0, which when combined formed 30. Due to the remarkable performance earlier exhibited by the great saint, many began to entertain the hope that Yi Tian might indeed succeed. However, that figure was undeniably alarming. Zhang Sheng felt as if his throat had been constricted, rendering him speechless. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, muttering to himself in disbelief. How could this be possible? His own optimal ratio was merely 24, yet Yi Tian's results had surpassed that benchmark by a staggering 6. This indicated that their research had yet to reach its limit. The other candidates recalled Zhang Sheng's earlier words and also came to this realization, each unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, their hairs standing on end. Goodness, Yi Tian is truly exceptional. How could his results exceed the standard answer? In the Research Institute, skill ratios are typically determined through collaborative teamwork. Yet Yi Tian accomplished this solo. The most outrageous aspect was that he completed it in just 5 hours. One might wish he would act more like a human being. Zhang Qixing felt his worldview being shaken, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that Yi Tian had chosen the topic of cultivation. Had he opted for evolution, he would have likely grasped the entry-level skills at a rapid pace, affording him ample time to explore evolutionary factors. In that case, his own first-place position might not have been so secure. Initially, Zhang held a somewhat disdainful attitude towards Yi Tian, but now he found himself harboring a burgeoning respect, contemplating the need to seek an opportunity to befriend such a talent. Zhou Qiong was equally astounded, even if one were aware of the materials. Achieving such a high ratio within 5 hours was nothing short of remarkable. She clenched her fist, feeling a surge of triumph. Prior to the announcement of Yi Tian's results, many had been quick to criticize him, some deeming him arrogant and others accusing him of showboating. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhou Qiong felt a surge of indignation. Now, do you see how impressive Xiao Tian truly is? Zhang Sheng's expression grew tense, a sense of embarrassment washing over him. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was the old fellow Wang Tingsong. Huh, you've been slapped in the face, haven't you? To claim a 24 optimal ratio only to be outdone by a youth under 20 who effortlessly produce superior results. How utterly humiliating. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to remain in the deputy minister's position. Zhang Sheng's face flushed crimson, anger flaring as he swatted Wang Tingsong's hand away. Yi Tian is about to join our cultivation department. This is an internal matter and has nothing to do with you, an old-timer from the evolution department. Wang Tingsong merely shrugged, casting an admiring glance at Yi Tian. From the moment he reviewed the resume, Yi Tian left an indelible impression on Wang Tingsong, especially after achieving a perfect score in the first round of examinations. Wang Tingsong harbored a certain anticipation for him. However, within half an hour of the commencement of the second round of assessments, Yi Tian was seen slouched in his chair, exuding an air of indifference. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tingsong felt a moment of disappointment, not expecting that in the end, Yi Tian would still deliver such a remarkable surprise. Regrettably, such talent did not belong to their evolution department. Zhang Sheng adjusted his appearance and stepped forward to stand before Yi Tian, mustering a smile. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Chapter 30. Has Yi Tian emerged again? The whole venue is bewildered. This outcome is hardly surprising. The beast mastery skill only requires basic proficiency, yet the great sage has mastered it with remarkable finesse, far exceeding the standard. The subsequent ratios further illustrate results that surpass the expected benchmarks. If Yi Tian were to fail the assessment, it would indeed be inconceivable. Yi Tian nodded, unfazed by the results. As the last participant to approach for testing, he inquired of Zhang Sheng, the examiner, "Am I in first place?" Zhang Sheng smiled without a doubt. Yi Tian continued, "When will the reward for first place be distributed?" Zhang Sheng replied, "It will be issued at the conclusion of the entire assessment, rest assured." Content with this assurance, Yi Tian returned to the crowd, awaiting the commencement of the second round of evaluations. "Xiao Tian, you are incredible," Zhou Qiong exclaimed as she rushed toward Yi Tian upon his return. "So, we will be colleagues in the same department from now on." However, she was met with Yi Tian's somber remark, "It seems we may not be in the same department after all." This statement left Zhou Qiong perplexed. After all, Yi Tian had just passed the test. Did he intend to forego this opportunity? Just as she was about to offer her encouragement, Yi Tian's next words left her utterly astonished. "I plan to enter the evolution department." At that moment, Wang Tingsong had already taken Zhang Sheng's place, standing before the crowd and proclaiming, "Next is the assessment for the evolution department. Candidates who are confident in their abilities, please step forward." Hearing this, Yi Tian hurriedly waved to Zhou Qiong. "Sister Qiong, I'm heading over." Zhou Qiong was left bewildered. Yi Tian's action prompted a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. Wang Tingsong raised an eyebrow, noticing Yi Tian approaching him. An absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he intends to participate in the evolution department's assessment as well? It was true that at the onset of the second round, Yi Tian had chosen 2 subjects simultaneously. However, given his remarkable achievements in the research department, how could he possibly have the capacity to tackle the evolution department's challenges? Moreover, they had long since studied the stone monkey as a beast, which possesses minimal potential. Its basic exploration skills are incapable of uncovering any evolutionary factors. This was a well-established conclusion. Thus, Yi Tian had no opportunity to enter the evolution department from the outset. His actions were undeniably perplexing. Not far behind Wang Tingsong, Zhang Sheng furrowed his brow. What does Yi Tian mean by this? He was also aware of the stone monkey-esque circumstances. Rationally, Yi Tian should have no chance of passing the evolution department's assessment. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Wow, Brother Tian is quite bold. Want to take a shot at the evolution department's exam as well. In the realm of beast mastery, experience reigned supreme. Though Yi Tian was the youngest participant present, that did not prevent some admirers from referring to him as Brother Tian. "This is impossible," someone murmured, rubbing their eyes, convinced they were experiencing an illusion. "It is already astonishing that Yi Tian has passed the assessment of the cultivation department. One might even consider a miracle. Could he possibly wish to create another marvel?" The number of participants in the assessment is even fewer than before, with only 3 individuals, including Yi Tian. The remaining 2 are Zhang Qixing and Lu Bo. Both of them could not help but turn their heads to glance at Yi Tian, who stood beside them, a series of question marks forming above their heads. Although they were unaware that the stone monkey had long been thoroughly studied by the Research Institute, they were acutely aware that human energy is exceedingly limited. Having already secured the top position in the cultivation assessment, how could he possibly have the capacity to tackle the evolutionary questions? Throughout the history of the Wushan Research Institute, there has never been anyone capable of passing 2 assessments simultaneously, has there? Could it be that Yi Tian aspires to make history? A sense of unease gripped Lu Bo's heart. An inexplicable feeling of crisis arose within him. If it were only he and Zhang Qixing, he would at least be assured of second place. However, the situation was now uncertain. Zhang Qixing, though surprised, did not share Lu Bo's sense of urgency. He held unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Even if Yi Tian managed to pass the assessment, he could never surpass him. Yi Tian might be attempting to juggle 2 tasks at once, and if he could discover more factors than Zhang Qixing under these circumstances, then Zhang Qixing might as well jump off a building. Wang Tingsong composed his expression into one of calmness and decided to proceed with the process. Whether Yi Tian could pass the assessment would soon be revealed. Who shall go first? He did not take the initiative like Zhang Sheng, but instead handed the decision to the candidates. Lu Bo immediately stepped forward. "I'll go first." His performance was undoubtedly inferior to Zhang Qixing's, and if he were to take the assessment after him, comparisons would be inevitable. Thus, he opted to be the first to undergo the evaluation. Allow me to set the stage. The test was quite simple, involving a connected device. At the end of the device was a large screen, and once the device was connected to the beast, its outline immediately appeared on the screen. Lu Bo commanded his beast to use its skill. Soon, a golden dot appeared at the position near the head of the beast's outline on the screen. The function of this device was to project evolutionary factors. Wang Tingsong nodded. Good, you pass. Next, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Qixing stepped forward. Confident that he would emerge first, he aimed to conclude the assessment as swiftly as possible. Though he had been preempted by Lu Bo, Wang Tingsong waved his hand, and staff members quickly approached to connect the device to Zhang Qixing's beast. His beast resembled a gray ball the size of a human head, with a pair of small white wings protruding from its back. Yi Tian recalled that it was called a chestnut ball. The round silhouette of the chestnut ball was instantly projected on the screen, and as it executed its skill, numerous light points began to illuminate rapidly, 1, 2, 5. The subsequent candidates extended their fingers to count the light points, stopping at 13. Zhang Qixing stood proudly, basking in the adoration radiating from all directions. Brother Sheng is incredibly strong. No wonder he chose to resign from the cultivation department of a research institute in another city to return and take the examination for the evolution department. It turns out that Sheng Ji's talent in the realm of evolution is truly formidable. Presumably, once Sheng Ge joins the research institute, he will swiftly achieve remarkable results. Zhang Sheng wore a proud expression on his face. No matter how rebellious Zhang Qixing may be, he is still Zhang Sheng's beloved nephew. How delightful! Wang Tingsong also rarely displayed a smile. The evolution department, due to its high entry barriers, has long been in a state of personnel shortage. Today, with the recruitment of a genius, he naturally felt elated. Zhang Qixing, congratulations on passing the assessment. I look forward to your future performance. Zhang Qixing slightly lifted his head. I will not disappoint the deputy minister. Congratulations, Sheng Ge. Several candidates behind him seemed to have conspired beforehand, shouting in unison. Finally, it was time for the last candidate of the entire assessment to undergo testing. With the assistance of the staff, the outline of the Sheng was soon projected onto the screen. Chapter 31. Still the first, the struggle between two deputy ministers. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The great sage merely needed to discover a single evolution factor to establish an unprecedented record. The value of just one such factor could surpass that of a dozen or more from Zhang Qixing. Although Zhang feigned indifference, the intensity of his gaze upon the screen betrayed his inner thoughts. The great sage commenced his skill. In an instant, luminous points appeared on the screen. Impossible. Wang Tingsong's body froze in disbelief. What the heck? Other candidates gasped in astonishment. Zhang Qixing could not help but elevate his eyelids, leaning toward the screen. The first glimmer was merely a prelude. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A faint sound of air being sliced through emanated from the great sage's body. One by one, luminous points began to emerge rapidly, soon coalescing into a vast expanse. There was no need to count. A mere glance revealed that there were far more than Zhang Qixing's. This must be at least 100, right? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Qixing's face turned pale. Zhou Qiong's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit a fist. Wang Tingsong slapped himself to confirm it was not an illusion and immediately turned to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, how did you accomplish this? This is impossible. How could an entry-level exploration skill locate the evolution factor of the stone monkey? Zhang Sheng fixed his gaze intently on Yi Tian. It had long been established that entry-level skills could not uncover the potential of the stone monkey. What on earth was happening? The other candidates, noticing the two examiners' intense reactions, also turned to Yi Tian. Yi Tian responded calmly. Yes, entry-level exploration skills cannot find the evolution factor of the stone monkey. He paused before adding, therefore, the skill I employed is of a higher proficiency. Everyone, they were even more bewildered. Wang Tingsong frowned, perplexed. The skills provided in the exam could only be cultivated to an entry level. Yi Tian continued, yes, thus in order to pass, I derived a more advanced skill on my own. If one wishes to succeed, such matters cannot be concealed, so I chose to reveal them openly. Everyone, Wang Tingsong, Zhang Sheng. They were now questioning whether their ears were malfunctioning. What absurdity was this? To derive a skill, limited to an entry level, to a proficient level in order to pass? Zhang Qixing's lips twitched. He considered himself a genius, well-versed in knowledge. Yet, Yi Tian's assertions brushed against his areas of ignorance. Wang Tingsong's voice trembled. Theoretically, it was feasible, but had it not been for the evidence before him, Wang Tingsong would not have believed it, even under duress. The assessment time was not 50 years, nor 5 years, but merely 5 hours. Furthermore, Yi Tian had not only completed the evolution department's assessment, but also needed time to refine the skill after discovering the exploration factor. The examination hall remained enveloped in silence for a full 2 minutes before a few individuals gradually emerged from their state of shock. The absurdity of the situation was beyond comprehension. Mother, please do not question my decision to kneel and witness Tianji's display of prowess. Truly, what a remarkable showcase. Tiange, you are my deity. In this life, I bow to no one but you. Zhang Qixing, too, was roused from the collective astonishment that filled the room. A grave realization dawned upon him. His first place had seemingly been usurped by Yi Tian. How could this be the outcome? Zhang Qixing found it intolerable. Having returned from another city, he had endured immense pressure, vowing to secure the top position and prove to the gossips that he, Zhang Qixing, was unparalleled wherever he went. Yet, Yi Tian had suddenly emerged, snatching everything away from him. He had outperformed him in both the first and second rounds. In a fit of exasperation, Zhang Qixing collapsed. Qixing, Zhang Sheng, noticing his nephew sprawled on the ground, rushed forward, poised to carry him to the infirmary. Suddenly, a thought struck him, halting his actions. Yi Tian had successfully passed both assessments, but according to regulations, an individual could only join one department. This meant that Yi Tian had to choose between the two departments. What if he left now, and Wang Tingsong persuaded him to join the evolution department? The director would undoubtedly chastise Zhang Sheng for losing such a prodigy. Thus, he could not let him depart. Qixing, I must impose upon you for a moment longer. Zhang Sheng hastily approached Yi Tian, who was now in the presence of Wang Tingsong. Yi Tian, I am a few years your senior. It would not be inappropriate to address you as Little Tian, would it? I recall that your application indicated a desire to enter our evolution department, correct? Wang Tingsong's eyes narrowed, resembling those of a scheming uncle. Little Tian, your talent is truly better suited for our cultivation department. Zhang Sheng swiftly pushed Wang Tingsong aside. Do not heed his nonsense, Little Tian. Intentions are merely for show. Enraged, Wang Tingsong retorted, Little Tian's abilities are undoubtedly a perfect fit for our evolution department. The two glared at each other, their energies clashing audibly, escalating into a heated exchange. The atmosphere thickened as their words grew increasingly harsh and their tempers flared. Suddenly, several beams of white light erupted as they summoned their respective beast companions, confronting one another. Both were formidable figures of diamond rank, each commanding 3 powerful beasts, exuding an aura of intimidation. The candidates felt as though a mountain loomed behind them merely from witnessing the beasts. Yi Tian, closest to the two, felt every hair on his body stand on end, his form trembling uncontrollably. Was this the overwhelming presence of diamond-tier beasts? Such magnificence! Through the air, he could sense the boundless energy contained within each beast, akin to an ocean. If that energy were to explode, it could easily reduce the entire examination hall to ruins. This is troubling. The 2 vice ministers are on the verge of a confrontation. Quickly, summon the minister. The staff on site, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily fled the scene. The candidates gazed at Yi Tian with a mixture of envy and jealousy, longing for the attention of such influential figures. In their perception, the Research Institute has always stood as a pinnacle, a revered sanctuary coveted by countless aspirants. It is indeed the first time they have witnessed such a hallowed institution descending to vie for talent. However, they could empathize with Wang and Zhang. For Yi Tian's extraordinary gift is nothing short of remarkable. It is presumed that he would swiftly ascend to become a linchpin within any department he joins, potentially leading it onto national and even international stages. "You scoundrel! I've long held disdain for you," Wang Tingsong declared, entirely shedding his previous gentlemanly demeanor. Zhang Sheng was not faring much better. His white hair bristled, and his eyes began to redden with fury. Chapter 32. The choice of the evolution department and Zhang Sheng's regret as the confrontation between the two escalated. A male and female voice simultaneously resonated from outside the door. "Are you intent on destroying the research institute? Shouldn't you cease this madness?" The two ministers had arrived. The male, clad in a white lab coat, evidently summoned from the laboratory, was Minister Su Changlin of the Cultivation Department. The female, dressed in a black suit with matching stockings, was Minister Chu Ying of the Evolution Department. Both deputy ministers let out a disdainful huff, aware that a physical altercation was now out of the question. They exchanged glances of contempt before turning their heads away from one another. "What on earth is happening?" Su Changlin, interrupted at a critical juncture of his experiment, felt a surge of irritation. The staff member who had called him, pressed for time, had failed to convey the full context of the situation. "Minister, here is what transpired," the staff member explained, as both deputy ministers withdrew their beasts into their respective spaces. He then recounted the events in their entirety. Chu Ying responded with surprise. "You mean to say that the two deputy ministers were vying for the same candidate? What? This candidate has passed both assessments simultaneously? That seems implausible." Initially skeptical, Chu Ying's doubts began to evaporate as she listened further, replaced by a growing sense of astonishment. To achieve success in the evolution assessment, the candidate had forcefully advanced a skill from novice to proficient, while simultaneously uncovering over 100 evolutionary factors. In the cultivation assessment, they had produced results exceeding the optimal ratio and honed their skills to proficiency. Surely you jest. Both Chu Ying and Su Changlin instinctively chose disbelief. Yet, the staff members' unwavering conviction, coupled with the silence of others present, alongside the confirmations from the two deputy ministers, gradually led them to accept the reality of the situation. Enough. Yi Tian can only enter the evolution department or the cultivation department. The flames of competition ignited in the eyes of both ministers. The staff member thought to himself, "Should I have never summoned you at all?" He was concerned that the two ministers might engage in conflict. The other candidates present had grown numb. What began as a group endeavor had morphed into a singular focus on Yi Tian. Fortunately, both ministers maintained their composure and refrained from summoning their beasts directly. Ultimately, there must be a resolution. Wouldn't you agree? Su Changlin fixed his gaze on Chu Ying. "Then what do you propose we do?" After a brief deliberation, they decided to entrust the choice to Yi Tian. This was unprecedented. They had always directed candidates to their respective departments based on the assessments they had undertaken, never allowing for personal selection. All eyes turned toward Yi Tian, the minister's expressions filled with anticipation, as if silently urging, "Choose me, choose me." Feeling the weight of their gaze, Yi Tian was overwhelmed by pressure. Clearing his throat, he finally declared, "I choose the evolution department." His purpose for coming to the Research Institute was to uncover the evolutionary path for the great sage, and he could not forsake his original intention. The motivation behind undertaking the examination set by the Ministry of Cultivation was solely to accrue reward points. A wise decision indeed, remarked Chu Ying as she affectionately patted Yi Tian's shoulder. In contrast, Su Changlin let out a sigh. "Xiao Tian, perhaps you should reconsider?" The moment those words escaped his lips, they were met with Chu Ying's fierce gaze. Although he harbored a desire for Yi Tian to join his department, he could do nothing if Yi Tian was unwilling. At this juncture, a conclusion had finally been reached. "Xiao Tian, before you leave, please come by my office. I am on the 3rd floor." With that, Chu Ying departed, and her gait revealed a buoyant mood. Su Changlin, finding no purpose in lingering, followed suit. The next order of business was the issuance of identification badges and the presentation of rewards. Each candidate who passed the assessment received a badge adorned with their photograph. As Wang Tingsong had stated, this badge symbolized their identity within the Research Institute, also storing pertinent information regarding their identity and points. Both individuals wore badges, but the distinction lay in the color. While the newly minted candidates sported red badges, the two vice deans bore green ones. The internal hierarchy of the Research Institute categorized members based on their contributions, with the lowest rank being Level 3 Researcher, followed by Levels 2, 1, Special, and Senior Engineer, corresponding respectively to the colors red, orange, yellow, green, and cyan. The green badges of the two vice deans signified their status as special researchers. "How wonderful!" Zhou Qiong exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Her long-cherished dream had finally materialized. From this day forth, she would be a distinguished Level 3 researcher. "Xiao Tian, I owe you so much. From now on, you are my dear little brother. If anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to tell me. I will stand up for you." Yi Tian could only smile helplessly. Just then, Yi Tian heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he found Zhang Qixing, who had just regained consciousness from a fainting spell. Zhang Qixing was aware that Yi Tian had also joined the evolution department. Though he felt a twinge of resentment, he considered the fact that they would soon be colleagues. Furthermore, Yi Tian's extraordinary talent was undeniable. It was imperative to foster a cordial relationship with such an individual. Thus, he forced himself to engage. "Hello. Is there something you need?" Yi Tian inquired politely. Zhang Qixing managed to conjure a strained smile. "Since we will be working together, perhaps we could exchange contact information? It would be more convenient." Yi Tian nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline. While Zhang Qixing was not on par with him, he was nonetheless a capable individual. And since there had been no prior unpleasantness between them, Yi Tian saw no harm in complying. Shortly after Zhang Qixing departed, Lu Bo approached with a similar request. The cohort of newcomers to the Research Institute gathered around Yi Tian, all seeking to connect. Although they were all novices entering the institute together, their demeanor towards Yi Tian resembled that of respectful juniors addressing a senior. After exchanging contact details with this group, the Research Institute organized a modest award ceremony for the newcomers. Yi Tian, without question, was the rightful first among the two assessments. The two individuals from the Evolution Department are faring well, yet several members of the Cultivation Department have shattered their teeth in frustration. What a humiliation! It is utterly disgraceful that a member of the Evolution Department has claimed the reward that rightfully belongs to their Cultivation Department. That is a substantial 100 points. Zhang Sheng sighed deeply, his posture now considerably hunched. He recalled the phone call he had received from Zhou Tiangang, and his heart was heavy with regret. Had I agreed to facilitate Yi Tian's direct promotion back then, he might have become one of our own in the Cultivation Department. After decades of life and countless encounters with people, Zhang Sheng never anticipated that he would stumble so significantly over Yi Tian today. Logically speaking, there was no conceivable way for Yi Tian to pass any of the assessments. Yet, the outcome defied all reason. Chapter 33. The informer Zhou Tiangang and the delightful reward Wang Tingsong observed Zhang Sheng with a hint of superiority in his gaze. After years of rivalry between the two departments, today marked a small victory for him. Once the awards were presented, the assessments officially concluded, and the candidates were released from the examination hall. Zhou Tiangang had been waiting anxiously in the lounge area for some time. Logically, his daughter and Xiao Tian should have exited the examination room several minutes prior. He wondered what could have transpired. Moreover, he noticed that the ministers of the two departments had both entered the examination hall for a considerable duration. Could something have gone awry? Zhou Tiangang felt a twinge of anxiety. It was only when he finally spotted the two that he felt a wave of relief and hurried over. Xiao Tian. Earlier, while waiting in the lounge, he had engaged in casual conversation and learned that this assessment had undergone a reform, increasing its difficulty. Based on his estimation, there was a 99% chance that his daughter had not passed. As for Yi Tian, he had not even entertained the notion that he could succeed. Thus, Zhou Tiangang refrained from inquiring about their results, fearing he might inflict further emotional distress. However, to his astonishment, his daughter rushed to him and appeared quite elated. "Dad, I passed." "Ah!" Zhou Tiangang exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, Zhou Qiong recounted the events to her father. Zhou Tiangang stood there, momentarily stunned. Goodness! Yi Tian's beast-taming talent had once again surpassed his expectations. Once he regained his composure, he expressed his gratitude towards Yi Tian. "Xiao Tian, if it weren't for you, Qiong wouldn't have been able to pass the assessment. I'm truly grateful." Yi Tian quickly waved his hands in modesty. "There is no need for formalities, old Zhou. Sister Qiong has been quite kind to me. Helping her is only right. Moreover, it was merely a casual gesture, requiring little effort. Zhou Qiong. That stings. Oh, by the way, Zhou Tiangang suddenly smirked. Xiao Dian, the opportunity for revenge has arrived. Yi Tian. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Zhou Tiangang pull out his phone and begin composing a message. Minister, I would like to report some matters. I suspect that part of the reason Yi Tian is reluctant to choose our cultivation department is due to Deputy Minister Zhang Sheng. A formal report from Zhou Tiangang. Wu's lengthy message was swiftly composed and dispatched by Zhou Tiangang. The intended recipient of the message was unmistakable. Yi Tian regarded Zhou Tiangang with newfound astonishment. To think you were such a principal. In the office of the Minister of the Cultivation Department, Su Chonglin leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat dejected. After returning from the examination hall, he had lost all motivation for conducting experiments. He had a project that required a suitable leader, and the talent Yi Tian had displayed today perfectly aligned with his needs. Regrettably, Yi Tian had chosen to enter the evolution department. What frustrated him further was that resources at the Research Institute were limited, and the two departments were in competition. This time, it was indeed a case of the enemy gaining while he lost. At the year's end, there will be an assessment of new employees, and the results will influence a portion of resource allocation. It appears that this year, the cultivation department will not be able to count on such resources. Just then, his phone suddenly lit up. Instinctively, he picked it up and found a lengthy message. Moments later, after reading the information, Su Chonglin couldn't help but feel a vain throb on his forehead. He immediately dialed Zhang Sheng's number. Zhang Sheng, please come to my office. Soon, Zhang Sheng stood before him. Su Chonglin's voice was low and somber. Zhang Sheng, I heard that Yi Tian had initially intended to join our department through internal referral. Was it you who outright rejected him? Zhang Sheng's heart sank at these words. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was bidding farewell to the Zhou father and daughter. And in accordance with Chu Ying's earlier request, he arrived at her office. Chu Ying was leisurely browsing through information, one leg crossed over the other, reclining in her chair. Upon seeing Yi Tian enter, she straightened her posture. So young was her most striking impression of him. Upon returning to her office, she had pulled up Yi Tian's almost comical resume, which clearly stated that he was only 18 years old this year. Chu Ying recalled her own 18th year. Not only had she not entered the Research Institute, but she hadn't even begun to study. It was only after joining the Beast Master Academy that she developed an interest in research, dedicating 4 years to her studies and graduated at 22, passing the entrance examination for the Research Institute. Due to her outstanding talent and relentless effort, she advanced from a level 3 researcher to a level 2 in just 1 year. Continuing her progress, she became the head of the evolution department at the age of 30, making her one of the youngest department heads in the history of the entire Research Institute. As Chu Ying assessed Yi Tian, he too was observing her. Her exquisite face, fair and radiant, appeared as youthful as his 18-year-old female classmates, yet imbued with a more mature charm. Yi Tian found it hard to articulate the sensation. It merely stirred something within him. Xiao Tian, you are quite impressive. Chu Ying began. I can responsibly say that you are the most gifted beast master and researcher I have encountered. Her praise made Yi Tian feel elated. And then she got to the point. The reason for summoning Yi Tian was to offer him a unique opportunity. I have already entered the information regarding the 30 formulation for the waiting to be distributed project into the system, of course, under your status as a researcher. According to the Institute's regulations, any researcher who makes a groundbreaking contribution will receive a substantial point reward. Yi Tian's eyes widened in excitement. This was indeed a delightful surprise. He realized what Chu Ying meant by offering him a unique opportunity. He had submitted the formulation merely to meet the assessment requirements, and at that time, he was not yet a researcher. Thus, he wouldn't ordinarily be eligible for any rewards. Chu Ying essentially advanced his researcher status to before the submission of the formulation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Tian asked, Minister, how much reward can one receive? Chu Ying replied, not much. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian's anticipation slightly waned. It was only natural. With the plethora of skills at the silver level, one could scarcely expect substantial rewards. However, The subsequent words from Chu Ying nearly sent him leaping with joy. Merely 200 points. 200. That was equivalent to 200,000 dragon coins. Was that not a modest sum? Chu Ying, observing Yi Tian's reaction, could not help but chuckle. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. The reward system of the Research Institute allocates points based on the ratio of the formula used. If it is below 30, a uniform reward of 100 points is granted. If it exceeds 30, then 200 points are awarded. You are fortunate, as you happen to fall right at that threshold. Yi Tian nodded in understanding, his curiosity piqued. Director, will the rewards given to the teams that previously achieved these records be revoked? Chu Ying replied. If a record is broken within a year of its creation, then yes, it will be rescinded. After a brief pause, she continued, as for Zhang Sheng's record, it has yet to reach a year. How ruthlessly competitive, Yi Tian reflected. Chapter 34. Instantly elevated to level 2 researcher for million dragon coins. Zhang Hao's misunderstanding, by the way. Chu Ying's words were not yet complete. The criteria for becoming a level 2 researcher is to accumulate 300 points, which you have already achieved. Remember to exchange your identity badge before you leave. Yi Tian was taken aback. Prior to visiting Chu Ying's office, he had familiarized himself with the benefits system of the Research Institute. It can be said that with every advancement in rank, there is a substantial enhancement in treatment. This is manifested in various ways, including the allocation of resources, discounts on material exchanges, and monthly national subsidies. For instance, a level 3 researcher receives a subsidy of 4,000 dragon coins monthly, while a level 2 researcher earns 10,000 dragon coins each month. Although the subsidy constitutes only a minor portion of a researcher's overall income, he is now officially receiving his salary from the state. What a delightful surprise. After conversing for a while longer, Yi Tian exited the office. He first collected a handbook outlining the Research Institute's guidelines, intending to study it further. He then obtained a complete version of Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. Lastly, he downloaded the mobile forum of the Institute and listed his points on the trading board, pricing them at 1 point for 10,000 dragon coins. Within 2 minutes, they were all snatched up. In the Research Institute, points are tradable. However, points that are traded do not count towards the accumulation of a researcher's points. They can only be redeemed for materials. Yet even under such circumstances, points remain exceedingly scarce. Upon exiting the Institute, Yi Tian felt his endeavor had been immensely fruitful. His primary goal for taking the assessment at the Institute was to acquire exploration of evolutionary factors, allowing the great sage to study it and discover an evolutionary path. This objective was perfectly accomplished. Furthermore, he had also attained the status of a level 2 researcher. Zhou Tiangang had been in the field for over a decade and had only reached level 2. Yi Tian, a newcomer, had already matched his rank. This seemed reasonable, considering the reform and assessments that introduced additional point rewards, and Yi Tian had also achieved dual firsts. Moreover, the contributions he submitted garnered him 200 points. While others had to share their team points, Yi Tian had monopolized this. The speed at which his points were accumulating was astonishing. Most thrilling of all was the 4 million dragon coins in his bank account. The great sage's 8 directions staff required 500,000 dragon coins for further enhancement. Wasn't this a fortuitous windfall? Yet, Yi Tian discovered that while the simplification system had many advantages, it was quite costly. This significantly increased his prospects for future career assessments. Delighted, he approached the roadside, preparing to hail a vehicle, when suddenly, he heard a voice calling out to him. Yi Tian, long time no see. What brings you here? It was none other than Zhang Hao, the class monitor who was the most active in their group. Zhang Hao was a robust figure with short hair. Yi Tian pointed towards the imposing building behind him. I just came here to handle a matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao chuckled. I see, you must be here to purchase the concentration potion, right? Handling matters so mysteriously, one might think you were involved in something significant. Concentration potion? Yi Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, within the Research Institute, there exists a trading zone that frequently offers materials conducive to the cultivation of beast mastery. It stands to reason that the spirit concentration potion is among these items. Clearly, Zhang Hao has misunderstood the situation. Yet, Yi Tian finds no inclination to elucidate. Even if he did, Zhang Hao would likely remain skeptical. Thus, he simply stated, "Yes, I am here to purchase potions." Zhang Hao, however, was somewhat perplexed. He was well aware of Yi Tian's circumstances. His family was not well off, so where would he procure funds for such potions? Moreover, the stone monkey bore no substantial value for cultivation. Was there truly a necessity to acquire potions? Yet, Yi Tian's presence here could not be attributed to any other explanation. It was rumored that today, an evaluation for researchers was underway. Surely, Yi Tian was not here to participate in that. Was he? Concerned for Yi Tian, Zhang Hao inquired, "How is your stone monkey faring? Have you managed to grasp the breathing technique?" Yi Tian replied, "Yes, I have made some progress." Zhang Hao chuckled, unable to suppress his desire to boast. "My Taishan is on the verge of breaking through to the bronze level. That is why I came to the Research Institute to buy potions, preparing for a final push today, hoping to report the results by tomorrow." Yi Tian clasped his hands in congratulation. "That is truly commendable." Zhang Hao modestly dismissed it. Merely good fortune. Yet, the grin on his face was unmistakable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, a taxi halted before Yi Tian. He bid farewell to Zhang Hao and entered the vehicle. Once Yi Tian departed, Zhang Hao shook his head. "That kid, surely he is taking a taxi just to save face in front of me." Yi Tian has been quite frugal during his 3 years at school. His home is not far from here, and there's a bus stop nearby. Why the need for a taxi? Zhang Hao straightened his appearance, feeling a tinge of nervousness before entering the Research Institute. He continued onward, and just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he encountered a familiar face. Lu Ge. The man, addressed as Lu Ge, halted, gazing at Zhang Hao with a look of puzzlement. Zhang Hao continued, "It's me, Lu Ge. Don't you remember? 10 years ago, we both lived in the Kangxiang Garden community. I used to love following you around." "Oh, now I remember. It's you, little mouse. We haven't seen each other in a decade, and you've grown so much." Liu Yi, whose full name is Lu Feng, was 10 years Zhang Hao's senior. They had previously resided in the same community, where Lu Feng enjoyed training his beasts in the courtyard, while Zhang Hao delighted in pestering him to play. Over time, they had become familiar with one another. Zhang Hao curiously asked Lu Ge, "What brings you out of the Research Institute? Are you also here to buy potions?" Lu Feng replied, "No, I am here to participate in the researcher assessment." "Lu Ge, that's impressive." Zhang Hao admired Lu Feng, aware that those daring enough to apply were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Lu Feng shook his head. "Impressive, my foot. I haven't even passed yet." Upon mentioning this, he could not help but voice his grievances. "I had prepared thoroughly, only to discover that they have reformed the assessment, making it at least 5 times more challenging than before." Zhang Hao gasped in astonishment. "Is it truly that terrifying? Is there anyone who can pass?" Lu Feng nodded. "Indeed, it was through this assessment that I came to understand the phrase, 'There are always greater talents beyond the known,' and to grasp the true essence of genius." As Lu Feng uttered these words, his lips quivered involuntarily, as if haunted by a dreadful memory. "Oh," Zhang Hao inquired, intrigued. "I'm rather curious about the prowess of someone whom you, Brother Lu, deem a genius." In Zhang Hao's heart, he held Lu Feng in the highest regard, for he had persistently looked up to him since childhood. Lu Feng had indeed been renowned as a prodigy in his early years. With a sigh, Lu Feng began to recount the sights and experiences of the day, leaving Zhang Hao in a state of astonishment. It became clear to him why Lu Feng claimed to have witnessed a genius. What he described was not merely human, but rather monstrous. Lu Feng had already become an object of admiration for Zhang Hao, and it left him pondering what extraordinary qualities could belong to one whom Lu Feng himself revered. Zhang Hao swallowed hard and asked, "Brother Lu, could you share with me the name of this genius?" Lu Feng's expression grew solemn. "Certainly. Remember this name. Yi Tian." Yi Tian? Zhang Hao was rendered speechless. Chapter 35. The Great Sage Breaks Through to Silver. System upgrade. Yi Tian instructed the taxi driver to drop him off at a grand shopping mall situated conveniently close to his home, deciding to indulge in some shopping before heading back. In less than 10 minutes, he emerged from the mall, a sizable bag in hand. Through the translucent film, one could discern numerous bottles of liquor nestled within. This was the objective of Yi Tian's endeavor. 20 bottles of silver-grade liquor, each costing 10,000 dragon coins, amounting to a staggering total of 200,000. Previously, such an exorbitant expenditure was beyond his wildest dreams. The great sage was on the verge of transcending to the silver tier, rendering bronze-grade spirits ineffective for him. Thus, it was imperative to have silver-grade liquor prepared in advance. The superior the liquor, the more pronounced the enhancement for the great sage. Initially, Yi Tian had contemplated acquiring gold-grade spirits directly. However, upon glancing at the prices, even the cheapest was priced at 500,000 per bottle. Perhaps it was best to forego that notion. Gold-grade spirits not only possessed a richer flavor than their silver counterparts, but also boasted various benefits for the human body and beast companions. Moreover, the difficulty of their refinement was immense. Even the most skilled stone monkey king might require 100 attempts to accidentally concoct a single bottle of gold-grade spirit. Given a multitude of factors contributing to its rarity, the price soared to exorbitant heights. This was no mere liquor. It was a luxury item. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, Yi Tian carried the liquor, with the great sage perched upon his shoulder. Both man and monkey exhibited expressions of delight as they savored the twilight. Yi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation for the future. As he lifted his gaze to the slowly descending sun, he suddenly noticed that the clouds above appeared somewhat different than usual. Today, the clouds were elongated, resembling human ribs, evenly distributed across the sky. Yi Tian recalled his studies. Was this phenomenon not referred to as earthquake clouds? Could an earthquake be imminent? While uncertain, he quickened his pace, eager to return home and prepare. Before long, Yi Tian arrived home. As he organized essential items, he encouraged the great sage to drink the silver-grade liquor. After approximately half an hour of tidying up, he received encouraging news. Race, stone monkey, level, bronze 100, potential, bronze skills, intoxication, mastery 4, 8 direction staff, perfect 0, evolution factor exploration, version projection, proficient 0, waiting for opportunity, proficient 3. At last, the great sage's level reached the pinnacle of bronze, and due to consuming over 500 milliliters of silver-grade liquor, the conditions for 2 evolutions were met. A layer of soft white light enveloped the great sage as the evolution commenced. Before the naked eye, the great sage's physique expanded, and his fur lengthened. In a brief moment, the white light dissipated, revealing the great sage now standing almost a meter tall. Roar! The great sage exuberantly bounded around the room, exhilarated by an unprecedented surge of power. Was this the sensation of evolution? Simultaneously, a warm current coursed through Yi Tian's body, and as the warmth enveloped him, he clenched his fist in triumph. Due to the great sage's breakthrough into the silver tier, I have also received feedback. He feels as if he could shatter a stone with a single punch. But that is not all. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the center of Yi Tian's brow. Immediately thereafter, he perceived a space within his own body being opened up. Is this the beast mastery space? With a mere thought, the great sage vanished into thin air and then appeared within the newly established beast mastery space. Upon entering this realm, the great sage became even more exhilarated, for he felt a profound sense of comfort and harbored a premonition that cultivation here would yield extraordinary results. Henceforth, when taking the great sage out, I would no longer need to bear his weight upon my shoulder. Speaking of which, he is growing increasingly heavy, and I'm nearing my limits. Just when Yi Tian thought that was the end of it, delightful surprises continued to unfold. A familiar mechanical notification echoed in the air, detected the establishment of the beast mastery space. The system can be upgraded. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 dragon coins to upgrade? Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The system can be upgraded? 1,000,000 dragon coins was a fortune for Yi Tian just a day prior. Although it stung to part with such an amount, it remained within his grasp. Everything he possessed stemmed from the system, and with the opportunity to elevate it further, the choice was clear. With a clatter, Yi Tian heard the sound of coins flowing from his body. In an instant, the notification chimed once more. System upgrade complete. A stream of information surged into Yi Tian's mind, elucidating the distinctions between the upgraded system and its predecessor. So that is how it is. Yi Tian nodded in surprise at the system's transformation. Previously, he had to meet certain conditions to trigger the system's prompts regarding simplification, existing in a passive state. Now, however, he could actively initiate these prompts. Yi Tian could generate a simplification task in his mind, which the system would then evaluate for feasibility. He immediately set about trying this out. I wish to simplify the great sage's 8 directions staff technique, transforming it from perfection to transcendence. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a notification sounded. Simplification scheme generation criteria met. Requirement 1. 500,000 dragon coins met. Requirement 2. Defeat 100 equally ranked beast masters. 0-100. Yi Tian nodded, and after using the system, he gained a new understanding. Had this been before, to elevate the great sage's 8 directions staff to transcendence, he would have needed at least 2 steps. First, spend 500,000 to acquire the simplification scheme, and second, gather materials according to that scheme. Now, however, it was condensed into one step. It was as if previously, he had to decompose the overarching goal into smaller objectives, completing each one to discover the next. Now he knew all the requirements for the smaller objectives from the outset. Had he possessed this function during the evolutionary assessment, he would not have needed to navigate several steps to explore the proficiency evolution factors. This indeed simplified matters considerably. Yi Tian was thoroughly satisfied with the results of this upgrade. The expenditure of 1,000,000 was well worth it. After thoroughly examining the transformations within the system, Yi Tian finally had the leisure to continue observing the changes in the Great Sage. Upon summoning the Great Sage from the Beast Mastery space, the data panel revealed significant alterations. Race, Stone Monkey King, level, Silver, 1, potential, Silver, skills, Intoxication Mastery, 4, 8 Direction Staff, Perfection, 0. Evolution Factor Exploration, Experimental Version, Proficient, 0, Waiting for Opportunity, Proficient, 3. Brewing, Novice, 0. The Great Sage's race had finally evolved from Stone Monkey to Stone Monkey King, with both level and potential reaching Silver. Additionally, a new skill in brewing had emerged. This particular skill was the reason many individuals eagerly chose to contract with a creature like the Stone Monkey, which possessed no combat potential. For the ordinary person, the Stone Monkey King was merely a tool for generating wealth. However, for Yi Tian, enhancing this skill would undoubtedly be a priority in the future. The Great Sage required alcohol for its advancement, but the prices of external beverages were exorbitant. Brewing at home would yield substantial savings. Nonetheless, for the time being, Yi Tian did not intend to activate this skill. According to his plans for the Great Sage, the focus would remain on achieving combat-oriented beast mastery. Chapter 36, Demand, Diamond Gray Bones. The fated rival of Song, Qing Heng, the Great Sage frolicked exuberantly within the confines of the chamber. He effortlessly lifted a table, towering at half his height and measuring a meter in length and width. Such a feat would have been unimaginable prior to his evolution. It appears that the Great Sage's fundamental attributes have indeed seen a significant enhancement. Coupled with his readiness to strike and the prowess of the 8 Direction staff, one can only wonder how formidable he has become. In regard to further augmenting the 8 Direction staff, Yi Tian has begun to formulate a plan. In a few days, he is scheduled to attend a vocational assessment at the Professional Beastmaster Administration Bureau, colloquially known as the Home of Professions. This institution is responsible for the oversight and evaluation of professional beastmasters, while also managing several artificial secret realms where beastmasters can enter to train their beasts. To elevate the 8 Direction staff, one must vanquish 100 opponents of equivalent rank. It would be an immense waste of time for Yi Tian to seek them out individually. Fortunately, the artificial secret realms are perfectly suited to fulfill his needs. Although Yi Tian has yet to visit, he has heard that one can select both the level and number of opponents within. Tomorrow, he shall visit the Home of Professions, serving as a reconnaissance mission prior to the vocational assessment. The Great Sage has already attained silver rank. If he can refine his staff techniques to an extraordinary level, will he be able to pass the vocational assessment? All remains uncertain, yet one must strive toward their goals. Great Sage, do exercise caution while playing, Yi Tian cautioned, noticing the Great Sage indulging a bit too freely. He worried that the Great Sage might inadvertently demolish the room, a possibility that is now well within his capabilities. It seems the matter of relocating should be addressed soon. The Great Sage emitted a howl, seemingly oblivious to the warning. Tidying the room, Yi Tian retrieved the complete version of Evolution Factor Exploration, a locked tome requiring a fingerprint to unlock. If left untouched for over a minute, it would relock itself. According to the Research Institute's regulations, this tome must not be disclosed to anyone. If leaked, it would result in expulsion from the researcher position, with no chance of readmittance, potentially leading to legal repercussions and compensation claims. Its value is evident. I must simplify the evolutionary path for the Great Sage. As Yi Tian mentally crafted this task, a prompt resonated. Conditions for simplification met. Requirement 1. 1,000,000 dragon coins met. Requirement 2. Evolution factor exploration met. Requirement 3. Diamond grade beast bones 01. This is the advantage of a system that has undergone evolution. Previously, Yi Tian would have needed to enhance his skill levels before simplifying the exploration process and the generation of the evolutionary path. Now, by merely meeting all the simplification conditions, he can directly attain the ultimate objective. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt compelled to attempt an even more audacious goal. I wish to simplify the Great Sage's ascension to diamond rank. After several minutes without response, he sighed, realizing the attempt had failed. The system, after all, is merely a tool, not an omnipotent entity. He shook his head, choosing to set aside the matter. The Great Sage yearned to discover a new evolutionary path, necessitating the collection of a diamond-grade beast bone. Fortuitously, Yi Tian had just passed the assessment of the Research Institute, where a trading platform was available. Yi Tian promptly accessed the Research Institute's app on his phone. But after a lengthy search, he found nothing. It seemed that such items were no longer available. He realized he might need to seek assistance. He first dialed Song Wei's number. "Uncle Song, I have a question." As a merchant who operated a chamber of commerce, Song Wei was likely to possess valuable information. After a minute, Yi Tian hung up, his expression revealing his discontent. According to Song Wei, diamond-grade beast bones were exceedingly rare, and if they were cultivated by a beast master, the bond formed would prevent them from selling such precious remains. Thus, the diamond beast bones available on the market were typically those from uncontracted beasts found in secret realms. These creatures were treasures in their entirety and would be fervently sought after whenever they appeared in the market. The last occurrence was 2 years ago at an auction in Mist City, where a complete set fetched over 30 million dragon coins. This posed quite a challenge for Yi Tian. He had not anticipated the difficulty in acquiring a diamond-grade beast bone. Not only were they seldom seen in the market, but even if they were, he might not afford them. The joy from recently acquiring 4 million dragon coins swiftly dissipated. Alas, I am indeed still impoverished. Refusing to be disheartened, Yi Tian called Chu Ying. "Director, I would like to inquire about something." "What? A diamond beast bone? What do you need that for?" Chu Ying's surprised voice came through the receiver. Yi Tian concocted a casual reason out of curiosity. Although puzzled, Chu Ying explained, "Our researchers do not possess bones. But we do have other parts of diamond-grade beasts, which are not listed on the trading platform. One must reach the rank of a first-level researcher to gain the authority to explain." Yi Tian seek it. "Is there none at the Institute either?" He inquired further. "Do you know where I might find one?" Chu Ying replied, "I recall that the Career House managed to acquire some 2 years ago. I'm unsure if they have been depleted, but they might have some there." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes brightened. This was indeed a lead. After exchanging a few words of gratitude, they ended the call. As he set down the phone, Chu Ying was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is this guy seeking diamond beast bones for? It was now nighttime, and had any other researcher called her, she would have surely scolded them. However, Yi Tian was new, youthful, and possessed an extraordinary talent that defied expectation. Chu Ying feared that being too harsh in her reprimand might deter him. Should Yi Tian decide to leave the Institute in despair, it would leave her in tears. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had found a target. It seemed he must first pass the vocational assessment. After tidying up his room, He lay on his bed, exhausted from the day's endeavors, and began scrolling through his phone. Opening his social media feed, he observed the vibrant lives of others, feeling a twinge of envy. Today, he added a wave of members from the Research Institute. From their social media circles, it is evident that they are quite affluent. Their daily shares reflect a life filled with exquisite cuisine and breathtaking scenery. As for Song Qingheng, when Yi Tian caught sight of Song Qingheng's post, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. There were no images, only a rather juvenile proclamation. Destined rival, Yi Tian, I shall surely defeat you. Yi Tian. At 18 years of age, must one still indulge in such adolescent antics? Moreover, the target of such folly is none other than himself. How utterly embarrassing. His fingers trembled slightly as he closed the social media app. It was truly too painful to behold. Perhaps he should check what the class group chat is discussing lately. As soon as he clicked in, he noticed someone tagging him. Chapter 730, Grkokik, Lumubos Invitation. Rejection Class Monitor Zhang Hao. Yi Tian, let me tell you, today I discovered that there is an extraordinary genius who shares your name. Sorrowful Bottle. Oh? Class Monitor. Please elaborate on this genius. Class Monitor Zhang Hao. Blah blah blah. Sorrowful Bottle. Terrifying indeed. Miserable computer. Gasping in shock. Please don't hurt me. This individual possesses the potential of an emperor. Plastic Bag. Class Monitor, you mentioned encountering Yi Tian coming out of the Research Institute. And then you heard about a candidate named Yi Tian excelling in the Research Institute? Plastic Bag. Is it possible that our class's Yi Tian is that genius? Class Monitor Zhang Hao. Oh no, that's impossible. I asked Yi Tian, and he was out buying potions. Plastic Bag. All right then, it truly seems impossible. Please don't hurt me. Exactly. If that person were Yi Tian, I would livestream myself eating my coffee table. Sorrowful Bottle. Haha, stop dreaming. At that moment, Zhang Hao sent another screenshot to the group. Yi Tian was taken aback. Isn't this Song Qingheng's social media post? Damn it. Class Monitor Zhang Hao. Yi Tian. Your name is rather common. Here comes another Yi Tian. Haha. Please don't hurt me. Who is this Yi Tian? He has become Song Qingheng's target, and, judging by his tone, he must not be as capable as Yi Tian, hence his desire to surpass him. Class Monitor Zhang Hao. I'm also curious. So I asked Song Qingheng, but he hasn't replied. Suddenly, the conversation in the class took a turn. Class Monitor Zhang Hao. Whoa, I feel my bed shaking. Please don't hurt me. Smirking. How go, are you being honest? Is that something you can say? Please don't hurt me. Wait, no, my bed is shaking too. Plastic Bag. Me too. Could it be an earthquake? Yi Tian gazed at the ceiling, noticing the chandelier swaying back and forth. Recalling the sky he had seen upon returning earlier. It was indeed an earthquake. With a sudden leap, he sprang from his bed, intending to flee with his pre-packed belongings without even putting on his shoes. However, just as he reached the door, he realized that the shaking had ceased. Looking back at the class group chat, Plastic Bay. Ow, it seems to have stopped. Class Monitor Zhang Hao. Same here. Has it stopped? Yi Tian suppressed his urge to flee. The earthquake had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, suggesting it would not be of significant magnitude. After standing for a moment and not feeling any aftershocks, he decided to return to his bed. Barely lying down for 2 minutes, he received a call from Zhou Tiangang. Hello, Shouty Yan. Did you feel the earthquake just now? I did. I have some bad news to share. I just received the information. Yi Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Zhou Tiangong's voice continued. Well, due to the earthquake, the opening time of the ancient battlefield relics has been moved forward. Yi Tian's brow relaxed. This seemed to be good news for him. He inquired, Does Elder Zhou know the exact time of the opening? Zhou Tiangang replied, It is currently detected to be 6 days from now. 6 days? Yi Tian estimated the time. The professional assessment was scheduled for 4 days later, after which he would take a day of rest before entering the ancient battlefield ruins. Zhou Tiangang expressed further concern for Yi Tian. After ending the call, Yi Tian's gaze burned with determination. The course of action ahead was crystal clear. He would first venture into the artificial secret realm to elevate the great sage's 8 directions staff to an extraordinary level, thereby amassing strength. Following that, he would participate in the professional assessment in 4 days. Once the assessment was completed, he would contract a new beast in the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Perfect. That evening, Ying returned home and sat at the dining table, preparing to have dinner with Yi Tian. Unable to restrain herself, she teased, "Little Tian, was today's assessment smooth sailing?" Yi Tian nodded. "Very smooth. I'm already a level 2 researcher." Ying laughed heartily. Unlike before, she no longer suspected Yi Tian of having psychological issues. Instead, she believed he was simply jesting. In her eyes, a level 3 researcher was already an unattainable existence, let alone a level 2. Yet, her brother was a genius. Perhaps after a few years of experience, he might truly have a chance at success. Yi Tian felt somewhat helpless. Alas, it's also because I am too exceptional. If he were in Yi Ying's shoes, he would undoubtedly have the same reaction. It was akin to a primary school student claiming to have completed a doctorate. Who would believe that? He suspected that if he produced his identity card, it would be dismissed as a forgery. To prove it, he would have to wait a few days until the Research Institute's official website updated the researcher information. By the way, little Tian, I won't be home for dinner tomorrow night. Please take care of yourself, Ying suddenly said, her expression slightly troubled. Alas, my superior insists that I meet a potential match. They mean well, but I've declined several times and can't refuse again. I plan to have dinner with him and clarify things to prevent further entanglements. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. What is his background? Yi Ying replied. He is an outsourced personnel from the Research Institute. Yi Tian pondered the day's observations. Within the Research Institute, researchers were a minority, with a significant amount of foundational work requiring attention. Thus, a batch of outsourced personnel was hired to facilitate the researchers' work. In terms of Yi Ying's romantic pursuits, Yi Tian did not wish to constrain her. As long as it was her choice, he would not oppose it, unless the person had a profoundly poor character. He inquired, "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need. I can handle it," she replied. The next morning, Yi Ying set off for work, while Yi Tian prepared to head to the vocational home. Just as he was about to leave, he received a call from Lu Bo, puzzled. He wondered what the fellow wanted, as he had only shared his contact out of courtesy. Nevertheless, he answered, curious to hear what Lu Bo had to say. "Yi Tian, it's Lu Bo." After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Bo got to the point. "Our evolution department has a new project. Are you interested? If the project succeeds, there's a reward of 200 points. We can work on it together and split the gains 50-50. I've sent the project materials to your email. Feel free to take a look when you have time." Lu Bo's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Yi Tian feigned hesitation for a moment before declining. "I've been rather busy lately. Let's collaborate another time." The unspoken implication of another time was a subtle invitation to refrain from seeking him out again. For Yi Tian, was it truly necessary to engage with others for his research? Moreover, he was indeed preoccupied, with several tasks left unfinished. "How about a 6-4 split? You take 6, and I take 4, Lu Bo persisted, unwilling to relent. Yet Yi Tian remained firm, replying, "I apologize, but I genuinely have no spare time at present." Chapter 38. The Artificial Secret Realm. Rankings. Lu Bo let out a sigh of regret. Despite his attempts to persuade Yi Tian, the latter remained disinterested, leaving Lu no choice but to relent. As a newcomer to the Research Institute, with relatively shallow experience and lacking the extraordinary talent of Yi Tian, he found it challenging to collaborate with seasoned members who were unwilling to partner with him, relying solely on his own efforts. He found it difficult to take charge of a project. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Yi Tian. Yet Yi Tian was also reluctant to engage with him, which left Lu feeling despondent. In truth, Lu had another target in mind, Zhang Qixing. However, Zhang Qixing, being the nephew of Zhang Sheng, had been granted special privileges upon his entry and was already involved in substantial projects under the guidance of senior researchers. With mediocre talent and no connections, Lu found himself in a predicament. He felt quite helpless. Although Yi Tian had declined his request, Lu maintained a warm demeanor toward him. "Well, that is indeed unfortunate. Yi Tian, if you ever find yourself interested in collaborating on a project, feel free to reach out to me," Yi Tian politely responded. "All right." The two then ended the call. It occurred to Yi Tian that within the Research Institute's app, one could view and claim available projects. By engaging in these projects, One could earn points, functioning as a task platform. Once this period passed, he could certainly take on more projects. After all, with a simplified system at his disposal, Yi Tian could conduct any research without investing excessive time. Yet the feedback he received was remarkably rewarding. The points could indeed be exchanged for dragon coins. Shaking his head, he set this matter aside and hailed a taxi toward the career hub. He soon arrived at his destination, only to unexpectedly encounter an old acquaintance, Song Qinghang, who had just alighted from a sleek black sedan. Judging by the car's design, it was likely quite expensive. A shiver ran down Yi Tian's spine as he recalled Song Qinghang's posts on social media. He was about to turn away to feign ignorance when Song Qinghang called out his name. Yi Tian, what brings you here? With a sense of resignation, Yi Tian faced him, opting not to hide. I wish to enhance the practical abilities of my great sage, so I thought I would try out the artificial secret realm. Song Qinghang nodded in understanding. It seems our objectives align. The two naturally walked side by side into the career hub. The atmosphere of the career hub starkly contrasted that of the research institute. The former resembled a bustling commercial district, while the latter was a grand edifice. Is this your first visit? Yes. Then follow me. I am quite familiar with this place, as I frequent it often. Yi Tian nodded in agreement, relieved that he wouldn't need to inquire with the staff for directions. As they walked, Song Qinghang began to explain the artificial secret realm to Yi Tian. Artificial secret realm is merely a nickname. Its full name is the Beast Master Trial Realm. Allow me to elaborate on the specific rules within. Upon entering the realm, it will automatically assess your summoned beast's realm and match you with a secret realm of varying difficulty. For instance, both of our summoned beasts are of the bronze tier. Thus, we shall enter a dungeon of bronze difficulty. After assessing the difficulty, one can also choose the number of summoned beasts to face within the dungeon. There are 3 modes available: 1-on-1, 1-on-10, and 1-on-100. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wouldn't it be fortuitous, then, that he only needs to bring the great sage into the dungeon once to fulfill the simplified plan for the 8 direction staff? Regardless, Song Qinghang had assisted him, and Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. Song Qinghang replied, "No need for thanks." At that moment, Song Qinghang regarded Yi Tian as a figure who embodied both rivalry and camaraderie, a goal he aspired to surpass. Moreover, his father had urged him to cultivate a good relationship with Yi Tian. They had not walked far when they arrived at a wooden cabin adorned in crimson. At the front of the cabin stood a bronze door, while to the left was a reception desk, where a staff member was diligently answering inquiries from those wishing to enter the dungeon. To gain entry, one must register with her and pay a fee, which is determined by the level of the summoned beast. Entering with a bronze tier beast costs 200 dragon coins, while a silver tier beast incurs a fee of 1,000 dragon coins. The two approached the front desk, where the staff member was explaining the rewards to a customer ahead of them. Rewards? Upon hearing that word, Yi Tian's interest was piqued. He nudged Song Qinghang with his elbow. Do we not pay to enter the dungeon? How can there also be rewards? Song Qinghang rolled his eyes. Not everyone can earn rewards. For most, it is merely a matter of spending money to enter the dungeon. Coincidentally, the staff member elaborated on this aspect. For this customer, to encourage beast tamers to cultivate their summoned beasts effectively, we have prepared substantial rewards for those who achieve remarkable results. Yi Tian perked up, eager to listen. Each tier of dungeon features a leaderboard, ranked according to the completion times of the dungeon, only including the top 100 beast tamers in history. Of course, this is contingent upon the beast tamer challenging the highest difficulty of 1-on-100. Furthermore, we will continuously display the leaderboard to motivate future beast tamers. As she spoke, the staff member gestured toward a screen behind her. Upon entering, Yi Tian had noticed the screen, but the dense text had been overwhelming to his eyes, prompting him to avert his gaze. It turned out to be the leaderboard. Now, looking intently, he observed that the screen was divided into 3 sections: left, center, and right, corresponding to bronze, silver, and gold tiers. Each leaderboard featured 100 names listed from top to bottom, along with their completion times. Yi Tian noted that the individual ranked first in silver had completed the dungeon in just 30 seconds. Truly impressive for a 1-on-100 challenge. A man ahead of them inquired, "So, according to your explanation, Does that mean that those who challenge the dungeon later will be at a disadvantage, facing more experienced predecessors? The staff member nodded. In theory, that is indeed the case. What specific rewards are associated with entering the leaderboard? The man pressed on. The young lady produced a small booklet from behind her and handed it over. The rewards varied according to the rankings, meticulously detailed within this document. Ahem. May I also have a copy? Yi Tian, insatiable. The young lady slightly turned her head, revealing a charming, youthful boy. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Of course. You may." Thus, Yi Tian obtained the booklet. Song Qinghang looked at Yi Tian with a hint of exasperation. Yi Tian, it's of no use to you. Why waste your time? Yi Tian did not lift his head. Out of curiosity, you may enter first. I will peruse it before joining. Song Qinghang shrugged. Very well then. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I value time far more than you do. I dedicate all my moments to becoming stronger. It seems surpassing you is merely a matter of time. He then paid 200 yuan to receive a green wooden token. With this token in hand, he would gain entry into the secret realm. Chapter 39, Mastery of 8 Direction Staff, a terrifying strike. Yi Tian waved his hand at Song Qinghang. I shall take my leave now. This time, I am prepared to challenge the secret realm of 1 against 10. Yi Tian, shall we race? Yi Tian replied casually. Let's not. Their realms were vastly different, rendering any comparison unnecessary. However, to Song Qinghang, this response seemed indicative of fear. Upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, it was Yi Tian's first time here, and lacking confidence was only natural. Subsequently, as Song Qinghang entered the secret realm, Yi Tian felt a significant quietude enveloping him. He gazed at the booklet in his hands, feeling a pang of regret. What a loss! The rewards depicted within the booklet stirred intense envy within him. Now that his companion, De Sheng, had attained the silver rank, he could only challenge silver-level secret realms. This meant that for his lifetime, he would remain estranged from the bronze leaderboard. Had he known that rewards could be obtained from the secret realms, he would have brought De Sheng long ago. This was the consequence of information disparity. Yi Tian swiftly adjusted his mindset. What was done. If the bronze-level rewards were lost, so be it. The silver-level rewards were even better. According to the booklet, each individual was allowed only one opportunity for rewards at each rank. This meant one could refrain from entering the leaderboard for 10 consecutive times, and upon the 11th entry, rewards would be granted. Even if a better performance was achieved on the 12th attempt, the ranking might change, but no further rewards would be issued. This rule was instituted to prevent individuals from exploiting the system to accumulate rewards from lower ranks. Yi Tian noted that entering the top 3 would allow him to select a silver-level skill for free, along with a substantial prize exceeding 500,000 dragon coins. This prospect stirred his ambitions. He set a target. He must at least secure a place in the top 3. After perusing the booklet, Yi Tian returned to the front desk where a young lady awaited. She handed him a form requiring his information. Age, 18. Name, De Sheng. Rank, Silver. Beast Master Race, Stone Monkey King. He quickly completed the form and returned it. There was no requirement to provide his real name, so Yi Tian opted for De Sheng. Upon receiving the information, the young lady began inputting the data. When she glanced at Yi Tian's rank, she momentarily froze, lifting her gaze to scrutinize him. 18 years old? Silver rank? Stone Monkey King? How can this be so outrageous? To be frank, she had been working here for 2 years, and this was the first time she encountered such an unusual beastmaster. Yet, adhering to her professional decorum, she swiftly masked her astonishment and continued with her duties. Before long, Yi Tian received a wooden token, which, unlike Song Qinghang's, was white. With the token in hand, he approached the bronze door, which opened automatically. A luminous screen appeared before him, prompting him to select a difficulty level. Without hesitation, he chose 1 against 100. As the screen faded, he stepped inside, and in an instant, he found himself in a different dimension. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered a small sports arena. Yi Tian sat in the audience, while the Sheng stood at the center of the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A radiant white light shimmered in the air. Almost immediately, a multitude of scarecrows emerged around the great sage, encircling him. These scarecrows, formerly known as trial scarecrows, are artificial beasts designed specifically for testing and challenging beastmasters. Above the arena, a colossal white numeral 3 materialized, only to swiftly transform into a 2. This signified a countdown. Once it reached its conclusion, the scarecrows would launch their assault. The great sage felt his body tense up. His combat experience was sparse, and this was his first encounter with such a multitude of foes. "Go, great sage!" Yi Tian cheered, waving his hand in encouragement. In response, the great sage summoned his staff from Yi Tian's beast space, grasping it firmly in his hands. He lifted it high and let out a fierce roar. The battle commenced. As the countdown ended, the conflict officially began, with 100 silver-level scarecrows charging simultaneously. The great sage had already prepared a move during the countdown, waiting for the opportune moment. At that instant, he unleashed the 8 directions staff technique, erupting with power. A sweeping motion ensued. Boom! The staff sliced through the air, producing a thunderous sound, then struck the nearest scarecrows. Crack! The scarecrows that met the staff's force shattered like eggs struck by stones, their bodies exploding into fragments in an instant. Yet, the chaos did not cease. The wind generated by the staff's motion barreled into the scarecrows behind, causing several more to explode. "Good!" Yi Tian exclaimed, rising to his feet with clenched fists, a proud expression akin to that of a father swelling within him. The great sage's strength exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated the remarkable synergy between the prepared move and the 8-direction staff. Of course, the prowess of the golden-level staff played a significant role. Had it been any other beast witnessing such a terrifying strike from the great sage, they might have been deterred. However, the scarecrows exhibited no emotion, remaining indifferent to the demise of their companions. The remaining scarecrows continued to surge toward the great sage. Gulping down a generous swig of alcohol, the great sage immediately succumbed to a state of inebriation. With a nimble leap, he escaped the encirclement of scarecrows while simultaneously preparing his next strike. Once the 3 seconds required for the prepared move elapsed, he unleashed another 8 directions staff attack. Boom! 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 A cacophony of terrifying impacts echoed throughout the arena. The great sage moved like a deity of death. Any scarecrow he encountered faced an inevitable demise. Concurrently, the data panel before him began to fluctuate rapidly. 15-100, 16-100, 90-100, 99-100, boom. At last, the final scarecrow collapsed. 100-100. The great sage, now panting heavily, felt the toll of continuously executing the 8-direction staff combined with the prepared move. A notification chimed, heralding that the great sage's 8-direction staff had finally reached the pinnacle of skill, transcendence. The great sage stood in a daze, countless experiences and memories flooding into its mind. Moments later, when it opened its eyes, it appeared unchanged, yet Yi Tian sensed that the great sage had seamlessly merged with the staff in its hand. At that very instant, a feminine voice echoed from above the arena, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Beastmaster, on completing the challenge. You will return in 5 seconds." 5 seconds. However, Yi Tian had one more endeavor in mind. He wished to gauge the maximum damage the great sage could unleash. Once they exited, finding a suitable place to demonstrate this would prove challenging. "Great sage, can you strike once more?" "Oh, I can." Having just achieved a skill breakthrough, the great sage remained in a state of exhilaration, poised for action for 3 seconds. A shadow of the staff seemed to slice through time itself. All of Yi Tian's attention was captivated by that singular blow. It appeared as though an infinite number of staff shadows entwined around the weapon, yet simultaneously, it seemed as if there was nothing at all. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted. A fierce wind surged outward from the point where the staff met the ground. Even from several dozen meters away, Yi Tian's clothes rustled violently, and his hair stood on end, swept back in a gale. How terrifying! As the sound gradually subsided, a massive crater had formed at the site of the great sage's attack. Moreover, it was evident to the naked eye that cracks were extending outward from the edges of the pit, growing ever more numerous. Yi Tian's heart sank. This was bad. Surely, the great sage hadn't caused a disturbance in the secret realm? In just a second or two, the cracks had already expanded to nearly half the size of a football field. Chapter 40. Harvesting Skills. Song Qingheng was overwhelmed with joy. Did I win? As Yi Tian pondered this, he was abruptly transported out of the secret realm after a mere 5 seconds. The young lady at the front desk, momentarily unoccupied with new beast masters, caught sight of Yi Tian's reappearance and was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he only just entered less than a minute ago? Typically, a beast master is transported out if they concede defeat, their beast is injured, or the secret realm determines they are in danger. However, it is exceedingly rare for someone to emerge in under a minute. Even in defeat, one would generally hold out for a while. Another possibility existed, unless Yi Tian had undertaken a challenge that exceeded his capabilities. Upon his exit, Yi Tian approached the young lady, presenting her with a plaque that recorded the results of his challenge. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Did you challenge 1 against 100? Yi Tian, taken aback by her knowledge, nodded, realizing there was no point in concealing the truth. The young lady's expression shifted to one of understanding. It made perfect sense. Yet, when she placed the plaque against the identification machine, it unexpectedly leaped in surprise. He passed? Shouldn't Yi Tian have been transported out due to failure? How would he have succeeded? As she began to process this revelation, the young lady recognized a terrifying fact. The records on the plaque were infallible, meaning Yi Tian had indeed triumphed. Moreover, he had done so in less than a minute, specifically in 45 seconds. The screen behind her began to illuminate automatically. In the silver tier rankings, a name emerged in second place, Great Sage. This was 2 seconds less than the current third place and 15 seconds more than the first. Great Sage had only just broken into the silver tier. If it were to challenge again upon reaching the silver limit, it would likely secure the top position. However, for Yi Tian, waiting was unnecessary. The rewards for first and second place differed only slightly. Both offered silver grade skills, but the first place yielded 700,000 dragon coins, while the second awarded 600,000. The young lady rubbed her stiff face. The Beast Master Association had existed for 5 centuries, while artificial secret realms had emerged merely 2 centuries ago. This indicated that the current rankings reflected the cumulative achievements of silver-tier beast masters in Mist City over the past 200 years. After 2 years of work, this was her first encounter with someone making it onto the leaderboard, let alone securing second place outright. Most astonishing of all was the fact that this remarkable achievement had been accomplished by an 18-year-old male. 18? Wasn't he merely a high school student who had just recently formed a contract with a beast? Her heart raced. She contemplated the possibility that in certain prominent families, offspring are nurtured from a young age to develop their physique and mental fortitude, allowing them to forge contracts with beasts at an earlier age. Surely, Yi Tian belonged to such a lineage. However, she was left wondering which family he hailed from. From the information he submitted, it was evident that his name, Great Sage, was an alias, revealing nothing substantial. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her admiration for Yi Tian from soaring to new heights. Congratulations! You've achieved an impressive second place on the silver leaderboard. Yi Tian nodded and posed a question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Where can I claim my rewards? The young lady promptly retrieved a booklet. Within it were selectable silver-level skills. As for the dragon coins, please provide your account details, and we shall transfer them to you immediately. Based on her assumptions, given Yi Tian's esteemed background, he would likely regard such rewards as insignificant. Thus, she speculated that he was merely seeking to satisfy his sense of accomplishment, which prompted his inquiry. Yi Tian accepted the booklet and began to peruse its contents in her presence. The options were few, numbering less than 50. Upon spotting one particular skill, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed well suited for the Great Sage. He pointed to it and addressed the young lady. "I would like this one." "Very well. Please hold on a moment. I have already informed our staff, and it will be delivered to you shortly." The efficiency of the professional guild was remarkable. Within 2 minutes, Yi Tian received the skill, Meditative Restoration. This skill would enable the rapid recovery of his summoned beast stamina. After the recent battle, Yi Tian had discerned a minor flaw in the Great Sage. Not quite a flaw, but rather a limitation. Its stamina was insufficient. After contending with 100 strongmen, it was nearly exhausted. Had there been more, defeat would have been inevitable. Hence, he chose the only skill within range that could restore stamina. By the way, Yi Tian recalled an incident before his departure and turned to the young lady. I need to report something. My summoned beast executed a move that left a large crater in the ground, along with many fissures. I am concerned that the sanctum may be damaged. The young lady smiled with confidence. You need not worry. The sanctums created by the professional guild possess strong self-repair capabilities, and we have dedicated staff who conduct regular maintenance checks. Thus, there will be no issues. Yi Tian exhaled in relief. That is good to hear. He had genuinely feared causing damage to the sanctum and being held liable for repairs, a cost he could not afford. The young lady cleared her throat to regain his attention. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced around to ensure no other beast masters were nearby or approaching, then said, I still do not know your name. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't it been stated that anonymity was permitted? The young lady lowered her head slightly. It is something I wish to know. You need not feel obliged to share. After a brief pause, she continued, I will be off tomorrow. She then locked her gaze on Yi Tian's eyes. Yi Tian was bewildered. What does your day off have to do with me? Yet, he found it somewhat impolite to remain silent. So he replied, Well, congratulations then. The young lady responded with a nonchalant expression. Following this exchange, Yi Tian took his leave. He had accomplished his purpose at the professional guild, gaining not only a new skill, but also 600,000 dragon coins. He was now eager to return home and have the great sage learn the new skill. Just as he departed, Song Qinghong's figure was teleported in. Upon emerging, his foremost intention was not to seek the front desk, but rather to ascertain the absence of Yi Tian. Upon confirming Yi Tian's non-presence, he let out a jubilant cheer, his face alight with elation. Haha, I have triumphed. Although Yi Tian had no desire to engage in competition with him, a clandestine comparison lingered in his mind. To surpass Yi Tian in any capacity was undeniably a cause for celebration. After reveling in his joy, he proceeded to the front desk, proudly presenting his identification. Greetings. Could you kindly assist me in recording my results? He requested, followed by a desire for a printed certificate. Though he had challenged 10 opponents simultaneously, rendering him ineligible for the leaderboard, he could still procure a certificate of completion from the front desk. Song Qinghang was eager to share this achievement on social media. At the age of 18, commanding beast companions to vanquish 10 adversaries of equal standing within a mere 4 minutes was surely a feat worthy of admiration. He was ready to embrace the adoring gaze of the front desk attendant, for a prodigy like himself was undoubtedly a rare find. Chapter 41. Song Qinghong's sense of superiority. The secret realm destroyed by a gold-level beastmaster? To Song Qinghong's surprise, the young lady did not even lift her head. She casually grabbed a device and, with a swift motion, a printed certificate emerged. With a decisive slap, she placed the document on the table, her gaze fixed on the computer screen, exuding an air of disinterest. Song Qinghang furrowed his brows. Could she not exhibit a modicum of professionalism? Just prior to his entry into the secret realm, she had appeared quite well. Yet upon his return, she resembled someone heartbroken. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Clutching the certificate, he exited the vocational establishment, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him. Before departing, he cast a glance at the bronze-level leaderboard, solemnly vowing to one day secure a place among the ranks. As he stepped out, Song Qinghang found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood a figure he least wished to encounter, Yi Tian, hailing a taxi by the curb. Yi Tian, what are you doing here? Song Qinghang exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't Yi Tian supposed to be trapped in the secret realm? Yi Tian looked perplexed. Am I not allowed to be here? The expression on Song Qinghong's face shifted dramatically, akin to a spice rack overturned, revealing a myriad of emotions. He comprehended the situation. He had lost once again. No, perhaps not definitively. He approached Yi Tian, fixing his gaze intensely upon him. Yi Tian, tell me truthfully, did you select the 1 versus 10 difficulty? With a sigh of resignation, Yi Tian replied, No. Breathing a sigh of relief, Song Qinghong's spirits lifted. I see, that makes sense. No wonder you emerged so quickly. You chose the 1 versus 1 difficulty. His sense of superiority surged back, his smile unwavering. I defeated 10 bronze-level opponents in 4 minutes. What do you have to compare with that? Seeing Song Qinghang grinning foolishly, Yi Tian assumed he had lost his mind. Just then, a taxi halted in front of Yi Tian, who bid farewell and climbed into the vehicle, leaving behind the still-smiling Song Qinghang. Vocational Establishment, Operations Department. The Operations Department is responsible for the maintenance of the vocational establishment, which includes the periodic inspection of the secret realms. Zhao Dongdong, the department head, was lounging in his chair, cradling his belly. Their work is typically quite relaxed, requiring only occasional glances at the large screen at the front of the room to ensure everything is functioning properly. As Zhao Dongdong contemplated what to have for lunch, his peripheral vision caught a flash of red light. Turning toward the screen, he discovered that an artificial secret realm was triggering an alarm. Silver Realm number 3. Current status, malfunction. Zhao Dongdong felt a twinge of confusion. Silver Realm number 3? That shouldn't be the case. He distinctly remembered inspecting it just yesterday, and all seemed well. How could it malfunction after merely a day? Each level of secret realms consists of over 10, so a single malfunction is not catastrophic. However, according to regulations, issues must be addressed promptly. Reluctantly, Zhao Dongdong rose from his seat. Grabbing his toolkit, he hurried toward the artificial secret realm. Soon, he arrived at the front desk of the artificial secret realm. Xiaoxia, please hand me the token for the silver level 3 secret realm. There seems to be an issue inside that I must investigate. For beast tamers who come to spend money on trials, the tokens for the secret realms are distributed randomly. However, as an operations personnel, Zhao Dongdong can directly designate entry into the secret realm. The receptionist was taken aback, recalling that the token previously assigned to Yi Tian was indeed for the level 3 secret realm. How curious that as soon as he left, the operations manager arrived. Suddenly, she remembered Yi Tian's earlier comment about possibly causing damage to the secret realm. An absurd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Yi Tian was telling the truth? Without hesitation, she handed the token to Zhao Dongdong, who proceeded to enter the secret realm. Upon entry, he was immediately startled. What on earth happened here? The secret realm had crumbled into fragmented pieces, leaving scarcely any place to stand. Zhao Dongdong took out a blue rectangular box and pressed a button, causing a number to appear on the small screen. The cause of the collapse was due to an attack exceeding its tolerance threshold. Could it be the prank of some golden tier beast tamer? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. How utterly disgraceful. Zhao Dongdong felt a surge of anger. It was clear that the malfunction was man-made. Was this just an invitation for him to clean up someone else's mess? His good mood was utterly ruined. He cursed under his breath, determined that such a person must pay the price. He needed to find them and demand compensation. While cursing, he summoned his beast, a blue orb-like creature. As the blue orb appeared, remarkably, the space ceased its collapse. Evidently, there was a strong rapport between the orb and Zhao Dongdong. With just a glance, the orb understood what was required of it. A blue mist began to emanate from its body, and to Zhao Dongdong's astonishment, the fragments began to coalesce. In less than 2 minutes, the secret realm was restored to normalcy. After retracting his beast, Zhao Dongdong furiously exited the secret realm. He returned the token at the front desk and inquired, Xiaoxia, please retrieve the information of the last person who entered the secret realm. I must know which fool engaged in such childish antics. An apparent golden tier masquerading as silver. Golden? The receptionist was once again struck dumb. The revelation of Yi Tian being silver had already shattered her worldview. How could Zhao Dongdong claim he was even more formidable? Observing her reaction, Zhao Dongdong felt puzzled. Why are you so shocked? This is absurd. Once the receptionist regained her composure, she handed over Yi Tian's recorded information to Zhao Dongdong, who was then left in disbelief. 18? You call that 18? Clearly, this individual not only fabricated their rank, but also their age. Zhao Dongdong then directly asked the receptionist, please describe what this great sage looks like and how old he appears. Surely he must be over 30? The receptionist stiffly shook her head. He indeed looks like a high school student. Zhao Dongdong remained skeptical, yet he found himself at a loss for how to inquire further. The young lady adamantly insisted that Yi Tian had not falsified his age. Moreover, Yi Tian had left no contact number, and even his name was a fabrication, rendering the front desk devoid of any pertinent information. Zhao Dongdong felt a twinge of irritation. However, he was not inclined to concede defeat so easily. I refuse to accept this as the truth. He pondered the reasons behind the front desk's unwavering defense of Yi Tian, but a new plan began to form in his mind. In his possession was a small black chip, marred by several cracks. This chip contained the surveillance footage from the third realm of the Silver Secret. Although the footage had sustained damage due to the realm's fragmentation, their operations department had technicians capable of repairs. If he could restore the chip, he would uncover the events that transpired within the realm, and finally discern the identity of that unrefined individual. As Zhao Dongdong departed, the front desk attendant fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps I should have been more proactive at that time. A sense of regret washed over her. Chapter 42. The Director's Shock. We must locate this genius. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongdong sought the expertise of a professional who, in merely half an hour, managed to repair the small black device. Once placed into the playback equipment, a video materialized on Zhao Dongdong's computer screen. Regrettably, despite the repair, the quality of the video was compromised, rendering it exceedingly blurry. Only vague colors and shapes were discernible. Nonetheless, Zhao Dongdong remained utterly engrossed in the footage. Within a minute, the video concluded, leaving him frozen in place. It was not until the burning tip of his cigarette singed his fingers that he regained awareness. What on earth is this beast? Why does it resemble a stone monkey so closely? No, it cannot possibly be a stone monkey. This creature indeed possesses only silver-level strength. Yet its final strike unleashed a destructive force surpassing that of even a golden-level beast. How is this feasible? When did our Misty City produce such a prodigy in beast mastery? From the faint outline of Yi Tian, it was evident that he was quite young. Could it be that the front desk clerk, Xiao Xia, was not misleading? Zhao Dongdong suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with fervor. At this moment, he harbored no resentment towards Yi Tian. He murmured to himself, "This matter must be reported to the director. He will undoubtedly be in dire need of a beast-mastering genius." In a certain office within the professional house, Director Wang Lin was troubled as he scrutinized the list displayed on his computer screen. The caliber of this batch of young professional beastmasters from Misty City was rather mediocre. Comparatively, not only did they fall short against those from larger cities, but they also lagged behind several neighboring brother cities. The exchange competition was fast approaching, and poor performance would mean diminished resources for the next year. Scarcity of resources would make it increasingly difficult to cultivate formidable beastmasters. Was this not a descent into a vicious cycle? Wang Lin rubbed his thinning hair, pondering the situation. The resources of the professional house were largely dependent on allocations from higher authorities, with only a small fraction acquired independently. Each city housed a professional house, and they were all in competition with one another. According to the rules established by the headquarters of the professional house, the Dragon Kingdom was divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. Misty City resided in the Western region. Each year, a youth professional beast master exchange competition was held in every region to assess the performance of the professional houses. Each city was mandated to dispatch 10 beast masters for the competition. The outcomes not only impacted the honor of each city, but also determined the allocation of resources from the headquarters for the following year. Those with commendable results would receive greater resources, while those with poor performance would face a reduction in their allocations. Misty City had suffered 3 consecutive years of underperformance. A lack of resources meant that the treatment for professionals would be inferior to that of their counterparts in other cities of similar standing. People, after all, have a tendency to seek better opportunities. If this continued, how could Misty City retain talent? Most importantly, as the director of the professional house, he bore the weight of responsibility. Some individuals have long harbored criticisms of themselves. If they cannot produce commendable results, it is likely that their tenure will be short-lived. At this moment, Wang Lin was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. Straightening his posture, he called out, "Enter." The person who stepped inside was none other than Zhao Dongdong, carrying a tool bag, freshly emerged from the artificial secret realm. Wang Lin was somewhat taken aback. Why had Zhao Dongdong come to see him now? Director, I have discovered a prodigious beast master, who is likely only 18 years of age. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow. According to the rules, participating beast masters must be under the age of 25. 18 seemed rather youthful. Yet, adopting a mindset of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, he urged Zhao Dongdong to continue. Zhao Dongdong opened his phone and began to play a video. Soon, Wang Lin was watching scenes of Yi Tian battling in the secret realm. As he observed, he offered commentary. Impressive. A silver-level practitioner capable of completing a 100 challenge is indeed a small genius. Such individuals have been rare throughout the history of professional beast tamers. Unfortunately, the video was too blurry to discern the exact nature of the beast. As they witnessed the great sage vanquish the final straw man, Wang Lin nodded in appreciation, yet shook his head. The nod was in recognition of the great sage's potential. The shake was due to the fact that, despite this potential, it had yet to be fully realized, rendering it of little assistance to him. According to the competition rules, any beastmaster under the age of 25 could participate. Typically, each city would send forth 10 golden-level beastmasters. While the great sage was formidable among silver-level practitioners, contending against others from different cities' prodigies would pose a significant challenge. Wang Lin turned to pat Zhao Dongdong on the shoulder. I appreciate your intentions. However, the beastmaster in the video cannot assist me at this moment. Director, do not be hasty. The video is not yet finished, Zhao Dongdong replied. Wang Lin was taken aback. Could this beast master possess even greater strength? He then watched as the great sage unleashed his final strike. The video was silent and indistinct, yet even so, Wang Lin could sense the terrifying destructive power of that blow. Zhao Dongdong's voice chimed in at the right moment. Director, the final strike from this beastmaster was so powerful that it caused the secret realm to shatter. Wang Lin sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Is it a perfect level skill? Or perhaps something even more formidable? The destructive force of the great sage's final blow had already surpassed several of the beastmasters on his current list, despite the great sage being merely a silver-level beast. The video was too unclear for them to ascertain the great sage's precise level, but it was reasonable to surmise that such immense power indicated he was nearing the pinnacle of silver. With time still remaining before the competition commenced, the great sage, at the peak of silver, might very well surpass to golden during this interval. Each significant elevation in a Beastmaster-S level represents a qualitative transformation. Wang Lin saw in the great sage the hope for achieving remarkable results in this upcoming competition. One must first locate the Beastmaster. Subsequently, Zhao Dongdong shared all the information he had gathered with Wang Lin. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin addressed Zhao Dongdong, assigning him a task: to investigate the recent graduates from various Beastmaster academies, in hopes of discovering a Beastmaster with characteristics akin to that of a stone monkey. He certainly did not perceive the great sage as merely a stone monkey. There are indeed numerous types of monkey-like beasts. It was plausible that the creature in the video was a rare breed. Coincidentally, it was graduation season at the prominent Beastmaster academies, leading Wang Lin to suspect that Yi Tian might very well be a recent graduate. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yi Tian immediately began to peruse the skills he had just acquired. After reviewing them thoroughly, he formulated a mental task to simplify the process of meditative cultivation. Soon, a prompt resonated in his ear. Chapter 43. Ying's entanglement and Lu Bo's deal. As per convention, simplifications can only be reduced to an advanced level, after which new tasks must be initiated. The proposed solution is so straightforward that the great sage could easily enhance his meditation skills with merely a closed-eye practice. One might say it is as simple as it can be. Around 8 in the evening, Ying returned home. Yi Tian was washing the dishes and, upon noticing his sister's arrival, keenly observed that Ying appeared despondent. What's wrong? Ying forced a smile. Oh, it's nothing. While speaking, her thoughts drifted back to the dinner gathering from earlier that evening. She had made it abundantly clear from the outset that she had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship at the moment. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, someone had taken an unusual interest in her, presenting an attitude that suggested he would marry no one but her. This left Ying feeling quite melancholic. She could already foresee a prolonged period of relentless pursuit ahead. However, there was no need to burden Yi Tian with this. He was still a student and would be of no assistance. The individual in question was an employee at a research institute. Although not formally employed, he claimed to have amassed considerable connections over 5 years, including esteemed researchers. Moreover, Ying was concerned that Yi Tian might act impulsively. His future should not be jeopardized by her troubles. At that moment, Ying's phone emitted a notification sound. Promptly, a message box illuminated the screen. In a hurried motion, she pressed the power button to extinguish the light, but Yi Tian had already glimpsed the name on the screen. Hu Xiang, is it? Based on his understanding of his sister, he knew that no matter how much he inquired, he could not extract the truth. However, having learned the name and observed Yi Ying's reaction, he felt compelled to intervene. After washing the dishes, he settled onto the sofa to catch the news while simultaneously drafting a message on his phone. Lu Bo, have you found project members for your thesis? Alas, not yet. I'm willing to join. That is splendid. You can be the lead, and I shall assist you. You can take the lead, but I need you to do me a small favor. Anything within my capability is on me. Please look into an individual named Hu Xiang, who is also employed at our research institute. I want to know if he's been on any blind dates recently and what transpired. Hu Xiang? I know him. He is currently assigned to work under me. Yi Tian's eyes brightened. This made matters simpler. He proceeded to inform Lu Bo about the potential harassment Yi Ying was facing and requested his assistance in investigating the matter. After putting down his phone, Yi Tian stretched his body. Strictly speaking, he was not seeking Lu Bo's help, but rather engaging in a mutual exchange of interests. Sister, I wonder when you will stop giving me cause for concern. Lu Bo's efficiency was commendable. Within half an hour, he had responded. Yi Tian, I have spoken to him. Indeed, there is such a situation. I have instructed him to apologize to your sister and vowed never to harass her again. Do you think we should consider dismissing Hu Xiang? As Lu Bo, the direct superior of Hu Xiang, held the authority to appoint or dismiss him, he perceived Yi Tian as significantly more valuable than Hu Xiang. He contemplated that if cultivating a relationship with Yi Tian could be achieved at the expense of Hu Xiang, then so be it. Yi Tian, after some reflection, reasoned that Hu Xiang had not yet committed any substantial wrongdoing and replied, very well. Inform him that this is a one-time concession. By the way, Yi Tian, the project I am working on is in the process of being established and will require approximately 2 more weeks. I'll involve you once it commences. Sounds good. As Yi Tian concluded the conversation with Lu Bo, he felt a pang of introspection. Indeed, it was a pragmatic world. His position surpassed that of Hu Xiang, and his worth was considered greater, which is why Lu Bo was willing to directly dismiss Hu Xiang for his benefit. To prevent himself from potentially becoming another Hu Xiang in the future, it was clear that he must grow stronger. Meanwhile, Yi Ying was venting to her close friend about her experiences of the day when suddenly a message from Hu Xiang popped up on her screen. She instinctively frowned. Here we go again. Didn't I tell him I'm unavailable tomorrow? However, upon opening the message, she was taken aback. It was an apology accompanied by a guarantee. After reading it, Ying felt bewildered, unable to grasp Hu Xiang's motives for apologizing. She decided not to dwell on it. As long as Hu Xiang ceased to trouble her in the future, that would suffice. Her initial sour mood dissipated, and Ying opened her door to join Yi Tian on the couch to watch television. Yi Tian smiled and inquired, "What good fortune has you so elated?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was already in a good mood today," Ying replied. Yi Tian shrugged. "Whatever you say." 2 days later, a piece of good news arrived. The project of Desheng had finally reached a level of proficiency. Requirement 1, 200,000 dragon coins, satisfied. Requirement 2, wear a black coat, 0100H. The upgraded system was now capable of specifying the exact time required to complete the project. 100 hours? That is less than 5 days for another enhancement. It's not too long. Thus, Yi Tian hurried downstairs to purchase a black coat for Desheng to wear. At that moment, Desheng donned the black coat, a long staff slung across his back. His eyes were tightly shut, and one hand clutched a wine flask, occasionally taking a swig. The sight was rather peculiar. Race, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver 3. Potential, Silver. Skills, 8 Direction Staff, Mastery, Max. Intoxication, Proficient, 34. Ready to Strike, Proficient, 35. Meditative Rest, Skilled, 15. Winemaking, Novice, 0. Once the skill of meditative rest reached proficiency, it began to yield results. After exhausting himself, Desheng no longer required sleep or entry into the Beast Master space for recovery. Simply closing his eyes for half an hour would fully rejuvenate him. This sparked Yi Tian's anticipation. If this skill were to reach its utmost level, could it be that Desheng would restore all his energy in the blink of an eye? Yi Tian pondered further. Might we consider bestowing the great sage with an additional sensory skill, enabling him to navigate with ease even in the absence of sight? With his eyes perpetually closed during combat, he would truly become a perpetual motion machine. 1 skill at a transcendent level, 2 at mastery, and 1 at proficiency. Yi Tian himself was uncertain of the tremendous potential that such a combination of skills could unleash. With the professional assessment looming tomorrow, he had completed his evening routine early, preparing for a well-deserved rest. Just as he was scrolling through his phone before sleep, he received an unexpected call from Chuing. Director, Little Tian, a few days ago, the career home discovered a brand new skill from a secret realm. They have entrusted us with the task of finding the optimal combination for auxiliary skill cultivation. Are you interested in giving it a try? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a twinge of confusion. Director, isn't this the responsibility of the cultivation department? Chapter 44. Can the optimal ratio be researched in just one night? Chu Ying was astonished. She explained, in our evolution department and cultivation department, while we have different focuses in our research, we actually engage in studies pertaining to both evolution and cultivation. Therefore, we are equally capable of undertaking projects related to skill ratio research. However, prior to your arrival, our research in this area has consistently lagged behind theirs. During the cultivation assessment, Yi Tian's performance was extraordinary. Thus, Chuing wished to see if he could create another miracle. The study of skill ratios is one of the core activities of the cultivation department. If we can surpass them in this regard, it would significantly bolster our case when applying for resources from the dean. What is this called? It is akin to defeating an enemy in the domain where they excel. After contemplating, Yi Tian agreed. After all, he could acquire a new skill without cost. What could be more delightful? Moreover, Chuing had not imposed a deadline for completion. She merely encouraged him to give it a try, and if he failed, it would not matter. All right, I will send you all the information regarding the skills. Please check your email. By the way, because this skill is unique, the reward points will be greater than those for other skills. If you can identify a 20 ratio, you will earn 200 points. For over 30, you will receive 400 points. Upon hearing about the points, Yi Tian's interest peaked. After hanging up, Yi Tian began to examine the information about the skill, treating it as a bedtime read. Dream Mastery, a silver level, special type skill. Upon mastering the skill, one can enter the dreams of other beast masters. Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a type of skill. However, he opted not to have Desheng learn it, as he had envisioned Desheng as a fierce, combat-oriented beast. Each skill slot required meticulous planning. Additionally, the cost of enhancing skills was substantial. Funds must be utilized judiciously. After reviewing the skill, he mentally formulated a simplified task. I will simplify the search for the optimal skill ratio. Conditions for simplification met. Requirement 1, 500. 000 dragon coins met. Requirement 2, sleep, 010H. The project promised a minimum reward of 2,000,000 dragon coins, making a 500,000 investment entirely worthwhile. What delighted Yi Tian the most was the second requirement. Was it truly sufficient to sleep for just 10 hours? After closing his phone, he began to rest. The following day, due to having gone to bed early, Yi Tian fulfilled his habitual waking time while also achieving 10 hours of sleep. At this moment, the ratios from Dream Mastery were etched deeply in his mind. He noted down the ratios while having breakfast, simultaneously composing an email to Chuing, which he then sent. Having completed these tasks, Yi Tian took a taxi back to the career hub. Following the staff's guidance, he arrived at the assessment venue, a spacious, small gymnasium. Before entering, he had to surrender his phone. After doing so, he received a small wooden plaque that recorded the information he had submitted during registration. Upon entering, he found that many others were already waiting inside. Even Yi Tian encountered several familiar faces, individuals he had previously met during the assessment of the research institute. At that very moment, within the office of the Minister of Evolution at the institute, Chu Ying arrived punctually for work, settling in her chair and preparing herself a cup of coffee. In accordance with her customary routine, she intended to savor her coffee while perusing the work emails that required her attention. As she scrolled through her inbox, she soon spotted an email from Yi Tian. What could Xiao Tian possibly want? She pondered. Upon opening it, she discovered a lengthy list of materials along with their respective quantities. Chu Ying's confusion deepened. Could this be the research she had tasked Yi Tian with yesterday? Yet, it had only been a single night since then. Even if Yi Tian had worked through the night, producing results seemed implausible. Nevertheless, she skeptically forwarded the email to another researcher and then placed a call. Xiaoma, please prepare the reagent according to this formulation and have the simulation beast utilize it. 2 minutes later, Chu Ying answered the phone, greeted by an excited voice. Minister, this is incredible. How did you achieve this? A 35 improvement rate. Surely, you must have intervened personally. 35? Chu Ying gasped, inadvertently spraying her coffee across the screen. What had she just heard? It was almost beyond belief. In merely one night, Yi Tian had managed to achieve a 35 improvement. Even if it wasn't the optimal ratio, it cannot be far from it, according to the requirements set forth by the professional association. Surpassing 28 was already deemed acceptable. This meant the project could be concluded immediately. Unbelievable. After hanging up, Chu Ying swiftly dialed Yi Tian's number, her curiosity akin to a cat scratching at her insides, filled with an array of questions for him. Beep. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Chu Ying felt a surge of frustration. Instantly, she rose from her chair, disregarding the spilled coffee on her screen, and donned her coat, preparing to leave her office. Yi Tian had left his home address while filling out information. She resolved to go directly to his residence. As she walked, she called Xiaoma again. Xiaoma, take this formulation and ensure the project is concluded today. Understood, Minister. Who should I list as the project leader? List Yi Tian. What? Xiaoma exclaimed, astonished. Chu Ying replied sternly. I said to list him. Yes, Minister. And which members should I include in the project team? There are no other members. What? Xiaoma gasped again. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was unaware of Chu Ying's impending visit to his home. He had found a quiet corner, leaning against the wall, summoning the great sage and stroking its back. The great sage relished this attention, occasionally emitting contented sounds. Yi Tian, what are you doing here? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he heard someone call his name. Lu Bo, are you also participating in the professional beast tamer assessment? Lu Bo's lips twitched slightly. The use of the word also was quite apt, conveying Yi Tian's intention. However, the question arose. Wasn't Yi Tian's beast a stone monkey? Yet, upon further reflection, it became evident that Yi Tian's stone monkey was indeed unlike any other. But, wasn't Yi Tian merely 18 years old? Moreover, the last time he witnessed the stone monkey, it was only at the bronze level, wasn't it? Upon further sensing, it had already reached silver. To dare to participate in the professional assessment at the onset of silver, Lu Bo found it incomprehensible and couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Tian, the requirements for the professional assessment necessitate that a beast's strength attain at least the golden level. Yi Tian nodded. I'm aware. Lu Bo gazed at Yi Tian's confident demeanor, questioning the very fabric of his existence. When it came to research, he conceded that Yi Tian was a prodigy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought to involve him in the project. However, the professional assessment was indifferent to whether one was a research genius. It solely considered one aspect, which was the combat prowess of the beast. Lu Bo, at 18, had contracted a beast and, at 23, had spent 5 years nurturing a lightning leopard to reach the golden level. Only then did he dare to participate in the assessment. Thus, he simply could not comprehend how Yi Tian possessed the audacity to do so. Chapter 45. Do not approach until the golden mid-stage. The mighty dragon guard at present Both individuals are members of the Research Institute, sharing the same department. Out of goodwill, Lu Bo dissuaded Yi Tian. Though your stone monkey has attained the silver rank and meets the criteria for the examination, it has only recently broken through to silver. When faced with golden-level beast tamers during the assessment, should the opponent unleash their prowess, your stone monkey may be at risk of injury or worse. He patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, adding, I am a few years your senior. Heed my advice and wait until you elevate your beast to the peak of silver before attempting the assessment. Yi Tian felt somewhat helpless, yet recognizing Lu Bo's good intentions. He replied, Thank you for the reminder. I will remain vigilant. Having come this far, it feels somewhat regretful not to attempt the trial. I will heed your words. If I encounter danger during the assessment, I shall surrender immediately. Seeing Yi Tian's resolute attitude, Lu Bo ceased his persuasion and shifted to another topic. By the way, Yi Tian, regarding the project I mentioned a few days ago, the rewards have been finalized. Through my vigorous efforts, we can secure 200 points upon completion. Upon saying this, Lu Bo scrutinized Yi Tian's expression, but alas, it did not reflect the excitement he had anticipated. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he thought to himself, This is 200 points. Even after dividing it evenly, we would each receive 100. Yet, recalling Yi Tian's extraordinary gains during the previous assessment, he had to concede that there are indeed distinctions among individuals, at least in the realm of cultivating battle prowess in beasts. Yi Tian would surely fall short of his own capabilities, providing a sense of balance within himself. Outside the examination venue, Wang Lin was leading Zhao Dongdong towards the direction of the assessment. One could discern a hint of anxiety etched across Wang Lin's brow. The deadline for registration was fast approaching, yet had they not located that elusive beast tamer? Not even a hint of clue? As they walked, he inquired of Zhao Dongdong, Have you found anything? Zhao Dongdong replied with a bitter tone, No. In these past few days, I have focused solely on locating that renowned sage. Initially, I searched among the graduates of the Beast Taming Academy. When that proved fruitless, I turned my attention to current students. A talent like Yi Tian cannot simply emerge from thin air. He is most likely a prodigy nurtured by that academy. However, despite sifting through the profiles of students, I have yet to find anyone fitting the description. I have scoured not only Wuxi City, but also nearby academies in other cities, yet to no avail. Now, only one hope remains. Today's vocational assessment. That esteemed beast tamer may indeed appear to participate. Originally, Zhao Dongdong was the head of the operations department, a role seemingly distant from the vocational assessment. However, being the first to discover Yi Tian, he was appointed by Wang Lin as the deputy examiner for this assessment, tasked with identifying potential candidates among the participants, while Wang Lin would serve as the chief examiner. As per customary practice, such responsibilities typically fall to their subordinates. As the clock approached 10 o'clock in the morning, the candidates were fully prepared, each clutching a digital placard. It was announced that the assessments would proceed in the order of the numbers drawn. An estimation of the crowd revealed approximately 500 participants. Lu Bo held the number 10, while Yi Tian was assigned number 223. The examination was about to commence. The rules were straightforward. At the center of the gymnasium stood a platform where candidates would take turns battling a beastmaster, whose task was to evaluate their combat prowess. As long as a contestant could endure for 1 minute against the beastmaster, they would be deemed successful. Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong occupied the judge's stand, both displaying expressions of anticipation. The clock was ticking, and if they did not find a suitable candidate soon, they might have to concede defeat. It must happen, Wang Lin thought to himself. The beastmaster on the platform was now ready. With a grand gesture, a humanoid creature with a dragon's head materialized before the audience. Its exposed skin was adorned with raised, triangular scales, and it wielded a formidable sword. Goodness, the beast for this combat test is a Dragonman Guardian? Is it of the golden rank? One of the candidates gasped, recognizing the creature's lineage. Yi Tian recalled the knowledge he had acquired. Dragonman Guardian, potential, golden, is a well-known fact within the realm of beasts that any creature with dragon in its name is formidable. Our luck is truly unfortunate, someone remarked. Indeed, during professional assessments, one of 8 randomly selected beasts would be assigned as the test subject for fairness. The Dragon Man Guardian was the most powerful among them, exhibiting exceptional abilities in attack, defense, and speed, with virtually no weaknesses. The candidates grumbled, yet they could not simply forfeit due to the formidable opponent they faced. Lu Bo visibly exhibited signs of tension, as his turn to compete would be soon approaching. As the clock reached 10, the assessment commenced. Zhao Dongdong was responsible for announcing the numbers. Candidate number 1, please prepare on the platform. The countdown for battle begins in 10 seconds. Just as she finished speaking, a man who appeared to be around 30 years of age ascended the stage. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a standing black bear, also of the golden rank. Roar! The black bear emerged, pounding its chest with a resounding thud. In stark contrast, the Dragon Man Guardian remained motionless, its expression tinged with a hint of disdain. It was not in a particularly good mood today, facing 500 weaklings, which could potentially waste several hours of its time. As the countdown concluded, the battle commenced. Boom! The Dragon Man Guardian opted for a direct assault, leaping before the black bear and sweeping its tail. The black bear was sent hurtling away from the platform. The encounter concluded in an instant. The black bear? The black bear's Beastmaster. What has happened? That was incredibly swift. The Beastmaster felt as if a flash of yellow light had darted past, and his beast was suddenly flung from the stage. The other candidates below stood in stunned silence. What? It's over already? This Dragon Man Guardian is astonishingly powerful. Many were contemplating the outcome between the Black Bear and the Dragon Man just moments before witnessing the conclusion. A Beastmaster, having previously participated in the professional assessment, snorted disdainfully. Do you not ponder why the rules stipulate a duration of 1 minute rather than simply defeating the examiner? Another interjected. Do not underestimate the professional assessment. The Dragon Man guards, even among the golden ranks, are among the most formidable in combat prowess. If one lacks the strength of mid-golden tier, it is best to refrain from involvement. Most present were novices attending their first assessment. Their summoned beasts were predominantly in the early golden stage, with several reaching the pinnacle of silver, eliciting cries of despair. Had I known earlier, I would not have come. This has squandered both my time and registration fee. After witnessing the Dragon Man guards in battle, their resolve began to wane. Lu Bo, too, was taken aback, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. As a first-time registrant, he mused, perhaps it is best for me to return to the Research Institute as a researcher. As one ascends the levels of beast mastery, the challenge of advancement intensifies. His Thunder Leopard had already exhausted its potential to reach the golden tier. Initially, he had hoped to procure the title of professional beastmaster for some supplementary income, but it now appeared that such financial support was not easily attained. Chapter 46. How Swift This Monkey Is. Candidate number 2, please proceed to the arena for preparation. The countdown begins. Battle will commence in 10 seconds. Zhao Dongdong dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. However, at this moment, his voice echoed harshly in the ears of the candidates. Much like candidate number 1, candidate number 2 was swiftly dispatched in an instant. The subsequent candidates met a similar fate, with the strongest among them succumbing after only one exchange, sent flying by the second strike. Soon, it was Lu Bo's turn. Unsurprisingly, he was also eliminated in a heartbeat. As he stepped off the stage, his expression betrayed his discontent. Taking a moment to compose himself, he sought to dissuade Yi Tian. Yi Tian, my Thunder Leopard has already reached the golden tier. Yet even after enduring a blow from the Dragon Guardian, it still sustained significant injuries. I estimate it will require at least a week in the Beastmaster space to fully recuperate. That space also possesses healing properties for beasts. Your monkey is merely silver tier. If it were to be struck by a Dragon Guardian, it could very well meet its demise on the spot. I urge you to reconsider. This was his final plea. Should Yi Tian remain obstinate, he would face dire consequences. The assessment continued. After witnessing the grim fates of their predecessors, many candidates chose to forego their participation. Those who dared to send their beasts forth were either exceedingly reckless or possessed genuine prowess. The candidate who managed to endure the longest held out for a full 30 seconds before falling. His beast, a floating cloud, could disperse enemy attacks. Yet even it succumbed under the relentless onslaught of the Dragon Guardian. When candidate number 135 was called, the atmosphere shifted with a palpable excitement. It was Ma Fei. Had he also come to participate in the assessment? Surely he would succeed. Yi Tian observed the advancing candidate, a burly man with golden hair. Lu Bo appeared to recognize him as well. "Ah, that's Ma Fei, my junior brother," he explained, pointing at Ma Fei. "He is also a student at the Mountain Mist Beastmaster Academy, 2 years my junior, currently in his 3rd year. He specializes in combat, and I've heard his beast's fighting prowess ranks within the top 20 of the entire school." Yi Tian nodded in understanding. This was indeed impressive, considering that the Mountain Mist Beastmaster Academy boasted over 1,000 students in each cohort, making it quite an achievement to rank among the top 20. Ma Fei's beast was a magnificent rainbow horse. As the countdown concluded, it engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon Guardian. Incredible! The rainbow horse can actually hold its own against the Dragon Guardian? Many spectators marveled at the spectacle. Ultimately, the rainbow horse managed to endure for 2 minutes before succumbing, and Ma Fei rightfully became the first candidate to pass this assessment. As Ma Fei exited the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers. The assessment continued, and following Ma Fei, 3 more candidates succeeded, albeit all just barely crossing the 1-minute threshold. Clearly, their achievements were not on the same level. At the judges' table, Wang Lin sighed. "We are nearly halfway through, yet no promising candidates have emerged." With each assessment completed, the probability of locating a skilled beast master dwindled. Zhao Dongdong offered reassurance. "Director, there is still good news to be had. I find Ma Fei to be quite remarkable, and his decision to choose our Mist City as the examination site clearly reflects his intentions. He is certainly worthy of nurturing. Perhaps in a few years, he will shine brilliantly in the exchange competition." Beastmasters have the freedom to select different cities' professional homes for assessment, wherever they take the exam. That is where they are considered professionals. Mist City is not particularly renowned for its Beastmaster prowess, as most exceptional young Beastmasters tend to opt for other cities. To summarize succinctly, it is difficult to retain talent. Wang Lin felt a sense of comfort. Ma Fei is indeed a good child. He shook his head, lamenting that he is currently unable to assist us. Zhao Dongdong continued to fulfill his duties as the candidates took turns to step onto and off the stage. Finally, it was Yi Tian's turn. When he summoned the Great Sage, both Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong instantly stood up. Could it be him? Yet, upon seeing the appearance of the Great Sage, they both sat back down with a bitter expression. It could not be him. That Beastmaster's contract could never involve an ordinary stone monkey. Interestingly, Yi Tian's physique bore a resemblance to that of the Beastmaster in the video. But that was where the similarities ended. A stone monkey? Isn't that a functional beast? Indeed, I often indulge in the wine brewed by the Stone Monkey King. Goodness, this fellow is impressive. I would dare to call him the strongest of today. It's laughable, how dare he? Is he courting death? Ha, did you see that? The 2 examiners couldn't help but stand in shock just now. That monkey even wields a stick. Could that possibly be his weapon? Lu Bo covered his face, silently repeating, "I'm not acquainted with him. I'm not acquainted with him." How embarrassing. Below the arena, discussions erupted. Even the Dragon Man Guardian was momentarily taken aback, feeling conflicted about whether to hold back. Glancing back at his Beastmaster, the response was clear. Proceed as before, do not go easy. A Beastmaster who chooses to step onto the stage must bear the consequences of doing so. A dragon and a monkey stood opposed to each other. In truth, Yi Tian and the Great Sage were somewhat tense as well. The Dragon Man Guardian was undoubtedly the strongest opponent the Great Sage had faced to date. Remember to maintain a state of inebriation at all times. Great Sage, seize the opportunity and strike with full force. If you feel you cannot win, I will immediately concede for you. It is best to succeed. If not, there will always be another chance. Roar. Understood. The countdown concluded and the battle commenced. The Dragon Man Guardian, who had initially stood still, suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage. A fierce yellow light lunged towards the Great Sage with ferocity. Such terrifying attacks. I had thought the Dragon Man Guardian would go easy. It seems that little monkey is in trouble. The audience below expressed sympathy for the Great Sage, believing that following such an unreliable master would likely lead to his demise. Some timid Beastmasters even covered their eyes. Great Sage, evade. Yi Tian clenched his fists at his sides. Bang! A dragon's tail swept through the great sage, crashing forcefully into the ground. The dragon guardian sensed something was amiss with its tactile perception. Glancing at its own tail and then turning its head, it was astonished to discover that the great sage had leapt behind it. Goodness, had it evaded the attack? This monkey possesses astonishing speed. The audience was left in a state of shock. Wang Lin also gasped in surprise, rising to his feet once more. This monkey is unlike an ordinary stone monkey. The dragon's speed is indeed significantly greater than that of the great sage, yet it lacks skills related to velocity. In contrast, the great sage's drunken technique has reached a level of mastery. Comparatively, their speeds are nearly equal. However, the great sage enjoys an additional advantage. His smaller stature affords him greater agility. What was initially thought to be a decisive blow did not yield the expected outcome, inciting a flicker of anger in the dragon. Boom! 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 The tail lashed out towards the great sage once more. Great sage continued to evade. Yi Tian commanded. The ambush maneuver was not yet prepared. A technique at the mastery level could take 5 seconds to set up, resulting in nearly double the explosive power. Chapter 47. It is him. It is him. Indeed it is him. The great sage appeared remarkably at ease as he leapt backward, evading the tail of the dragon man. In a series of exchanges, the dragon man failed to even graze the great sage. Why? Zhao Dongdong was perplexed. Surely, even a stone monkey king should not exhibit such swiftness. Wang Lin's voice interjected from the side. No, not necessarily. The stone monkey possesses an innate skill known as drunkenness, which enhances its speed. I once encountered a 50-year-old stone monkey whose mastery of drunkenness was at an advanced level, comparable to this little monkey's speed. Zhao Dongdong's eyes widened. Director, are you suggesting that this little monkey has reached proficiency in drunkenness? Wang Lin replied, that is the only explanation. The great sage's performance astonished him. However, regrettably, he was still far from the monkey seen in the video. The audience who had previously ridiculed Yi Tian now recognized his genuine prowess, and many began to regard him with newfound respect. Even Ma Fei could not help but nod repeatedly. To cultivate a stone monkey to such a level, this beast master possesses considerable skill, though unfortunately, he chose the wrong beast. On the arena, the Dragon Man guard grew increasingly agitated. To him, the great sage seemed feeble. Yet each attempt came perilously close to making contact, leaving him with a sense of being toyed with. Roar! The Dragon Man guard let out a bellow, a tempest erupting throughout the entire arena. It was preparing to unleash its skill. A layer of azure energy enveloped its great blade. Whoosh! This technique, known as Gale Slash, is a wide-range attack skill. Let us see where you will hide now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless blades of wind materialized in the arena. The Dragon Man guard was now taking the matter seriously. The audience below fixated intently on the stage. Even Ma Fei had never compelled the Dragon Man guard to utilize its skills before, yet that initially underestimated little monkey had achieved it. The outcome was no longer in doubt. Indeed, I surmised that the beast master of the stone monkey would soon concede. This battle, though a loss, would still be honorable. Wang Lin resumed his seat. He sincerely hoped Yi Tian was the individual he sought. Alas, it was not to be. Now, the 5 seconds had elapsed, and the moment to strike was at hand. Great Sage, employ the 8-direction staff. Thunder rumbled. Previously, in the artificial secret realm, the readiness was merely proficient. Yet now it had ascended another level. The power naturally had intensified. Withstanding the multitude of wind blades, the staff swept horizontally toward the Dragon Man guard. The Dragon Man guard regained its air of disdain. Finally, you choose not to evade? Too late. Boom! The clash of wind blades against the staff silhouette ensued. What transpired next horrified the Dragon Man guard. The wind blades it summoned were utterly dispersed upon contact with the staff silhouette. Contrary to the expected outcome of the blades slicing the staff into segments, the staff's momentum remained unimpeded, continuing its advance. At that moment, the Dragon Man guard's beast master also sensed something was amiss. What the hell? How could this monkey possess such terrifying strength? This is bad. In an instant, he snapped back from shock and swiftly made the optimal choice. Dragon Brother, quickly activate Dragon Scale Shield. Dragon Brother was the name he had bestowed upon the Dragon Man Guardian. Immediately, the Dragon Man Guardian's entire body shimmered with a radiant white light. In but a moment, this luminescence coalesced into a suit of armor, enveloping the Guardian's form. Boom! At last, the staff struck the Dragon Man Guardian. Crack! The Guardian heard a crisp shattering sound, followed by a searing pain radiating from his chest. Bang! The armor was shattered, taking several of the Guardian's ribs with it. The force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing outside the arena. Thud! At this moment, the only sound remaining was the collision of the Dragon Man Guardian with the ground. Everyone seemed frozen, mouths agape, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The Dragon Man Guardian lost? The monkey triumphed? How could this be? Just a moment ago, the Guardian had appeared overwhelmingly dominant. How could the situation flip so dramatically in an instant? To the onlookers, it seemed that the monkey merely swung his staff and sent the Dragon Man flying. They were utterly bewildered by what had transpired. The assessment rule required the Dragon Man Guardian to withstand an attack for 1 minute. Was there a misunderstanding of the rules? Lubo slapped himself. He did not want to accept the reality before him. Yi Tian had obliterated the Dragon Man Guardian, who had previously vanquished the Thunder Leopard. Ma Fei's complexion turned pale. He could not fathom how the stone monkey could possess such strength. The Beast Master, the Dragon Man Guardian, was equally dazed. Once he regained his senses, he cried out, feeling the urge to rush to his Dragon Brother's side. Dragon Brother, you must not be harmed. He hurried over to assess the wounds and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, only a few ribs were broken and no internal organs were injured. Oh dear! Dragon Brother, you scared me. He felt grateful for having decisively commanded the Dragon Man Guardian to use the defensive skill. Had he hesitated for even a second, he might now be cradling a lifeless body. Zhao Dongdong emitted a series of raspy sounds, leaping up suddenly and pointing at Yi Tian. By heavens, it's him. It's him. Indeed. Wang Lin, with only a few strands of hair remaining, had pulled out several more in his astonishment. Rising to his feet, his eyes were filled with shock. Not to mention the others. Even Yi Tian himself was bewildered. Has the great sage grown this powerful? He had never encountered a worthy opponent to gauge the great sage's true strength. Undoubtedly, Yi Tian had emerged victorious. Moments later, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Incredible. Absolutely exhilarating. I've long had a distaste for that Dragon Man Guardian. This monkey has avenged me. Following the cheers came a wave of confusion. How on earth had that monkey achieved this? What was that technique, wielding such tremendous power? At this moment, someone in the crowd timidly remarked, if I am not mistaken, that monkey employed the 8-direction staff. The 8-direction staff? Impossible. My cousin's beast has also mastered the 8-direction staff to a proficient level. It does not exhibit such formidable strength. Is it possible that there exists a level beyond mere proficiency? Mastery, perhaps? That remains a mystery to me, as I have not encountered any beast that has reached such a realm. Wang Lin, accompanied by Zhao Dongdong, descended from the stands, gravitating towards Yi Tian, his gaze intensely fixed upon him. As the director of the professional family in a diamond-level powerhouse, he had witnessed countless prodigies. However, he had never encountered someone like Yi Tian. Yi Tian, your stone monkey employs the 8-direction staff at a transcendent level, does it not? Wang Lin's tone was calm, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Even if the 8-direction staff were merely a bronze-level skill, achieving mastery of such magnitude is nothing short of terrifying. It is difficult to fathom that this is an accomplishment of a young individual. Not only did he recognize the skill employed by the great sage, but he also accurately identified its level of proficiency. Chapter 48. Why are you the examiner instead of taking the exam? Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. This individual possesses remarkable abilities. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Their conversation was not deliberately concealed. The others present could hear it as well. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Transcendent mastery? No wonder he is so formidable. This is the first time in my life that I have witnessed someone employing skills of such extraordinary caliber. Who wouldn't be astonished? How did he achieve this? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such an outrageous feat. Ma. Fate touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As an outstanding student of the Mountain Mist Beast Taming Academy, he had only mastered 2 skills. At their age, the focus of beast cultivation was primarily on leveling up. Few would invest substantial effort in enhancing skill proficiency. To his knowledge, within the academy, skills at the mastery level were nearing their limits, with perhaps only 1 or 2 individuals achieving perfection. He never anticipated witnessing skills of transcendent mastery here today. The difficulty of skill enhancement is not lesser than that of leveling up. The time required to elevate a skill to transcendent mastery could have been used to improve a beast's level, possibly nurturing it from bronze to diamond. This underscores the rarity of skills at the transcendent level. Moreover, it is said that one can achieve mastery through relentless practice, but transcendent mastery is different. It necessitates prolonged contemplation of a skill and the pursuit of that fleeting moment of inspiration. Besides diligence, it also demands a beast's innate understanding. So, what is the source of that stone monkey's prowess? The difficulty is daunting, and thus the power unleashed is immense. It can be said that mastery-level skills enable a beast to surpass its level. What then of transcendent mastery? Ma Fei was unaware, for this was also his first encounter. Upon seeing Yi Tian nod in confirmation, Wang Lin's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Judging by Yi Tian's appearance, he could not be over 20 years old. Achievements that many beast tamers fail to accomplish in a lifetime were astonishingly realized by him at such a young age. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Wang Lin patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and inquired, "It seems you also employed another skill while your beast wielded the staff?" A small nameplate bearing his name hung from Wang Lin's chest. Yi Tian, having familiarized himself with the professional community, recognized Wang Lin. Only then did he realize that the chief examiner was actually the director of the professional association. He responded, "Indeed." The great sage utilized the 8-direction staff while also employing the skill, waiting for the right moment. Wang Lin stated, "If I am not mistaken, the proficiency has reached mastery?" Yi Tian nodded. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if they were about to burst forth. Yi Tian had indeed provided him with a tremendous surprise. The skill, waiting for the right moment, was brought back from a certain secret realm by Wang Lin's team. Considering the timeline, it had been less than 10 months since its acquisition, and it began to be sold in the market 2 months ago. How long the great sage practiced the 8-direction staff, he did not know. However, this implies that Yi Tian took a mere 2 months to elevate his skills to mastery. The audience of candidates erupted in astonishment. What? This prodigy possesses other skills at the mastery level? Yet with the illustrious example of the 8-direction staff, it seems somewhat more acceptable. Lubo trembled slightly. A familiar sensation suddenly washed over him. Just a few days prior, Yi Tian had emerged with similar brilliance, creating miracles. Zhao Dongdong applauded enthusiastically. "Absolutely stunning. Yi Tian, you have truly broadened our horizons today." Yi Tian scratched his head, feeling bashful. Zhao Dongdong, harboring a plethora of questions, posed the one that concerned him most. "Yi Tian, are you from our Mist City?" Yi Tian, perplexed, wondered why this examiner would ask such a question. After all, having grown up in Mist City, he was undoubtedly one of them. Now it was Zhao Dongdong's turn to be puzzled. "Then why could I not find you despite searching through the Mist Academy and several other Beastmaster Academies in different cities? Or is it that you have never attended a Beastmaster Academy?" Yi Tian replied, "Ahem, I'm still a high school student. I have a month left until the college entrance examination, after which I will fill out my application." Zhao Dongdong, Wang Lin. They observed Yi Tian's youthful demeanor and initially assumed he merely looked young. Little did they know, he was genuinely youthful. The candidates in the audience were once again taken aback. "What on earth, a high school student? Please tell me you're joking. I am 30 this year, 30 years, and I've aged like a dog." Ma Fei crouched down, clutching his head in disbelief. "I was utterly bested by a high school student?" Regardless, there were still many candidates yet to take their exams, and the assessment continued. However, a new problem arose. The examiner, originally responsible for assessing the candidates, approached Wang Lin in distress. "Director, my brother Long cannot continue as an examiner." Wang Lin was somewhat speechless. This was indeed a dilemma. He turned to Zhao Dongdong. Quickly contact the beast masters who have previously served as examiners. Whoever is available, bring them in. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dongdong returned, his expression grim. Director, all the former examiners have entered the secret realm. Should we call upon other golden tier beast masters? Wang Lin shook his head. Forget it. He then looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, how about this? You serve as an examiner, and I shall reward you with 50 points. Yi Tian, Dragon Guard Beast Master. Why does my Beast Master only earn 10 points for serving as an examiner? Wang Lin felt somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at the Dragon Guard Beast Master. Ahem, the situation is urgent, right? Special circumstances warrant special treatment. In truth, he sought to find a reason to bestow a favor upon Yi Tian. Such a talented Beast Master must be firmly secured. Furthermore, calling in other Beast Masters with no prior examination experience would only waste time. It would be more efficient to let Yi Tian take on the role. Yi Tian hesitated. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Just 2 minutes ago, he was a candidate, and now he is suddenly transformed into an examiner. It feels somewhat peculiar. Wang Lin shook his head. What is wrong with that? Your capabilities are entirely sufficient to serve as an examiner, and you have already passed the assessment, becoming a professional beast master. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The point system of the professional association resembles that of the research institute, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 10, 000 dragon coins. In pursuit of points, he pressed on. By the way, Wang Lin suddenly remarked, you should restrain the strength of the summoned beast, keeping it on par with the previous Dragon Guard. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. The Dragon Guard Beast Master felt a peculiar sense of humiliation. When Zhao Dongdong announced that Yi Tian would continue as the examiner, the crowd erupted once more. Everyone was in an uproar. Am I dreaming? This is happening far too swiftly. That Beast Master had only just passed the assessment, and now he has been elevated to examiner. It seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Yet, there were some who spoke in Yi Tian's defense. His prowess is evident. If you are dissatisfied, then surpass him, and I would not question your appointment as examiner. The candidates who had already taken the exam fared better, but those who had yet to complete theirs were in utter despair. This is disastrous. We could barely withstand the Dragon Guard for a minute, and now an even stronger opponent has emerged. Chapter 49, The Urban Exchange Competition. Acquiring diamond-level beast bone powder regardless of the opinions of the onlookers, the examination continued unabated. Candidate number 224 stood before Yi Tian, visibly anxious yet mustering the courage to raise a hand in greeting. Good day, examiner, he said. Yi Tian responded with a warm smile. Hello. Please show some leniency, examiner. Indeed, Yi Tian exhibited restraint, permitting only the use of the 8-direction staff by the great sage, refraining from unleashing any waiting strikes. On the arena, a series of golden-level beastmasters were being thoroughly outmatched by a single silver-level beast, eliciting cries of despair. The scene was peculiar, yet somehow harmoniously absurd. It was evident that Wang Lin was in high spirits, absent-mindedly stroking his beard with his eyes narrowed into slits. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Zhao Dongdong chimed in at the opportune moment. Congratulations, Director. Setting aside other matters, the strength demonstrated by the great sage surpassed even that seen in the videos. The leading candidates on the current roster bore little difference in prowess, even without an elevation in rank. The great sage was more than capable of representing Wushan City in battle. Moreover, the information revealed about the great sage indicated a rapid acquisition of skills. Wang Lin had already begun devising a strategy for the optimal combination of skills for the great sage. As long as Yi Tian was willing to remain in Wushan City and fight on behalf of the professional house, Wang Lin suddenly felt that even a lackluster performance this year would be inconsequential. He could afford to lose face and cling to this position for another year. He was confident that, given the great sage an additional year, a tremendous transformation in strength would surely ensue. By then, he would reclaim all that Wushan City had lost, as well as what he himself had forfeited. What was even more astonishing was that Yi Tian was merely a high school student, presumably around 18 years of age. The competition was open to beastmasters under the age of 25, meaning Yi Tian could represent Wushan City in 7 competitions. Wang Lin remarked today, Yi Tian has just joined our professional house, and already we are imposing such a demanding role upon him. Afterward, we must ensure he is adequately compensated. Zhao Dongdong nodded vigorously. The director is absolutely correct. The Dragonman Guard Beastmaster interjected. When have I ever received any compensation? Double standards indeed. Wang Lin pondered briefly before turning to Zhao Dongdong. Please procure several recovery potions from logistics. The great sage is not even golden level. His stamina will surely not last until the end of the examination. During the assessment intermission, administer the potions to him. Upon receiving the task, Zhao Dongdong sprang into action, feeling a twinge of envy. Recovery potions were priced at 30,000 dragon coins each. Certainly, he couldn't bear to use them himself. Were they simply being given away? This spoke volumes about the director's regard for Yi Tian. It seemed prudent for him to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yi Tian. At the very least, he ought not to jeopardize their rapport. Before long, Yi Tian found himself in possession of 5 vials of potion. He had heard that they could instantly restore a beast's stamina, although they could not be used consecutively, requiring a minimum interval of 2 hours. Excellent, Yi Tian musit, raising an eyebrow as he swiftly placed the potions into the beast's space. The great sage now possessed the skill of meditative rest. During the intermissions of battle, one would close their eyes to rest, fully able to withstand the demands. This time, the great sage truly reveled in the experience. Although more than half of the beast tamers chose to concede outright, the remaining participants still numbered over 100, each with their own unique beasts. Ultimately, only 5 emerged victorious. What gratified the other examinees was that the great sage did not unleash his most formidable attacks during their encounters. Indeed, Yi Tian is a genuinely benevolent individual. Once all assessments were completed, a total of 9 individuals successfully passed the examination. Wang Lin held a card distribution ceremony for them, marking the conclusion of this vocational assessment. Holding the identity card of the profession house, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. From this day forward, he too would be recognized as a professional beast tamer. Upon arriving in this world, he had set his sights on achieving this professional status, and he never anticipated that it would materialize so swiftly. As a professional beast tamer, he would enjoy numerous privileges, such as free access to over 90% of public service facilities with his identity card. Most importantly, he could utilize the Profession House platform to accept various tasks for remuneration and engage in trade with other professionals. Although, given his current abilities, even without being a professional beast tamer, he could still lead a good life with Yi Ying. The moment he received his certification filled him with uncontainable excitement. Of course, within the ranks of professionals, there are various levels akin to researchers categorized into 3 tiers: third, second, first, and special levels based on accumulated points. Yi Tian currently holds the 3rd tier. Following the receipt of their certificates, each individual was also given a booklet detailing the responsibilities and obligations of professionals. Yi Tian briefly perused it and discovered that upon becoming a 2nd-tier professional, one could apply for a complimentary apartment. Naturally, the benefits improve with each ascending level. As the card distribution ceremony concluded, the other examinees returned to their respective homes. Yi Tian, however, accompanied Wang Lin to his office. At this moment, the other examinees became aware of Wang Lin's esteemed position. They were consumed with envy and admiration as they witnessed Yi Tian share lighthearted conversation with Wang Lin. Xiao Tian, Wang Lin said, seated comfortably in his chair as he poured tea for both of them. Though your beast is at the silver level, its capabilities are already comparable to an ordinary gold-level beast. Would you be interested in representing Wushan City in the upcoming Youth Beast Tamer Exchange Competition? The Youth Beast Tamer Exchange Competition? What is that? Yi Tian inquired. Wang Lin promptly elucidated the nature of the competition and the rewards associated with achieving commendable results. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Tian replied, certainly. He vowed that his participation would be for the honor of Wushan City, not merely for the enticing prospect of earning 500 points for placing in the top 10. Such an opportunity, which could hone the great sage's practical abilities while broadening his horizons and generating income, was undoubtedly one to seize. Wang Lin beamed with delight. Excellent. He replied. However, Yi Tian, do not harbor overly grand expectations for this competition. Consider it an experience to soak in the atmosphere. Your true potential lies in the next event. Yi Tian remained non-committal. Wang Lin encouraged Yi Tian with a few more words. Yet Yi Tian did not forget that he had an important matter to address. He inquired, Director, may I ask if our professional guild possesses any diamond-grade Beastmaster bones? Wang Lin paused momentarily. Indeed, we do have them. But why are you asking about such things? Diamond grade is not something you should be concerned with at this stage. Yi Tian's heart soared with joy. That is splendid news. How may I obtain it? Wang Lin replied. You can exchange 10 points for 1 gram of bone powder. Yi Tian felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. It was affordable. It turned out that within the professional guild, the bones had already been ground into powder and were sold by the gram. The requirement for the simplified path merely stipulated the possession of diamond-grade Beastmaster bones, without specifying a weight. With just 10 points, he could accomplish the task, which brought him immense relief. After engaging in further conversation, Yi Tian finally exited the office. The first order of business was to download the Professional Guild's app and then register as a member using the identity badge he had just received. Chapter 50. Rejection from the Academy. Yi Tian's young girlfriend, Yi Tian, gazed at the personal center section of the app, where he had accumulated 50 points. He navigated to the marketplace, searched for bone powder, filled in his address, and placed the order. Perfect. As indicated, the product will be delivered to his home within 2 hours. Upon stepping out of the career house, Yi Tian felt as though he was floating. What a delightful feeling. At 18, he was both a researcher and a professional. He could almost envision a radiant future beckoning him. As he exited, he noticed Lu Bo waiting for him outside, accompanied by 2 individuals. One was a blond young man, whom he recalled to be Ma Fei, while the other was unfamiliar, yet somewhat recognizable. Lu Bo waved him over. Yi Tian approached, and Lu Bo immediately introduced Ma Fei and the other person. These 2 are my junior colleagues from the Beast Taming Academy. This is Ma Fei, currently a junior, and this is Song Yuan, a freshman. It was evident that the young man named Song Yuan felt somewhat anxious upon seeing him. Yi Tian finally recalled why he found him familiar. Song Yuan had come alongside Ma Fei to broaden his horizons, and his beast had also reached the silver rank. Hence, he had enrolled. However, he had not drawn a fortunate number, landing over 300, making him one of the candidates Yi Tian would be assessing. Under ordinary circumstances, Yi Tian would not mind exchanging pleasantries with them. However, he was now eager to return home and complete the simplification task for the Great Sage. He was curious about the evolutionary paths the Great Sage could uncover, so he spoke directly. Is there something you need? Let's keep it brief. I'm pressed for time. Ma Fei showed no signs of annoyance, instead smiling. Yi Tian, I notice you know my senior. I asked him to introduce me to you. My purpose is straightforward. I hope you will consider joining our Mountain Mist Beast Taming Academy. You're about to take your college entrance exams, aren't you? If you're willing to join, you can receive a direct recommendation, and with your talents, the Academy will offer substantial enrollment rewards. Song Yuan gazed at Yi Tian with a hint of envy. The Beast Taming Academy was not accessible to every beast tamer. Statistics indicated that last year, the national acceptance rate was less than 1%. Reflecting on his arduous journey to secure an opportunity, now so effortlessly presented to Yi Tian, he felt a twinge of disheartenment. Yet, he could not help but admire Yi Tian. Despite being a mere high school senior, he was already exponentially more formidable than a freshman like himself. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. So, they were attempting to recruit him into the academy. After a moment's contemplation, he declined. I'm afraid I don't have such intentions at the moment. Did he still need to attend school? Yi Tian believed not. Furthermore, even if he were to attend a beast taming academy, it need not be Mountain Mist Academy. Within the entirety of Long Country, there were several superior options. If he were to go, he would aim for the best. Ma Fei shook his head, seemingly not surprised by the response. Well, I expected as much. A talent like you might not consider our academy. He scratched his head. Do not blame me, Yi Tian. I am compelled by circumstances. I have joined the student council of the academy and must undertake a portion of the recruitment duties. If the minister discovers that we failed to attract a genius, I shall be held accountable. Yi Tian nodded in understanding. It's all right. I shall take my leave now. With that, Yi Tian turned it apart, and Lu Bo promptly followed suit. Yi Tian, wait for me. Let us discuss the project. As the two figures gradually receded into the distance, Ma Fei exhibited a relaxed demeanor. Today was yet another day of diligent responsibility. Nearby, Song Yuan rolled his eyes. You clearly did not take the recruitment seriously. Rationally, he understood the slim chances of successfully recruiting someone like Yi Tian. Countless individuals vied desperately for admission into the Beast Tamer Academy, and the opportunity lay before Yi Tian. Yet he regarded it with disdain. Life is indeed unjust. Meanwhile, as Yi Tian walked, he powered on his phone, immediately inundated with a cacophony of notifications. A flurry of missed calls illuminated the screen. Goodness, has the minister gone mad? The caller was none other than Chu Ying, who had been searching for Yi Tian. Lu Bo also noticed the peculiar activity on Yi Tian's phone, but could not discern the details. He jested, oh, could it be a little girlfriend? Searching for you all morning. How eager. Yi Tian, disinterested in a rebuttal, redialed to inquire about the purpose of her call. After a brief moment, the call connected. Chu Ying's irate voice resonated through the receiver. Yi Tian, where have you been? You've been unreachable all morning, and I couldn't find you at home. Yi Tian sighed in resignation. I am at the career house, participating in the professional beast tamer assessment. Chu Ying scoffed. Are you trying to fool me? With your little stone monkey? It's best if you simply accept your role as a researcher and abandon the delusion of becoming a professional beast tamer. Yi Tian remained silent, indifferent to her disbelief. At that moment, Lu Bo began to piece together the truth. The voice he had faintly heard sounded achingly familiar. Wait a moment. Isn't that the minister's voice? Yi Tian's little girlfriend is the minister? No way. Lu Bo immediately perked up, his expression revealing he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Unfortunately, it was not as he imagined. Yi Tian inquired, what does the minister require of me? Chu Ying responded, it is, of course, regarding the ratios you provided. Is there an issue with the ratios? Indeed, there is a significant problem. You must honestly tell me how you achieve this. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. It is quite simple. The Great Dream technique relates to sleep, so I slept for 10 hours. When I awoke in the morning, the ratios manifested in my mind. Yi Tian could swear that every word he spoke was the truth. Yet, it was evident that Chu Ying did not believe him. Huh, do you think I would buy that? You must have pulled an all-nighter to arrive at those results, right? So, you didn't answer your phone this morning and ignore my knocking because you were catching up on sleep? Yi Tian let out a weary sigh. Why does it always unfold this way? He speaks the truth with utmost sincerity, yet no one ever believes him. However, he has long grown accustomed to this predicament. The minister is truly uncanny in his foresight. A compliment delivered with finesse softened Chu Ying's tone significantly. You have worked hard, indeed. Alas, for the sake of the Research Institute, such toil is but a trifle. Very well, you are remarkable. After showering Yi Tian with a few more praises, Chu Ying finally broached the main topic. I have uploaded the formula, and the results have been acknowledged by the professional home. This afternoon, I am organizing a concluding meeting, and as the project leader, your presence is required. Additionally, I will introduce you to other researchers in our department. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo grasped the situation. Clearly, Yi Tian has achieved something extraordinary. His gaze towards him was filled with envy. Are you even human? Chapter 51. Evolve towards the great sage. Minister, may I beg off? I have matters to attend to this afternoon. At present, nothing is more crucial than the path to evolution of the great sage. Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Yi Tian would decline. Was this lad addicted to refusal? It was one thing to dismiss Ma Fei, but to disregard even Chu Ying's words was audacious. In Lu Bo's mind, Chu Ying represented authority. Her words were beyond reproach. He couldn't help but harbor dark thoughts, pondering how the minister would surely be incensed and thereafter hold a grudge against Yi Tian. Regardless of Yi Tian's brilliance, he remained a mere newcomer in the Research Institute. Offending a superior was tantamount to self-sabotage. However, much to Lu Bo's dismay, Chu Ying's subsequent remarks directly countered his assumptions. Do you have something to attend to? Very well. I shall preside over the meeting in your stead. Take a good rest. That's all. Goodbye. Thank you, Minister. Beep. As the call ended, Lu Bo's expression was one of disbelief. Was it truly this simple? Had the minister always been so agreeable? But his thoughts soon shifted as he received an email from Chu Ying. Dear colleagues, I hope this message finds you well. All researchers from the Evolution Department in Shanfog City are to convene at 2 p.m. today in the third-floor conference room of the Institute. For those unable to attend, kindly email me with a detailed explanation. Lu Bo was left utterly perplexed. The Institute's management was generally quite relaxed, and formal emails were a rarity. When such a missive was dispatched, it invariably indicated a matter of great significance. What outrageous conduct had Yi Tian committed? Moreover, based on Chu Ying's phrasing, it was evident she was not one to be trifled with. Why did Yi Tian require merely a casual excuse, while others had to provide a formal justification? Did genius afford one privileges? The thought enraged him. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Tian, causing him to pause mid-step. He picked up the phone again and dialed Chu Ying. Lu Bo, intrigued, wondered if Yi Tian was finally recognizing his disrespect toward the superior and was preparing to apologize. Beep. The call connected once more. Minister, I have another matter I would like to discuss. Oh, what is it? My elder sister is seeking a comfortable job, and I heard that the Institute can facilitate the placement of relatives of researchers. I am unsure of the proper channels to pursue this. Previously, the Institute had circulated a welfare booklet, which Yi Tian had perused and discovered the provision for arranging jobs for relatives. However, it did not specify whom to contact, so he had seized the opportunity to inquire with Chu Ying. Is that all? Chu Ying's melodious voice came through. I understand. Please send me your sister's information, and I will make arrangements for you. Thank you. Yi Tian was particularly elated, even more so than passing the professional assessment. His sister, Ying, was reluctant to use his money, insisting on saving it for him to cultivate his beasts and for future endeavors in finding a partner. She was determined to be independent and earn her own living. He then arranged for Ying to be offered a better position. Lu Bo was on the verge of losing his composure. What did you take the minister for? Why would she be bothered with such trivial matters? The minister's time is exceedingly precious. Are you not aware of that? What was most absurd was that Chu Ying maintained such a pleasant demeanor, even willing to personally attend to these mundane tasks. Lu Bo stood rooted in place, gazing up at the heavens, wishing he could transform into Yi Tian. When he awakened from his reverie, he realized that Yi Tian had long since vanished. Bang! Yi Tian finally returned home, closed the door, and drew the curtains. Only then did he silently murmur a phrase, "Complete this for me." As the 100W dragon coins and the bone powder dissipated, he finally heard that familiar and melodious voice. Evolution path requirements met. Target evolution path not detected. Please customize the evolution direction. Yi Tian paused for a moment, pondering the meaning of customization. But in the next instant he understood. A silhouette appeared in his mind, and it was none other than the Great Sage. The appearance of the Great Sage could shift in accordance with his thoughts. How marvelous, Yi Tian marveled, as he contemplated making the Great Sage larger. The silhouette indeed grew in size. Make it taller than the heavens. The Great Sage's silhouette immediately began to expand rapidly, but halted at 10 meters, followed by a prompt. Potential limit for this evolution direction reached. Current path can enhance the beast potential to the golden level. Would you like to solidify it? Yi Tian shook his head. Naturally, he opted for no. He wished to explore further. According to the information he had received, once the path was solidified, there would be no other options henceforth. Stopping at 10 meters indicated that customization also had its limitations. Yi Tian stroked his chin in contemplation. Having completed this simplified task with great difficulty, he naturally wished for the best possible outcome, to discover the most formidable evolution path. After much deliberation, only one image of the strongest monkey came to mind. Yi Tian licked his lips. The silhouette in his mind began to transform rapidly, riding on the somersault cloud, wielding the Rui Bang, clad in golden armor, with a red cape fluttering in the wind behind him. His eyes ablaze, adorned with 2 long feathers atop his head. You are the one, Yi Tian de Sheng. However, the image of Yi Tian de Sheng lasted less than a second before fading swiftly. The prompt then chimed. Evolution target potential is too immense. insufficient evolution energy Yi Tian. Rather than feeling disheartened by the failure, he felt a surge of excitement. This meant that evolution in this direction was indeed possible. The prompt did not indicate a limit as before, but rather that the potential was too great to achieve at the moment. A grand plan began to take shape in Yi Tian's mind. Since the target was too distant, he would break it down into smaller objectives, achieving them one by one. With a flicker of thought, the silhouette of Yi Tian de Sheng reappeared. However, this time without the cape. The result was still a failure. He discarded the feathers atop his head, yet still failed. The golden armor was cast aside. Failure. The somersault cloud was relinquished. Current path can enhance the beast's potential to the diamond level. Would you like to solidify it? Yi Tian was overjoyed. Solidify. Immediately solidify it. Since the great sage cannot evolve into the perfect sage in a single leap, he shall undergo multiple transformations. Yi Tian firmly believes that one day he will embody the form he envisions. Please name the beastkin species. The evolutionary path created by Yi Tian does not exist in this realm. Thus, he possesses the authority to name the species. The light and shadow retain the golden cudgel and the fiery eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian pondered. Golden cudgel, fiery-eyed monkey king? No, that sounds unpleasant. Golden fire monkey king? Still unappealing. After considering dozens of names, he ultimately decided on the name Rui Monkey King. This also symbolizes Yi Tian's hope for the future, wishing for all to go as desired. Simplified version of the Rui Monkey King evolution path is currently being generated. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Complete version of the Rui Monkey King evolution path is currently being generated. Estimated time, 48 hours. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. It turns out there are both simplified and complete versions. The simplified version is akin to a form that only he can utilize, requiring only the fulfillment of simplified conditions to achieve evolution. Conversely, the complete version entails a complex process similar to the evolution paths available for purchase outside. Chapter 52. The simplified plan is revealed Wang Lin. Let me share an intriguing tale. I am uncertain whether the evolutionary path of the stone monkey holds any value. Yi Tian's eyes gradually sparkled with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, half an hour slipped by. With a chime, a new simplification task materialized before Yi Tian. Conditions for simplification scheme generation. Requirement 1. 1,000 G of diamond-grade active metal, 0-1,000. Requirement 2. 10 fire spirit stones, 0-10. Requirement 3. Achieve 100 silver rank. Should these conditions be fulfilled, the great sage could evolve into the Rui Monkey King. The third condition was manageable, a necessary progression. However, the first two left Yi Tian bewildered, as he had never heard of them before. He opened a search application, navigating to the trading platforms of the Research Institute and the Professional Guild. To his astonishment, Yi Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had anticipated that evolution would not come cheaply, yet he never expected the cost to be so exorbitant. Active metal, a highly malleable special metal, was available on both platforms, uniformly priced at 10,000 dragon coins per gram. This meant he would require a staggering 10 million dragon coins to meet the first requirement. How exorbitant! The other material listed, the fire spirit stone, was nowhere to be found on the trading platforms. According to the information he had unearthed, this material was an exceedingly rare crafting component, existing solely within realms imbued with fire attributes. Furthermore, it demanded a specific environment. Once removed from its realm, it would rapidly lose its essence, which explained its absence from the platforms. Despite his grievances, Yi Tian swiftly composed himself. Earning money was not overly challenging for him. Once the complete evolutionary path was unveiled, he could sell it to the Research Institute. Should he still find himself short on funds, he could undertake several projects. As for the fire spirit stones, he needed to investigate where fire attribute realms might be located. Professional beast tamers frequently traverse various realms. The Professional Guild must possess relevant information. Stretching his limbs, he reassured himself that there was no need to rush. The great sage still had a considerable journey ahead to reach 100 silver rank. But just as Yi Tian contemplated taking a bath to unwind, his phone rang. Upon answering, He found it was Wang Lin. Xiao Tian, I have already submitted your name, Wang Lin declared. Yi Tian naturally understood the context. Wang Lin continued. The exchange competition will commence in half a month. Prior to the formal event, we have arranged a 5-day intensive training session. On one hand, we have enlisted professional trainers to enhance the competitors' practical skills. On the other hand, it will allow the participants to familiarize themselves with one another. I have sent you the location for the training, which is a realm situated 100 kilometers outside of Mist City. Participation is, of course, voluntary. Upon hearing the term realm, Yi Tian's eyes lit up with curiosity. Director, what kind of attribute does the realm for training possess? He inquired. Wang Lin responded, it encompasses 3 attributes, gold, fire, and wood. Very few realms are singular in their attributes. Most tend to be a blend of multiple types. Yi Tian nodded in understanding. The secret realm possesses a fire attribute, aligning with the growth conditions for fire spirit stones. Thus, there exists a possibility of encountering them. So, shall we proceed? Wang Lin remained silent, awaiting Yi Tian's decision. Yi Tian's brows furrowed. If they were to go, the downside would be that the school term was just days away, followed by the impending college entrance examination in a month. The training session would encroach upon their school hours. However, he soon realized this was not necessarily a disadvantage. The purpose of the entrance exam was merely to gain admission to the Beast Master Academy. If he so desired, he could enter without taking the exam. Furthermore, remaining at school seemed devoid of significance. When the time came, he could simply request a leave from old Zhou, who would surely understand his predicament. On the other hand, the advantages included free access to the secret realm, where he might find what he sought, and it would enrich the life of Desheng. It was clear that participating in the training would be more beneficial. Thus, he readily agreed, stating, all right, Director, I will certainly attend the training. Excellent. Wang Lin's joy was palpable even over the phone. After offering Yi Tian some encouraging words, Wang Lin suddenly chuckled. By the way, Xiao Tian, I encountered something interesting today that pertains to you. Yi Tian was puzzled. What is it? You're aware of the Research Institute, correct? Oh, yes. Our professional home and the Research Institute are akin to sibling units, frequently engaging in business exchanges. For instance, when we discover new skills in the secret realm, we relay them to the Research Institute so they can devise the optimal training ratios. Recently, we unearthed a skill called Dream of Greatness and submitted it. To our surprise, they provided the best ratios in less than a week. But that's not the crux of the matter. Do you know the name of the person in charge of this project at the Research Institute? Yi Tian fell silent, as if the answer was dawning on him. Wang Lin's voice continued. The name is Yi Tian, identical to yours. Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly. Just as he was about to reveal his thoughts, Wang Lin preempted him. Xiao Tian, let us find an opportunity to invite someone from the Research Institute for a meal. I assure you, fostering a good relationship with them will yield only benefits, never drawbacks. All right, let's leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. He then ended the call. Yi Tian disregarded Wang Lin's subsequent remarks and rubbed his temples. Since becoming a beast master, his responsibilities had multiplied. Yet, this busyness did not induce anxiety. Rather, he found each day fulfilling. He pondered what tasks lay ahead. Tomorrow, he was to contract a new beast in the ancient battlefield secret realm. Once he returned, the complete evolution path for the Desheng should be revealed, and he would need to inquire with the minister about its potential selling price. A few days later, the school term would commence. After all, these might be the last days of his life at the academy. So a visit was warranted to formally request leave from old Zhou, bidding farewell to his student days. After securing his leave, he would rest for 2 days before heading off to training. Oh, and he must not forget the prior transaction with Lu Bo. It is indeed a busy yet fulfilling time. Tasks must be addressed one by one, and the current priority is to finalize the contract for the new beast companion. Yi Tian gently strokes the head of the great sage. What do you think, great sage? Are you looking forward to a new companion? The great sage appears puzzled, his eyes reflecting a lack of understanding regarding the term companion. Yi Tian patiently clarifies, a companion is an animal that can share a drink with you. Upon hearing the mention of drinking, the great sage instantly becomes exhilarated. Yi Tian cannot help but marvel at his simplicity. Speaking of which, the selection of this second beast companion truly requires careful consideration. Chapter 53. The Mysterious Project Conclusion Meeting, 5,000 Failures in Retrospect. There was indeed no choice in contracting the Great Sage. Although Yi Tian possessed a system that could cultivate even the weakest beast into a divine creature, there was no need to complicate matters for himself. Cultivating a beast with low potential to the same level as one with high potential would undoubtedly require far more effort from the former, including both time and financial resources. If the Great Sage originally possessed diamond-level potential, the current situation would not be so troublesome. To summarize the goals for tomorrow, the higher the potential of the contracted beast, the better. Yi Tian glanced at the time. It was getting late. Ying would soon return home to prepare dinner. He planned to surprise her that evening. Yi Tian was ready to reveal his capabilities to Ying, hoping to alleviate her concerns for him and bring her joy. Well, perhaps he would prepare a simple meal. Now that he had some funds, he decided to order takeout and indulge a little. Meanwhile, in a large conference room of the Research Institute, the big screen at the front was set up for projection, displaying the words, Project Conclusion Meeting. A group of researchers had already taken their seats, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Within the institute, there were significantly fewer personnel in the evolution department compared to the cultivation department, totaling just over 100. Excluding those dispatched to other cities, around 80 remained present here. Besides members of the evolution department, the head of the cultivation department, Su Chonglin, and the deputy head, Zhang Sheng, were also in attendance. Zhang Sheng furrowed his brow. What on earth did Minister Chu mean? Why did he insist that the two of them attend, claiming it was an extremely important project? What crucial project could the evolution department possibly have that I am unaware of? According to the institute's regulations, when either department held a conclusion meeting, the other was required to send representatives. This served both supervisory and informational synchronization purposes. However, it was uncommon for department heads to be summoned. Typically, personnel were chosen at random from the lower ranks. Today, Chu Ying specifically called them both to invite them to the meeting, stating it was of utmost importance and would surely astonish the two ministers. Despite the rivalry between the two departments, they felt obliged to honor the invitation, so they attended. Su Changlin chuckled softly. It was likely just another finding regarding a beast's evolutionary path. He shook his head. After all, young Chu could not help but flaunt her minor achievements. They could indulge her sense of superiority. After all, given that Chu Ying was younger than the two men, they affectionately referred to her as Little Woman, which was entirely harmless. Zhang Sheng scoffed. What a waste of time. The skills sent by the professional home previously had already entered a critical research phase. Speaking of this matter, Su Chonglin couldn't help but inquire, what is the current progress? The skill Great Dream technique was categorized as a special skill, and discovering the optimal combination was of greater significance than for other types of skills. It represented an excellent opportunity to showcase the strength of their cultivation department. Zhang Sheng smiled with pride. Yesterday, it had already reached 24.5. If all goes as expected, today it shall surpass 25. Within the span of merely a week, we could attain the delivery benchmark of 28. Su Chonglin patted Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. Old Zhang, you've worked hard during this period. He then shifted the conversation. By the way, I heard that Chu Ying also took on this project yesterday. Zhang Sheng displayed a hint of derision. Rest assured, Director, based on my understanding of the capabilities of the evolution department, even if we grant them 2 months, they will not reach our current level, let alone complete the project more swiftly than we do. Good, your words suffice. The other members of the evolution department were abuzz with speculation. What does the director truly mean? The subject of the meeting was not even disclosed in the email, merely emphasizing its importance. Indeed, who among you knows what has transpired? The crowd exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. Lu Bo was somewhat aware of the situation, yet at that moment, he was deeply engrossed in his work, feeling disheartened. Having entered the field around the same time as Yi Tian, seeing the latter achieve such significant accomplishments inevitably left him feeling disheartened. The more he pondered, the more despairing he felt. Not far away, Zhang Qixing appeared restless. To his right sat a balding, bespectacled middle-aged man with a pallid complexion. Another failure. What is the correct path after all? Zhang Qixing had just endured a failed experiment. The middle-aged man offered counsel. Young Zhang, what does one failure signify? Experiments are inherently fraught with setbacks. We must learn to embrace failure. I once failed 5,000 times before discovering a viable evolutionary path. 5,000? Zhang Qixing's eyes widened in disbelief, inhaling sharply. The middle-aged man chuckled. Indeed, you heard correctly. That was the path that led gemstone corals from silver to gold. Although I faced numerous failures and invested 5 years to uncover it, the outcome was splendid. Thanks to this path, I ascended from a level 2 researcher to a level 1 researcher, garnering countless accolades. When reporters interviewed me, my heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment, a sentiment forged through those 5,000 failures. Zhang Qixing nodded, partially comprehending, his earlier agitation dissipating. If this middle-aged man could endure 5,000 failures without yielding, then surely he, Zhang Qixing, could as well. He still had decades, even a century ahead of him. He could afford to wait. Indeed, the quest for evolutionary paths is inherently arduous. Hadn't he realized this when he decided to join the evolution department? The search process often spans years. Having only faced a mere dozen failures, what weight did that carry in comparison? With his spirits restored, Zhang Qixing surveyed the surroundings, seemingly in search of a familiar figure. He furrowed his brow. Where is Yi Tian? Why hasn't he arrived? Researchers possess the freedom to act independently, yet undoubtedly, the Institute provides the optimal research environment. Thus, many ambitious researchers opt to immerse themselves in the sanctuary of the Research Institute. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, whom Zhang Qixing regards as a rival, has not made an appearance since that fateful assessment day. This absence stirs a whirlwind of emotions within Zhang Qixing. On one hand, he believes Yi Tian should not succumb to such despondency. Endowed with potential and talent, he ought to realize his capabilities. On the other hand, a sense of joy flickers within him. While Zhang Qixing continually progresses, Yi Tian remains stagnant. Surely, he will soon surpass Yi Tian. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoing from afar draws the attention of the gathered individuals, who instantly fall silent, turning toward the entrance. In no time, Chuing strides into the conference room, adorned with a smile. She exchanges a brief smile with Su Chonglin, who responds in kind. With a decisive motion, Chuing places the materials in her hand upon the table. The meeting is officially underway. Chapter 54. Ying, I was scammed. The caller claimed to arrange a job at the Research Institute. Curiosity flickered among the attendees as they cast glances at Chuing. It was well known that the number of researchers in the evolution department was rather limited, and everyone was somewhat familiar with one another. They had a general understanding of who was handling which projects and the current progress of those endeavors. However, no one had heard of any project nearing completion. Chuing surveyed the participants in the meeting and exchanged a few pleasantries before formally commencing the proceedings. According to protocol, the first step in the project conclusion meeting was a brief introduction of the project and its team members. As she flipped through the presentation on the large screen, she reached the first slide, which displayed the project details on the left and the team members on the right. Optimal Proportions Exploration Project of the Great Dream Formula. Duration, 18 hours. Proportion, 35. Project Leader, Yi Tian. Team Members, none. Impossible. Zhang Qixing and Zhang Sheng abruptly rose to their feet in unison. The sound of their chairs scraping against the floor was grating to the ears. Creak. The old door swung open, and Ying returned. Taking a seat on the small stool by the door, she began to remove her shoes while venting to Yi Tian. Little Tian, the scammers have become exceedingly brazen lately, and their schemes are multiplying. Just this afternoon, someone called me, claiming to be a recruitment officer from the Research Institute. Want to hire me? Fortunately, I wisely hung up immediately. Otherwise, he would have surely concocted some excuse to extort money from me. Yi Tian, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, replied, Sister, is it possible that what he said was true? Could this be a misunderstanding? He hadn't anticipated that Chuing would be so efficient. Only hours after he mentioned helping Ying find a job, she had already arranged for someone to connect with her. Ying shook her head. What kind of good fortune is that? I haven't submitted a resume, and I lack any connections. One could just think logically. It's impossible. As she spoke, she removed her socks, playfully wiggling her toes. Yi Tian remarked, to be candid. Sister, I am your connection. I previously mentioned that I was taking an exam at the Research Institute, and you didn't believe me. But I truly went that day and passed the assessment. The Institute offers a benefit where researchers can arrange for their relatives to work there, so the call you received this afternoon might indeed be legitimate. As he recounted his accomplishments in front of family, Yi Tian felt an unexpected surge of excitement. Yi Ying stood up, resolutely declaring, I do not believe it. Yi Tian then produced his identification badge from the Research Institute. Ying took it, muttering, looks rather official. She was aware of the exam's difficulty. She had heard of a senior who had failed for 10 years. Yet her younger brother, living right under her nose, had evidently not studied, yet he had the audacity to take the exam. However, Yi Ying recalled that there was a period when Sheng would gaze at 2 books every day, seemingly lost in thought. You cannot possibly suggest that this was an act of studying, can you? Yi Tian pointed to a QR code located at the bottom right corner of the identification badge. Sister, you may scan it to verify its authenticity. The identities of all researchers can be checked on the official website of the Research Institute. Ying furrowed her brow. Rationally, she found it hard to believe. Yet, Yi Tian's earnest demeanor introduced an absurd possibility into her mind. Could it really be true? Why not give it a try? Beep. The scan was successful, and her phone instantly redirected her to a brand new page. In the center of the page was Yi Tian's photograph, a brief introduction, and the date he joined the Research Institute. Yi Ying clicked on the upper left corner to return to the homepage. And there it was, the official homepage of the Research Institute. Is this truly real? With the evidence laid out before her, Yi Ying found herself compelled to believe. Yi Tian stood with his hands on his hips. Yi Ying let out a squeal and immediately embraced Yi Tian's arm, jumping with excitement. Xiao Tian, you really joined a Research Institute. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Yi Ying unexpectedly began to weep. Yi Tian quickly patted her back. Sister, what's wrong? This should be a joyous occasion. Yi Ying replied, Yes, I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. Xiao Tian has achieved so much. I can't help but think how wonderful it would be if our parents could see this. Yi Tian fell silent. Those words felt somewhat foreign to him. Yet, upon hearing them, a stirring sensation arose within his heart. Yi Tian sighed and said, Sister, our future days will surely improve. Yi Ying nodded vigorously. It certainly will. After comforting Yi Ying until her tears subsided, Yi Tian led her to the dining table. My sister has found a great job. We must celebrate today. The small table bore the weight of a lavish feast it had never before experienced. A dozen sumptuous dishes were arranged in 3 tiers. Ying swallowed hard and chided Yi Tian. Xiao Tian, you've gone overboard. Why such extravagance? Wouldn't it be better to use this money to nurture Sheng or save for your future wife? Yi Tian chuckled lightly. Occasionally indulging is fine. I am wealthy now. Ying gently tapped Yi Tian's shoulder and chose not to say more. The siblings sat across from each other, chatting and dining. Sister, quickly return the call. If not, perhaps you should reconsider. I feel that my current job is quite satisfactory and sufficient to support myself. Why would you not pursue an easier, higher-paying position? Isn't that foolish? I know nothing. If I enter the Research Institute, people will undoubtedly gossip. I told you you're foolish, yet you remain unconvinced. Haven't I informed you that this is a benefit provided by the Research Institute for researchers, designed to care for their families and alleviate their worries? If you refuse to call, then I shall do it for you. Yi Tian picked up Yi Ying's phone and noticed that there was only one call in the afternoon's call log, prompting him to return the call immediately. To his surprise, he found that Yi Ying had blocked the number. Yi Tian. Yi Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment. I just thought he was a fraud. Yi Tian handed the phone back to Yi Ying. Perhaps you should handle this yourself. Oh. For some reason, Yi Ying suddenly felt that her younger brother had matured significantly. Although she was the older one, she experienced an unexpected sense of being cared for by an adult. Following Yi Tian's advice, she unblocked the number and called back. 5 minutes later, she hung up the phone, unable to conceal the joy on her face. Is it settled? Yi Tian inwitted. Yi Ying nodded vigorously. The Human Resources Department at the Research Institute has given me a month to transition my current responsibilities. After a month, I am to bring my identification and report in directly. Yi Tian nodded in approval. That's good. After picking at his teeth, he glanced around the old room and remarked, in a few days, I'll find a new place. He had contemplated this ever since the Sheng nearly damaged the wall with a single swing of his staff. It was not only to provide the Sheng with more space to practice, but also to improve their living conditions. Chapter 55. A beast worth 100 million? Ying remarked. I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. Moving houses requires a considerable amount of money. Yi Tian, however, chose to disregard her. Ying, accustomed to a life of poverty, would likely take a significant amount of time to adapt her mindset. As night fell and most of the city's inhabitants succumbed to slumber, 3 figures stood ominously on a hillside near the ancient battlefield's secret realm. The foremost among them was a man adorned with a mask, his hair streaked with gray. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was robust, his torso bare and covered in intricate tattoos of esoteric patterns, while the woman possessed cascading red waves and a delicate visage, her crimson lips glistening alluringly under the moonlight. The burly man gazed toward the direction of the ancient battlefield's secret realm, a look of confusion crossing his face as he addressed the masked leader. Boss, for a task as simple as this, must both I and Zhaixing be dispatched? Zhaixing echoed his sentiment. Indeed, boss. It seems to me that I could handle this alone tomorrow. Coordinating with Scorpion only increases the risk of exposure. Both of us are still listed on the bounty boards of various guilds. The man known as the boss shook his head. To capture that entity, we even employed formidable power to induce an earthquake, forcing the secret realm to open ahead of schedule. A substantial investment has been made. There could be no room for error. You two must go together. Scorpion shrugged. Very well. Both Zhaixing and I are golden ranked. Even if we suppress our levels to enter the secret realm, we remain at the pinnacle of silver. He reassured, rest assured, we shall accomplish the task. The boss nodded in agreement. Let's hope so. With that, a shroud of black mist enveloped his form, and he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing before their eyes. Scorpion could not suppress a shiver, murmuring, every time I witness the boss disappearing like that, it sends chills down my spine. He nudged Zhaixing. Zhaixing, what level do you think the boss truly is as a beast master? Diamond? Or perhaps even higher? Zhaixing shook his head. I cannot say. The boss is shrouded in mystery, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Aside from assigning us tasks, we have had no opportunity to interact with him. He then shifted the topic. With less than 10 hours remaining until the secret realm opens, let us devise an action plan. Scorpion chuckled heartily. We are both golden-ranked beast masters. Even if we suppress our levels, who among the entry-level silver novices could possibly stand against us? Most who enter the secret realm are merely beginners, with only a handful reaching the silver pinnacle. In my opinion, once we enter, we should head straight for our objective. Swiftly seize that entity, and then make our rapid exit. Let us keep it simple and not overthink it. Zhaixing nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. The ancient battlefield's secret realm permits only silver-tier beast masters to enter. To ensure the success of the mission, the leader expended considerable resources to forcibly suppress the levels of the 2 individuals to silver. Although their levels were diminished, the strength of their beasts remained largely unchanged. Moreover, each of them possessed 2 beasts. It was hard to imagine anyone within the secret realm capable of hindering their actions. Sigh. What on earth is it that the leader wants us to capture? Scorpion suddenly expressed curiosity. I estimated that the cost for inducing an earthquake, coupled with the expenses incurred from suppressing our levels, surely exceeded 100 million dragon coins. Beasts within the ancient battlefield's secret realm do not exceed silver tier. Spending 100 million just to capture a silver beast. How formidable must that beast be? Starry faced the situation with an impassive expression. It is best not to pry into organizational matters. Our sole responsibility is to fulfill the mission as dictated by the leader. Scorpion rolled her eyes, finding it uninteresting. The following morning, the siblings rose early. Yi Tian inquired during breakfast, Sister, what level is your fluffy sheep now? Ying replied, just entered silver. Yi Tian nodded. Yi Ying's talent was marginally superior to his own. Cultivating a beast to silver within 2 years indicated her diligent efforts. I plan to venture into the ancient battlefield's secret realm today to contract a new beast. Would you care to join me? With her level now at silver, Yi Ying was qualified to enter the secret realm. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Ying instinctively responded, I want to go. The registration fee for entering the secret realm is exorbitant. As soon as she spoke, she realized her oversight. What was Yi Tian's purpose for going to the ancient battlefield's secret realm? Hadn't Great Sage been contracted for less than a month? Don't tell me it has already reached silver. Yi Ying, gazet intently at Yi Tian. Little Tian, has Great Sage reached silver? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. It has been at silver for quite some time. Didn't you notice? Yi Ying. Yi Tian patted his head. My apologies for not mentioning it. For a beast master, the hallmark of their first beast entering silver is its ability to be stored in the beast space. However, since Great Sage dislikes being confined there and prefers to drink conveniently, it has remained in the external world. Whoosh! With a thought, Yi Tian summoned Great Sage, who had been clutching the table leg, causing it to vanish into thin air. The next moment, it reappeared before Yi Ying. Her mouth fell agape, and she froze entirely. Thud! A half-eaten fried dough stick slipped from her grasp and landed on the table. She suddenly pondered whether Yi Tian was truly her biological brother or if her parents had mistakenly swapped him for another child at birth. The Yi family's genetics should not be this exceptional. Cultivating a beast from its juvenile phase to silver in under a month, she had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a feat. Yi Tian gently patted Yi Ying's shoulder. Basic skills are essential. By the way, I forgot to tell you something last night. As he spoke, Yi Tian retrieved a small token from his pocket and placed it before Yi Ying. A few days ago, I fortuitously passed the professional assessment. Now, I have become a professional beast tamer. Yi Ying exclaimed, Isn't a Great Sage merely a stone monkey? Shouldn't a contracted beast of a professional beast tamer possess at least golden-level combat prowess? However, the multitude of impossibilities created by Yi Tian left her utterly bereft of skepticism. Xiao Tianyu. Ying pointed at Yi Tian, inhaling deeply as if she wished to articulate something. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Tian heard a thud. Yi Ying had become so overwhelmed with excitement that she fainted, collapsing from her chair. Alarmed, Yi Tian hurried to support her. It was a heart-stopping breakfast. Ultimately, after Yi Tian's persuasion, Yi Ying resolved to venture together into the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Entry into this secret realm required 10,000 dragon coins. And should one contract a beast, upon exiting, they would need to pay the corresponding dragon coins based on the beast's rank. 50,000 for bronze level and 200,000 for silver level. Chapter 56. Songwei. My exceptional nephew entering the secret realm of the ancient battlefield could either prove to be a lucrative venture or a regrettable misstep. For instance, the market price for silver-level beast companions begins at 50,000, with no upper limit. While the ancient battlefield is indeed home to numerous rare beasts, it also harbors a multitude of ordinary ones. Should one contract a beast valued at merely 50,000 from the outside, only to find the cost of exiting the realm to be 200,000, it would undoubtedly be a painful experience. Moreover, Yi Ying is acutely aware of her own talents and is unlikely to attract the attention of any rare beasts. Therefore, her initial plan was to save 50,000 and purchase a beast companion from the market. However, she could not withstand Yi Tian's persistent persuasion. Ultimately, after Yi Tian showcased his wealth of several million dragon coins, Yi Ying resolved to accompany him. Wushan City is regarded as a medium-sized urban area, yet the duo resided near the outskirts. After boarding a dedicated bus, they arrived at the entrance of the ancient battlefield's secret realm in under an hour. Towering before them was a magnificent bronze gate exceeding 10 meters in height. Near the gate stood several staff members from the professional guild, equipped with various instruments. Prior to entering the realm, every individual must undergo a thorough inspection by the personnel. To the right of the gate, a small booth stood, where one must register and pay to gain entry into the secret realm. The professional guild not only manages professional beast tamers, but also oversees certain aspects of the secret realm's operations. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable crowd already assembled, an estimated 300 individuals or more. Some were queuing outside the booth, while others formed a line in front of the bronze gate. Not every silver-level beast tamer without a contracted companion opts to venture into the ancient battlefield's secret realm. For instance, Ying would have preferred to abstain if not for Yi Tian's insistence. Firstly, the secret realm opens only once every 5 years, and unless by chance. Few beast tamers are willing to adjust their schedules to align with its opening. Secondly, the beasts within the realm are highly unpredictable. No one can guarantee that they will contract a desired companion before entering. Come, let us join the queue, Yi Tian urged, guiding Ying toward the booth. Halfway there, they were unexpectedly intercepted by an individual. Uncle Song? Ah, it's Xiao Tian, Song Wei exclaimed, surprised to encounter Yi Tian in this setting. Hadn't Yi Tian recently contracted a stone monkey? However, recalling Yi Tian's remarkable achievement of nurturing the great sage from infancy to bronze in just one day made this encounter less astonishing. After all, Yi Tian possessed a unique talent for raising beast companions. Xiao Tian, are you here to? Song Wei began, only to be met with Yi Tian's straightforward response. I've been fortunate. My beast has advanced to silver, so I'm here to explore the secret realm. Oh, by the way, Yi Tian continued, pulling Ying closer. This is my sister, Ying. She will be accompanying me. He then introduced Ying to Song Wei. This is Uncle Song, the father of my classmate, Song Qingheng. Song Wei cast a glance at Ying and offered her several compliments, leaving her momentarily stunned. She recognized him. Song Wei had previously visited her company due to a collaboration with her boss. She recalled that Song Wei was the head of the Song Clan Weapons Association. How could her brother possibly know him? And judging by their rapport, they seemed quite close. Haha, Xiao Tian, I must express my gratitude to you. My little one, in his quest to surpass you, has been diligently cultivating his beast companions. This kind of tenacity is something I have never witnessed in him before. Song Wei patted Yi Tian on the shoulder. Yi Tian, with a hint of modesty, responded, and Song Wei continued, by the way, how is the weapon you chose previously working out for you? If it's not to your liking, do not hesitate to tell me. I can arrange for you to select another. I have recently acquired a new batch of golden grade staffs. Would you care to take a look? Yi Tian quickly replied, Uncle Song, you are too kind. Mai Dasheng has taken quite a liking to the staff he selected last time. He clings to it every day. Their banter left Ying in awe, clearly indicating how much Song Wei valued his nephew. To Ying, Song Wei was an unattainable figure, a prominent business leader. The fact that her brother had earned the esteem of such a person filled her with pride. My Yi Tian is truly exceptional. As their conversation unfolded, they discussed the reason for Song Wei's visit. I have a nephew who is currently at the silver level. I have accompanied him here. A proud expression washed over Song Wei's face as he mentioned his nephew. Xiao Yuan is in line now. I will introduce you to him shortly. He is a first-year student at the Mountain Mist Beast Master Academy, at the peak of the silver level. In fact, he could have broken through 2 weeks ago, but he chose to hold back his level for half a month to take a chance in the secret realm. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. That is indeed impressive. He spoke the truth. According to official statistics, the average time for a bronze beastmaster to break through to silver is 20 months, while the average time to transition from silver to gold is 18 years. Moreover, these figures exclude those who lack the potential to advance. Given that Song Wei's nephew is merely a first-year student, he has traversed in just over a year what takes others nearly 2 decades. Clearly pleased by Yi Tian's praise, Song Wei chuckled lightly and added, You should exchange contact information. Should you have any questions regarding cultivation, you can ask him. My nephew has experience with professional assessments. Although he did not pass, it was still invaluable experience. Xiao Tian, you aspire to become a professional as well, right? I will have him impart all his knowledge to you. The mention of professional examination caused both siblings of the Yi family to momentarily freeze, their expressions shifting to one of peculiarity. Ying recalled that her brother had seemingly already passed the professional assessment. Meanwhile, Yi Tian frantically rummaged through his memories, trying to identify who could possibly be Song Wei's nephew. Ah, here it comes. At that moment, Song Wei suddenly lifted his eyelids and waved in a particular direction. Xiao Yuan, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to someone. Yi Tian turned his gaze in the direction Song Wei was looking, and then he spotted Song Yuan, who had been trembling beside Ma Fei. Oh, it's him. Song Yuan did not immediately notice Yi Tian. It was only upon approaching that he realized there was another person standing before Song Wei. Upon seeing Yi Tian, he was taken aback. What is Yi Tian doing here? Oh, right. Yi Tian's monkey is likely also of the silver variety, so it makes perfect sense for him to be here. Just as he was about to greet Yi Tian, he felt a large hand patting his back, followed by Song Wei's voice. Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Yi Tian, a fellow alumnus of your cousin. In a way, he is your junior. Yi Tian has some matters relating to professional assessments that he would like to consult you about, so please exchange contact information with him later. Chapter 57. Is Yi Tian an examinee? The test of Beast Mastery talent Song Yuan's eyes twitched wildly, and his mind was filled with countless question marks. Uncle, are you jesting with me? Yi Tian has issues regarding the vocational assessment, and Song Yuan was on the brink of madness. Uncle, do you even hear what you are saying? Song Wei, seemingly displeased with Song Yuan's reaction, increased the force of his pat. Xiao Yuan, speak up. Why are you in a daze? Feeling awkward, Song Yuan was saved by Yi Tian's sudden laughter. Uncle Song, so your nephew is Song Yuan? I have known him for quite some time. Oh, is that so? Song Yuan gratefully glanced at Yi Tian and quickly added, Yes. I've known Yi Tian for ages. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Tian waved his hand. Uncle Song, my sister and I shall head to the queue now. With that, the two departed. Song Wei, puzzled, turned to Song Yuan and inquired, Xiao Yuan, be honest with me. How did you come to know Yi Tian? Given that Song Yuan's usual activities were confined to the academy, it was reasonable to assume there was no opportunity for interaction with Yi Tian. Song Yuan replied, Uncle, didn't I mention that I participated in the vocational assessment previously? Song Wei nodded, suddenly realizing something. You met Yi Tian during the vocational assessment? He participated in the exam as well? Song Wei's pupils widened in shock. The fact that Yi Tian had already surpassed the silver rank was incomprehensible enough. Now he had also taken part in the vocational assessment. Although he believed in Yi Tian's potential, he couldn't help but wonder inwardly, do you truly deserve it? Song Yuan continued, during the vocational assessment, I encountered a rather absurd examiner. Song Wei interrupted, you've mentioned that before. Were both you and Yi Tian assessed by this examiner? No, Yi Tian was the examiner. What? Song Wei was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Yi Ying finally entered the small room. To their surprise, they discovered a sign on the table that read, Professional Beast Masters may enter the secret realm for free with their identity cards. Yi Tian was overjoyed. He hadn't anticipated such a benefit. Saving even a little was worthwhile. However, Yi Ying's fee still had to be paid. After settling the payment, they each received a small wooden token, granting them access to the secret realm. Bouncing with excitement, Yi Ying headed outside, and Yi Tian smiled. Perhaps due to the pressures of life, Yi Ying had always appeared mature, seemingly incapable of such childish antics. Witnessing this change in her, he felt a surge of happiness. Just as they were about to exit the small room, the door curtain obscured their view, and coincidentally, someone entered from outside. They did not see each other. Yi Ying accidentally collided with a burly man clad in black attire, wearing a black mask. My apologies, Yi Ying quickly apologized. The man in black snorted coldly, his gaze fierce. It was evident that he was not to be trifled with, prompting Yi Tian to swiftly pull Yi Ying behind him. At that moment, behind the man in black, there was another, slightly shorter figure clad in black, who gently tugged at the front man and subtly shook his head. Only then did the leading figure pass by Yi Tian and his companion, continuing onward. This minor incident did not concern Yi Tian, but Yi Ying felt a twinge of fear, remarking that the gaze of that individual was quite terrifying, as if he were poised to strike. Yi Tian reassured her, stating that there were numerous security personnel from professional families nearby, ensuring their safety. Nevertheless, he was intrigued about the identities of these two enigmatic figures clad entirely in black. Upon exiting, The crowd outside had swelled, and amidst the throng, they lost sight of Song Wei. Soon, the time for the secret realm to open arrived. In front of the bronze gates, 8 lines of people formed. As the gates swung open, they advanced in succession. Yi Tian felt as if he had passed through a thin, transparent membrane, entering a wholly new space. Looking down, he pressed his foot firmly against the ground, which felt akin to concrete. From an aerial perspective, one would observe that the gathered crowd stood within a vast circle, with hundreds of individuals occupying the space, creating a somewhat desolate ambience. At one boundary of the circular area, a narrow path led to another circle. In total, there were 3 circles interconnected by 2 paths, resembling a string of candied hawthorns. The 3 circles were designated as first stage, second stage, and third stage, with each subsequent circle being smaller than the last. Beyond the 3 circular platforms lay a dense forest, where the contracted beasts were concealed. All newcomers found themselves in the first stage. Additionally, at the left side of each circle, there was a square protrusion where the beast tamers would showcase their beasts to attract them. "Let us proceed forward," Yi Tian urged. Upon entry, the immediate reaction of all was to advance towards the second stage, where the quality of beasts attracted tended to be superior. Naturally, the third stage was the most prestigious. However, a layer of evaluative membrane existed on the path leading from one circle to another, purportedly capable of assessing each individual talent in beast taming, thereby facilitating a selection process. Only those recognized by the secret realm and deemed to possess high talent could continue onward. Among the beast tamers entering the realm, talents varied. Yet none were willing to accept remaining in the first stage without undergoing the evaluation. Yi Tian and his companion pressed forward. Yi Tian, my friend, Song Yuan, having spotted Yi Tian from distance, approached and walked alongside him. "With your talent, you should effortlessly reach the third stage, right? I fear I can only make it to the second stage based on what I have gathered." Yi Tian merely acknowledged him with a sound, remaining silent. Others might be unaware, but did he not know himself? In truth, he was no prodigy in beast taming. Thus, he felt quite apprehensive about whether he could proceed further. Yet having arrived, he felt compelled to attempt it. Song Yuan interpreted Yi Tian's silence as tacit agreement. Within a matter of minutes, a large contingent of several hundred individuals approached the edge of a portal. It became distinctly apparent that at the forefront of the assembly lay a passageway, marked by a shimmering green luminescence. "I shall go first," proclaimed a brave beast master, a boy whose youthful visage still bore traces of innocence. He stood at the threshold, extending his hand to touch the ethereal green light. The moment his fingertips grazed the luminescence, it solidified into an impenetrable barrier, preventing any further advance. "Does this mean my talent has failed to pass the trial of the secret realm?" he mused, a hint of despondency creeping into his voice as he forcefully kicked the now solidified green light, akin to thick glass. With a heavy heart, he turned back to the crowd. The secret realm would remain open for an entire day. Thus he felt no urgency to return to the display platform immediately. As the boy rejoined the throng, another stepped forward to take his place. Regrettably, the outcome was no different. One by one, a dozen individuals approached, yet not a single soul succeeded in passing the trial of the secret realm. Chapter 58. A staff shatters the barrier. Initially, the boy who had failed felt a tinge of disappointment, but upon witnessing the multitude of others who also faltered, his spirits lifted considerably. He remarked with a cold tongue, "It seems no one can possibly pass this test." Yet, in the following moment, a figure clad in black effortlessly crossed the barrier. To him, the emerald light was merely that, an innocuous hue. The boy was taken aback. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. He recognized the individual who had just succeeded as the enigmatic person he had encountered earlier. Not only him, but another figure in black soon followed suit, which informed the onlookers that success was indeed attainable. One by one, individuals stepped forward to attempt their luck. In no time, 200 had tried, with a mere 4 managing to succeed. Goodness, what a dismal success rate, many murmured in disbelief. Song Yuan glanced towards Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, I shall give it a go as well. I'll wait for you at the second stage." With that, he flashed a radiant smile and stepped forward to try. Yi Tian chuckled softly, Song Yuan certainly exuded confidence. After all, he was indeed a standout among his peers. True to form, he breezed through the test, raising the number of successful candidates to 5. Come, let's also give it a try, Yi Tian urged as he led Ying forward. Ying took her turn first, and, as expected, she failed. Yi Tian followed, and predictably, he too did not succeed. So it truly is insurmountable, Yi Tian mused, shaking his head. Ying, bewildered, thought this shouldn't be. My brother is such a prodigy. Is this secret realm blind? However, to everyone's astonishment, after Yi Tian's failure, he did not retreat immediately, but instead stood there in a daze. He extended his hand, feeling the texture of the thick barrier before him. Hey, big guy in front. If you failed, hurry back and don't waste everyone's time. Someone shouted. Indeed, it won't change anything if you lack the talent. You simply cannot enter the second stage. Yi Tian feigned ignorance to their remarks. He summoned the Great Sage, eager to test whether brute force could breach the barrier. Great Sage, go all out. Employ the ambush technique combined with the staff of the 8 directions. A fierce glint ignited in the Great Sage's eyes. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What does this fellow intend to do? Has he lost his wits? One gasped. I've heard that the barrier possesses formidable rebound capabilities. Those who previously attacked it met with severe repercussions. Wait, isn't that the Stone Monkey King? Someone recognized Yi Tian's beast. Good heavens, this man is undoubtedly insane. The ancient battlefield secret realm had endured for centuries, with countless predecessors forging ironclad rules through experience. If one failed the talent test, they were expected to accept their fate. Yi Tian's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to this established decree. How arrogant and foolish! Many shook their heads, casting judgment upon Yi Tian. Yet, they did not urge him to return. Rather, they were eager to witness the consequences of his audacious defiance against the realm's ironclad laws. Xiao Tian, what are you planning to do? Ying had previously possessed limited knowledge of the inner workings of the secret realm, yet through the words of others, she had gleaned that Yi Tian was engaged in a perilous endeavor. Turning back, Yi Tian reassured her, fear not, I shall give it a try. With that, the Great Sage was poised for action, having gathered his strength. Boom! The shadow of the staff swept across the protective barrier, and the collision produced a thunderous roar. Many were compelled to cover their ears from the piercing sound. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, a white hole materialized at the juncture of the staff and the barrier. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous minute fissures surrounding the hole. How? The Great Sage pressed on with renewed vigor. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering glass began to emanate from the protective barrier, the cracks visibly expanding. What? The barrier is cracking? Several voices echoed in astonishment. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The fissures rapidly spread across the entire barrier. Then, everyone present heard a resounding thud as the barrier shattered into countless shards. The scene froze, as if time had paused, all mouths agape and eyes wide. They beheld this incredulous spectacle. Had he truly shattered the barrier? Smack! Someone slapped themselves sharply, confirming whether this was merely an illusion. Yi Tian felt a surge of delight. He had merely intended to experiment, not anticipating actual success. It seemed the barrier, too, had its limits. Roughly estimating, he deduced that one could shatter it with a force nearing the late stages of gold. With the Great Sage in tow, Yi Tian took a stride into the passageway. However, rather than advancing directly, he called out to Ying, Sister, come over and give it a try. Ying, momentarily dazed, had never witnessed her brother in action before. This astonishing strike surpassed her comprehension. Hearing Yi Tian's call, she hurriedly ran a few steps forward. Yet, just as she approached the shattered opening, another new barrier materialized. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Is it impossible? It appeared that the secret realm, beyond testing one's talent, offered a path for those lacking in aptitude, one that required transcending limits. Those capable of doing so could also pass through, yet they could not assist others in circumventing the challenge. Unfazed by the apparent obstacles, Yi Tian urged the Great Sage to shatter the barrier once more. Yet, each time Ying neared the surrounding air, a new barrier would manifest. Little Tian, you should go ahead. I am quite content with having entered the secret realm, Ying declared. Yi Tian shrugged. Very well. Wait for me here, and we shall exit together. Ying smiled. All right. With that, Yi Tian pressed forward, while Ying returned to the crowd. At this moment, the other onlookers, recovering from their shock, erupted in jubilation. They could hardly believe the barrier could be breached. Wonderful. If that young man can do it, we have no reason not to succeed, they exclaimed, rallying together, united in their determination to conquer what lay before them, the barrier that loomed over their hearts. For centuries, there's been an unwavering rule. Yet at this moment, that rule has been shattered by the mighty strike of the great sage. Consequently, those beast tamers who had previously faced defeat now find their hearts rekindled with hope. After all, we are all human. If you, Yi Tian, can achieve it, why can't the rest of us? Madam, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Ying, having lost interest in the conversation, was about to proceed towards the display stand when a man, approximately 30 years of age, blocked her path. Surrounding him were several others gradually edging closer. Ying shook her head and decisively moved past him. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. She was well aware of their intentions. They merely sought to curry favor with her brother through her. If it weren't for Yi Tian's recent display of prowess, they would not have approached her after standing idle for so long. With her determination to leave, the crowd dared not impede her further. They were genuinely intimidated by the power of the great sage's strike. Chapter 59. Capturing the target, the flag-planting scorpion on the other side. Yi Tian had traversed the passage for approximately 5 minutes before finally emerging. Song Yuan awaited him at the entrance. I knew you could do it, Yi Tian, he remarked with a playful wink. Yi Tian felt somewhat speechless, but opted not to elaborate further. Just call me Yi Tian, without any suffix. It feels quite odd. All right, Yi Tian. The two continued onward, with Song Yuan eager to see if he could gain entry to the second platform. The area of the second platform was significantly smaller than the first, allowing a clear view of its entirety. Yi Tian counted the number of individuals present, noting that 2 fewer had entered the second platform than before. Those 2 enigmatic figures piqued his curiosity even more. Who could they possibly be? Before long, they arrived at the passage leading from the second to the third platform. Song Yuan stepped forward to make an attempt, only to be thwarted within a second. I knew it, he sighed, retreating a couple of steps to look at Yi Tian. Now, it's your turn to showcase your skills. Yi Tian rolled his eyes. You certainly have a lot of faith in me. Just before attempting, he suddenly patted Song Yuan on the shoulder. Song Yuan, what? Do you know what it means when I say, my fate is determined by myself, not by heaven? Song Yuan appeared bewildered, unsure of the intent behind Yi Tian's words. Then, in under 10 seconds, he witnessed the great sage shatter the protective barrier with a mighty blow. Yi Tian then strolled in nonchalantly, even waving goodbye. Though the words were inaudible, nonetheless, his lips clearly formed the farewell. Song Yuan. Wow, you're incredible. Yi Tian departed, leaving Song Yuan in awe. His eyes sparkled with admiration, an emotion that suddenly blossomed within him. Damn it, I've been completely dazzled by you. Previously, he hadn't even dared to consider the possibility of shattering the protective barrier. Seeing Yi Tian's success ignited a sense of defiance within him, prompting him to step forward once more. However, his own beast was soon injured. The passage was enveloped in profound silence, with only Yi Tian's footsteps echoing throughout. As for the third platform, the 2 figures in black finally removed their masks, revealing themselves to be Scorpion and Starpicker, who had been surveying the area the previous night. According to their innate abilities, they should not have been able to discern the passage. Yet, the organization possessed a remarkable technology that could mislead the ceiling level of the realm, transforming it into the potential of a beast master. Of course, this technology came at a staggering cost, often amounting to several million. Under normal circumstances, it would not be worth it. Let us begin, Starpicker said, shedding her black coat, which released a wave of stifling heat. Her impressive figure was now on display. All right. Scorpion promptly retrieved a star disk approximately 1 meter in diameter and a red candle from the beast's space. The two approached a nearby display platform, placing the star disk on the ground and inserting the candle in its center before igniting it. A peculiar fragrance immediately filled the air. We should wait for about 10 minutes, as the boss instructed, Scorpion remarked. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation danced in his eyes. He was eager to behold the appearance of a creature valued at a staggering 100 million. Time passed, each second slipping away, yet neither of the two displayed any signs of impatience. Just as the candle wax had melted to nearly half its height, a faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby forest. "Attention, attention, the target approaches," Scorpion announced, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Prepare to summon the beast." "Understood." The rustling intensified, drawing nearer with each moment. Suddenly, as they readied themselves completely, a small red burst forth from the underbrush. As the crimson speck drew closer, Scorpion finally discerned its form, a diminutive red bird, no larger than his palm. "Is this it?" he thought instinctively, feeling that the little bird was not their intended target, merely a hapless creature that had strayed onto the wrong path. Just as he contemplated shooing it away, Zhaixing interjected urgently. "That's it. The star chart is reacting." The once dim star chart suddenly illuminated, and with only the two of them and the little red bird present, it was evident that the bird was the source of the change. Though perplexed, Scorpion adhered to their original plan. As the little red bird was drawn to the fragrant candlelight above the star chart, Scorpion promptly summoned his beast, the ice spirit. Sparks flickered upon the bird's wings, indicating its fiery essence. At that moment, Scorpion comprehended why the organization had dispatched him for this task. It was well known that ice counteracts fire. Upon summoning, the ice spirit infused its icy powers into the star chart, which immediately transformed into a brilliant blue, and a net of ice erupted, ensnaring the little red bird. "Have we succeeded?" Scorpion mused, feeling a tinge of boredom. The task had proven utterly devoid of challenge. However, just when he believed victory was assured, a terrifying wave of heat surged from the very center of the star chart. "What do you mean, a silver-grade beast?" Scorpion gasped in astonishment. He possessed 2 gold-grade beasts, yet the mere aura radiating from the little bird indicated that, in a one-on-one confrontation, none of his beasts could stand against it. After all, the little red bird was merely a silver-grade creature. It became clear that the leader had mandated their joint action not out of concern for interference from other beastmasters, but rather from the apprehension that one individual alone could not subdue the bird. Scorpion exchanged a knowing glance with Zhaixing, and they synchronously summoned a total of 4 beasts. They encircled the little red bird, and a thunderous clash erupted upon the circular platform. The surrounding trees swayed perilously in the tumultuous winds. After approximately 2 minutes, the battle subsided. The little red bird had succumbed, utterly defeated in a 1-to-4 confrontation, barely clinging to life. In its final moments, it had attempted to self-detonate, but failed, ensnared by the star chart. Seeing that the little red bird had lost all capacity for resistance, both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, our leader possessed foresight. Had we not acted together, it might have escaped, Scorpion remarked. As he spoke, he retrieved a wooden box the size of a human head from the Beastmaster's space. This box possessed a lethal function. With a rough motion, he seized the little red bird from the star map and cast it into the box. "Mission accomplished. Let us depart," Scorpion declared nonchalantly. "What delight. The rewards for this task are exceedingly generous, more than what I would earn from 10 previous missions combined." Turning to gaze at Star Plucker, he continued, "I intend to conclude this final endeavor and then retire. After years of service to the organization, it is time for me to step back and relish life." Star Plucker shot him a disapproving glance, her demeanor both charming and assertive. "Do not utter such foolishness about this being your last job. It is all too easy to tempt fate." She cautioned, "Do not let your guard down until we have exited the secret realm." Scorpion laughed heartily. "Fear not. Fog City is merely a small place, and the level of beastmasters here is quite mediocre. As I mentioned last night, no one can thwart us. Were it not for our leader advising us to maintain a low profile, we could easily eliminate every beastmaster who enters the secret realm without a second thought." Chapter 60, The Great Sage Versus. The polar bear Scorpion glanced towards the entrance of the passage, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of disdain. "You see, apart from the two of us, Not a single beast master capable of entering the third platform can be found in the entire Mist City. No sooner had he uttered these words than, without lowering his arms, both men heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the passageway. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat handsome young man entered the third platform. Scorpion remarked, "Young brother, you seem to be lacking in courtesy." The instant he said that no one could enter the third platform, someone walked in, which felt like a slap to his face. Moreover, Scorpion had a vague recollection of this individual. He was the same person who had bumped into him before they entered the secret realm. The newcomer was none other than Yi Tian. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere suddenly grew awkward, as if the two were scrutinizing him with peculiar gazes. Yi Tian chose to disregard the two and lifted his leg, intending to head towards the display platform, for that was the very purpose of his visit. With a soft chuckle, Star Picker seemed to mockingly glance at Scorpion, unable to suppress a laugh, which caused Scorpion's dark complexion to flush slightly. Scorpion exhaled, pretending not to notice Star Picker's gaze, and asked, "What should we do?" As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Star Picker gently shook his head. "Let go. Spare him this time. Our goal has been achieved. There is no need to complicate matters." Scorpion frowned. "But he has seen us," Star Picker replied. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Scorpion licked his lips, revealing a murderous glint in his eyes. "I have endured for too long. I must have my satisfaction. I will take action." After a moment of deliberation, Star Picker nodded. "Very well, then make haste. The rules for passing through the secret realm solely assess one's talent, which does not equate to strength." Observing Yi Tian's youthful visage, he likely had not yet reached the age of 20. He was undoubtedly no match for Scorpion. Star Picker felt a tinge of sympathy for Yi Tian. If all went well, his future would be boundless. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Scorpion, the most bloodthirsty individual in their organization. Scorpion not only reveled in bloodshed, but also took delight in tormenting his victims. With this thought in mind, Star Picker cautioned Scorpion, "You have only 5 seconds." Scorpion snorted in acknowledgement. "Understood." Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall polar bear materialized out of thin air. Scorpion turned his gaze toward Yi Tian. "Hey, you over there." Yi Tian, puzzled, turned his head. "Are you calling me?" Scorpion smiled and nodded. "Indeed." After a brief pause, he added, "Prepare to meet your end." With the last word, the massive polar bear leapt towards Yi Tian, and a paw larger than a manhole cover descended from above. "Let us turn you into minced meat." "Poor thing." Star Picker crossed his arms over his chest, gently shaking his head. "You truly lack class." Meanwhile, Yi Tian was bewildered. Is this person mentally unstable? What have I done to deserve this? He wants to kill me right away. He hurriedly issued a command to the Great Sage. "Great Sage, save me." Roar. Before his very eyes, a master beast tamer intended to slay his own beast. The Great Sage could no longer contain himself. Even if Yi Tian did not intervene, he would not allow the white bear to succeed. Buzz. There was no time to wait for the opportune moment. He unleashed the 8-direction staff. "Still wish to resist?" The Scorpion chuckled. "Since you are so loyal, then you shall perish first." The paw of the white bear was even larger than the Great Sage himself. The Scorpion envisioned the tragic demise of the Great Sage in the next moment. Boom! The staff collided with the bear's paw, sending vibrations that shook the entire platform. To his astonishment, that beast, resembling a stone monkey, had actually managed to momentarily withstand the white bear's paw. The disdain on the Scorpion's face slowly faded. Quite intriguing. No. Suddenly, the Scorpion's eyes widened as he heard the anguished howl of his own beast. In the next instant, to his astonished gaze, the staff shot upward. Boom! A terrifying column of blood erupted from the back of the bear's paw. The Great Sage had actually punctured a large hole through it with his strike. The Scorpion stared intently at the wound on the white bear's paw, struggling to believe what he witnessed. What? Zhaixing was equally stunned. Just what was that monkey? How could it withstand an attack from a gold-tier beast and even counterattack? The secret realm had restricted the level of beasts. Could it be that aside from the two of them, others had also employed similar tactics? Instantly, he retracted his earlier contempt, a sense of regret inexplicably blossoming within him. Should they have refrained from provoking Yi Tian? Great Sage, charge! Yi Tian was furious. He had suffered an undeserved calamity. The opponent was intent on his life, and he would show no mercy. Kill. The great sage seemed to sense Yi Tian's wrath. With a leap, he soared into the sky. Boom! The 8 directions staff swept horizontally, crashing down upon the white bear's head. This is bad. Quick, defend. The scorpion swiftly made the best decision. The white bear, lacking agility, could not escape the staff's attack range in time and could only choose to defend. Fortunately, the white bear's defensive capabilities were exceptionally strong. He believed it could withstand the monkey's strike. Simultaneously, the scorpion summoned his ice sprite, waiting for the bear to successfully resist before launching a coordinated attack. Roar! The white bear emitted a terrifying roar. Its unscathed paw immediately lifted, shielding its head. At the same time, a layer of ice armor rapidly formed upon the paw. Great Sage, go around! Oh, the Great Sage, maintaining a state of inebriation, exhibited remarkable agility. He directly maintained his attacking posture, leaping onto the bear's paw and then vaulting onto the white bear's shoulder. Now is the moment. Strike its eyes. Oh, received. Boom. The staff lunged forth like a spear. No. The scorpion's heart trembled violently, sensing impending doom. He then witnessed the staff pierce fiercely into the white bear's eye. Roar! The polar bear emitted a heart-wrenching roar, its powerful paws desperately striking its body. However, this agony lasted but a fleeting moment. With a thunderous crash, as the stick was withdrawn, the polar bear toppled backwards, its body colliding with the ground, creating a substantial crater. The polar bear lay lifeless. Mere moments before, the scorpion had intended to strike against Yi Tian, never anticipating that the seemingly frail monkey would unleash such terror. In just 2 encounters, it had dispatched the beast it had painstakingly nurtured for many years. I want you dead. The demise of the polar bear caused the beast master, Scorpion, to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage, glared hoarsely at Yi Tian. Zhaixing, let us attack together. At that moment, his heart was ablaze with fury. Very well. Zhaixing also recognized that alone, Scorpion would never be a match for the monkey. They had incurred Yi Tian's wrath, and given the decisive manner in which Yi Tian had acted, it was clear that this matter would not end amicably. Hastily, Zhaixing summoned his 2 beasts, a cerulean bird and a dandelion, both retaining the combat prowess of peak silver, equivalent to golden tier strength. Chapter 61. 1 against 3, The Dilemma, the Malevolent Deity. Part 1. At the command of Scorpion, 3 summoned beasts advanced simultaneously. 1 against 3, Yi Tian felt a blend of tension and exhilaration. At this moment, he discerned that the opposing beasts were not merely ordinary silver-grade creatures. Great Sage, do you have confidence? Roar. Then, let us proceed. The air crackled with tension as both sides clashed, warping the very atmosphere. However, something seemed amiss. Just as the 2 forces were on the verge of collision, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow in sudden realization. The situation appeared to be far more complex than anticipated. He observed that the woman with the crimson waves had stealthily approached Scorpion's side, snatching the wooden box from his grasp. Without hesitation, she retreated, her 2 summoned beasts following suit. Yi Tian. Scorpion? Scorpion was left bewildered, disbelief etched on his face as he turned his head. At that very moment, the Great Sage's staff struck the ice sprite with devastating force. Having prepared for this opportunity while concluding his assault on the Great White Bear, the Great Sage unleashed his utmost strength in this strike. Boom! The ice sprite was obliterated. Gush! In rapid succession, the 2 summoned beasts perished, inflicting a terrifying backlash upon Scorpion. He violently spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Zhaixing had just mounted her own summoned beast when she witnessed the ice sprite's demise. Her eyes widening in horror, lips paling and trembling uncontrollably. She had not anticipated that the previous attack by the monkey against the white bear was not even his full strength. Reacting swiftly, she urged her beast, Shaoqing, flee quickly. As she spoke, Zhaixing gritted her teeth in frustration. It was all Scorpion's fault. He was more of a hindrance than a help. Had he heeded her advice and avoided provoking Yi Tian, they might have already escaped the 3rd stage. Clearly, Yi Tian had no intention of attacking at that time. How could a beast master capable of entering the 3rd stage be anything but formidable. Moreover, from the initial confrontation between the Great Sage and the Great White Bear, Zhaixing had already discerned that the monkey's combat prowess surpassed that of the little red bird. With one combatant lost, even if they joined forces, their chances of victory were slim. Scorpion's apparent madness stemmed from the loss of his summoned beast. Zhaixing was unwilling to accompany him to his demise. Thus, she swiftly made the decision to abandon her ally and flee alone. Yet, she never anticipated that Scorpion's ice sprite would prove so fragile, unable to withstand even a single strike from the monkey. Great Sage, pursue them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Great Sage leaped with agility, swiftly closing in on the two fleeing beasts. The suppression of their realm had a diminishing effect on the two golden grade beasts. Furthermore, since Zhaixing could only ride upon the great bird, its speed was further compromised. The unexpected developments culminated in a sense of despair for Zhaixing. The exit was tantalizingly close. If she could just enter, she could retrieve treasures from her beast space and exploit the narrowness of the passage to impede Yi Tian. However, it would take at least 5 seconds to enter the passage, and that accursed monkey could undoubtedly catch up with me in that time. It's over. No, wait. A glimmer of hope suddenly emerged for Zhaixing. I shall take a gamble. With a swift motion, Zhaixing hurled the wooden box in a direction away from the Great Sage, shouting to Yi Tian, "Inside this box lies the rarest beast of the entire secret realm. It is now on the brink of death and can only survive with the aid of the box. If the box shatters, it will surely perish within 5 minutes." She only needed 5 seconds. For those 5 seconds, Zhaixing was willing to accept failure in her mission. Failing the mission could lead to death in the future. But if the monkey were to intercept her, she would die right now. The choice now lay with Yi Tian. Frowning, he recalled that his purpose in entering the secret realm was to contract a beast. If what that woman said was true, it would indeed be a pity if the beast inside perished. However, he was acutely aware of the principle of not letting a tiger return to the mountain. This woman was clearly not virtuous. She had inexplicably disrupted their plans, and allowing her to escape could lead to future calamity, even if he himself was indifferent. Ying was far too weak to protect herself. No, she must not be allowed to leave. Yi Tian made a swift decision. Great Sage, disregard the box and continue the pursuit. There are numerous rare beasts in the world, and Yi Tian did not believe that missing one would mean he would never find another worthy. Roar. Understood. The Great Sage pressed on. Zhaixing let out a mournful cry. Ultimately, in the depths of her despair, the Great Sage first struck down the Qingniao with a powerful blow, causing her to fall in a disheveled heap. Then, with another strike, he scattered the dandelions. Bang! As foretold by Zhaixing, the box shattered into several wooden fragments, revealing a bloodied little bird within. Thus, the battle was decisively concluded. Yi Tian emerged victorious. The scorpion lay in a pool of blood, emitting a hoarse growl, clearly in a dire state. He had never anticipated that what he thought was a mere ant could turn out to be a fearsome wolf. Now, he was filled with regret and despair. How much better it would have been had he not provoked Yi Tian. Zhaixing was equally remorseful. She loathed herself for not having firmly prevented the scorpion from taking action. She had not anticipated Yi Tian's formidable strength, nor did she foresee his ability to make such swift calculations and exert his full might against her. Under normal circumstances, even if a Beastmaster's beast perished, the Beastmaster would not face death. However, both of them had been placed under a special curse upon joining the organization. As long as their beasts perished, they too would meet their demise. Thus, their fates were now sealed. Yi Tian, unaware of this fact, instructed the Great Sage to lift both individuals to a height of over 10 meters, positioning them side by side. He refrained from approaching them directly, wary of any remaining tricks they might possess. Coughing twice, Yi Tian inquired, "If you do not wish to die, tell me who you are, what your purpose for entering the secret realm is, and why you sought to kill me." His heart was truly filled with confusion. Yi Tian felt utterly innocent. Having done nothing wrong, he was suddenly targeted by a madman intent on his demise. The scorpion wore a pained expression, his body convulsing, yet he emitted a chilling laugh. "I'm surely doomed, ha ha." Meanwhile, Zhaixing, moaning in agony, extended a trembling hand in a desperate attempt to reach Yi Tian. Her eyes were filled with terror. Save me. Yi Tian was even more bewildered. In the midst of his daze, Zhaixing coughed up a mouthful of blood, her outstretched hand falling limply to the ground with a thud. Her pupils swiftly lost focus. It appeared she had succumbed to death. The scorpion, perhaps possessing a stronger physique, endured longer than Zhaixing, yet his voice grew increasingly feeble. I will await you in hell. In 3 months, the Lord of the evil gods shall descend upon Wushan City. And then he too collapsed, lifeless. Yi Tian. Chapter 62. The Contracted Crimson Spirit. Is potential a mystery? From Yi Tian's perspective, upon his entrance to the 3rd stage, he encountered a man and a woman, whereupon the man sought to take his life. In retaliation, Yi Tian struck back, slaying one of the man's beast companions. Consequently, 3 more beasts emerged, intent on his destruction. Subsequently, the great sage eliminated these 3 beasts, and shortly thereafter, the man and woman met their demise. Who could possibly elucidate the events that transpired? Moreover, what exactly is this evil god? Shaking his head, Yi Tian endeavored to organize his thoughts. In any case, it was evident that the 2 individuals were not virtuous. Forced into self-defense, he had managed to survive. With a dearth of information, he could not fathom the outcome, prompting him to resolve to set the matter aside for now. Rubbing his temples, he felt a slight headache. Perhaps he should inquire with Director Wang, who was well-versed in various matters and might possess some insight. As Yi Tian approached the ailing little bird, he noticed the small red bird emitting a faint yet sorrowful chirp. He attempted to identify it, but could not match its appearance with any beast from his memory. Utilizing the communication method he had learned in high school, he established a channel of interaction with the little red bird. Thank you, the little red bird replied. You're welcome. I did it for my own protection, Yi Tian responded, stroking his chin in contemplation. The man and woman from earlier were likely members of a clandestine organization, and their objective appeared to be this injured little red bird. Thus, this seemingly delicate creature might possess extraordinary significance. Intrigued, Yi Tian pondered, if only I could view this little red bird's information. Just then, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Conditions for simplified plan met. Requirement 1. 100,000 dragon coins, already met. Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a possibility. Typically, to gain detailed insight into a beast's information, one must visit a professional establishment with specialized instruments. He had not anticipated that this process could also be streamlined. Would this mean he could access the data panels of all beasts in the future? However, the price of 100,000 dragon coins weighed heavily on his heart. After a moment of internal conflict, he resolved to proceed. Earning that amount was not exceedingly challenging for him, and he feared that curiosity would rob him of sleep if he refrained. With a whoosh, the 100,000 dragon coins vanished, and the information about the little red bird materialized before Yi Tian. Species: vermilion bird sealed. Level: silver sealed. Potential: skills: falling starfire, fire wings. Yi Tian was taken aback. What did sealed signify? Why was potential marked as a question mark? The term vermilion bird evoked memories of mythical beings, and he was astonished to discover a beast species named the vermilion bird. He vaguely recalled the 4 symbols: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. It remained uncertain whether the little red bird bore any connection to these symbols, or if it was merely a coincidence. As for the obscured potential, Yi Tian speculated that it might transcend his current understanding. He was aware that above silver lay gold, and above gold, diamonds. Could it be that there exists a hierarchy above diamonds, and that the potential of this little red bird surpasses even that? Upon this realization, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. If this were indeed the case, the creature would be extraordinarily formidable, and it was no wonder it had become the target of a clandestine organization. Regrettably, the bird was on the brink of death. Otherwise, he could have delved deeper into its mysteries. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yi Tian. He raised an eyebrow. Should he attempt the simplification system? He immediately concentrated and mentally intoned, generate a simplified plan to heal the little red bird. To his astonishment, it was indeed possible. Condition for simplified plan generation met. Requirement 1. Starlight Fire 01. Requirement 2, 2,000,000 dragon coins satisfied. Dragon coins were manageable, but what was starlight fire? Yi Tian scratched his head. This avenue was evidently unfeasible. The little red bird appeared unable to endure much longer, leaving him no time to discern what starlight fire entailed, let alone procure it. Thus, he decided to shift his approach. Generate a simplified plan that ensures the little red bird can survive at the very least. Condition for simplified plan generation met. Requirement 1, 1,000,000 dragon coins satisfied. Requirement 2, complete contract with any beast master to enter the beast space not satisfied. Yi Tian's gaze intensified as he fixed his eyes upon the little red bird. Having witnessed its terrifying potential, he had long contemplated the idea of forming a contract. Little red bird, I can save you, but you must become my beast. Are you willing? Although he felt a strong inclination towards this notion, he understood that a contract necessitated mutual desire. A forced agreement would yield no sweetness. If the little red bird were unwilling, Yi Tian would not compel it. The bird fell silent, seemingly deep in thought, and Yi Tian remained patient, recognizing that the urgency did not rest with him. Despite its silver rank, the little red bird possessed intellect far exceeding that of its peers. It understood that Yi Tian was its benefactor. Without him, its future would likely be more unbearable than death itself. Human, what is your name? Yi Tian, do you have a name? I'm called Qi Ling. After a brief pause, Qi Ling continued. Yi Tian, I am willing to form a contract with you. But my life is swiftly waning, and I cannot survive. Thus, even if we contract, you will only acquire a corpse. Therefore, I shall not contract with you. Qi Ling's tone was profoundly sorrowful. Yi Tian chuckled softly. As long as you contract with me, I will ensure your survival. Impossible. I can sense that you are still quite weak. You cannot save me. The corners of Yi Tian's mouth twitched slightly. You, a mere bird, look down upon me? This is intolerable. Trust me. Qi Ling seemed to sigh. Still not giving up? Very well, I shall grant you this. Rest assured, I will actively dissolve our contract before I perish, allowing you to form a new bond with another beast. However, voluntarily dissolving a contract was no simple matter, especially for Qi Ling in its current state. It could have survived for a few more minutes, but once it chose to dissolve the contract, it would surely perish in an instant. Yet, since Yi Tian was its savior, it would consider this an act of gratitude. Upon hearing Qi Ling's consent, Yi Tian was filled with joy. The second beast shall be you. Yi Tian extended his hand and invoked the contract technique. A beam of white light emanated from his fingertips, coursing into the body of Qi Ling. Soon, an undeniable bond was established between them, even without the need for communication. Qi Ling's voice resonated directly within Yi Tian's heart. Yi Tian, you feel it too, don't you? My life has reached its end. An overwhelming sorrow enveloped Yi Tian's heart. Lastly, thank you. Farewell, and may you find a better beast. A flicker of red light pulsed in the vicinity of Qi Ling's heart, signaling its intent to dissolve the contract. Just then, Yi Tian grasped Qi Ling tightly. Huh, you wish to perish, but have I consented? He swiftly opened the beast space and cast Qi Ling inside. Qiling. Chapter 63. The crowd. If Yi Tian can do it, then so can we. Nonsense. Qi Ling was somewhat bewildered. It had never anticipated that at such a critical moment, Yi Tian would choose to interrupt it. Did he not realize that this was its sole opportunity to break their contract? Yet, as Qi Ling entered the Beast Master space, it suddenly sensed something was amiss. My vitality. It seems to have ceased its decline. Its body was riddled with wounds, and before entering the space, blood had been incessantly oozing from its injuries. But now, it felt as if a pause button had been pressed, with the blood frozen in the act of flowing, yet not actually spilling. Qi Ling's eyes widened slightly as it attuned to its own body. A peculiar force seemed to manifest, stanching the loss of vitality. One odd power. Qi Ling recalled Yi Tian's words. Could it be that he truly had the ability to save it? Curiosity regarding Yi Tian began to blossom in its heart. Its instincts were rarely mistaken. Yi Tian was merely an unremarkable silver-tier beast master. Yet, he had accomplished what even diamond-tier beast masters struggled to achieve. Just then, Yi Tian's voice resonated within its mind. I told you I could help you. So, just remain calm for now. Once I exit the secret realm, I will find a way to restore you completely. Qi Ling felt a twinge of gratitude. Initially believing its fate was sealed, it now found a glimmer of hope. Very well, thank you. Yi Tian Simidit. You are now bound to me by contract. From this moment forth, you, I, and Sheng are family. No need for thanks. Suddenly, Sheng's voice echoed. Huh? Yi Tian, why are we a family of monkeys? It was only after contracting Qi Ling that Yi Tian realized he could converse simultaneously with all the contracted beasts. Much like a chat group. Hearing Sheng's remark, Yi Tian's lips twitched. No wonder Qi Ling's intelligence surpassed yours. Look, it doesn't ask questions like, why aren't we a family of birds? Yet, he patiently explained to Sheng. Sheng, I was merely using a metaphor. Huh? Is this metaphor? Yi Tian, why would you strike him? After a brief exchange, Yi Tian resolved to abandon the discussion. He retrieved an unopened bottle of wine from the Beastmaster space and tossed it into the sky. Sheng leaped up with a cry, catching the wine. With the prospect of alcohol, it seemed to forget that Yi Tian had yet to answer its question. Qi Ling chuckled softly, though the movement sent a jolt of pain through its wounds. It suddenly felt that being contracted by Yi Tian might not be such a bad choice after all. Yi Tian stretched leisurely. This journey through the secret realm was nearing its conclusion. Before entering, his goal had simply been to contract a beast with golden tier potential. He never anticipated becoming unwittingly embroiled in the machinations of a mysterious organization, ultimately contracting Qi Ling, whose potential remained a question mark. This far exceeded his initial objectives. Excellent. Regrettably, perhaps due to Qi Ling's near-death state, it had not granted him any feedback in power after the contract was established. According to Yi Tian's estimation, he would only receive feedback once he had successfully treated Qi Ling. After stepping outside, he planned to inquire with the Minister and Director Wang, as they should possess knowledge about what the Starfire is. If all else fails, he would seek the assistance of a healing beast master. He was confident that treatment was indeed possible. Casting a final glance at the two corpses, Yi Tian proceeded into the passage, swiftly returning to the second station. Hey, Yi Tian, you finally emerged. Song Yuan awaited him. Beside him was a small turtle spouting water, presumably the contracted beast he had acquired at the second station. Yi Tian delved into his memory and soon located the information on the turtle. Species, water-spraying turtle, potential, golden grade. The turtle was quite diminutive, no larger than the palm of a hand. Song Yuan cradled in his palm, gently stroking its shell. This is the beast I just contracted. What do you think? Yi Tian nodded. It's excellent. His tone was sincere. Based on past experiences, securing a beast with golden grade potential was commendable. Moreover, as far as he knew, the water-spraying turtle could further evolve to diamond grade potential. Song Yuan chuckled softly, feeling quite flattered by Yi Tian's praise. As they strolled back, Song Yuan curiously asked, what about the beast you contracted? Can you show it to me? Yi Tian shook his head. Not at the moment. Qi Ling currently relies on my beast space for survival. If it comes out, it will continue to lose vitality. Oh, then what is the potential of your contracted beast? Yi Tian again shook his head. I'm not sure. Song Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but internally he began to grumble. Stingy. Not letting me see it is one thing, but not revealing its potential is quite another. He was exceedingly curious about what beast Yi Tian had contracted. However, with Yi Tian's silence, he found himself at a loss. He estimated that it must at least be of golden grade potential, or perhaps even diamond grade. In truth, this was not Yi Tian's fault. He genuinely had no knowledge of Qi Ling's potential grade. Upon their return to the first station, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, surveying the bustling crowd and the beasts. A sense of confusion washing over him. Why are so many beasts injured? The ancient battlefield's secret realm does not necessitate combat. Furthermore, he pondered why the majority of the people regarded him with such sorrowful eyes. The atmosphere felt so heavy. Xiao Tian, you're back. Ying approached, linking her arm with Yi Tian's. Behind her trailed a fluffy white cloud resembling cotton candy. Species, healing cloud. Potential, silver. This must have been Yi Ying's acquisition during her journey. Although its potential was rather weak, the cloud could cast healing skills, making it a rather useful beast. After exchanging a few words, Ying expressed her satisfaction with the cloud, and Yi Tian felt reassured. By the way, sister, what happened at the first station? Why are there so many injured beasts? Yi Tian inquired, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that the mysterious organization had more members than just the two he encountered? Ying covered her mouth, smiling as she replied. It's all because of you. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. What does it have to do with me? Ying recounted in detail the events that transpired after Yi Tian's departure. The others present, witnessing Yi Tian's ability to breach the protective barrier, felt emboldened to attempt the same. However, one by one, they faltered and failed. Eventually, someone proposed a collective effort, despite some skepticism regarding its feasibility, given that the passage could accommodate only one individual at a time. Nevertheless, a considerable number resolved to give it a try. Their combined assault on the barrier resulted in the current predicament. All those involved suffered injuries, ranging from minor to severe. A few beasts were even left on the brink of death, prompting their masters to venture into the secret realm in search of healing. Meanwhile, Song Yuan, upon hearing Ying's account, quietly lowered his head, reflecting on his own tribulations. Chapter 64. The arrival of the Beast God Society. 3 months later, Yi Tian bore a troubled expression. It was no wonder that those around him regarded him with such resentful eyes. He hastily led Ying away from the secret realm, apprehensive that others might not be able to restrain themselves and converge upon him. Upon exiting the secret realm, he dutifully settled his dues and bid farewell to Ying and Song Yuan. To his astonishment, he discovered that the detailed evolution path of the great sage had been completed, and the information flowed within his mind. Suppressing his immediate impulse to contact Chu Ying, Yi Tian first proceeded to the professional house, entering Wang Lin's office. Wang Lin appeared somewhat perplexed. Yi Tian, what is it that necessitates your presence here? He inquired. Since Yi Tian had called Wang Lin shortly after emerging from the secret realm, inquiring if he would be in the office that day, but had refrained from disclosing the purpose of his visit. Yi Tian glanced around, then asked, Director, have you ever heard of the evil god? Wang Lin responded with a sharp intake of breath, sitting upright and fixing his gaze intently on Yi Tian, but did not answer directly. Instead, he countered, What did you hear those 2 words? Yi Tian then recounted his experiences of the day. His understanding of the mysterious organization was woefully inadequate, yet Wang Lin, as the head of the professional house and one of the city guardians of Mist City, represented the official stance and could be trusted. Each city boasts more than 3 guardians, all of whom are required to attain the diamond level, having undergone rigorous trials as heroes. However, Yi Tian chose to withhold certain details, such as any mention of the system, fabricating a story that his beast-taming space might possess special abilities to stabilize injuries. Wang Lin's brow furrowed, revealing his inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Xiao Tian, your talent for nurturing beasts is the most formidable I have ever encountered among all the prodigies. There are certain matters you will inevitably encounter in the future, so I can share some information with you in advance. Yi Tian then learned that the professional house was initially established to resist the Beast God Society, whose ideology was rooted in the worship of the evil god. Their aim was to enslave all beasts and humanity alike. A millennium ago, a great war erupted between the Beast God Society and the professional house, culminating in the latter's victory. However, the Beast God Society was not entirely eradicated, but rather retreated into the shadows, quietly amassing strength and occasionally causing disturbances. According to Wang Lin, this was a secret known only to diamond-level beast masters. Yi Tian found himself perplexed. Why not make this information public? Wouldn't it be easier to uncover the Beast God Society's schemes that way? Wang Lin shook his head. There are far too many fools in this world. If the existence of an evil organization were made public, rather than seeking to thwart them, many would instead aspire to join their ranks. It is far more challenging to protect than to destroy. Yi Tian then asked, Director, according to the 2 beast masters I defeated, they plan to cause trouble in Mist City in 3 months. How can we prepare in advance? His primary concern was for Ying, as he found it difficult to protect her at all times. Ying is the only relative in her world, and nothing must happen to her. Wang Lin shook his head again, unprepared for any contingencies. Observing Yi Tian's puzzled expression, he explained that any beastmaster organized by the Beast God Society would utter similar phrases before their demise. They would either predict the arrival of the evil god in 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months. Such proclamations are merely smokescreens. Across numerous cities, similar statements can be heard throughout the year, while in reality, the situations they describe may not manifest for several years. Yi Tian pressed further. But what if what they say is true? Wang Lin pondered for a few moments. Then we would simply be unfortunate. It is impossible for us to remain vigilant at all times. The city of Wushan cannot afford such a burden. Suddenly, Wang Lin chuckled lightly, patting his chest. Rest assured, I am a guardian of this city. If that day ever arrives, I will stand before everyone in Wushan, even if it costs me my life. I will hold out until the experts from other cities arrive to provide support. Yi Tian fell silent. By the way, could you summon the beast you contracted in the secret realm for me to see? Wang Lin suggested. I possess healing abilities and may be able to assist you. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. That would be splendid. If Chilling were in the external world, it could survive for a few more minutes. Then, Chilling materialized in Yi Tian's hands. What kind of beast is this? Goodness, such severe injuries, Wang Lin remarked, furrowing his brow. Without delay, his right hand was enveloped in a layer of green light, which he gently placed on Chilling's body. Yi Tian sensed a warm and pure energy flowing into Chilling. He looked at Wang Lin with some envy. Once a beastmaster reaches the diamond level, they gain a portion of their beast abilities. After approximately half an hour, Wang Lin finally withdrew his hand, and Chilling's wounds had completely healed. Wang Lin's expression turned grave. Yi Tian, your beast has sustained damage to its essence. I can only heal its external wounds. This means that while Chilling can live normally, it cannot engage in combat or use its skills. Yi Tian inquired, then how can we restore Chilling's essence? Wang Lin shook his head. Only time can heal it. Based on my estimation, it will take at least 10 years. He felt a twinge of regret. Yi Tian was the junior he valued most. Yet the critical second beast would require a decade before it could be nurtured properly. 10 years is ample time for many things to change. Fortunately, Yi Tian still had his great sage. This one beast could rival the strength of 10 others. Yi Tian nodded, exhibiting no sign of the disappointment Wang Lin had anticipated, which caused Wang Lin to regard him with increased respect. Thank you, Director, Yi Tian expressed. Regardless, Chilling can now move freely in the external world. Wang Lin smiled. It was but a small effort. Wang Lin changed the subject. Yi Tian, do you wish to earn points? The professional guild is also responsible for recording information on beast species, and your Chilling has likely not yet been documented. If you are willing, we shall employ professional instruments to assess the various data of the Crimson Spirit. Upon completion of the documentation, a reward of 50 points will be conferred. Wang Lin, intrigued, pondered what kind of beast could be deemed a target by the Beast God Society. Yi Tian contemplated for a moment and replied, very well. 50 points equate to 50,000. It would be foolish to decline. Moreover, I am quite curious about the extent of the Crimson Spirit's potential. Yi Tian did not allow the possibility of the Crimson Spirit's formidable potential to deter him from expressing his thoughts. Firstly, as the Crimson Spirit matures, its potential will inevitably reveal itself. And secondly, perhaps showcasing its abilities could lead to further nurturing opportunities. Upon hearing Yi Tian's agreement, Wang Lin promptly contacted Zhao Dongdong. Dongdong, please bring over a beast measurement device. A 1-meter model will suffice. Chapter 65. The King Beast and the Golden Spirit Wine Soon. Zhao Dongdong approached, carrying a square mechanical box. According to his introduction, one merely needed to place the beast inside, switch it on, and the detailed information of the beast would appear on the external screen of the box. Yi Tian followed his instructions. As Zhao Dongdong activated the switch, the screen indeed began to flicker, eliciting anticipation from the three of them. Then, suddenly, there was a loud explosion as the machine box detonated. Yi Tian, Wang Lin, Zhao Dongdong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's my fault. I rushed over and just grabbed a machine at random. It must be a malfunction. It needs repairs. I'll fetch a freshly serviced machine right away. Yi Tian gazed at Zhao Dongdong's retreating figure, A ludicrous thought crossing his mind. Could it be unrelated to the machine? Perhaps the Crimson Spirit was so formidable that it caused the machine to explode. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Dongdong rushed back in, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. He patted his chest confidently, asserting, "This time, there will be no issues. This machine was just serviced this morning." Wang Lin nodded, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Let's hope so. Thankfully, there are no outsiders today. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to let someone use a faulty machine." Yi Tian timidly addressed Zhao Dongdong. Zhao, may I inquire if there is a detection range for this machine? What happens if it exceeds that range? Will it fail to register? Zhao Dongdong chuckled. It's impossible to exceed the detection range. This model has been in use for over 20 years without ever failing to register. Yi Tian nodded, feeling reassured. It seemed the initial malfunction was indeed due to the machine itself. He placed the Crimson Spirit back in the designated spot and activated the switch once more. The three of them again turned their eager eyes toward the screen. Then, once more, boom, the machine exploded again. Yi Tian, Wang Lin, Zhao Dongdong panicked. "Oh no, I've messed up in front of the director twice in a row. I'm going to face consequences for this. I'll go get another one." He was still reluctant to give up and attempted to salvage the situation. Just as he was about to step forward, Wang Lin stopped him. "Hold on. 2 consecutive explosions are suspicious. It's too coincidental. Perhaps the issue lies with the test subject, the Crimson Spirit." He turned to Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, did you overhear any additional information about the Crimson Spirit from those 2? Yi Tian, being honest and straightforward, replied, "Yes. When I entered the room, they were chatting with their backs to me, and I caught a snippet of their conversation. Something about potential, above diamond." He certainly could not reveal that he had access to information through the system. Wang Lin was taken aback. "Above diamond?" Zhao Dongdong, puzzled, interjected. "ISNT the highest level for Beast Diamond?" Yi Tian looked at Wang Lin with equal confusion. "Director, is there a rank higher than Diamond?" Wang Lin nodded. "Indeed. If that is the case, it explains why the machine malfunctioned. This device can only detect potential up to the Diamond level. Above Diamond lies the King Beast." Zhao Dongdong looked at Yi Tian in astonishment. Although he was unfamiliar with the exact concept of a King Beast as a gold-level Beastmaster, he understood that Diamond was already a dream for him. The King Beast, however, was far beyond his aspirations. Yi Tian was truly becoming extraordinary. While potential does not equate to strength, it was evident that Yi Tian had paved a path to greatness. He merely needed to persist on this journey. For most, however, the road ahead had come to an end. Indeed, once Wang Lin uttered the words King Beast, Yi Tian noticed that the potential section of Qi Ling's data panel finally transformed from a question mark to the words King Beast. It turned out that Qi Ling could reach the level of a King Beast. Nevertheless, both the race and level of Qi Ling bore the inscription of a seal. Yi Tian was unaware of its meaning or whether it would affect Qi Ling's potential. He wished to inquire further, but Wang Lin simply stated that in due time he would naturally come to know and offered no more elaboration. Subsequently, Yi Tian inquired about the Starfire. Wang Lin was familiar with this entity, but the professional guild did not have it in stock at the moment and suggested that perhaps the Research Institute might. Since the professional guild currently lacked the machinery to assess Qi Ling's information, the matter had to be temporarily shelved. Nonetheless, Wang Lin granted Yi Tian 50 points and arranged for Yi Tian to await notification for a retest. After Yi Tian departed and Zhao Dongdong was dismissed, Wang Lin could no longer contain his exuberance. "This was magnificent. Our Miss City has finally produced a beast with the potential to become a king. I must report this immediately. A beast with king qualifications is even rarer than a benignly mutated beast." Initially, Wang Lin felt regret for Yi Tian, thinking that his beast would have to wait a decade to begin its training. But now, he harbored a different sentiment. "If only I could possess a beast with king qualifications, I would gladly wait not just 10 years, but 20 or even 30. For the vast majority of beasts, Diamond represents the pinnacle of their evolution." Wang Lin's own beast was no exception. The qualification of becoming a king relies solely on innate talent. Effort is of no avail. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. Since becoming the director of the professional guild, this was the first time he felt such emotions towards a younger generation. 10 years from now, it will be Yi Tian's time to soar. Wang Lin mused. Meanwhile, Yi Tian stepped out of the professional guild. Picking up his phone, he, somewhat persistently, entered the trading mall. A search revealed, as expected, that there was no Starfire to be found. Through Wang Lin's introduction, he learned that Starfire was, in fact, a stone embodying the essence of fire attribute power. However, while browsing the mall, he made another discovery. In a newly listed section, he found a bottle of gold-level spirit liquor priced at 50 points. He decisively purchased it. Once again, I opened the Research Institute's marketplace and, to my delight, discovered the celestial fire. Yi Tian was overjoyed. This was splendid news. With it, he could completely heal Qi Ling. However, an awkward predicament arose. The celestial fire was priced at 1,000 points each, a sum Yi Tian could not afford. Moreover, there were purchasing restrictions. One had to be at least a level 1 researcher to buy it, a criterion Yi Tian did not meet. Yet, all hope was not lost. It would depend on how many points he could accrue from the evolution path of Desheng. He recalled that the requirement for a level 1 researcher was to accumulate 1,000 points. Yi Tian could not possibly wait a decade for Qi Ling's gradual recovery. He picked up the phone, ready to call Chu Ying, just as she was calling him. The call connected, and before Yi Tian could utter a word, he heard Chu Ying's melodious voice emanating from the receiver. Yi Tian, do you wish to join the Mountain Mist Beast Taming Academy? Yi Tian replied, Director, I currently have no intention of continuing my studies. Chu Ying clarified, that is not what I meant. I was asking if you would like to become a teacher at the Mountain Mist Beast Taming Academy. Yi Tian was taken aback. What? Chapter 66. Zhang Qixing stands up again. According to Chu Ying, the Research Institute and the Beast Taming Academy are in a collaborative relationship. Each year, the Research Institute allocates positions for teachers to the Academy. Given that I have only recently joined the Research Institute and am still merely a secondary researcher, I wonder if I'll be taken seriously. Yi Tian expressed his concerns. Chu Ying smiled gently, saying, considering the ratios you developed during the previous assessment, you have independently completed 2 projects, both achieving an outstanding rate exceeding 30. Not only in our evolution department, but even in the cultivation department. If you can reach such a level, competence takes precedence. You certainly qualify to be a teacher. Most projects are managed by a project team, making Yi Tian's solo accomplishments quite rare. Yi Tian inquired further about the teaching content. Chu Ying explained that if Yi Tian were to join the academy, he would be responsible for teaching practical cultivation classes once a month. Other instructors would prepare the students on how to conduct experiments in advance, and Yi Tian would merely need to supervise in the laboratory, ensuring that no accidents occur. Yi Tian pondered this, finding it rather straightforward. He then asked his most pressing question, Minister, being a teacher, it can't be without compensation, right? What is the remuneration like? Chu Ying chuckled lightly. I anticipated you would ask that. The Research Institute provides an additional monthly subsidy of 3 credits. The salary at the Academy is 20,000 dragon coins per month. Moreover, you will have access to the Academy's resource library. This is the arrangement for the first 2 years. After that, if you are willing to teach more classes, your compensation will increase. Additionally, there will be extra rewards for your contributions to the Academy. Yi Tian contemplated this, realizing that together, the monthly total would amount to 50,000 dragon coins for just 1 class, a lucrative deal indeed. The key advantage is the access to the Academy's resource library, meaning Yi Tian could exchange materials from it. For him, nurturing beast companions in the future would undoubtedly require a variety of materials. Multiple channels, multiple paths. Have you made your decision? Chu Ying inquired. I am willing, Yi Tian replied. Excellent. Please visit the Research Institute at your convenience. I have prepared a recommendation letter for you. Once you receive it, you will need to obtain a signature from the cultivation department. All right, I will come right away. Yi Tian shifted his tone. By the way, Minister, may I ask something? I have developed a path of evolution that can elevate a creature from silver potential to diamond potential. How many credits might that be worth? A silence ensued. A prolonged silence, during which the sound of a cup shattering could be heard on the other end. Minister, are you still there? Yi Tian asked. After a moment, Chu Ying's voice returned. Are you joking with me? Not all. Which species have you researched? The stone monkey king. Silence once more, another stretch of silence. After a considerable interval, Chu Ying's voice finally emerged softly. You need to come to the Research Institute, and you must come now, or anyone else. Chu Ying would likely have hung up at the first sentence. But this was Yi Tian. The improbabilities that have befallen him are already too numerous. Thus, Chu Ying cannot help but entertain absurd thoughts. What if it were true? In the Research Institute, within the evolutionary laboratory, Zhang Qixing is intently gazing at the screen before him, surrounded by several researchers clad in white lab coats. Behind the screen stands a mechanical box resembling a shipping container, exceeding 3 meters in every dimension. The numbers on the screen flicker rapidly, stirring the unease of those present. At last, the digits stabilize. 100. Boom! A chorus of cheers erupts from everyone. We have succeeded. Hooray! We have triumphed. People leap in joy, embracing one another. Zhang Qixing clenches his fist, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. The experiment has passed validation, indicating that we have indeed discovered a brand new evolutionary pathway. Beside him, a balding middle-aged man, who is also the project leader, Feng Huan, pats Zhang Qixing on the shoulder. Qixing, you've done remarkably well this time. Without your efforts, we might have needed at least another week to identify the pathway. Zhang Qixing rubs his large dark circles under his eyes and smiles in response. It was merely good fortune. He speaks the truth. It truly was luck. Throughout the process of seeking the evolutionary pathway, there were countless steps reliant on chance. Yesterday, spurred by Yi Tian, Zhang Qixing worked through the night. All preliminary steps regarding the evolutionary pathway had been completed. They were merely one step away, determining the most suitable environment. Among thousands of simulated environments, Zhang Qixing's luck was extraordinary. He only tested 10 variations before arriving at the correct answer. What they had just accomplished was to validate the entire process. The machine before them can simulate the evolution of beast taming, costing 200,000 dragon coins per trial. A display of 100 on the screen signifies that the evolutionary pathway is feasible. Feng Huan chuckles heartily. In experiments, luck is indeed a part of skill. Qixing, you mustn't be so modest. Zhang Qixing slightly bows his head. I must still thank you, Brother Feng, for the opportunity. Nearby, a bespectacled researcher hears this and purses his lips. His expression remains unchanged, but internally he scoffs. You should be thanking your uncle, Zhang Sheng. The project team members were essentially predetermined from the outset, with no subsequent alterations. Yet, Zhang Qixing inserted himself into the project at its conclusion, after others had labored for several months. Furthermore, he was allowed to immediately engage in the experiments, something that would be unthinkable for any other newcomer, who would typically require at least 2 months of assisting before gaining practical opportunities. To assert that there was no favoritism from Zhang Sheng is hard to believe. The step of seeking a suitable environment for beast growth entails no technical complexity. It relies purely on trial and error. Even without Zhang Qixing, they could have arrived at the results in a short time. To put it bluntly, Zhang Qixing was merely reaping the rewards. Thus, aside from a bespectacled man, the other researchers present also regard him with disdain. However, outwardly, everyone maintains a facade of cordiality. Feng Huan chuckles once more. Every year, our department evaluates the best newcomer. And I believe, without a doubt, that this year's accolade will undoubtedly be bestowed upon you, Zhang Qixing remarked modestly. However, Qixing possesses a keen self-awareness, in my opinion. The true best newcomer is undoubtedly Yi Tian. Feng Huan scoffed dismissively. Our department specializes in evolution, and Yi Tian's talents lie solely in cultivation, which scarcely counts. I suspect the minister recruited him primarily to undermine the cultivation department. Zhang Qixing continued to feign humility, yet the smile at the corner of his lips betrayed him. Within the realm of research concerning beast mastery, a hierarchy of disdain undoubtedly exists. The field of evolution has consistently held a prestigious position above cultivation. Some researchers within the evolution department even harbor complete disdain for their counterparts in cultivation. Yi Tian possesses a remarkable talent for skill allocation, But what significance does that hold? Chapter 67. The Evolution Path of Thunder Dumplings. Awards within reach. Zhang Qixing felt as though he had finally triumphed in a match. He yearned for Yi Tian to be at his side, eager to witness Yi Tian's expression. Feng Huan clapped his hands to command the attention of everyone present. My esteemed colleagues, you have all toiled diligently of late. This evening at 6 o'clock at Longfu Grand Hotel, let us celebrate. All must attend. We shan't leave until we are inebriated. I shall submit our project for awards consideration, and once we secure the prize, we shall toast to our success once more. A cheer erupted from the crowd, all too aware of what Feng Huan meant by awards. The Western Dragon Nation Evolution Path Assessment Competition, commonly referred to as the awards competition, is held biannually, inviting participation from hundreds of cities in the western region of the Dragon Nation, Wuxi City included. Each regional research institute may submit new evolution paths discovered within the past 6 months for evaluation. If a submission ranks among the top 10, rewards are granted. If it ranks among the top 3, the corresponding research institute in the city will also reap the benefits. As the cheers subsided, Feng Huan nodded in satisfaction and continued. You have all worked hard. Now, take some time to rest. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the laboratory. Come in. It was revealed to be Chu Ying's secretary, Yang Tong. Xiao Yang, is there something you need? Feng Huan inquired, puzzled. Yang Tong greeted Feng Huan before responding. Engineer Feng. The minister requires the laboratory next. I was sent to check if it is still in use. Have you finished? Yes, I have, Feng Huan replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Do you know what experiment the minister intends to conduct? Yang Tong shook her head. I'm unaware, but the minister appeared rather anxious. With no further information to extract, Feng Huan resigned himself to the situation as the group exited the laboratory. A bespectacled male researcher glanced at Feng Huan with concern. Brother Feng, do you think the minister's experiment will affect our project's award evaluation? Feng Huan chuckled lightly. It should not. I have not heard of the minister overseeing any projects. Perhaps this is merely a whim. Besides, you ought to have confidence in our findings. The bespectacled man nodded, recognizing the validity of Feng Huan's words. The evolution path they had discovered involved transforming a creature known as Thunder Dumpling from silver to gold. A remarkable achievement indeed. Thus, they were confident in their decision to enter the awards competition and compare their results with those from other research institutes. It is well known that the evaluation process primarily considers 2 dimensions: the degree of enhancement and the scope of application. Most paths developed typically demonstrate transitions from bronze to silver, while silver to gold is a rarity and gold to diamond is even more uncommon. Based on historical precedents of the awards, a path transitioning from silver to gold has a high probability of securing a place in the top 10, and with a stroke of luck, it may even reach the top 3. In the second dimension, concerning the scope of application, the primary focus is on the number of beast masters bound to a particular beast through the Dragon Nation's contract. The greater the number of contracts, the broader the range of application. If a beast is only contracted by 10 beast masters, the potential benefits of discovering its evolutionary path are undoubtedly less significant than those of a beast contracted by 100. As history has progressed, most of the commonly recognized evolutionary paths for beasts in the market have been thoroughly explored by predecessors. The Thunder Dumpling, which has been studied, has a slightly higher number of contracts. According to the most recent statistics from the Dragon Nation, approximately 1 in 10,000 beastmasters has contracted a Thunder Dumpling. Although this figure may appear small, when considering the vast population of billions in the Dragon Nation, it equates to hundreds of thousands of Thunder Dumplings. Feng Huan's gaze was intense. Hundreds of thousands of Thunder Dumplings. The economic value inherent in this number is quite staggering, not to mention the potential revenue from selling evolutionary materials and paths, which can certainly be calculated in the hundreds of millions. Therefore, whether in terms of enhancement or application range, he holds great confidence in his research achievements. This is, without a doubt, the most satisfying work of my career thus far. The group dispersed at the entrance of the research institute. Just a few steps out, Zhang Qixing spotted a familiar figure approaching. Yi Tian? Yi Tian greeted politely. Zhang Qixing had just been contemplating how to find an opportunity to boast to Yi Tian, and here it was. He stopped. Yi Tian, long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? Yi Tian, somewhat impatient, responded casually, just random stuff. Zhang Qixing's eyes brightened instantly. How did you know our project team discovered an evolutionary path? Yi Tian looked bewildered. Are we conversing in the same dimension? This seems utterly unrelated. Zhang Qixing could no longer contain himself. Since childhood, he had been an exemplary student, always at the top, sailing smoothly through life. No one had ever made him feel as defeated as Yi Tian did. Hence, he was eager to prove himself in front of Yi Tian. After a few seconds, Yi Tian finally grasped the situation. This kid isn't coming to boast, is he? With a light chuckle, he clasped his hands. Congratulations, then. Zhang Qixing replied with a grin. Oh, it's not solely my achievement, although I have indeed made an indelible contribution to the project. Noticing Zhang Qixing's desire to continue the conversation, Yi Tian swiftly concocted an excuse to leave. Watching Yi Tian hastily retreat, Zhang Qixing burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Yi Tian arrived at Chu Ying's office, where she had been waiting for him for quite some time. Upon seeing him, she promptly pulled him into the laboratory. With a serious tone, she stated, Yi Tian, this machine before you costs 100,000 dragon coins per use. Let me confirm once more, are you confident? Yi Tian smiled. Of course. Chu Ying remained somewhat skeptical. The situation was rather absurd. How long had Yi Tian been at the research institute? The notion of achieving the optimal ratio is a trivial endeavor that only the Ministry of Cultivation would entertain. However, the emergence of an evolutionary path is quite remarkable. According to his assertions, the progression is direct from silver to diamond, a leap that defies the conventional step-by-step evolution. Such a sudden transition is unlikely to manifest even once among 100 potential paths. The most absurd aspect pertains to the species issue. The stone monkey, one of the most prevalent spirit beasts, has long been the subject of extensive research. Over the span of several centuries, countless research teams have endeavored to uncover its evolutionary path, yet all have met with failure. Consequently, the prevailing conclusion is that the stone monkey lacks any potential for further evolution. Yet, Yi Tian claims to have discovered its evolutionary path. Chu Ying harbors an immense hope that Yi Tian's words ring true. If they do, then our Wushan Research Institute shall soar to new heights. Yi Tian stands before the apparatus, and the screen displays clear operational instructions. He meticulously follows the guidelines step by step. Chapter 68. One-time rewards and commission. Wealth is within reach first. The selection of the beast species was made. Then, step by step, conditions were established based on the evolutionary path envisioned in his mind. A span of 100 days, each day requiring. Oh, and it was essential to possess proficiency in the perfected level of the 8-direction staff technique. After a flurry of operations, it took approximately 10 minutes to finalize all the settings. Next, they awaited the automatic simulation run of the apparatus. This device was indeed remarkable. Regrettably, the cost of a single use was exorbitant. Otherwise, the researchers would not have to toil endlessly in experiments. They could simply embrace the device for simulation. Although he was confident that the evolutionary path in his mind would undoubtedly yield results, Yi Tian experienced an inexplicable tension before the instrument's output was revealed. Beside him, Chu Ying felt even more anxious. Observing Yi Tian inputting various parameters with such confidence and composure, her belief in the authenticity of his claims grew stronger. If Yi Tian succeeded, it would be a moment of historical significance, and she, Chu Ying, would be a witness to history. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The apparatus emitted a humming sound, operating at a rapid pace. On the screen, a virtual stone monkey king was being simulated, continually transforming according to the conditions set by Yi Tian. However, this was an accelerated version. The time Yi Tian input required a full 100 days, but they certainly could not wait that long. In merely half an hour, they approached the conclusion. Chu Ying could distinctly observe a remarkable transformation in the monkey on the screen, particularly in its gaze, which was exceedingly sharp, entirely unlike a mere stone monkey known for brewing wine. After another minute, the result finally crystallized. A resounding 100 appeared on the screen. Splendid. Chu Ying paused for a moment, then erupted in applause. It worked. It truly worked. Half an hour later, in Chu Ying's office, Her face was beaming with joy. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. As the head of the evolution department, she was no stranger to remarkable achievements. Yet this was beyond the pale. The astounding accomplishment of Yi Tian left her breathless, and the thought of the immense benefits it could bring to the research institute filled her with exhilaration. Once the evolutionary path was established, it would differ vastly from the optimal skill matching reward model. The optimal matching was merely a one-time transaction, produced, rewarded, and then it vanished. In contrast, the evolutionary path involved a model of one-time rewards coupled with commissions. Initially, an evaluation would be conducted by the institute's personnel, awarding points to the team that identified the path. Subsequently, the evolutionary path will be marketed through various channels. For every unit sold, a portion of the sales revenue would be allocated as commission. 50% of the increase would belong to the research team, while the remaining 50% would be allocated to the research institute that housed the team. After all, this was a stone monkey, a foundational beast, and the number of beast tamers was exceedingly vast. Especially among certain beast masters, there are those who, in their youth, were born into humble circumstances and were compelled to contract with stone monkeys. Yet, once their fortunes improved and wealth was attained, they found themselves unable to elevate their stone monkeys. There are several such individuals known to Chewing. Who would have imagined that these lowly beasts, the stone monkeys, could one day experience a remarkable turnaround? During this half hour, Chewing also briefed Yi Tian on the details of the award competition. Upon learning that there would be additional monetary rewards for winning, Yi Tian promptly decided to participate. According to Chewing, he would only need to dedicate half a day to presenting a PowerPoint demonstration. Should he make a name for himself in the competition, the subsequent commercialization of the evolutionary pathway would be considerably facilitated. Naturally, Yi Tian was eager to engage in such an effortless yet lucrative endeavor. Let me first submit your evolutionary pathway and then register you for the award competition. The competition takes place in 15 days. Once the awards are conferred and a reputation is established, we can officially propel the commercialization forward. What do you think? Yi Tian nodded in agreement. You are the expert. I shall defer to your arrangements, Minister. Chewing added, to maximize your benefits, how about we disburse the one-time reward after the awards are announced? The amount of this one-time reward would require assessment by the Research Institute and the Superior Research Institute. If Yi Tian were to secure a commendable position in the competition, it would bolster Chu Ying's confidence in securing a greater number of points for him during the evaluation. Noticing Yi Tian's hesitation, Chu Ying inquired, Xiao Tian, is there something bothering you? Yi Tian replied, Minister, it's just that I need to purchase a stone worth 1,000 points. Of course, Yi Tian was eager to heal Qi Ling as swiftly as possible. The prospect of waiting 15 days for the points left him conflicted about whether to take a lesser amount promptly. Is it merely this trivial matter? Allow me to procure the stone for you. You can repay me once you receive the points. Yi Tian looked at Chu Ying with gratitude. Thank you, Minister. This truly is an excellent solution. Chu Ying's efficiency remained commendably high. Within 5 minutes, the starfire was delivered into Yi Tian's hands. The outer packaging was a jade box, and merely prying it open a fraction revealed the intense heat emanating from within. He quickly closed it again and stowed the box into his beast space. Unsure of what scene might unfold when Qi Ling recovered, he decided it prudent to wait until he returned home. As he exited Chu Ying's office, Yi Tian released a sigh of relief. Qi Ling, I shall soon be able to heal you. The purpose of his visit to the Research Institute had been fully realized. He successfully acquired the starfire capable of healing Qi Ling and learned how the evolutionary pathway could be converted into points. The combination of a one-time reward plus commission left Yi Tian particularly elated. Haha, as long as I can continuously sell the evolutionary pathways, I will be able to earn money while lounging at home. Becoming a wealthy individual is just around the corner. Yi Tian stretched his arm, pondering the increasing responsibilities he faced. Is this what they mean by greater ability, greater responsibility? Speaking of which, the timing of the award competition might coincide with the subsequent training sessions, which would inevitably require him to take a leave of absence. Yet, Yi Tian did not depart from the research institute immediately, for he still had an unfinished task at hand. At this moment, he held in his grasp a recommendation letter bestowed upon him by Chu Ying. This letter was essential for his entry into the academy as an instructor. Furthermore, it required the signatures of researchers at the level of deputy director or higher from 2 different departments to validate the recommendation. Casually inquiring about the location, he soon discerned the whereabouts of the minister's office. He knocked on the door, but received no response. After consulting with others, he learned that Minister Su Changlin had gone to a meeting. Thus, he had no choice but to seek the deputy minister's signature instead. Interestingly, Deputy Minister Zhang Sheng had quite a significant connection with him. He knocked firmly on the deputy minister's office door. "Come in," a somewhat deep male voice resonated from within. Chapter 69. Zhang Sheng's Request, the Revival of Qi Ling. As Yi Tian pushed open the door, he found Zhang Sheng engrossed in his paperwork. Beside Zhang Sheng stood a young woman clad in uniform, presumably his secretary. Upon hearing the entrance, Zhang Sheng lifted his gaze and, upon recognizing Yi Tian, momentarily froze. "Yi Tian, what brings you here?" His feelings towards Yi Tian had grown increasingly complicated, especially since he had lost face multiple times because of him. The entire cultivation department was now aware of his missteps. There had once been a prodigious talent eager to join the department. But due to Zhang Sheng's refusal to grant an internal recommendation, the talent had, in frustration, joined the evolution department instead. Particularly troubling was the recent incident when Yi Tian completed a project in an astonishingly brief period, leaving the rest of the project team in disarray. After toiling for so long, they were on the cusp of reaping rewards when Yi Tian emerged out of nowhere, seizing all the glory. The blame for this debacle fell squarely on Zhang Sheng, even prompting the usually composed minister Su Changlin to chastise himself. The secretary glanced at Yi Tian, pondering if he was indeed the young man the rumors spoke of. Yi Tian politely greeted Minister Zhang before revealing his purpose, placing a recommendation letter on Zhang Sheng's desk. Zhang Sheng was taken aback. Had Chu Ying truly bestowed this year's quota upon Yi Tian? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. He did not wish to complicate matters for Yi Tian and promptly signed his name on the recommendation letter. Yi Tian picked up the letter and bid farewell, but was halted by Zhang Sheng. "Yi Tian, please don't leave just yet. Is there something else, Minister Zhang?" Yi Tian inwaited. Zhang Sheng rose, his expression conflicted, and after several moments of contemplation, he seemed to resolve himself. "Yi Tian, if you enter the evolution department because I denied you an internal recommendation, I sincerely apologize." The secretary's eyes widened in astonishment. Having accompanied Zhang Sheng for nearly 2 years, she had rarely witnessed him engage with anyone on equal footing, let alone offer an apology. How remarkable was Yi Tian? Yi Tian smiled. "Minister Zhang, there is no need for an apology. I wasn't angry with you at all. If I were in your position, I too would find it hard to believe that a high school student with a contract stone monkey could possess the capability to enter the research institute." Zhang Sheng gazed earnestly at Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, come to our cultivation department. Your talents should not be squandered in the evolution department." This was Zhang Sheng's ultimate intention. During the assessments, Yi Tian had discovered the optimal ratios for the first time, which could be attributed to sheer luck. However, just days ago, he had again identified the best ratio for the dream technique, which could hardly be deemed mere chance. Yi Tian's aptitude for discovering ratios far surpassed any genius Zhang Sheng had ever encountered. Should Yi Tian choose to join the cultivation department, he might elevate the Wuxi City cultivation department to a status of national, even global, preeminence. "As long as you are willing to join the cultivation department, I will publicly apologize to you once more." Zhang Sheng's words resonated with authority, prompting the secretary beside him to instinctively cover his open mouth. It was astonishing that Yi Tian possessed the capability to compel Zhang Sheng to relinquish all semblance of dignity. Yi Tian, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Minister Zhang, this is not merely a matter of apology. My aspiration in joining the Research Institute has always been to delve into the study of evolutionary pathways." Zhang Sheng frowned, retorting, "You are squandering your innate talents." Yi Tian countered, "How can you presume that my aptitude for evolution is inferior to that of cultivation?" This statement left Zhang Sheng momentarily speechless. He recalled that during Yi Tian's assessment in evolution, his performance had been equally remarkable. Reluctantly, he pressed on. You may identify the optimal ratio for a skill within a day, or even a few hours. But even if granted tenfold the time, can you discern an evolutionary pathway within 10 days? After a brief silence, Yi Tian seemed to ponder, and then declared, I must confess, I believe I've already discovered it. Zhang Sheng chuckled softly. Even if you wish to avoid the cultivation department, there is no need to fabricate such a falsehood. Yi Tian shrugged. Minister Zhang, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. As for whether I can accomplish this, I suggest you await the outcome. It remained uncertain whether Zhang Sheng would participate in the upcoming awards competition. However, when the time arrived, the information would undoubtedly be made public, and Zhang Sheng would inevitably be informed. As Yi Tian departed, Zhang Sheng gazed at the closed door, determination etched across his aged features. One day, I shall guide you back to the righteous path. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he recognized an old researcher from the institute, Xie. When Zhang Sheng first joined, Xie was already present, having extended numerous favors to him in the past. Thus, despite his current position as deputy minister, Zhang Sheng maintained a respect due to Xie. Upon answering, Zhang Sheng intended to inquire about Xie well-being, only to be met with an immediate tirade. Zhang Sheng, I have heard that you have abused your authority, forcing talents that rightfully belong to our cultivation department into the evolution department. How dare you? Zhang Sheng was taken aback and skillfully hung up the phone. This marked the 20th similar call he had received recently. Meanwhile, Yi Tian first delivered the recommendation letter to the designated location before exiting the research institute. He hailed a cab and hurried home, filled with anticipation. Upon arriving, he discovered that Yi Ying had resigned and had not yet returned. He summoned both the Crimson Spirit and the box containing the Starfire. As he opened the box, he was immediately greeted by a familiar notification sound. Simplified plan satisfied. Subsequently, the Starfire levitated, swiftly melting into a pool of crimson liquid, which then entered the body of the Crimson Spirit. Race, Vermilion Bird. Level, Silver 0. Potential, King Beast Sealed. Skills, Starfire Fall Proficient 3. Fire Wings, Novice 3. The data panel displayed that both the race and level were now accurately reflected. However, following the section on potential, the word sealed lingered. With a chirp, Qi Ling joyfully discovered that all of her powers had returned, emitting a resonant call that filled the room with excitement. Then, Yi Tian noticed that the temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. The meat, which had just been taken from the refrigerator to thaw, quickly became limp in a remarkably short time. It was sweltering. Both Yi Tian and the great sage wiped the sweat from their foreheads, struggling to endure the heat. They were astonished by the sheer intensity of the restored Qi Ling, who, without any effort, could naturally influence her surroundings. Qi Ling, please temper your powers, Yi Tian implored. Extending his hand, Qi Ling flew onto Yi Tian's palm. Oh dear, Yi Tian exclaimed, promptly tossing her aside. That is far too hot. I need to splash some cold water. The sensation was akin to touching boiling water. At that moment, Qi Ling realized something was amiss and quickly apologized. Oh, Yi Tian, I didn't mean to. Chapter 70. The Bewilderment of the Crimson Spirit. How to grow strong without training. A man, a monkey, and a bird gathered around a small tea table. The Crimson Spirit had already restrained all the errant energy, its little head drooping. Yi Tian held an ice pack in his right hand, applying it to the spot where the Crimson Spirit had just made contact. Crimson Spirit, do not blame yourself. It is not your fault. The Crimson Spirit, having never lived among humans, lacked a sense of moderation. Yi Tian bore it no resentment. After all, it had merely acted unconsciously. One could only ponder how formidable it might become should it learn to consciously control its power. Now that the Crimson Spirit had fully recovered, Yi Tian found the opportunity to inquire about its origins. Crimson Spirit, have you lived in the ancient battlefield's secret realm since childhood? That is where I formed our bond. Yi Tian had a persistent feeling that the Crimson Spirit was not a creature that could be birthed from such a realm. Historical records revealed that very few beings of diamond potential could be bonded within the secret realm. The official consensus concluded that the highest potential beings within the realm were indeed of diamond grade. The Crimson Spirit shook its head. I have forgotten. All I remember is an expanse of utter darkness, and I cannot tell how long I remained in that state. When the darkness finally dissipated, I found myself in the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, I caught a scent that intoxicated me. Following the aroma, I encountered those two wicked individuals. Yi Tian fell into contemplation. Forgotten memories? This indicated that the Crimson Spirit possessed only a fleeting fragment of recollection, which meant it could not possibly understand why the beast gods sought to capture it. The mention of the word seal on the data panel echoed in his mind. Could it be related to this? Shaking his head, he realized that the information at hand was far too scant to draw any conclusions. Best to let things unfold naturally. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the Crimson Spirit is under a seal, could it also be unsealed? He immediately resolved in his heart, I must simplify the process of unsealing the Crimson Spirit. To his surprise, a notification sounded. Simplification failed. Please cultivate the beast to the king level first. The bad news was that he had failed. The good news was that it was indeed possible. King level, huh? Yi Tian gently stroked the little bird's head of the Crimson Spirit. One day, I shall help you break free from the seal. The Crimson Spirit, puzzled, asked, What is a seal? Nothing of consequence. Yi Tian replied abruptly. After we finish our meal, I will take you to a place to test your strength. Having finally healed the Crimson Spirit, he was eager to discover just how strong a beast chosen by the beast gods could be. Test strength? A battle? The thought of combat ignited inexplicable excitement within the Crimson Spirit. Yes. Yet again, a surge of intense energy washed over them. Yi Tian shot a glare at the Crimson Spirit, which promptly subdued its exuberance. He then prepared dinner, while the great sage engaged in casual conversation with the Crimson Spirit. The Crimson Spirit, with a tone of seriousness, stated, We are both Yi Tian's beasts, but there must be a hierarchy. From now on, I shall be the leader, and you shall be the subordinate. If Yi Tian contracts another beast, let be the third. Do you have any objections? The great sage, having devoted himself to mastering his skills, suddenly opened his eyes. He naturally perceived that the title of leader sounded rather more impressive. Thus, he argued, Why am I not the leader? I have been bonded to Yi Tian longer than you. Qi Ling interjected, The leader is determined by strength. My fists are larger than yours, hence I am the leader. Frankly, Qi Ling had not taken the great sage seriously, viewing him merely as an ordinary stone monkey with potential no greater than silver. In the future, when Yi Tian faced battles against other beastmasters, he would have to rely on his own capabilities. Previously, when the great sage fought alongside the beast god against two beastmasters, Qi Ling had been confined within a jar, on the brink of death, utterly oblivious to the events transpiring outside. In its mind, it was undoubtedly Yi Tian's mysterious power that had vanquished the two adversaries. The great sage extended his monkey paw and grasped Qi Ling's bird claw, asserting earnestly, Indeed, my fists are larger than yours, thus I am the leader. Qi Ling retorted, I was speaking metaphorically, you know. The great sage paused, confused. Who is this metaphor? Why do both you and Yi Tian seem so fond of fighting him? Qi Ling, still intent on preserving its claim to leadership, patiently explained, What I mean is, whoever excels in combat shall be the leader. The great sage, unconvinced, responded, We've never fought. How can you assume I am inferior? The little stone monkey is rather bold. How about we find an opportunity to battle? The moment was interrupted by Yi Tian's voice. Hey, you two. No fighting, especially not indoors. He was genuinely concerned that the two beasts might demolish the entire house. Yet, Yi Tian was also curious about what such a clash between the two would entail. That evening, he planned to take Qi Ling to the artificial realm of the professional house for testing. Perhaps arranging a match for the two beasts would be prudent. As Yi Tian continued preparing dinner, the two beasts engaged in their discourse. The great sage, considering that they would be companions for a considerable time, felt it necessary to foster camaraderie with Qi Ling reluctantly. He presented a gourd of wine before Qi Ling, exclaiming, This is delightful, but you're only allowed a sip. This wine was a golden grade spirit that Yi Tian had recently gifted him. having never tasted such exquisite wine before. The great sage felt that sharing it with Qi Ling was a testament to his sincerity. Qi Ling shook its head. I shall not drink. I must cultivate. I sense that after elevating my level, I might recall certain memories. Despite having forgotten much, the act of cultivation was instinctual, a part of itself that remained intact. It was a bird with exceedingly high standards. The great sage inquired, "What is cultivation? Is it enjoyable?" Qi Ling, taken aback, replied, "Should you not reflect on your own words? How did you ascend to silver without cultivation?" The great sage was bewildered. Isn't drinking wine sufficient? Qi Ling was even more perplexed. You believe that drinking wine can elevate your level? The great sage nodded seriously. Qi Ling wavered, questioning whether the lost fragments of its memory might indeed hold the truth that, as the great sage claimed, drinking could lead to advancement. However, within the secret realm, it observed that other beast tamers were also engaging in their normal training and enhancement. Why not give it a try? Qi Ling inhaled the pungent aroma of the wine, feeling somewhat conflicted. At that moment, Yi Tian approached, tapping his head, exclaiming that he seemed to have forgotten something of great importance. It turned out he had yet to simplify Qi Ling's training. Just as Qi Ling was about to touch the wine, Yi Tian swiftly grabbed it. Then, he silently chanted in his mind, "Simplify Qi Ling's training method. Simplify the skill enhancement of Emberfall. Simplify the skill enhancement of Fire Wings." Soon, 3 notification sounds echoed in succession. Conditions for simplification met. Requirement: devour fire attribute materials. Conditions for simplification met. Requirement 1, 500. 000 dragon coins already satisfied. Requirement 2, stargazing 100H. Limitation: this plan can only enhance proficiency to mastery. Conditions for simplification met. Requirement 1, 500. 000 dragon coins already satisfied. Requirement 2, flight 100H. Limitation: this plan can only enhance proficiency to mastery. Chapter 71. Re-entering the artificial secret realm, the falling starfire. Instantaneous moments, much like the ascension of the great sage, which necessitates the consumption of wine, the elevation of the scarlet spirit demands the devouring of fire-attributed materials. It appears that the enhancement of star-related abilities hinges on the falling starfire, while the augmentation of flight capabilities relies on the fire wings. Fortunately, having previously researched the optimal ratio for the dream technique, I acquired 400 points. Otherwise, given Yi Tian's current expenditure rate, he would surely find himself in debt to elevate his beast level. I earnestly hope that once the evolutionary path of the great sage becomes available in the market, my financial worries will dissipate. As these thoughts swirled in Yi Tian's mind, 3 distinct pieces of information simultaneously emerged within the consciousness of the Scarlet Spirit. It seemed that by merely adhering to the instructions provided, it could grow stronger. The Scarlet Spirit was utterly taken aback. Unlike the Great Sage, which as a low-tier beast had never encountered cultivation methods during its time at the breeding facility, the Scarlet Spirit had only recently formed a contract with Yi Tian and had no prior need for training. Thus, it viewed these developments as entirely natural, remaining oblivious to the extraordinary nature of this newfound power. However, the Scarlet Spirit was acutely aware of its significance. Its wings trembled as it ascended into the air, only to be alarmed by the incessant influx of information regarding the proficiency of its fire wings flooding its mind. What a terrifying might this was! Its fire wings were merely at the novice stage, having undergone minimal training. Based on the Scarlet Spirit's estimations, it would typically require several months of diligent practice to achieve the next level of proficiency. Yet now, it needed only 100 hours, and that too, directly advancing to mastery? What kind of training could flying possibly be? It required no exertion whatsoever. Observing the stars was even simpler. The Scarlet Spirit knew that forming a contract with a Beastmaster would aid in its personal growth. It had always believed that its contract with Yi Tian was primarily a means of repaying a debt of gratitude. However, it had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. The prospect of improvement without effort was truly bewildering. As night fell, the Scarlet Spirit had already embraced this almost effortless sensation, reveling in the experience. Leaning against the windowsill, It gazed at the sky, witnessing the frenzied enhancement of the falling starfire. At that moment, Ying returned. She had submitted her resignation, and though her supervisor initially attempted to dissuade her, even threatening to withhold her entire performance bonus, his attitude shifted dramatically upon learning that she was poised to join the research institute due to her connection with Yi Tian. Thus, Ying successfully resigned, completing the handover process in just one afternoon. After dinner, Yi Tian set out with the Great Sage and the Scarlet Spirit. He intended to visit the professional guild to assess the Scarlet Spirit's strength and arrange a sparring session between the Great Sage and the Scarlet Spirit, while also purchasing some fire-attributed materials for the latter to consume. At this juncture, the bottle of golden-grade spirit wine that the Great Sage had acquired was entirely consumed. To Yi Tian's delight, the Great Sage's inebriation had finally reached a perfect level. The golden-grade spirit wine truly was a remarkable treasure. Race, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver, 37. Potential, Silver. Skills, 8 Direction Staff. Mastery, Intoxication. Perfect, 0. Waiting for Opportunity. Proficient, 67. Meditative Rest. Skilled, 79. Brewing, Novice, 0. Aside from Intoxication, both Waiting for Opportunity and Meditative Rest are gradually improving. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at a familiar place, the entrance to the artificial secret realm. The realm closes at 9 o'clock in the evening, but fortunately, it was only a little past 7. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by the same young lady at the front desk who had assisted him during his last visit. The front desk attendant was resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Upon noticing someone approaching, she instinctively looked up and was met with the face that had haunted her for quite some time. It was him. The last time, her lack of initiative had allowed Yi Tian to slip away, and she had regretted it for several days afterward. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had believed it would be a long time before she would see Yi Tian again, if ever. To her surprise, fate had brought them together once more. Yi Tian, love it. Long time no see. I'm here to enter the secret realm again. Please assist me with the registration. The process was the same as before, starting with filling out the form. Since he had visited before, the information required was significantly less. Well, it's been a while. How'd you been during this time? Yi Tian thought, why is she asking this? And replied nonchalantly, not too bad. The attendant continued, I haven't been doing well. Yi Tian interrupted, ahem, perhaps you should get back to work. The young lady felt a slight pang of disappointment mixed with excitement. Since Yi Tian had appeared again, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Last time, she had mentioned she would be off the next day, but he had completely missed her implication. This time, she decided to be more direct. Yi Tian was not only youthful and handsome, but he was also an aspiring beast master with limitless potential. It was unlikely she would find anyone more suitable for a boyfriend than him. After completing the form, Yi Tian handed it to her. She then produced a wooden token, extending it with both hands toward him. Yi Tian reached for it, but noticed she was struggling to hold it up. Then, he heard her gentle voice. If possible, I would like to wake up next to you and give you a kiss. Was that clear enough? Saying it had taken all her courage. She had never expressed herself so frankly before. To capture a man's heart, one must first. She was willing to go all out for Yi Tian. Even if it didn't work out in the end, she felt it was worth the attempt. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback by her words. After a few seconds of contemplation, he responded, I just woke up and haven't brushed my teeth yet. Won't my breath be foul? The front desk attendant was left speechless. Quickly, Yi Tian exerted a little force, taking the wooden token from her grasp, and turned to leave. If you want to smell bad, not on my watch. The young lady was left in disarray. Are you out of your mind? I was trying to be romantic. Yi Tian, holding the token, approached the entrance. Before entering, I called Zhao Dongdong. He had previously mentioned that I must contact him before stepping into the artificial secret realm to elevate its capacity by 1 level. Once the call connected, I stated my purpose and relayed the small string of code from the back of the small card to Zhao Dongdong, completing the task swiftly. By the way, Zhao, may I remain inside temporarily after completing the challenge? Certainly. I'll adjust the settings for you. Will 5 minutes suffice? That will be ample. Thank you, Zhao. It's merely a small favor. I hung up the phone. Finally, I could enter. Yi Tian smiled at Qi Ling. Let us see if you can surpass the record set by the great sage. Qi Ling replied with a hint of pride, easy as pie. The spark of battle ignited in the great sage's eyes. I won't be the boss. Immediately, Yi Tian led the two summoned beasts into the secret realm. It remained an expansive arena, still hosting 100 silver tier scarecrows. Qi Ling, it's your stage now. Qi Ling soared into the air. Falling star, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sky of the secret realm was adorned with clouds formed from flames. Caw! Qi Ling let out a cry. The fiery clouds fell like shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if cannon fire rained down. The scarecrows were no match for the fiery clouds. To touch them would mean certain death. When the sounds faded, the space was left with nothing but 100 charred lumps of charcoal. Yi Tian couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Goodness gracious! Chapter 72. The Great Sage Versus. Crimson Spirit, was there even a second between entering the secret realm and concluding the battle? Is this truly a beast with the potential of a king? It is utterly terrifying. This marks Yi Tian's first direct encounter with the concept of potential. He took a few steps forward, crouched down, and extended his hand toward the charcoal on the ground. The searing heat emanating from the charcoal burned his hand painfully. The Crimson Spirit flew to Yi Tian's shoulder and cast a glance at the Great Sage. So, do you still dare to fight me? The Great Sage inquired. Fight! The Crimson Spirit was somewhat taken aback by this response. It had anticipated that upon witnessing such a formidable strike, the Great Sage would retreat in fear. Was it not afraid of becoming charcoal itself? The Crimson Spirit felt a tinge of embarrassment. I can fight, but you must wait 3 minutes for my recovery. That last move, Falling Star, while spectacular, took a tremendous toll. Just one strike nearly depleted more than half of my stamina. Furthermore, this technique cannot be used consecutively. After one use, there's a cooldown period of about 3 minutes. The Great Sage brandished his staff. Very well, I shall wait for you. The Crimson Spirit found the Great Sage increasingly perplexing. Could it be that the Great Sage was truly foolish? The disparity in their potential was vast, spanning 3 significant levels from Silver to King Beast. If it were any other Silver potential beast, it would have long since been subdued by its own imposing aura. Yet, here stood the Great Sage, still brimming with fighting spirit. At that moment, Yi Tian smiled and turned his gaze toward the Crimson Spirit. Do not underestimate the Great Sage. You may not necessarily be his match. The Crimson Spirit was taken aback. Even Yi Tian held such an opinion. Its previous disdain for the Great Sage diminished slightly. It maintained an unwavering belief in its victory. If Yi Tian were to judge the outcome of the two beasts, he would hesitate to provide a definitive answer. The Crimson Spirit's record-breaking annihilation of the scarecrows with a single blow far surpassed that of the Great Sage. However, the Crimson Spirit possessed area attack skills, while the Great Sage did not. The Great Sage methodically dispatched each scarecrow with a series of honest strikes. In battles between beasts, numerous factors could influence the outcome, including condition, attribute advantages, skill advantages, and combat experience, among others. Thus, just because the Crimson Spirit had lost to the Beast God and the Great Sage had triumphed, it could not be concluded that the Great Sage was superior. Ultimately, only through combat would the truth be revealed. Nevertheless, in his heart, Yi Tian leaned slightly more toward the Great Sage, having spent more time with him. After a few minutes, the Crimson Spirit's stamina had recovered somewhat, and its skills were once again at its disposal. The monkey and the bird positioned themselves at opposite ends of the secret realm, with Yi Tian acting as the referee. At the sound of his command, the battle would commence. Great Sage, Crimson Spirit, let it be known that while fighting is permissible, restraint is paramount. Competition comes second. Friendship comes first. Do you understand? Both beasts answered in unison, understood. Very well, let the battle begin. As Yi Tian's voice echoed, the Great Sage seized his staff and swiftly advanced toward the Crimson Spirit. The Crimson Spirit took to the air without hesitation. Both wings ignited with an orange-yellow blaze. Originally, the creature, known as Qi, was no larger than a palm. Even when fully extending its wings, it barely measured 2 palms wide. However, the flames that suddenly sprouted from its wings expanded its width to over 1 meter. The great sage, grasping the wine gourd at his waist, took a swig, and in an instant his speed surged once more. The perfected state of his intoxication transformed the great sage into a mere blur, rendering Yi Tian's eyes incapable of keeping pace. How astonishingly swift! Qiliang was taken aback, recalling Yi Tian's myriad wonders. It was no surprise that this monkey dared to confront it. Not to mention, the great sage's speed was indeed unparalleled among silver-tier beast tamers. Yet, mere speed was insufficient. Just as the great sage swung his staff, Qiliang had already soared to a height of 10 meters. I naturally occupy an invincible position. Just as Qiliang believed itself secure, the great sage propelled himself upward, startling it. One moment, he was on the ground, and the next, he appeared directly before it. Is this a celestial monkey? Boom! A terrifying gust from the staff surged towards Qiliang. In that fleeting moment, Qiliang felt an immense pressure, greater than during its previous battle alongside the beast god. Instantly, it made a decision and veered to the side, yet the great sage's attack still struck its wing. The right fire wing was shattered into glowing fragments, dissipating into the air. Fortunately, as flames are not corporeal, it regrew after escaping the great sage's onslaught. Meanwhile, the great sage plummeted back to the ground under the influence of gravity. In this initial clash, Qiliang found itself at a disadvantage, standing firmly on the ground. The great sage placed one hand on his hip while pointing his staff at Qiliang. Now, do you witness my might? Surrender, Qiliang. The previously disdainful glint in Qiliang's eyes faded, replaced by seriousness and resolve. The great sage's strength far exceeded its expectations. Not only was he formidable among silver-tier beast tamers, but he likely had few rivals even among gold-tier beasts. Yet, even so, it was not enough to compel Qiliang to concede. This was merely the beginning. With a powerful flap of its wings, Qiliang conjured a fireball before it. Go! The fireball descended like a cannonball, hurtling towards the great sage. The great sage's response remained steadfast with a single swing of his staff. Bang! The staff collided with the fireball, causing it to explode. However, Yi Tian keenly observed that the great sage's hand trembled slightly upon retracting his strike. Clearly, shattering the fireball was no trivial feat. The battle intensified, with the monkey and bird exchanging blows. Due to its innate advantages, Qiliang held a slight edge. It continuously unleashed fireball assaults, turning the great sage into a target. Yet, the great sage was not entirely on the defensive. He would occasionally leap unexpectedly, striking Qiliang with his staff. To ensure the fireball's precision, Qiliang could not ascend too high, thus granting the great sage opportunities to counterattack. This monkey is quite a nuisance, Qiliang lamented. It had initially believed it could easily subdue the monkey, which emboldened it to engage in battle despite its waning stamina. Little did it anticipate the great sage's extraordinary prowess. What rendered the situation most exasperating was that, in the intervals of fending off the fireballs, the great sage inexplicably closed his eyes. Yet, upon reopening them, it became evident that his stamina had increased ever so slightly. The monkey and the bird exchanged dozens of blows, yet while Qiliang's energy steadily dwindled, the great sage remained in peak form. With formidable strength, terrifying speed, and remarkable agility, coupled with an unfathomable and rapidly regenerating stamina, the combination was nothing short of nauseating. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. There was no choice but to employ the Starfire Descent. Qiliang resolved to unleash her ultimate move to conclude the battle. At that very moment, Yi Tian's urging voice echoed. Great sage, Qiliang, shall we postpone this duel? Time is running short. Before entering, he had conferred with Zhao Dongdong about a mere 5 minutes. Now, that time was nearly up. Both Qiliang and the great sage declared in unison, no way. Yi Tian. Chapter 73. The secret realm has been disturbed again. Yi Tian discerned a common trait among his two beasts of mastery, their propensity for combat. Qiliang gazed down upon the great sage, whom it regarded as an equal adversary. Great sage, should you withstand my next strike, I shall concede defeat. Moments later, billowing clouds of fire ascended into the sky. Is it this technique, once more? Yi Tian chuckled softly. If this were all, victory would elude the great sage. But no, it was not over yet. Instead of plummeting directly, the fiery clouds converged upon a singular point. Meanwhile, the great sage remained poised, waiting for the opportune moment. In mere seconds, the fire clouds coalesced, transforming into a massive avian creature, reminiscent of Qi Ling, yet significantly larger. Even from a distance, Yi Tian could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the firebird, as if it sought to incinerate all in its path. Before the firebird, the great sage was drenched in sweat, its fur bristling in disarray, yet its eyes shone with unyielding brilliance. Great sage, it is not too late to surrender. Qi Ling's voice, while melodious, carried an undeniable authority. The great sage bellowed defiantly, "Come." Qi Ling chuckled lightly, "You, my second brother, have my acknowledgement. Go." With a resounding boom, the entire sky within the secret realm was cast in hues of orange and yellow. The firebird flapped its wings, hurtling towards the great sage. Exhausted, Qi Ling could no longer sustain the fiery wings, reverting to its original form. Just as the firebird was about to descend, the great sage did not launch an immediate attack, but retreated several meters. Qi Ling smiled. "Have you fled? Do you think this will allow you to evade?" The firebird was intrinsically linked to Qi Ling, who could manipulate its trajectory. But wait. Qi Ling's eyes widened in alarm. It intended to redirect the firebird. It saw the great sage charging towards it. Yi Tian's expression brightened in realization. So, boom. The great sage unleashed the mystical 8-direction staff. Golden staff shadows surged upward, wreaking havoc with fervor. The golden and orange hues finally collided, producing a thunderous roar. The ground trembled, and the air warped around them. Even the sky was cleaved in twain by the clash of these formidable energies. Sizzling sounds echoed as bolts of lightning crackled at the juncture of their forces. "I shall be the leader," the great sage roared, gripping the staff with all its might. Boom! The moment of resolution approached. Bang! The firebird, drained of its energy, succumbed to the relentless assault of the great sage's staff, shattering into a myriad of fiery sparks. The great sage raised its arms triumphantly, exulting in victory. Both Yi Tian and Qi Ling gazed in awe at the spectacle. The scattered sparks danced around the great sage, singeing its fur with blackened spots, yet it remained undeterred. Qi Ling sighed, "I have lost." Taking a few steps forward, Yi Tian approached the great sage and affectionately patted its head. "Well done." The great sage relished Yi Tian's touch, basking in the moment. Unbeknownst to him, the height of the great sage was nearing Yi Tian's chest. The sage's final strike was not merely a calculated assault complemented by the 8-direction staff. It was also propelled by the advantage of inebriation. Positioned a dozen meters away, he prepared to attack, and, as his speed reached its zenith, he swung the staff, further amplifying its power. This was a masterful amalgamation of 3 skills. Had it not been for this, the outcome may have been uncertain. At this moment, Qi Ling finally acknowledged the prowess of the great sage. Yet, with a hint of pride, she retorted, "If it weren't for my dwindling stamina, if only my skill proficiency matched yours, if I could execute combination techniques, I would never have lost." The great sage scratched his head. "I don't care. I won, so I'm the boss." Qi Ling bowed her head, silently vowing, "In 30 years, fortunes will change. One day, I shall reclaim my position as the elder brother, as a majestic beast with the potential to dominate." Losing to a silver-tier beast was intolerable. Yi Tian chocolate heartily. Following this battle, the relationship between the two beasts would surely improve significantly. Indeed, Qi Ling was worthy of her royal beast potential. Both of her skills were at the golden level, and despite her proficiency being far inferior to the great sage's, she still managed to hold her ground. Once her skills reached greater proficiency, how formidable would she become? Nevertheless, Yi Tian would not neglect the great sage due to Qi Ling's impressive potential. After evolution, the great sage's potential would similarly experience a substantial enhancement. That day was not far off. "Time is of the essence. Let us depart," Yi Tian announced as he prepared to leave the secret realm. However, just before his exit, he suddenly noticed an irregular black line in the air, where the great sage had delivered his final strike. It was a fissure, and it was spreading. Yi Tian's lips twitched slightly. Could be. Has the secret realm encountered trouble again? Once outside, he would need to inform Engineer Zhao immediately. After a few more seconds, the countdown concluded, and Yi Tian was transported out of the secret realm. Upon returning to the real world, he lifted his gaze to find Zhao Dongdong awaiting him. "Are you here to see me?" Yi Tian greeted. Zhao Dongdong promptly replied. Although he was a veteran at the professional guild, he dared not underestimate Yi Tian in the slightest. According to Zhao Dongdong, he had come to inspect the secret realm. "Engineer Zhao, it's fortunate you arrived. I might have caused another issue with the secret realm," Yi Tian noted. Zhao Dongdong paused, instinctively responding, "Impossible. I have already raised the threshold for the secret realm's endurance. As long as the power limit does not exceed golden, there should be no damage to the realm." After all, Yi Tian's monkey had already caused a significant ruckus in the silver secret realm. A flash of insight struck Zhao Dongdong as he recalled that this was only Yi Tian's second visit to the secret realm. Smacking his forehead, he realized the misunderstanding. "Yi Tian, damage to the terrain during battle is entirely normal," Zhao Dongdong elucidated. "The secret realm possesses self-repairing capabilities. Once the next beast master enters, it will return to its original state." This question is not only posed by Yi Tian. Many beast masters visiting the artificial secret realm for the first time also inquire about it. They wonder about the large holes they've created in the ground or the trees they've scorched on a mountainside. Noticing Yi Tian's lingering unease, Zhao Dongdong chuckled heartily. "When I enter to conduct repairs shortly, I will specifically check on that. You can rest assured now that you've exited the secret realm, right? Even if there were any issues, you would not be held liable." Yi Tian nodded in agreement. "That's reassuring." He exhaled in relief, promptly handing over the wooden token to Zhao Dongdong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bid farewell and departed. Watching him leave, the front desk attendant appeared somewhat forlorn. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongdong, intrigued, picked up the token and approached the machine beside the front desk to review Yi Tian's results. He secured second place in his first attempt. Surely he must have achieved first this time. Soon, Yi Tian's results materialized on the screen. As Zhao Dongdong had anticipated, the named Sheng ascended the silver-level leaderboard, now proudly occupying the top position. Yet, Zhao Dongdong remained momentarily stunned. Chapter 74, The Disordered Man in Black. Is cousins target Yi Tian? In Zhao Dongdong's expectations, Yi Tian should have been able to complete the task in a few seconds, perhaps even over 10 seconds, faster than last time. Yet, what is this 1 second displayed on the screen? He found himself questioning his existence, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. No mistake there. Zhao Dongdong's lips twitched. Goodness. He was witnessing history. He had every reason to speculate that the record set by Yi Tian might never be surpassed by anyone again. After standing in a daze for several minutes, Zhao Dongdong finally regained his composure. This news must be reported to the director. Just as he picked up his phone, he realized that the scheduled inspection time was fast approaching. According to regulations, he had to clock in at the secret realm before the time arrived. Otherwise, his salary would be docked. He decided to conduct the inspection first and then seek out the director afterwards. Zhao Dongdong snatched up a box of entry tokens and briskly made his way to the entrance of the artificial secret realm. His daily duties commenced. Bronze 01, no issue. Bronze 02, no issue. Silver 03, no issue. Silver 04, wait a moment. Why is Silver 04 destroyed? Upon entering the Silver 04 secret realm, Zhao Dongdong discovered that it was already in ruins. Did Yi Tian not enter Silver 04? Goodness, he wasn't lying. He truly caused a problem with the secret realm. Zhao Dongdong was filled with doubt. He had temporarily reinforced Silver 04, after all, unless an attack surpassing the threshold of gold was unleashed. Was Yi Tian's beast too formidable? The problem was, wasn't Yi Tian a silver beast master? Could he not adhere to some basic common sense? After inspecting all the secret realms, Zhao Dongdong returned to the hall and immediately called Wang Lin. The call connected. "Director, I have something to report," Zhao Dongdong said. "Is it important? Let's discuss it tomorrow. I'm quite busy at the moment." "Well, it's about Yi Tian." I thought you might be interested, so I'll hang up now. Wait, go ahead. I've thought it over. I could spare a few minutes. Zhao Dongdong silently rolled his eyes and proceeded to explain. Yi Tian has once again entered the artificial secret realm and shattered the record. He is now in first place. Good. I suspected he could do it. Let me guess how long it took him. Under 20 seconds, right? The director was truly perceptive. Yi Tian completed it in just 1 second, precisely within the 20-second mark. Wang Lin fell silent. You call that just right? However, Yi Tian's performance did indeed astonish him. 1 second meant he finished almost immediately after entering. It was truly unfathomable how he achieved this. Zhao Dongdong paused for a moment before continuing. Not only did Yi Tian clear it in 1 second, but he also exceeded the realm's limits and power, causing damage to the secret realm. Wang Lin instinctively furrowed his brow. Did you not adjust the realm's durability? It is entirely normal for Yi Tian to damage the secret realm. I had raised the threshold by 1 level, yet it was still destroyed, Zhao Dongdong replied. Wang Lin fell silent once more, taking a long time to finally ask, "Where's the video?" Unfortunately, as I entered the secret realm, the surveillance device placed in the sky had already been shattered by a spatial rift. The storage ship was reduced to fragments, irreparable. All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lin was left speechless for a long time. This young man has grown stronger again, hasn't he? He contemplated a possibility. It seemed that the great sage had likely mastered a group attack skill. Given Yi Tian's nurturing abilities, it was indeed plausible. As for Qi Ling, he had overlooked her. Qi Ling's future lay a decade ahead. This was a good thing. The stronger the great sage became, the more likely they were to achieve favorable results in the exchange competition. Wang Lin drummed his fingers on the table. He had already reported Yi Tian's news last time. Why had there been no response yet? Meanwhile, Yi Tian returned home and lazily sprawled on his bed. Only a few days remained before leaving school. Yi Tian planned to directly approach Zhou Tiangang on the day of his departure to handle his withdrawal. Finally, he could enjoy some well-deserved rest. Oh, by the way, he should find time tomorrow to check on the new house. He opened his phone and entered the class group chat, which he hadn't T-checked in a long time. The group messages had long reached 999. After a brief glance, he lost interest. The discussions mainly revolved around how to nurture beast companions to bronze level. Class monitor Zhang Hao's beast companion had successfully broken through 5 days ago, securing a spot in the top 100 nurturing speed rankings, bringing honor to the class. Additionally, 2 Dark Horse contenders had followed closely behind, breaking through 2 and 3 days ago, respectively. Yi Tian succumbed to a deep slumber. At that moment, outside the ancient battlefield's secret realm, a cloaked figure was caught in disarray amidst the wind. The secret realm was about to close. Why had Zhaixing and Scorpion not emerged yet? The figure began to sense that something was amiss. While Yi Tian slept and the cloaked figure was in turmoil, Song Jia's Song Qinghang was diligently nurturing his beast companion. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and the sound of a fingerprint scanner outside the door. Turning around, he saw that his father, Song Wei, had returned, accompanied by his cousin, Song Yuan. "Qinghang, still training your beast companion?" Song Yuan inquired while changing his shoes. Showing concern for Song Qinghang. "I heard from Uncle that you got up early to train. You haven't stopped since, have you?" Song Qinghang nodded. "Yes. I've had Lanlan training all day." The intensity of Song Qinghang's dedication left Song Yuan somewhat astonished, prompting him to advise, "Qinghang, training your beast companion requires a balance of work and rest." The moonlight cat, Lanlan, maintaining an unusual posture while absorbing spiritual energy, chimed in with a sound of agreement. Song Qinghang shook his head. "Cousin, I have a goal I must surpass. He works hard, and I must work even harder." Song Yuan chuckled, seemingly reminiscing. "Ah, so that's how it is. I once had a rival like that. We competed fiercely, neither willing to concede. In the end, both of us were accepted into the Mountain Mist Beast Academy." Song Qinghang continued to train with the Moonlight Cat. As Song Qinghang felt a bit parched, he prepared to pour himself a glass of water. Just after filling the glass and turning back, he noticed, beside the Moonlit Cat, a rubber training dummy. Affixed to the dummy's head was a note. Song Yuan chuckled softly. "Let me see the name of the person whom Qinghang aspires to surpass." As he moved closer, he discerned the name Yi Tian. Song Yuan, the person my cousin wishes to surpass, is Yi Tian? No, it could merely be a coincidence of names. Surely it must be that way. Yet, he recalled that when Song Wei first introduced Yi Tian to him, he had mentioned that Yi Tian was a classmate of Song Qinghang. Tentatively, he inquired, Qinghang, the Yi Tian you wish to surpass, does he possess a contracted beast that is a stone monkey? Song Qinghang was taken aback. Cousin, how did you know? It was undeniable. Chapter 75. The new house. Yi Ying was taken aback. Did Yi Tian have another sister? Song Yuan gazed at his resolute cousin, somewhat hesitant to speak. This must be what they call ignorance breeds fearlessness. He had once clashed with Yi Tian, though clash might be a misnomer. It would be more accurate to say he had been unilaterally overwhelmed by Yi Tian. Song Qinghang struggled to keep up with himself, let alone attempt to match Yi Tian. Cousin? Shall we perhaps set a different goal? Why? Song Qinghang frowned. Cousin, do you know Yi Tian as well? Do you think I am inferior to him? Song Qinghang felt a flicker of anger. At present, I may not measure up to him, but I firmly believe that through diligence, I will gradually close the gap. One day, I shall surpass him. Song Yuan thought to himself, I fear the distance will only grow. Just as he was about to share his insights about Yi Tian with Song Qinghang, he was interrupted by the sound of a cough. Song Wei approached and pulled Song Yuan aside. Xiao Yuan, come. We need to discuss something. Song Yuan, bewildered, was led far from Song Qinghang. Realization dawned upon him as he inquired, You wish for me not to disclose anything about Yi Tian to Qinghang? Song Wei nodded. After all these years, this is the first time I have witnessed such fierce determination in Qinghang, and it is all because of Yi Tian. If he were to learn that catching up to Yi Tian is utterly impossible, I fear it would adversely affect his morale, at least until the college entrance examinations. I hope he can maintain his current zeal. Song Yuan nodded, and as he glanced back at Song Qinghang, a tinge of pity filled his eyes. This child, should he ever discover that the goal he has been pursuing is forever out of reach, would undoubtedly suffer a profound blow. In just 2 days, Yi Tian successfully secured a new residence, a 3-story detached villa with a yard and basement, albeit for rent. The monthly rental of 30,000 long coins was exorbitant, even for the obscure city of Wushu. Its location was conveniently close to the professional home. Yi Tian had viewed several properties, ultimately selecting this one for 2 reasons. First, his current earning potential was substantial, and there was no need to skimp on quality of life. If he was to move, he would choose the best. Second, the proximity to the professional home offered heightened security. Although Wang Lin had suggested that the beast god's impending arrival was merely a ruse, Yi Tian still felt an undercurrent of crisis. Better to be safe than sorry. If the beast god truly intended to stir trouble, the vicinity of the professional home would undoubtedly be one of the safer areas in the entire city. The siblings had accumulated a modest amount of belongings over the years, and a rideshare moving truck managed to transport everything in one trip. Standing in the yard, watching Yi Ying bustle about, Yi Tian felt a swell of accomplishment. Sister, I'm here to help. That evening, the family relaxed on the plush sofa, with Yi Ying utterly exhausted yet unable to suppress her radiant smile. Yi Tian sighed, Sister, why don't we hire someone to assist us? Yi Ying immediately countered, Why spend that unnecessary money? From now on, I'll take care of all the household chores. I have inquired, and it seems that my future work at the Research Institute will be quite leisurely. I shall leave at 3:30 every day. You must allow me some tasks to occupy my time. With hands on hips, I remarked, Isn't it just 3 floors and a basement? Quite simple. Yi Tian shrugged. It was evident that Yi Ying truly relished the arduous journey. Well, as long as you're happy, I conceded. Not only Yi Ying, but also the 2 beasts seemed quite exhilarated. The expansive yard behind the house, exceeding 100 square meters, had evidently transformed into a playground for Desheng, and Qi Ling, Desheng, could finally frolic freely. The previous room was less than 50 square meters, partitioned into 2 rooms and a hall. With such strength, Desheng often found it difficult to restrain himself, either damaging the sofa or the bed. All in all, everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. After dinner, Yi Tian called Zhou Tiangang. With the school term fast approaching, he wished to give Zhou Tiangang a heads up. Old Joe, it's like this. I intend to withdraw from school. Upon learning that Yi Tian had been recommended by the Research Institute to teach at the Beastmaster Academy, Zhou Tiangang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, given Yi Tian's current circumstances, remaining at school seemed unnecessary. After a brief contemplation, he replied, Xiao Tian, how about this? You need not come to school for the remaining time. I will assist you in taking a leave of absence. When the other students graduate, I will send your diploma to you. This way, we can neatly conclude your student years. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, questioning, isn't that somewhat against the rules? Zhou Tiangang laughed heartily. I am the principal. What I say is the rule. Moreover, the purpose of running a school is to cultivate talent. As long as the goal is achieved, the process can be flexible. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. All right, thank you, old Zhou. Zhou Tiangang replied. There is no need for gratitude between us. After a pause, his tone grew slightly serious. Yi Tian, you are the best student I have ever taught. I am proud of you. After hanging up, Yi Tian felt a tumult of emotions. There was a sensation of being recognized. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang again. It was Zhou Qiang. Xiao Tian, I heard you were going to be a teacher at the Mountain Mist Beastmaster Academy? Yes. Yi Tian wiped away the non-existent sweat. Old Zhou has quite the loose lips. I am familiar with the academy. When do you report? If you need, I can accompany you and introduce you around. Speaking of which, I am merely a high school teacher, and you are now a university lecturer. I feel a bit unbalanced. Nonetheless, overall, I was genuinely pleased. After all, Zhou Qiang had witnessed Yi Tian's growth every step of the way. How absurd. It has barely been a month, and Yi Tian has achieved a remarkable leap from an ordinary student to a genius, from a student to a member of the Research Institute, and now, astonishingly, he is a university lecturer. Yi Tian first expressed his gratitude for Zhou Qiang's kindness and then continued. For the time being, I have yet to receive any notification. Should the need arise, I shall reach out to Sister Qiang. The two continued their conversation, with Qiang predominantly speaking while Yi Tian listened attentively. Upon ending the call, Yi Tian noticed that Yi Ying had quietly positioned herself behind him, her ears perked up and her face alight with curiosity. Xiao Tian, who is this? From the tone of her voice, it seems she is a girl, and you two converse for quite some time. Yi Ying nudged Yi Tian with her elbow. Do tell me, is she your girlfriend? Now that you are an adult, Sister wholeheartedly supports your romantic endeavors. Yi Tian observed the gleam of excitement in Yi Ying's eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. No, it's just an older sister. An older sister? Ying was momentarily taken aback. What? My little brother has another older sister out there? Chapter 76. Skills Breakthrough in Succession. The month's deadline approaches. Yi Tian chuckled twice, rising to prepare for his new bed. He no longer needed to attend school. Now he awaited the commencement of the City Exchange Competition S training camp. With a quick calculation, he noted that less than a week remained. The details regarding the time and location had already been sent to Yi Tian's phone by Wang Lin via email. With some funds still at his disposal, Yi Tian perused the software of the Professional House and Research Institute before retiring for the night. He yearned to purchase a few bottles of golden-grade spirit liquor. However, the production of golden-grade spirit liquor was exceedingly scarce, making it a rare find in stores. And a moment's inattention could result in someone else claiming it first. Yi Tian pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. If acquiring golden-grade spirit liquor was so challenging, how would he manage with diamond-grade? It seemed he would need to pick up the brewing skills of the great sage soon. These past few days, Yi Tian had enjoyed a leisurely existence. He even took the time to fulfill his earlier promise to Lu Bo, completing 50 of the project work. The reason it wasn't 100 was simply that Yi Tian wished to ensure Lu Bo felt a sense of involvement. In the courtyard, he prepared 4 lounge chairs, 2 for themselves and 2 for their beast companions. That afternoon, the great sage delivered splendid news. Its 2 skills had successively advanced. The great sage had grown accustomed to keeping its eyes closed, only opening them when necessary. Suddenly, its tightly shut eyes flew open, emitting a faint aura. Yi Tian then witnessed the breakthrough to proficiency in its meditative state. Simplification conditions met. Requirement 1. 1,000,000 dragon coins satisfied. Requirement 2. Defeat 1. 000 opponents of the same level with eyes closed, 1000. Enhancement. Achieving 100 battles with eyes closed can elevate the skill to perfection. Yi Tian was astonished. 1,000 times? Wasn't that a bit excessive? He decided to accumulate gradually. Given the great sage's current strength, even with eyes closed, it would find it challenging to lose against opponents of the same level. Before half an hour had passed, the great sage trembled again, poised to break through to perfection. Simplification conditions met. Requirement 1. 1,000 dragon coins satisfied. Requirement 2. Defeat 1,000 opponents of the same level at night, 1,000. Yi Tian paused, finding it rather fortuitous. The two simplification tasks could be undertaken simultaneously. By allowing the great sage to remain closed-eyed at night while defeating 1,000 foes, he could facilitate its growth. It was time to bestow upon the great sage a sensory skill. Regrettably, sensory skills were exceedingly rare, and despite spending an afternoon at the mall, Yi Tian could not locate a suitable skill for the great sage. He had no choice but to acquire the contact information of the store manager, requesting to be notified promptly when suitable stock became available. Aside from the great sage, Qi Ling was also steadily progressing. Before it lay a heap of small red stones, which it would occasionally pick up and munch on, crunching them like sunflower seeds. These are the silver-grade fire attribute materials acquired by Yi Tian. Much like the great sage, Qi Ling requires materials of the corresponding level to progress, and only through their consumption can one derive benefit. Regrettably, the funds earned previously are dwindling. Fortunately, enduring for another 10 to 20 days should pose no significant issue. A couple of days later, before 8 in the morning, Yi Tian was roused from slumber by the clamor emanating from downstairs. Curse it! How many times has he admonished the great sage to refrain from frolicking so early? Yet, his words fall upon deaf ears. Habitually, he illuminated his phone screen. It is worth noting that today marks a significant occasion, the end of the 1-month period. It is once again time for the students to return to school. However, what concern is that of mine? With a press of the screen, he plunged back under the covers, blocking his ears, and resumed his slumber. Meanwhile, Song Qinghang had arrived at school early. Brother Hang, long time no see. Good morning, Brother Hang. As he traversed the path from the entrance to his class, numerous students recognized him, to which Song Qinghang responded courteously to each. Perched upon his shoulder was his beast companion, the moonlight cat. It appeared utterly adorable. Hey, you can't merely describe it as cute. It's a rare beast. It should be characterized as powerful. The moonlight cat seemed to sense the chatter surrounding it, baring its teeth in response. Those who had spoken were startled. Only after Song Qinghang had distanced himself did they dare resume their conversation. Wow, what an impressive aura. My beast has also advanced to bronze, but in comparison to the moonlight cat, the difference in presence is like heaven and earth. Sigh. No wonder he is the top student. As a prominent figure within the school, Song Qinghang inevitably became the subject of discussions. Initially, when he entered the school, he held his head high, but by the time he reached the classroom, it had drooped and his face flushed with embarrassment. How awkward. It is entirely the school's fault for insisting on waiting a month before revealing the complete list. The homeroom teacher of class 17, Sun Chong, was also on her way to the classroom. Teacher Sun, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Some sweet-talking students greeted her. And while Sun Chong feigned modesty, she felt a surge of delight within. Although she was nearing 40, she believed her charm had not faded. Hey, Teacher Sunday, Teacher Liu. Sun Chong and Liu Zheng, both veteran teachers at the school, shared a good rapport. Liu Zheng clasped his hands in greeting. Haha, I must congratulate you in advance. Teacher Sunday, Sun Chong looked puzzled. Congratulations for what? Liu Zheng rubbed his hands together. Sun Chong soon grasped his meaning. The school not only rewards the top 100 students, but also recognizes the teachers. The better the students perform, the greater the bonuses for the teachers. It's just a small sum. Nevertheless, a flush crept onto Sun Chang's face. She had been lurking in the class group chat and knew that at least 3 students from her class had made it into the top 100, particularly the class monitor, Zhang Hao, whose performance was exceptionally remarkable. Among the 40 classes in the entire grade, the top 60 spots were predominantly claimed by 2 elite classes. leaving the remaining 38 classes to vie for the remaining 40 places in the top 100. The performance of Class 17, with 3 students scoring above 100, is indeed commendable. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows mischievously. This is no trivial sum. It seems you are unaware, but let me tell you, on the day I was on duty. Never mind. I shall refrain from divulging it. Revealing it would spoil the surprise. With that, Lu Zheng departed, leaving Sun Chong in a state of bewilderment. Shaking his head, that old Lu, always the enigma. Upon entering Class 17, he found that most students had already arrived. The clock struck 9. Zhao Yang sat in his seat, gazing at an empty desk towards the back of the classroom. Where is Yi Tian? As a fellow companion of the contract stone monkey, he had much to share with Yi Tian. Could it be that he overslept? On such an important day? How would he possibly miss it? Chapter 77. Song Qingyang. I await you at the Mountain Mist Beast Master Academy. Sun Chong cleared his throat twice, capturing the attention of everyone present. All right, everyone is gathered. Please line up and follow me to the gymnasium for the award ceremony. I also have some delightful news to share. Yesterday, we received word that our esteemed alumni from previous years have been invited as guest speakers. Are there any questions? No? Then let us proceed. Class 17 arranged themselves in a neat line, ready to embark. Where is Yi Tian? Nearly everyone noticed his absence. Yi Tian had always been one of those inconspicuous individuals in the class, lacking both friends and foes. Yet, after nearly 3 years together, he had made some impression on his peers. Someone inquired about Yi Tian, and Sun Chong replied that he was on an extended leave. The students were puzzled. Taking a long leave right before the college entrance examinations? They wondered. However, considering Yi Tian's usual academic performance and his contracted beast, it seemed that his participation in the exams would make little difference. For the majority of beast masters with contracted stone monkeys, the future typically involved seeking employment at a distillery, striving to evolve their stone monkeys into stone monkey kings, and then fervently cultivating brewing skills. Sun Chong harbored similar thoughts, but he was astonished to learn that Yi Tian had a connection to Zhou Tiangang. The information about Yi Tian's leave had been relayed to him by Zhou Tiangang. As the students chattered animatedly, they soon gathered at the gymnasium, which was brimming with 40 classes. The leaders of the school sat solemnly at the podium. At the center, adjacent to Principal Zhou Tiangang, sat a somewhat plump young man. He must be the esteemed alumnus, they presumed. The award ceremony commenced, personally presided over by Zhou Tiangang. The first segment involved introducing each member of the podium. The students were familiar with everyone except the young man, so they listened attentively during his introduction. Zhang Hao, the class leader of Class 17, felt a sense of anticipation. I am eager to see just how outstanding this alumnus truly is. Zhou Tiangang's voice resonated. This is Lu Bo, a graduate of the class of 3018, 5 years ago. Your senior, Lu Bo, is not only an exceptional alumnus of the Mountain Mist Beast Master Academy, but has also passed the evaluation of our Mountain Mist City Research Institute within just 1 year of graduation. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. While only a select few could gain admission to the Beastmaster Academy, it was not an extremely rare feat. What astonished everyone was that Lu Bo, who appeared rather unremarkable, was actually a working researcher. Some students, unfamiliar with the Research Institute, curiously asked those around them, "Is being a researcher impressive?" The immediate response was a chorus of derision. Let me put it this way. The number of researchers is far fewer than that of professional beastmasters. Each one is a top-tier talent. In our entire city, with a population of over 1 million, there are barely 1,000 researchers, a true selection of the finest. Everyone was taken aback by this figure. Lu Bo is truly remarkable. Even Song Qinghang could not help but cast a sidelong glance. His father was a businessman, potentially wealthier than most researchers. However, when it came to social status, he fell somewhat short. Zhou Tiangang was quite pleased with the students' reactions, justifying his decision to invite Lu Bo. In truth, Old Zhou, I'm also a researcher, albeit of the second level. Zhou Tiangang felt a moment of pride. Yet Lu Bo was in the evolution department, while he belonged to the cultivation department, making it quite difficult to compare their standings. After introducing everyone on stage, Zhou Tiangang remarked, All right, let me say a few words. He then commenced a speech that lasted half an hour. Below, Song Qinghang scanned the room, frowning slightly. Where was Yi Tian? Why hadn't he arrived? As the second-place winner, he actually had no desire to attend the award ceremony. His sole purpose for coming was to confront Yi Tian and deliver some harsh words. Song Qinghang believed that would be quite impressive. If Yi Tian was absent, then what was he still doing there? He decided to leave. Thus, Song Qinghang approached his homeroom teacher to request leave. Though the teacher felt it was a pity that Song Qinghang would miss the commendation, he readily approved. After all, Song Qinghang was his most proud student, and such a small request must be honored. Brother Hang, are you leaving? Yeah, I'm going to train with my beasts. As they watched Song Qinghang's departing figure, the others pondered. No wonder Brother Hang can secure first place. Not only does he possess great talent, but his dedication surpasses ours. Upon exiting the gymnasium, the first thing Song Qinghang did was call Yi Tian. Ding! Yi Tian, disturbed from his slumber by the ruckus, now felt quite irritable. He heard the notification sound on his phone. Who could be calling me this early? Upon answering, he realized it was Song Qinghang. Yi Tian, why aren't you at school? I don't want to go. From Yi Tian's voice, Song Qinghang deduced that he had just woken up. Yi Tian, you're being complacent. Yi Tian thought, is this person unwell? Song Qinghang chuckled lightly. You are the man I regard as my rival. Though you are destined to be surpassed by me, I do not wish for this journey to be so effortless. Hey, could you please watch less of those juvenile shows? Song Qinghang's face flushed slightly. Do you not understand the fervor of youth? I am not being juvenile. After a pause, he inquired, by the way, Yi Tian, which academy do you plan to attend? He believed that with Yi Tian's exceptional abilities, he had numerous choices. I'm going to Mountain Mist Beast Tamer Academy, Yi Tian replied honestly. Song Qinghang's voice suddenly escalated, nearly a shout. Yi Tian, I'll be waiting for you at the Mountain Mist Beast Tamer Academy. Then, with a click, the call ended, leaving Yi Tian with a bemused expression. I didn't finish my sentence. I'm going there to be a teacher. This child hangs up so quickly. Meanwhile, the awards ceremony was proceeding in an orderly manner. Finally, they reached the segment honoring the top 100 beast tamers. Zhou Tiangang held 2 pages of the list, reading the names from the back to the front in succession. Ranked 100th, Wu Pingyu from Class 2 took 25 days and 1 hour. Ranked 99th, Zhang Nan from Class 6 consumed 24 days and 22 hours. The names were read aloud by Zhou Tiangang one by one. Sun Chang finally understood why Lu Zhang had congratulated him. It turned out that within their Class 17, there was another child who had remained silent in the group chat, yet had also secured a spot in the top 100. With this, my class boasted a total of 4 students in the top 100. How delightful. Among the many ordinary classes, Class 17 truly stood out. The list continued. Soon, they arrived at the second place. The second place was Song Qinghang from Class 1, who took 2 days and 12 hours. Everyone paused in surprise. Wasn't Song Qinghang supposed to be in first place? The first place went to Yi Tian from Class 17, who completed it in just 1 day. When the name of the first place was announced, the entire venue erupted in excitement. The name Yi Tian was unfamiliar to most. Moreover, wasn't Class 17 considered an ordinary class? Chapter 78. Lu Bo's speech. Zhang Hao widened his mouth in astonishment, turning stiffly to his neighboring classmates. Did I just hallucinate? What a coincidence. I thought I was hallucinating too. Several voices chimed in unison. Zhang Hao fell silent. While 1 or 2 hallucinations could be dismissed, the simultaneous delusions of a group were utterly implausible. The only explanation was one he was reluctant to confront. Not far away, Zhao Yang also found himself questioning his existence. Have my companions forsaken me? The name Yi Tian might be common, but within Class 17, there was undeniably only one Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Sun Chang was nearly overwhelmed by the sudden revelation. What? The top student is in our class? Is this the surprise Lu Zhang spoke of? This is truly astonishing. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was equally bewildered, stepping forward to question Zhou Tiangang. Principal, is there some misunderstanding here? Zhou Tiangang shot him a glare. Do you doubt the results I personally validated? Under Zhou Tiangang's imposing aura, the teacher retreated. But, only 1 day? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Others turned their gazes toward Yi Tian in unison. He declared, Yi Tian is a true genius in beast mastery. With that, the matter was settled, and no one dared to voice further objections. In truth, for the majority present, their astonishment was fleeting, and they felt no other emotions. Regardless, the top spot bore no significance to them, whether it was Yi Tian or Song Qinghang. What difference did it make? Of course, those who had ties to either Yi Tian or Song Qinghang thought otherwise. The individuals who had previously congratulated Song Qinghang now found themselves in excruciating embarrassment, realizing only now why Song Qinghang had chosen to leave hastily. Meanwhile, the members of Class 17 remained in stunned silence, struggling to accept that Yi Tian, a seemingly inconspicuous figure for 3 years, had suddenly transformed into someone to be revered by all. Zhao Yang recalled their earlier encounter on the road with Yi Tian. Oh my, it turns out everything he said back then was true. He also remembered the bet concerning eating a table. Zhao Yang bowed his head deeply, thinking to himself, I am invisible, I am invisible. Zhang Hao too reflected on the earlier instance of tagging Yi Tian in their group chat. Clearly, Song Qinghang had been aware all along that Yi Tian was the top student. How awkward. If you were the top student, why didn't you say so sooner? Of course, had Yi Tian declared his status earlier, Zhang Hao likely would not have believed him. Suddenly, someone spoke up with a hint of jealousy. What is so remarkable about being first? Rapid breakthroughs signify nothing substantial. At most, it means an earlier evolution and mastery of brewing skills. Besides, considering Yi Tian's family background, he can't even afford the materials or pathways for evolution. He still needs to find a distillery to work and save money, just like any other beastmaster with a contract stone monkey. Many nodded in agreement. Indeed, the contract stone monkey was a limitation for Yi Tian. Yet, there were those who coldly remarked, oh dear, why do I feel as though bile is about to overflow from my stomach? They could not forget the reward for this year's first place. Prompted by this individual, others recalled that the prize for this year's top performer was unprecedentedly generous. The evolutionary path and materials had already been prepared for Yi Tian. How infuriating! I am consumed with jealousy. The first speaker's face flushed slightly, yet they refused to concede defeat. A momentary lead does not signify anything. Let us wait for 20 years and see who thrives better. In my opinion, perhaps this fleeting advantage was achieved through Yi Tian's unscrupulous means. Silence, everyone. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher, Sun Chong, furrowed her brow, cutting off the students' discussion. Although she too was puzzled by how Yi Tian had accomplished this, the principal had said nothing. So who were they, mere students to prattle on? Moreover, Yi Tian was also one of her students. Regardless of the thoughts of those present, the awards ceremony continued. After reading through 100 names and offering praises, it was time for the outstanding graduate, Lu Bo, to speak. As soon as Lu Bo stood up, the audience erupted in cheers, and Class 17 was no exception. Senior Lu Bo is truly remarkable. I have decided that I too shall become a researcher. You? Look in a mirror. You can't even get into the Beast Tamer Academy, and you aspire to enter the Research Institute? Senior Lu Bo is the real big shot. Did you see that? Even the principal holds great respect for him. Shoo! Do not speak. I wish to listen intently to Senior Lu Bo's speech. Lu Bo began his address, first reminiscing about his student life, and then revealing the years of hard work that had brought him to this moment. He concluded with words of encouragement for all students. 5 years ago, I stood where you are now, in this gymnasium filled with confusion. At that time, I felt inferior because I realized that no matter how far I progressed, there were always those who surpassed me. No matter how hard I strived, I could never be the best. But so what? Must I give up simply because I cannot compare to others? No, I believe that is not the way. This year, during my assessment for the Research Institute, I encountered an extraordinary genius. His talent is so formidable that I could not hope to match it, even with a lifetime of effort. But why should I compare myself to him? I need only to compare myself to my past self, ensuring that tomorrow's version of me is stronger than today's, and that is sufficient. Lu Bo continued his speech, instilling a sense of aspiration among the audience. To them, Lu Bo was already a figure of prominence. What then could be said of the genius he could not surpass? As the speech concluded, the hall erupted in fervent applause. Zhou Tiangang summarized a few remarks and officially declared the ceremony at an end. Classes exited in an orderly fashion. The individuals at the podium prepared to depart as well. Lu Bo approached Zhou Tiangang, saying, "Teacher Zhou, I hope I didn't embarrass you." Zhou Tiangang patted him on the shoulder, commending him for his excellent speech. "By the way, Teacher Zhou, which class is Yi Tian in?" "Class 17. "Great. May I visit the head teacher of Class 17? "Ha, feel free to go." Zhou Tiangang gestured towards Sun Chong, indicating that as the teacher in the yellow jacket. Lu Bo nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." This was also one of Lu Bo's motivations for coming to the school to speak. He wished to gain deeper insights into Yi Tian through his head teacher, to understand his personality, interests, and hobbies, among other things. Yi Tian's ascent was already unstoppable, destined to become a figure of such stature that one could only look up to. Was this? This is a golden opportunity. To put it plainly, Lu Bo wished to ingratiate himself and align with a powerful ally, hence his need to first understand Yi Tian's inclinations. Chapter 79. Crimson Spirit, are we going to fight? The great sage inquired. No, came the reply as Class 1 gradually exited the gymnasium. It was still far from the turn of Class 17. At that moment, Sun Chong was receiving congratulations from other homeroom teachers. "Sun Laosher, you are quite the hidden gem." "Congratulations." Sun Chong felt immensely pleased. "Ah, is merely good fortune." Just then, a keen-eyed teacher noticed Lu Bo approaching their gathering. The students quickly caught on. "Is Senior Lu looking for someone?" "The exit ISNT in our direction." Lu Bo drew nearer, his gaze fixed squarely on Sun Chong. The surrounding teachers exchanged puzzled looks. "Sun Laosher, could Lu Bo be one of your students?" Sun Chong shook her head. "No, Lu Bo was one of the top 3 students in the school back then, so I remember him well. His teacher has already retired." Sun Chong was equally perplexed. What could Lu Bo want with her? Although Lu Bo was younger, and one was a teacher while the other a student, in terms of social standing, she felt she could hardly compare. Surely it wasn't a case of a student harboring a secret crush on a teacher, was it? She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Well, it is indeed possible. After all, I still possess a certain charm." As Lu Bo closed the distance, the students fell silent, the faint sound of heavy breathing audible. This was their first close encounter with such a significant figure. The tension was palpable. Finally, Lu Bo halted before Sun Chong, a warm smile gracing his face. Everyone held their breath, a blend of confusion and anticipation surrounding the first words he would utter. Sun Chong felt particularly anxious. She had never had any prior interaction with Lu Bo. What if he were to confess something? Lu Bo finally spoke. "Hello, Sun Laosher. Are you the homeroom teacher of Yi Tian?" The crowd was taken aback. "Yi Tian? Lu Bo has come to find Sun Chong because of Yi Tian? Could it be that Yi Tian's recent achievement of first place had drawn Lu Bo's attention?" Sun Chong felt a twinge of disappointment and replied, "Yes. May I ask what you need?" Lu Bo smiled. "I am now a colleague of Yi Tian's at the Research Institute. Having returned to my alma mater, I am curious about what kind of person he was in high school. If you have time, could you share some stories with me?" A profound silence enveloped the room. "Colleague?" Lu Bo was a researcher at the Institute, which implied that Yi Tian was also a researcher. "Sun Laosher?" Lu Bo waved his hand in front of Sun Chang's face. "Are you listening to me?" Sun Chang finally snapped out her shock. "Ah, yes. I am free at the moment." Lu Bo then led Sun Chang away, leaving the students in a state of stunned silence. Meanwhile, approaching 10 o'clock, Yi Tian finally rose from his bed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and prepared to embark on a delightful day. After receiving a call from Song Qingyang, he promptly silenced his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a staggering 99 unread messages. Curiosity piqued. He opened them to find they were from his high school classmates. It was evident that their excitement stemmed from the announcement of the rankings. Some congratulated him, while others sought his guidance. A few merely wished to cultivate a better rapport with him. Several girls even invited him out for milk tea over the weekend. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. "Do they wish for me to gain weight?" "Not a chance. He selected a few classmates with whom he shared a good rapport and replied briefly before setting his phone aside. As afternoon arrived, Yi Tian was engrossed in research when he suddenly felt a surge of heat erupt beside him. It was the result of Qi Ling's fire wings reaching mastery. Initially, the fire wings were merely a novice skill, while Starfall was a proficient skill. However, Starfall could only be enhanced under the presence of stars, causing its progress to lag behind that of the fire wings. With a joyful chirp, Qi Ling soared into the air, its fiery wings now extending over 10 meters. A gentle flap of its wings sent a wave of warm air sweeping across the courtyard. It was sweltering. Yi Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly commanded Qi Ling to revert to its normal state. This summer heat was unbearable, yet he thought once winter arrives, Qi Ling's abilities will be invaluable. The great sage, who had been napping with his eyes closed, was roused by the warm breeze. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qi Ling hovering before him. "Great sage, let us have another match. This time, I won't lose to you." The two skills of Qi Ling were closely interconnected. The fire wings could summon fiery energy, coalescing it into a powerful attack, while Starfall relied on the flame energy summoned by the fire wings. Previously, Qi Ling, with only novice fire wings, could engage in a back and forth with the great sage. Now, with the fire wings having broken through 2 levels, Qi Ling felt it was time to reclaim its position as the leader. The great sage shook his head. No match. He then closed his eyes again. He was no fool. As long as he refused to fight, he would remain the leader. What if he lost in a match? Qi Ling grew anxious. "Are you afraid?" The great sage languidly replied, "The leader has the right to decline the challenge of the second in command." Yi Tian chuckled at the scene. The great sage's demeanor was both infuriating and endearing. It was worth noting that the great sage's height and intelligence were gradually increasing. Qi Ling was furious. Yet there was nothing it could do since the great sage declined the challenge. Yi Tian had a strict rule against letting the two beasts fight at home. If they wished to spar, it could only occur in the secret realm. Yi Tian cracked his knuckles. "Please simplify Qi Ling's fire wings to perfection." Condition for simplification met. Requirement 1. 3 million dragon coins, not met. Requirement 2. Stay in a fire attribute environment for 100 hours, 0100H. Restriction. Fire attribute environment must reach 50 energy concentration. Note, after 10 hours, fire wings can break through to perfection. 3 million dragon coins? After this period of expenditure, Yi Tian found himself without the 3 million dragon coins. Let us set this matter aside for now. Is a fire attribute environment required? Yi Tian's eyes lit up. This was fortuitous. Qi Ling sulked to the side, while the great sage dozed off, sipping on his drink. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was preparing for entry into the secret realm. The training camp commenced in just 2 days, and he needed to formulate a strategy in advance. The secret realm he was destined to enter was known as the Three Kings' Secret Realm. It was named thus because the 3 beast masters who discovered it all bore the surname Wang. Within the realm, there existed 3 elemental attributes: gold, fire, and wood, with Yi Tian's clear objective being the fire attribute. He had come across information on the forum of the professional house, indicating that someone had once obtained fire spirit stones from the 3 Kings' Secret Realm, precisely what the great sage required for evolution. Thus, aside from assisting the great sage in gathering evolutionary materials, he now had an additional reason to venture inside, to aid Qi Ling in seeking an environment with a concentration of fire attribute energy exceeding 50. According to the data Yi Tian had gathered, there were 3 locations within the 3 Kings' Secret Realm that possessed singular elemental environments. Among them, the blazing volcano represented the fire attribute. At the summit of the blazing volcano, there were several hot springs. At the bottom of these springs, fire spirit stones might be nurtured. Therefore, the blazing volcano became Yi Tian's target destination. He spent 2,000 dragon coins to purchase a rough map of the 3 Kings' Secret Realm and took notes on the precautions summarized by his predecessors. With the strategy complete, he awaited departure in 2 days. Chapter 80. Entering the secret realm of the 3 kings Mu Yin and Wu Hongyu from the professional home, were engaged in their respective preparations. Wang Lin was making phone calls to the beast tamers participating in the training session, expressing his concern for each of them in turn. The duration of the calls revealed the depth of his care. While most conversations were concluded within a minute, his talk with Yi Tian lasted a full 30 minutes. Upon ending the call, he felt assured that Yi Tian was in good spirits. With Yi Tian's call completed, only one remained. The phone rang, and soon it connected. Muyen, how are your preparations coming along? Not too shabby. That's splendid. This training session will rely heavily on you. Muyen was not only a contestant in the exchange competition, but also the coach designated by Wang Lin. His appointment as a coach stemmed not only from his formidable strength, but also from his exceptional talent as a beast tamer. His memory was astonishingly sharp, and his computational skills were formidable, earning him the nickname Human Calculator. Wang Lin surmised that if Muyen had any interest in becoming a researcher, he would undoubtedly have entered the research institute with top honors. After a moment of concern, Wang Lin inquired, "Have you reviewed the materials I sent you?" "I have. There are several promising beast tamers this time. What is your opinion of Yi Tian? A prodigious talent. How does he compare to you?" "The future remains uncertain, but for now I surpass him." Muyen had witnessed Yi Tian during the professional assessment, and to be candid, he was quite astonished. However, this astonishment stemmed primarily from the stark contrast between Yi Tian's youth and his impressive strength. Had it been Muyen in Yi Tian's place, he too would have dispatched the Dragon Guard effortlessly. Winning isn't merely about having hands, is it? Wang Lin chuckled. "I hope you can extend him some special attention. He is a remarkable find." Muyen nodded. "Certainly." Wang Lin continued, "I trust you to handle this. However, do keep in mind to be cautious. We wouldn't want to instill any psychological shadows in Yi Tian." "Understood." After hanging up, Wang Lin's face reflected anticipation. 2 days passed swiftly. During this period, both beasts had made notable advancements. Qiling had reached 30 of the silver level, while Desheng, thanks to Yi Tian procuring 2 bottles of golden level spirit wine, had achieved a remarkable 90 progression. It felt as if they were soaring like rockets. 1 bottle remained with a small portion left. Based on Yi Tian's estimates, it would take no more than 2 days to consume the remaining wine and reach a full 100. Stretching lazily, he prepared to depart. "Sister, I'm off," he called out. He had already informed Yi Ying about his training and participation in the city exchange competition, and she was very supportive. "Be safe." The distance from home to the secret realm of the 3 kings was considerable, and the taxi fare cost nearly 200 yuan. As he approached, he spotted a pale yellow circle standing in the open space. This must be the entrance to the secret realm, he thought. The entrances to secret realms are often peculiar. Some resemble actual doors, like the bronze door leading to man-made realms, while others take the form of various transparent membranes, such as that of the secret realm of the 3 kings. Before the entrance to the secret realm, there stood a pavilion. According to the email sent by Wang Lin, Yi Tian was to wait for someone named Muyen, who would guide him into the secret realm. Several individuals were already seated in the pavilion in small groups, and it was uncertain whether Muyen was among them. It would be prudent to enter the pavilion first, as regulations stipulated that taxis could not approach the entrance of the secret realm directly. Yi Tian had to disembark a kilometer away and walk the rest of the way. "Hey, brother in front, are you also here for the training camp?" Suddenly, as he walked midway, he heard someone seemingly calling out to him. Turning around, he saw a round-faced man who, upon noticing Yi Tian, appeared momentarily taken aback. "Wow, so young," the man said, quickening his pace to walk alongside Yi Tian, scratching his head. "Haha, my apologies, I must have mistaken you for someone else. You are here for the trials in the secret realm, aren't you?" The 3rd King's secret realm only permits beast masters of gold rank and below to enter. Many students from various academies choose to train there. "My name is Wu Hongyu, what about you?" Wu Hongyu was quite familiar. Yi Tian, feeling a bit helpless, replied, "I'm Yi Tian, and I am indeed here for the training camp in the secret realm." Wu Hongyu smiled. "Is it organized by your academy?" "Haha, during my university days, I often participated in similar activities." Yi Tian rolled his eyes. "City exchange competition." Wu Hongyu perked up with curiosity. "May I ask how old you are this year?" 18. "And what rank of Beastmaster are you currently?" "Silver." Wu Hongyu scrutinized Yi Tian once more, his expression one of disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, He seemed to have a revelation. An 18-year-old silver rank must be an exceptionally gifted beastmaster. There were 10 participants in the city exchange competition, but in addition, there would be 10 alternate candidates. Yi Tian was likely among the alternates, arriving early to acclimatize to the competition atmosphere in preparation for his official participation in a few years. Wu Hongyu clapped Yi Tian on the shoulder. Don't feel too much pressure. Your stage will come in a few years. For now, just watch how I shine. Yi Tian was too indifferent to respond. The two soon entered the pavilion. Upon seeing Yi Tian, the others momentarily paused, though no one spoke. Just as Yi Tian settled down, a hawk's cry echoed from a distance. Looking up, he noticed a dark spot in the sky that was rapidly approaching. Soon, a large gray-black eagle with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters descended before the pavilion. A serious-looking man wearing glasses jumped down from the eagle. Several individuals in the pavilion immediately stood to greet him. Brother Yin, the bespectacled man, walked into the pavilion, surveying the room before finally resting his gaze upon Yi Tian. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his gaze and introduced himself. For those who may not know me, I am Mu Yin, a participant in the exchange competition and the head of this training camp. As everyone gathered, the next step was to follow me into the secret realm. With that, I retrieved 14 wooden tokens from the Beast Master space, corresponding to the total of 14 Beast Masters present, distributing 1 token to each individual. I led the way towards the entrance of the secret realm. Once Mu Yan's figure had vanished from this space, curiosity sparked among the onlookers. Mu Yan, how is it that he serves both as a contestant and a training instructor? A swift response came. You must be new to this training session. It is precisely because he possesses exceptional prowess. How exceptional? The one who had replied first surveyed the individuals within the pavilion before chuckling softly. At the very least, he surpasses everyone in this pavilion. With that, they followed Mu Yin into the secret realm. Beside Yi Tian, Wu Hongyu scoffed softly, murmuring, "What a grand display of power. I wonder how many moves he can withstand under my command." One by one, the Beast Masters entered the secret realm, with Yi Tian bringing up the rear. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and when it brightened again, he found himself in an entirely new world. Chapter 81. Mu Yin, let us all come together, surveying the surroundings. One finds oneself in an expansive meadow. In the distance, 3 towering mountains are faintly visible, each in a different direction, drawing upon the map imprinted in his memory. Yi Tian swiftly identifies one of these peaks as his destination, the blazing volcano. Mu Yan's stern voice resonates. Everyone gather around me. Once all have assembled, Mu Yin formally commences the discussion. To save time, I shall briefly outline our plans for the next 5 days. We will proceed to the Wood Spirit Mountain, where we will take turns battling the beasts residing there. Each individual is expected to engage in no fewer than 1,000 bouts. I will meticulously record the combat data during each match, followed by analysis and guidance post-battle. The singular aim of this training camp is to enhance the practical combat skills of your beasts. After 5 days, we will participate in an exchange match with the Beastmasters from Fire City. Fire City is in proximity to Mist City. It can be reached by car in approximately 3 hours. The expressions of the group turn somber. 1,000? That implies we must engage in at least 200 battles each day. Mu Yan's gaze sharpens. Is there a problem? A voice timidly speaks up. Brother Yin, 200 battles each day? The beasts will not have sufficient time to recover their stamina. Mu Yan replies. I have anticipated this scenario and have consulted with the director, who has arranged for a healing expert to join us. He will arrive shortly to oversee the recovery of our beast's vitality and provide medical assistance. Mu Yin continues. Are there any further inquiries? A hand raises. Coach, the competition includes a total of 20 participants, both main and alternate, yet we are only 14. The training camp does not mandate participation. However, you cannot withdraw at this stage, Mu Yin clarifies. Yi Tian suddenly interjects. Coach, may I inquire if we are to remain at Wood Spirit Mountain the entire time? The Wood Spirit Mountain, being predominantly of the wood attribute, is not Yi Tian's intended destination. Mu Yin affirms, indeed. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, probes further. Is there any free time for activities? None, Mu Yin responds. Yi Tian, still hopeful, asks if I complete my 1,000 battles ahead of schedule, will I not be permitted to engage in free activities? Many gaze at Yi Tian in astonishment. Goodness, we all perceive the quantity as overwhelming, and yet you wish to finish it early. Mu Yin, momentarily taken aback, asserts, no, the 1,000 battles are merely the minimum requirement. Furrowing his brow, Yi Tian reflects that the training is secondary. Reaching the blazing volcano is his primary objective. He inquires, may I take a leave of absence? Or what conditions must I fulfill to earn some freedom? Mu Yin grows increasingly irritated by Yi Tian's barrage of questions. I have stated it is not permissible. It simply is not. Unless you can defeat me, my words are the law within this realm. Several beastmasters familiar with Mu Yin instinctively take a step back upon hearing this. They have long understood the formidable prowess he possesses. Initially, it was presumed that Yi Tian would concede, yet unexpectedly, a contemplative expression emerged upon his countenance. Is that so? Very well. Mu Yan chuckled softly. Wang Lin had previously contacted him, specifically requesting that Yi Tian be accorded special consideration. Without administering a lesson, this young man would remain blissfully unaware of his own limitations. At that moment, however, another individual stepped forward, one who was even quicker than Yi Tian. Wu Hongyu, with a derisive demeanor, picked at his nose and directed a disdainful gaze towards Mu Yan. Hey, you Mu Yan, right? The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an aversion. If you aspire to be my coach, I shall ascertain your qualifications. Come, let us engage in a match. Should I prevail, you will heed my commands within the secret realm. Mu Yan responded with a disdainful smile, surveying the assembly. Is there anyone else? Step forward together. As his words resonated, two more beast tamers emerged. One, with a grin, remarked, I am merely curious about the extent of the coach's prowess. The other inclined his head, stating, I'm simply going along with the trend. Mu Yin loosened his wrists, having anticipated the emergence of dissenters. Rather than face non-compliance during the subsequent training sessions, it was far better to establish authority early on, ensuring they understood the gravity of the situation. Those representing the city in battle were, without exception, prodigies and prodigies. By nature, often possess an air of arrogance. Mu Yin specialized in addressing such talents. Several beast tamers who had previously interacted with Mu Yin were already stifling their laughter. One commented, this is Brother Yan's 4th training session. The pre-training challenge has nearly become a tradition. Haha, we were once as brash as these greenhorns. Newcomers who had not participated in the challenge expressed curiosity and inquired, this is my first time attending the training, and my first selection as a competitor in the exchange match. How many times have you seasoned veterans participated? Twice. 3 times. The most experienced among them boasted 4 times. The newcomer, intrigued, asked what were the outcomes of the previous 3 competitions. Did the coach emerge victorious? The veteran with 4 participations chuckled. Remove them off from your inquiry. Meanwhile, Wu Hongyu furrowed his brow and addressed the 2 who had stepped forward afterward. Challenges must adhere to a sequence. It was agreed that you would follow me. Yi Tian cleared his throat. Then I am the first. Having already entered the secret realm, arriving at the blazing mountain sooner would undoubtedly be advantageous. Mu Yin scoffed. What is there to dispute? All of you may come at once. With that, he waved his hand, summoning a pitch-black, humanoid beast before the crowd. Furthermore, you may deploy all of your beasts. I shall rely solely on this one. This is Brother Yan's shadow. Is he not permitting Shaoqing to emerge? Ah, indeed. It is unnecessary. An elder participant chuckled. Wu Hongyu raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, arrogance. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a beast of his own, a tiger exceeding 3 meters in length. I alone suffice. And let it be known, no one dares to contest with me. Having been preempted by Wu Hongyu, Yi Tian felt exasperated, yet he was reluctant to engage in an uneven match. Mu Yin smirked, you will come to regret this. Brilliant. Unleash your power. Wu Hongyu roared. Brilliant was the name he had bestowed upon the tiger. The tiger stretched its body, gathering strength, and then pounced fiercely towards the shadow. The shadow, seemingly oblivious, remained motionless even when the tiger's claws were mere forearms length away. What an impressive tiger! The onlookers felt the formidable aura emanating from the tiger and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Even Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing the source of Wu Hongyu's confidence. The tiger's prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of any golden-tier beast he had ever encountered. The newcomer who had previously inquired felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, the battle would not conclude so swiftly. Had they known, they might have dared to step forward. An elder nearby let out a scoff. Indeed, the battle is about to reach its climax. In a mere instant, the tiger's claws could sever the shadow's entire form. But just as the claws were about to make contact, the shadow merely shifted its body slightly and nonchalantly raised a hand. Chapter 82. The terror of the human calculator maintaining a posture of evasion. The shadow extended a hand and pointed in a certain direction. Was evasion truly that effortless? Many individuals furrowed their brows. Yet what did that gesture signify? Was he merely pointing at the air? But in the next moment, they comprehended the shadow's intent. The tiger, propelled by immense inertia, continued its advance. Its abdomen, an exposed vulnerability, collided directly with the location of the shadow's fingertip. Wu Hongyu's face displayed horror. That area was a vibrant flaw. It was over. The vibrant flaw. Wu Hongyu panicked, but just as the finger was about to pierce the tiger, the shadow momentarily blurred. The sharpness of the finger vanished, making contact with the tiger's abdomen without inflicting any harm. Wu Hongyu finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Mu Yan's voice rang out. Your strength is commendable, but your agility is lacking, showing no defensive awareness. You're too weak. Wu Hongyu did not retort this time. He felt a wave of dejection, fixating intently on Mu Yan. How did you achieve that? Mu Yan's beast, having anticipated the vibrant flaw's attack trajectory, had preemptively prepared for the strike at that very point of vulnerability. Wu Hongyu felt akin to a monkey being toyed with. Mu Yan adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, reflecting a glimmer of wisdom as he spoke. I have watched the combat footage of your beast, so I am aware of its attack patterns, the extent of its force, and its speed. I understand what each moment's action signifies. I also know how it will act in the next instant. How is that possible? Wu Hongyu could hardly believe it. Combat is an entirely dynamic process. There is no time for leisurely contemplation. If you're provided with a camera to slow down the actions by 100-fold, he could roughly predict his opponent's subsequent moves. But this was real combat. Mu Yan smiled. This is the allure of data. He could faintly hear hissing sounds from behind him. Many newcomers were utterly in awe of Mu Yan. No wonder he was chosen as our coach. He truly is the most suitable person. The seasoned players, however, were already accustomed to such displays. It was hardly surprising. It was no joke. Yenge is indeed a human calculator. Yi Tian expressed some astonishment. Mu Yan, this must be the true essence of exceptional talent. Indeed remarkable. Mu Yan then turned his gaze to Wu Hongyu. According to the rules I have established, you may all engage together, so you have another chance. After a pause, he continued, the difficulty of defeating me is exceedingly high. So here rests the deal. The four of you can team up. As long as you can force my beast to retreat a single step, I will consider it a victory for you. I'll even add a point. If you manage to defeat me, I will allow you to take over as coach. Mu Yan's voice was utterly calm, yet it exuded a profound confidence. Wu Hongyu's veins throbbed. He felt insulted, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, I accept the wager. I concede. For the next 5 days, I will do whatever you ask of me. Mu Yan nodded. Your character is quite decent, better than I had anticipated. He then turned to the others. And what about you? The two individuals who had previously stepped forward had initially contemplated conceding due to the recent battle. However, confronted with Mu Yan's almost humiliating provocation, they resolved to engage in combat once more. After exchanging glances, they agreed to proceed. It was a matter of pride. As 4 beast masters, if they could not even force the shadow back a single step, they might as well find a wall to crash into. They did not factor in Yi Tian, who stood apart from them, leading them to believe he had surrendered. A minute later, all 4 beasts were dispatched with a single stroke. Mu Yan gestured toward the ground, remarking that there were no walls in the secret realm, suggesting they might as well choose the ground to meet their demise. The 2 beast masters felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. They could only feign ignorance and retreat shamefully into the crowd, simultaneously vowing never to provoke Mu Yan again, for his abilities were truly formidable. Before him, Their beasts seemed like fools, willingly colliding with the oncoming assault, a deeply frustrating experience. Mu Yin turned around, instructing everyone to follow him in an effort to reach the Wood Spirit Mountain within half an hour. Just then Yi Tian's voice echoed from behind. Ahem, coach. I'm still here. Mu Yin glanced back, surprised to see that Yi Tian was not jesting. Was he still holding on to hope? The others regarded Yi Tian with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "You are quite bold." A newcomer voiced his discontent, urging him not to waste everyone's time. After witnessing Mu Yan's prowess, he was eager to begin training. Wu Hongyu also patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, encouraging him with, "Brother, give it your all." He did not believe Yi Tian could triumph, but he felt that a man should stand resolute, even when faced with an insurmountable adversary. Mu Yin, somewhat resigned, replied, "All right, then let us proceed." According to Wang Lin, Yi Tian had one beast that was temporarily unavailable, leaving only the stone monkey at his disposal. Previously, during the professional assessment, Yi Tian had acted as an examiner, allowing the stone monkey to battle in hundreds of matches. The data from those encounters was etched in Mu Yan's mind. He might understand the great sage even better than Yi Tian did. Yi Tian inquired of the two beasts in his space. Anyone willing to fight? Both beasts eagerly volunteered. And ultimately, the victor was determined through a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the great sage enjoying a stroke of luck. The moment the great sage was summoned, Mu Yan's brow furrowed. Something was amiss. The monkey had grown significantly larger, at least 1/3 taller than during the professional assessment. He soon relaxed, deciding to adjust the data upwards by 30. Everything remained within his control. This was no ordinary stone monkey. It was the Stone Monkey King. Many could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment, not expecting such a peculiar contender among the participants. The great sage stood 20 meters away from the shadow, curiously surveying the foe. "What a strange beast, devoid of features and entirely black," he remarked. "Coach, shall we begin?" Mu Yin replied, "Yes." "Great sage, go forth." Upon receiving the command from Yi Tian, the great sage took a swig of liquor and surged forth with vigor. He swiftly approached the shadow and struck with his staff. The shadow, as before, merely inclined its body slightly to evade the blow. This seemingly trivial movement exuded an air of elegance. It could be said that had there been a mere moment's delay or the slightest deviation in posture, the attack would not have been entirely avoided. It was over. Mu Yin had already anticipated the great sage's next move and silently signaled to the shadow. The shadow raised its hand, while the great sage, as Mu Yin had predicted, advanced towards the black hand. Yet, just as they were about to collide, the great sage's speed surged explosively, closing the distance to the shadow's form before the black hand could fully rise. Boom! The staff swung forth. This strike was immeasurably stronger than the first. Alarm bells rang fervently in Mu Yin's mind. In an instant, he analyzed the current data concerning the great sage. Something was amiss. The data on this stone monkey was flawed. Chapter 83. The official appointment of Mu Yin as assistant coach, setting off towards the blazing mountain, the Bafang staff, now elevated to an extraordinary level, has increased in power as anticipated due to the progress in rank. However, the speed has surged to 19 times greater than before, an enhancement that transcends mere rank advancement. Astonishing. Has this monkey's skill surpassed its limits once again? Calm down, remain composed. A transparent model of the great sage rapidly formed in Mu Yin's mind, detailed down to every sinew. The direction of the muscles indicated the trajectory of the great sage's movements. Coupled with speed and strength, the answer emerged. This strike would be unbearable. Standing still, there would be no evasion. Retreat. At the 7 o'clock position, 32 centimeters away, speed at 35 ms, prepare to counterattack. Mu Yin devised the optimal solution. The great sage's data exceeded his expectations, yet a brief calculation restored confidence to Mu Yan's countenance. Whoosh! For the first time, the great sage's Bafang staff missed its mark, the gust from the staff carving immense fissures into the ground. Now, at the 2 o'clock position, extend the arm. Speed at 40 ms. To Mu Yin's eyes, the great sage appeared rife with vulnerabilities. However, the explosive speed and power were so formidable that a swift resolution was unattainable. A prolonged battle was inevitable, one that would deplete stamina while searching for opportunities. Yet, Yi Tian's next words left Mu Yin momentarily stunned. "All right, great sage, come back." The great sage, puzzled but obedient, turned away. The shadow, its hand was already suspended in midair. According to the great sage's normal trajectory, it should have made contact by now. Yi Tian's voice drifted through the air. "Coach, have I won?" It was then that Mu Yin grasped the situation. The great sage's unexpected prowess had propelled him into a combative mindset, momentarily clouding his thoughts and causing him to forget the promise made earlier. The shadow had indeed retreated a step. By the rules he had stated, he had lost. Disastrous. The great sage bounced back to Yi Tian's side, confusion evident. "Yi Tian, why didn't you let me continue?" Yi Tian stroked the great sage's head. "No rush. There will be more opportunities ahead." Yi Tian also recognized that Mu Yin possessed formidable strength and was exceedingly difficult to contend with. If he allowed the great sage and the shadow to fight, given the stamina of a gold-tier beastmaster and the great sage's meditative state, it could drag on for hours without a decisive outcome. He was unwilling to squander time. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, particularly those seasoned competitors, their faces etched with disbelief. The myth they held in their hearts had crumbled. Wu Hongyu had faltered, and even the combined efforts of two beastmasters had failed. Yet, the one least anticipated by the crowd, Yi Tian, had triumphed? Absurd. When did the stone monkey become so formidable? The speed and strength the great sage had unleashed were utterly incomprehensible. Wu Hongyu's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an apple. This young brother, why does he seem even stronger than I am? He had personally experienced the extent of Mu Yan's prowess. Upon entering the secret realm, he initially regarded himself as the foremost member of the team. However, after his encounter with Mu Yan, he was relegated to the second position, and now it seemed he might soon find himself in third place. The participants gradually began to comprehend the situation, and their gazes towards Mu Yan now carried a hint of schadenfreude. Mu Yan's complexion shifted through shades of blue and purple. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have refrained from boasting. How could he have encountered such an anomaly as Yi Tian? In truth, Mu Yan did not always adhere to the same set of rules. He would first input the challenger's data and mentally simulate the outcomes, ensuring his victory before making any declarations. Under normal circumstances, the combined efforts of several individuals would indeed be insufficient to compel the shadow to retreat. Yet, he had never anticipated facing a monster like Yi Tian. In a remarkably short span, the data surged dramatically, far exceeding his expectations. His arrogance had backfired. What was he to do? Mu Yin found himself a loss. Was he truly to cede the position of coach to Yi Tian? If so, what would become of the training sessions over the past few days? The director would undoubtedly berate him for such a failure. Alternatively, could he pretend he had said nothing? That was also impossible, given the multitude of witnesses present. Perhaps he could adopt a more shameless approach. At that moment, Yi Tian cleared his throat, capturing Mu Yan's attention. Surely, the coach wasn't considering evasion? That would be preposterous. Mu Yan felt anger bubbling within him. Mu Yan, will certainly keep my word. This brat truly deserved a beating. Yi Tian nodded. Then it is settled. From this moment onward, I shall assume the role of coach. Turning to Mu Yan, he proclaimed, Mu Yan, I hereby officially appoint you as the assistant coach, responsible for leading the other participants through a 5-day training regimen. Any objections? Mu Yan, feeling humiliated, responded, None whatsoever. My position as coach has now been reduced to that of an assistant. Nevertheless, he was relieved that Yi Tian still understood the gravity of the situation. Very well, follow my instructions. We shall set off now. Yi Tian gestured towards the direction of the Wood Spirit Mountain. Clearly, Yi Tian did not intend to accompany them. However, as the nominal assistant coach, Mu Yan found himself unable to exert control over Yi Tian. Suddenly, Yi Tian seemed to recall something and brought forth the great sage before Mu Yan. Mu Yan, I am entrusting my great sage to you for a few days. Please train it according to your regimen. Yi Tian considered that for his expedition to the blazing mountain, having the fire spirit would suffice, and taking the great sage along would be a waste. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by the training plan proposed by Mu Yan. To be frank, the great sage's practical combat experience was rather lacking. Its victories were solely reliant on skill proficiency. Mu Yan's expertise could indeed enhance the great sage's combat abilities swiftly. With no choice but to acquiesce, Mu Yan accepted the responsibility. The great sage tugged at Yi Tian's trousers, looking forlorn. Ever since it had been contracted, it had never strayed beyond 100 meters of Yi Tian. Yi Tian could only patiently reassure it, promising to return in no more than 3 days. The reason for this time frame was, of course, that Yi Tian had an upcoming Evolution Path award competition to attend. As Yi Tian was about to depart, he was called back by Mu Yan. "What's the matter? When can we have another match?" Mu Yan inquired earnestly. This defeat was truly frustrating. Yi Tian replied, "Let us wait until the training camp concludes." With that, he waved goodbye to Mu Yan and the great sage, racing towards the direction of the blazing mountain without looking back. As he gazed at Yi Tian's gradually vanishing figure, Mu Yan suddenly recalled Wang Lin's assessment of him, an unparalleled genius. Initially skeptical, he now found himself convinced. Setting aside other concerns, he had never witnessed the great sage's data enhancement speed before. "Come along, little monkey. Your Yi Tian has entrusted you to me for the time being, and I shall not disappoint his expectations." Mu Yan licked his lips, a mischievous smile gracing his face. The great sage's eyes widened in alarm, his hair standing on end. Sensing an ill intent from the person before him, Mu Yan, accompanied by his companions and the great sage, headed towards the direction of the wood spirit mountain. Meanwhile, he began to devise a training regimen for the great sage. To put it plainly, while other beast tamers engage in 200 battles a day, distributing them among their respective beasts, it was entirely reasonable for the great sage to bear the full weight of 200 battles alone due to the absence of his beast tamer. Chapter 84. Yi Tian soared into the sky, arriving at the fiery mountain. Yi Tian, with both hands resting on his knees, gasped for breath, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Qi Ling. "Oh, Qi Ling, when will you grow a little more so that I can ride you? I too wish to be flown." This thought inevitably reminded him of Mu Yan, who had made such a striking entrance, leaping gracefully from the back of a large bluebird, clearly a master of his craft. Although Yi Tian's stamina had significantly improved due to the feedback from his beast, 2 hours of relentless running had taken its toll. However, the destination was finally within reach. The Crimson Mountain loomed closer in his sight. When viewed from a distance, the fiery mountain resembled a red gemstone embedded in the earth. The entire mountain was barren, save for a few hardy plants that could withstand the heat, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Qi Ling flapped her small wings and flew to the back of Yi Tian's head. "If you wanted to be carried, you should have said so earlier." With a swift motion, she grasped the collar of Yi Tian's garment and lifted him effortlessly into the air. Yi Tian felt a sudden sensation of weightlessness. He was airborne. Though a bit unseemly, logically, it was no different from riding on Qi Ling's back. Yi Tian was rendered speechless. "Well, for this final stretch, let Qi Ling carry me." Given the daunting distance ahead, relying solely on himself would likely take at least another half-hour. The wind whipped past his cheeks. One must admit, their speed had indeed increased considerably. In less than 5 minutes, the duo reached the foot of the fiery mountain. "Hey, look over there." At the base of the mountain, others had noticed Yi Tian's approach. "That person can fly." A girl, following the direction pointed by her companion, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "That person's posture, how peculiar." Logically, only those of diamond rank could harness the abilities of their beasts to the extent of flight. Yet, wasn't the Three Kings' secret realm restricted to those below gold rank? As the others began to comprehend the situation, confusion spread across their faces. It soon became evident that it was indeed the beast that was flying. However, due to Qi Ling's diminutive size compared to Yi Tian, she was not easily recognizable at first glance. Under their curious gazes, Yi Tian felt his face flush. Once he landed successfully, the others, realizing it was impolite to stare, redirected their attention. There were 3 individuals in total, 2 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be in their 20s. One of the men was tall with a square face, a buzz cut, and glasses, while the other was somewhat shorter and slightly hunched. The woman was a bit plump, with a cherubic face and curly short hair. Yi Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at them before averting his gaze. The fiery mountain was indeed a suitable place for fire attribute beast tamers to cultivate. So the presence of other beast tamers here was entirely normal. It was time to attend to serious matters. Qiling, I'm counting on you. Let us proceed. According to the strategy Yi Tian had devised, temperatures on the fiery mountain soared to extreme heights, becoming increasingly inhospitable for humans as one ascended. Even when embarking on the trial with a fire attribute beast, it is still a human who stands below, watching the beast ascend a mountain. Just like the several beast masters not far away. Let us clarify the objectives for this endeavor. First, to ascend the mountain in search of fire spirit stones. Second, to enhance your skill proficiency. The fiery spirit nodded and then flapped its small wings, beginning its flight upwards. It was evident that between the mountain's body and the external air, there existed a thin membrane of pale red hue. As the fiery spirit passed through this membrane, it immediately exclaimed, "What a delightful sensation!" The comfort it referred to was, in fact, the elevated temperature. At home, the fiery spirit required hot water for its baths, as higher temperatures were more conducive to its survival. Yi Tian monitored the data panel. The skills had yet to begin their growth, indicating that the concentration of fire attribute energy was insufficient. Without needing further encouragement from Yi Tian, the fiery spirit continued its ascent. Not far away, the three individuals, possibly bored, began to discuss. Yi Tian, "Brother Xing, how far do you think this young lad's beast can ascend?" Daring to enter the Three Kings' secret realm, "I wager it could reach the 4th level," Wei Xing remarked. "Given his youthful appearance, even if his beast is of golden grade, it has likely only recently achieved that status. Reaching the 3rd level would be commendable. As one ascends the Qihua mountain, the temperature increases, with the elder sages having divided it into 10 levels, each surpassing the previous by 50 degrees. The temperature at the 3rd level already exceeds 150 degrees." Wei Xing turned to the round-faced woman, Yang Xiao. "Xiao, can you identify what that little red bird is? I feel as though I have never encountered it before." Among the three, Yang Xiao was the most knowledgeable, having entered the Research Institute of Huahua City 2 years prior through rigorous assessments. The trio hailed from Huahua City. Yang Xiao shook her head. "I do not recognize it. It may be a mutated species of the flame bird." She chuckled, adding, "Both of you are bound to guess incorrectly. That little bird is merely a silver-grade beast. I surmise it will halt its ascent at the 2nd level." "What? Only a silver grade?" The two expressed surprise, but did not challenge Yang Xiao. They were well aware of her unique abilities to discern the grades of beast. 1 minute later, the fiery spirit had reached the midpoint of the mountain, which, based on altitude, was already the 5th level. The trio from Huahua City exchanged glances, a hint of displeasure evident. "Brother, you might be making us look bad here. Surely you ought to let the 3 of us contend against just one." Wei Xing and the hunchback man, Fu Bo, turned their gazes toward Yang Xiao, conveying a silent question. "Are you certain this is a silver-grade beast?" All 3 were masters of golden-grade beasts at their peak, and yet they had only managed to reach the 5th level. Yang Xiao, feeling awkward, responded, "My assessment should be accurate. After all, it is a mutated beast. It is normal for it to be somewhat exceptional." Meanwhile, the fiery spirit paused, choosing not to ascend further. Although Yi Tian could not see from his vantage point at the mountain's base, a bird's-eye view of the entire mountain would reveal numerous openings. Each opening housed a pool of water, scientifically known as the fire spirit spring. To describe it as water might be misleading. A more precise description would be a special liquid of blood-red hue. The fire spirit stones that the great sage seeks are found at the bottom of the fire spirit spring. Furthermore, this spring possesses the remarkable ability to accelerate the training of fire attribute beasts. The 3 beast masters at the foot of the mountain have their beasts soaking in the spring. Near the mountainside, there are more than 20 springs, and Qiling casually chose the one closest to her, holding her breath before diving in. "So what is it? Did you find any fire spirit stones?" Yi Tian had previously shown Qiling what the stones looked like. After circling the bottom of the spring, Qiling eventually replied, "None." Then, on to the next spring. Qi Ling kept diving in and out, but to no avail. "Hey there, young man. Are you searching for fire spirit stones?" Young Xiao, perhaps amused by Yi Tian's flying posture, felt a natural affinity towards him. She waved her hand and struck up a conversation. Yi Tian nodded in affirmation. "Yes." Yang Xiao, accompanied by the other two, moved a little closer and smiled, saying, "When we first arrived, we also hoped for a stroke of luck, but we have already searched through the springs on the 5th level and found no fire spirit stones." Chapter 85. Crimson Spirit. How challenging it is to engage in combat. Yet, Yi Tian remained undaunted. He had long anticipated that this would likely be the case. Yang Xiao remarked, "To locate the fire spirit stone, one must ascend to at least the 8th level. The first 7 levels have been thoroughly scoured countless times. Therefore, it would be wise to abandon the pursuit." Yi Tian did not offer any rebuttal, but expressed his gratitude instead. "I am Yang Xiao, and this is Wei Xing, while he is Fu Bo. The three of us are beast masters from Fire City. And you?" Yang Xiao extended her hand, suspended in the air. Yi Tian grasped it. "I am Yi Tian, hailing from Mist City." For Yang Xiao and her companions, the fact that Yi Tian's beast mastery had reached the 5th level indicated that he was not lacking in strength. There was merit in fostering an acquaintance with him. The group engaged in casual conversation. "Yi Tian, is your beast a variant of the flame bird?" "Well, it could be," he replied modestly. "How impressive. By the way, what level is your beast? If it's inconvenient, feel free to refrain from sharing." "Silver." Yang Xiao glanced at Wei Xing and Fu Bo. "See, my judgment was correct." Now, the expressions of the two turned more serious as they regarded Yi Tian. They had not anticipated encountering such a prodigy. While engaging in light banter, Yi Tian directed the Crimson Spirit to ascend higher. "Crimson Spirit, can we continue to rise?" The Crimson Spirit responded effortlessly, "Yes." "All right, then attempt to approach the summit." With the trio observing with curiosity, the Crimson Spirit flapped its tiny wings and soared upward. "It can still ascend?" The three were astonished. In truth, their own beasts could also continue upward, but they could not remain for long and certainly could not linger in the fire spirit spring. Thus, the 5th level was the most suitable for them. Yet, the way the little red bird appeared, it seemed impervious to the temperature's effects. Was it truly at the silver level? The recently acquired answer began to waver once more. Yang Xiao began to doubt her own judgment. Thus, the Crimson Spirit flew all the way to the 8th level, leaving the three in a state of disbelief. Yang Xiao's mouth formed an L. It was she who had informed Yi Tian that the 8th level might harbor the fire spirit stone. Never once considering that the Crimson Spirit could achieve such a feat, the thought of the exorbitant price of the fire spirit stone quickened their heartbeats. However, it was not so simple. Just as the Crimson Spirit prepared to dive into a mouthful of the spiritual spring, a creature composed of the spring water obstructed its path. What is this?" Yi Tian pondered, slightly perplexed. Hadn't the online guide stated that there were no beasts on the blazing volcano? This is bad. Yang Xiao tugged at Yi Tian's sleeve, her tone urgent. "You must recall your beast at once." Yi Tian turned to her. "Do you know what this creature is?" Yang Xiao quickly explained. "This is a creature formed by the self-defense mechanism of the blazing volcano." "A protective mechanism?" Yi Tian paused, taken aback. Could a mountain possess consciousness? It sounded so implausible. "Roar." The crimson monster let out a roar that sent tremors throughout the mountain. On the 5th level, 6 beasts submerged in the spring water simultaneously emerged, gazing towards the mountain's peak. In an instant, the formidable aura of the crimson creature enveloped all the beasts, causing them to tremble in fear. "Yi Tian, stop dawdling. Hurry and get it down the mountain." I recalled the historical records, which stated that this creature possessed combat strength comparable to diamonds, far beyond our capabilities. Many predecessors had perished here. What Yang Xiao failed to notice was that Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with determination at that moment. It moved. Within the Red Spirit's data panel, the skills section finally began to flicker. This indicated that the fire attribute concentration above the 8th level of the Chihua Mountain exceeded 50. After struggling to find this prime location, how could one possibly descend? Whether we could defeat, it would have to be determined in battle. "Chihua, go. Let us test the waters." If danger arises, we shall retreat immediately." With a resounding cry, Chihua soared into the air, eyes gleaming with excitement. "I relish a good fight. That foolish monkey has recently become clever, refusing to spar with me. It's driving me to distraction." Chihua traced a fiery arc, flames unfurling from its wings as it charged towards the monster. "Wait, Yi Tian, did you issue the correct command?" Fu Bo exclaimed, astonished. Wei Xing was equally bewildered. "How does he dare?" Yang Xiaoxiao's face reflected sheer panic. "He is insane." Soon, Chihua approached the monster, which raised an arm, and it seemed as though a collision was imminent. At that moment, the air felt as if it were solidifying. With a swoosh, Chihua swung its wings, executing a strike. Yet, the blow met only emptiness, as the monster disintegrated into droplets, retreating back into the spring. Everything returned to a serene calm. "Chihua, where has my adversary vanished?" The trio from Huohua City. They observed casually, for the strike had not even grazed the monster. It had dissolved of its own accord. Why was it so incomprehensible? Suspended in the air, Chihua waited several seconds, realizing that the battle seemed to be over. "Yi Tian, is that all?" Yang Xiaoxiao leapt back several paces. "How is this possible? Where is the promised diamond-level monster?" Yi Tian replied, "Indeed. Where is the promised diamond-level monster?" The three exchanged glances, sensing that Yi Tian's tone carried an undercurrent of expectation. It must be an illusion. Regardless, this battle concluded rather anticlimactically. Chihua was the most vexed, sulking as it dove back into the spring, yet unfortunately, it found no fire spirit stone. Emerging once more, it approached a second spring. Another monster materialized, causing the trio's anxiety to spike once again. However, as before a fight could commence, the creature vanished autonomously. At this point, it was evident to everyone that something was amiss. There were two possibilities. Either the defensive mechanism of Chihua Mountain had failed, or this phenomenon was peculiar. Yi Tian pondered the same. Was it the might of Chihua's regal presence that subdued Chihua Mountain? Just then, a joyous voice resounded within Yi Tian's heart. "I found it." Before long, one could see Qi Ling grasping a crimson gem with its claws, soaring out of the pool. Fluttering and flapping, it swiftly returned before Yi Tian, placing the gem gently in the palm of his outstretched hand. Yi Tian was overwhelmed with joy, distinctly sensing a warm aura emanating from his palm. This was precisely what he sought. He placed the fire spirit stone into the beast-taming space and instructed Qi Ling to continue its search. Under the rules of the secret realm, once the fire spirit stone left the confines of the domain, it would rapidly lose its vitality, with a maximum preservation time of 3 days. This meant that after collecting 10 fire spirit stones, Yi Tian had to complete the Great Sage evolution within 3 days. The progress of the Great Sage's level was sufficient to reach 100 in the next couple of days. The remaining concern was merely financial. Yi Tian pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Gulp, a synchronized sound of 3 swallows echoed from beside him. The eyes of the 3 individuals from Huohua City visibly brightened. Chapter 86. The transaction of tens of millions of dragon coins, the spring water at the summit, and the golden prospects of the Crimson Spirit. If an agreement could be reached with outsiders, a transaction could be conducted immediately upon leaving the secret realm. A single fire spirit stone could fetch a price exceeding 500,000 dragon coins. Fu Bo, driven by greed, nudged Wei Xing and discreetly glanced at Yi Tian. However, Wei Xing shook his head, signaling him to refrain from action. Yang Xiaoxiao also noticed their subtle exchange and cast an annoyed glance at Fu Bo. With 2 of the 3 reluctant to proceed, Fu Bo had no choice but to acquiesce. Wei Xing's voice trembled slightly. "Brother Yi Tian, you truly are extraordinary. Yi Tian similit modestie. Ah, mélodie fortunate." The 3 exchanged silent eye rolls, clearly skeptical of his humble claims. At that moment, Yi Tian's image in their minds grew increasingly enigmatic and imposing. "Brother Yi Tian, would you be interested in selling fire spirit stones? My humble family runs a smelting business and has a pressing need for them." Wei Xing inquired eagerly. The fire spirit stone, while having many substitutes, was unmatched in effectiveness. If their business could acquire a batch, they would undoubtedly produce equipment surpassing market standards. with numerous competitors. This was a prime opportunity to seize market share and enhance their reputation. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian recognized that he only required 10 stones. Any surplus could be sold for a tidy profit in a time of need. He decided to inform Wei Xing of his situation. Wei Xing readily responded, "We shall certainly first meet your expectations, brother Yi Tian. For any quantity exceeding 10, I will purchase as many as you can provide." How's that sound? Currently, on the 8th level, apart from the Crimson Spirit, no other golden tier beasts could ascend. Those capable of ascending were unable to enter the secret realm. It had been accumulating for an indeterminate duration. Statistics indicated that there were a total of 50 fire spirit springs on the 8th level, and conservatively estimating, only half bore fire spirit stones, resulting in at least 25 stones. Yi Tian nodded, and the two began negotiating the price. How about a flat rate of 500,000 dragon coins per stone? While it could certainly fetch more if sold individually, the challenge lies in finding that many buyers at once. Moreover, the Fire Spirit Stone has a 3-day shelf life. In the market, the rarer the item, the more expensive it is. Flooding the market with too many at once will inevitably cause prices to plummet. A single Fire Spirit Stone can be ground into powder, requiring only a small amount during equipment crafting to achieve a significant enhancement. 10 stones would already be considered a substantial quantity. Thus, by all accounts, Yi Tian stood to gain a slight advantage. Agreed, you are quite generous. They shook hands, both satisfied with the transaction. After deliberating on the timing of the exchange, they parted ways. Wei Xing planned to conclude his journey in the secret realm early to inform his family to prepare for the transaction with Yi Tian 3 days later at the realm's entrance. Fubo Xiao, I shall take my leave now. Would you like to join me? Yang Xiao shook her head. Having come this far, I wish to stay a couple more days. Fubo added, so do I. Upon confirming that the 3 individuals maintained a considerable distance from Yi Tian, and that their hushed conversations would remain unheard, Fubo tugged at Wei Xing's sleeve. Brother Xing, if you ask me, why complicate matters? Let us simply wait until Yi Tian's beast has gathered all the fire spirit stones, then compel him to surrender them. With the 3 of us, can we not handle him alone? Wei Xing shot him a disapproving glance and inquired, "Can your beast remain on the 8th level? Can it disregard the monstrous rules?" Fu Bo shook his head, acknowledging his limitation. "No, it cannot. However, we have a total of 6 beasts on our side." Wei Xing countered, "What if 6 cannot overpower even one of his?" Fu Bo paused, momentarily taken aback. "That should be impossible, right?" Wei Xing shook his head. "The performance of Qi Ling has far surpassed its known capabilities. We cannot ascertain its true strength. Better to be cautious than to regret later. Moreover, if we cannot defeat him, can we not escape? Qi Ling can fly, capture Yi Tian, and leave. We, however, have no flying beasts among us. Should he flee, the reputations of the 3 of us would be tarnished." Most importantly, Wei Xing recognized the potential in Qi Ling's abilities, contemplating the possibility of a long-term partnership. "Isn't it better to conduct business honestly?" Yang Xiaoxiao interjected, disdainfully. "Fu Bo, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. We are beast masters, not bandits." Fu Bo blushed at the reprimand, feeling a sense of injustice. He believed that capturing Yi Tian would benefit the entire team, allowing each member to profit handsomely from the fire spirit stones. As Wei Xing departed, Fu Bo and Yang Xiao remained, the tension from their earlier dispute silencing them. Meanwhile, Yi Tian reveled in the joy of his bountiful harvest, receiving encouraging reports intermittently. Qi Ling had uncovered a total of 50 spirit springs, yielding even more than anticipated. At this moment, Yi Tian's beast space brimmed with 32 fire spirit stones. After reserving 10 for Da Sheng, and with a selling price of 500,000 each, he would amass an astounding 11 million dragon coins. It was unprecedented wealth. I, Yi Tian, am a millionaire. With the 8th level thoroughly searched, Qi Ling ascended towards the 9th level. Finding nothing, they proceeded to the 10th level. In no time, Qi Ling reached the mountain summit. Yang Xiao and Fu Bo had become utterly desensitized. Even a fire attribute beast, capable of enduring 500 degrees, was quite extraordinary, was it not? Fire attribute beasts are those able to manipulate fire elements for offensive purposes. The ability to control does not imply the capacity to withstand extreme temperatures. Nonetheless, fire attribute beasts indeed possess a significantly higher heat resistance than those of other attributes. What a monster, Yang Xiaoxiao murmured. The mutation of this flaming bird is undeniably towards high-temperature resistance. Fu Bo's face twisted with envy. Damn it, why doesn't Team My Beast possess such an ability? If it did, those millions of dragon coins would not be going to Yi Tian. I've worked hard all my life. Will I ever accumulate such wealth? Why is that fair? Through Qi Ling, news arrived from the mountain's peak. Another spring had been discovered, this time not a crimson hue, but a clear liquid. Yi Tian, I possess an overwhelming sensation that by consuming this spring water, I shall grow in strength. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune. After the system's simplification, Qi Ling requires the consumption of fire attribute materials to advance. The determination of whether a material possesses the fire attribute is left to the system. At the very least, the spring water from the initial layers proved ineffective for Qi Ling. Then take a small sip to test it. If it feels wrong, spit it out immediately. All right. Qi Ling held a mouthful of spring water, swallowing it gradually. Yi Tian then observed the data panel, witnessing the level progress leap by 0.05. Yi Tian was elated. It truly works. This is an incredible windfall. Qi Ling, how much of the spring water is there? Quite a lot. It might be as vast as a small swimming pool. Yi Tian was beside himself with excitement. Goodness, could it be that Qi Ling is on the verge of reaching the golden level? Chapter 87. The trials of the great sage are with Spirit Mountain at the very moment when Qi Ling reached the summit. The great sage, accompanied by Mu Yan, arrived at their destination with Spirit Mountain. With an air of familiarity, Mu Yan led the group into the mountain, navigating through a series of twists and turns until they entered a basin. Is this truly the training ground? It appears rather unremarkable. Wu Hongyu expressed his confusion. Before him lay a seemingly ordinary expanse of grass, roughly the size of a football field. If all that was required was a flat surface, why venture so far with a crowd? Throughout the journey, the group had become acquainted with one another. An experienced participant named Sun Hongwei chuckled. This is no ordinary plane. Oh, you will soon find out, Mu Yin replied, clapping his hands to garner the crowd's attention. I will first demonstrate, and then you shall take turns. With a wave of his hand, a shadow was summoned forth. The group stood at the edge of the grassy area, and as the shadow stepped forward, a green silhouette materialized from the grass. Its appearance mirrored that of the shadow, the only distinction being its color. Upon its emergence, it lunged at the shadow, and the two became entangled in combat. Simultaneously, Mu Yan's voice echoed in the air. This is the trial of Wood's Spirit Mountain. Only through these trials can we progress further. Wu Hongyu's understanding deepened. So, our ultimate destination requires us to continue onward? Mu Yan adjusted his glasses. No, our task is to utilize the trial mechanism to hone the practical combat abilities of our summoned beasts. Thus, this location is our destination. Wu Hongyu's realization struck him anew. Are we exploiting a loophole? Mu Yan nodded and continued. Everyone, pay attention. You are not permitted to defeat the summoned trial monsters. You may only engage in combat. Each battle lasts 3 minutes, and upon completion, the summoned beast must retreat. Are we not allowed to defeat the monsters? Several newcomers frowned, realizing the challenge ahead. It would require constant restraint, lest they accidentally kill the creatures. However, as they commanded their beasts to enter the grassy expanse, their thoughts shifted. Bang! One newcomer's summoned beast, Lightning Leopard, barely lasted 10 seconds before being flung out by the monster's tail. Newcomer, this makes me look foolish. The grass would generate a monster that mirrored the shape of the entering beast. Naturally, the Lightning Leopard faced a leopard-shaped monster. The issue was, how could this counterfeit possess strength and speed surpassing that of the genuine article? The newcomer, feeling indignant, commanded the Lightning Leopard to re-enter the grass. This time, it endured a little longer, 12 seconds to be precise. The two leopards exchanged dozens of blows, yet ultimately, it was the real one that revealed a flaw and was sent flying by a powerful tail swipe, leaving a gruesome gash on its back. The newcomer's lips twitched. Observing Mu Yan's summoned beast fight effortlessly, he had assumed the creatures of the secret realm were merely weak. Little did he realize the true fool was himself. How on earth could one endure 3 minutes in such a trial? In the first round of attempts, the newcomers, with the exception of Wu Hongyu, who persevered a bit longer, found themselves swiftly vanquished within 20 seconds. Just as despondency began to settle among them, Mu Yan appeared silently, distributing a sheet of paper to each individual. This document contained a detailed analysis of their recent combat performance, revealing the true essence of this training session. With his formidable analytical skills, Mu Yan was able to pinpoint the shortcomings of each beast in battle and offer optimization suggestions, much to the newcomer's delight. Wu Hongyu, taken aback, regarded Mu Yan with a newfound respect. With a smile, Mu Yan encouraged them, stating, "Everyone must complete 1,000 battles, and each must last at least 3 minutes to be considered valid. Those who fail to meet this requirement will not be recommended for the official roster." The newcomers erupted in dismay, expressing their disbelief at such a harsh penalty. The seasoned participants exchanged glances, their faces betraying amusement, as they reminisced about their own beginnings. "Let us go, we should join in," they urged. Indeed, the seasoned fighters had already undergone Mu Yan's rigorous training. Despite their beasts possessing similar foundational attributes to those of the newcomers, they demonstrated remarkable endurance. Mu Yan turned his gaze to the Great Sage. "Great Sage, you too shall participate. Your irresponsible beast master has entrusted you to me for the time being, so you must heed my instructions closely over the next few days." The Great Sage rolled his eyes, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, aware that Yi Tian was diligently working for its evolution. With a determined howl, the Great Sage leaped into the training area, and in an instant, a green monkey materialized. As the Great Sage prepared to engage in battle, the attention of the others was drawn to this unfolding spectacle, eager to ascertain the prowess of this monkey that was instrumental in helping Yi Tian become a coach. The Great Sage's expression radiated determination. Following Yi Tian's guidance, it was imperative to maximize the training under Mu Yan's supervision to enhance its combat abilities. Most importantly, it had learned from the group chat with Yi Tian and Qi Ling that Qi Ling was advancing rapidly, instilling a sense of urgency within the Great Sage. It could not afford to lose its position as the leader. It was inconceivable to perpetually evade Qi Ling as challenges. "I must grow stronger." In the blink of an eye, the two monkeys collided. The green monkey wielded a stick, and the sounds of their clash echoed like the ringing of metal. The Great Sage could feel that its opponent's foundational attributes surpassed its own, quickly finding itself at a disadvantage. Just as it contemplated unleashing its drunken state to enhance its speed, Mu Yan intervened, calling for a halt. "Great Sage, refrain from activating your drunken state, and do not employ the 8-direction staff. The purpose of this training is to elevate your fundamental combat skills. Relying on skill advantages would render the exercise futile." Understanding Mu Yan's intent, the Great Sage acknowledged its earlier instinctual response and, upon being halted, continued to engage in a fierce struggle with the green monkey. After enduring 2 consecutive strikes, the Great Sage grimaced in pain as he was struck upon the arm. Yet, he refused to relinquish his resolve to fight. "I shall become the leader," he declared. "Ah, this monkey exhibits remarkable tenacity," many spectators observed in astonishment. Mu Yan nodded in approval. Indeed, as 3 minutes elapsed, the bruised and battered Great Sage withdrew from the field, immediately greeted by a chorus of cheers. "Brother Monkey is impressive." He raised his staff and let out a fierce roar, prompting another wave of applause from the crowd. The healer, a beast tamer, had also arrived on the scene. His beast was a sprig of Isatis indigotica. With a gentle flourish of its leaves, a cascade of green light enveloped the Great Sage. His wounds began to mend almost instantaneously. In no time, he was fully restored. Mu Yan approached the Great Sage, ready to analyze the recent battle. Since the Great Sage could not comprehend written language, he communicated verbally. After all, this was a responsibility entrusted to him by the coach, and he was determined to fulfill it diligently. Mu Yan had always been a man of seriousness and responsibility. Chapter 88, The Great Sage. Rapidly accumulating combat experience. Great Sage. You possess a peculiar habit. Each time you initiate an attack, your body is propelled to the right by inertia, covering a small distance. This distance is your Achilles heel. Mu Yin expounded at length, while the great sage fervently absorbed the knowledge, eyes closed, occasionally nodding in contemplation. Was it truly the case that I had so many issues? After approximately 2 minutes, Mu Yin concluded his explanation and rose from his crouch. Rest a while longer to regain your strength. No sooner had he spoken than the great sage sprang to his feet, staff in hand, and re-entered the training ground. Mu Yin exclaimed, "There is no need for such bravado, my friend." He cautioned, "Great sage, do not overexert yourself. The Banlon root treatment is effective for injuries, but it does little to restore stamina. Despite the brevity of a battle lasting merely 3 minutes, the intensity is immense. Therefore, other beast tamers arrange for their beasts to alternate in combat. 3 minutes for the first beast, followed by 3 minutes for the second, and then a collective 4-minute rest. This cycle ensures that each beast enjoys 7 minutes of recuperation after every battle, a duration meticulously calculated by Mu Yin as the optimal recovery time. While it may not facilitate a complete restoration, it guarantees that each beast retains its operational capacity throughout the day. When Mu Yin initially parted ways with Yi Tian, he had indeed entertained the notion of having the great sage engage in 200 battles in a single day. Yet he recognized the impracticality of such a plan. It would surely exhaust the great sage. Hence, he set the same expectations for the great sage as he did for the other individual beasts. Completing 100 battles would suffice. Disregarding the counsel, the great sage had already begun sparring with the dummy monkey, staff raised. Mu Yin shook his head, exclaiming, "What a stubborn monkey! It is only when you encounter hardship that you will realize that my strategies are invariably the optimal ones." Wu Hongyu observed the great sage's actions, a spark of competitive spirit igniting within his eyes. "Look at how diligent he is. I cannot allow myself to fall behind Yi Tian's monkey." Thus, after a mere 2 minutes of rest, the patterned tiger, under Wu Hongyu's instruction, rejoined the training ground. Mu Yin sighed, recognizing that not only Wu Hongyu, but several newcomers were similarly inspired. Hard work can indeed compensate for a lack of talent. We must emulate the great sage, reducing our rest by a few minutes each time. Over the course of a day, this could accumulate into several additional hours. We cannot squander such a splendid training opportunity. Charge on. Mu Yin, weary of their folly, refrained from further admonishments and diligently continued his instructional duties. The practical combat experience of the beasts was escalating at an astonishing pace, particularly among the newcomers, whose progress was nothing short of remarkable. This was all the fruit of their industriousness. Most astonishing of all was the great sage. While the other beasts would at least take a token rest of 3 to 4 minutes, he alone would rush back into action as soon as Mu Yan's guidance concluded. 2 hours later, some newcomers began to sense something amiss. Their beasts, after several minutes of recovery, could barely muster the strength to stand. With a sense of urgency, the newcomer approached Mu Yin and inquired, "Brother Yin, what has happened to my beast? Can you discern the issue?" Mu Yin responded with a disdainful snort. "It is severely exhausted. It will require at least 3 hours to recuperate before it can act again." The newcomer gasped, "Is there any way to expedite the recovery?" Mu Yin replied, "If you wish to avoid damaging your beast's foundation, it is best to patiently await its recovery." He then patted the newcomer on the shoulder, adding, "A person must possess self-awareness. Consider this an invaluable lesson." The newcomer, with a forlorn expression, lamented his regret. Had he known, he would have adhered to Mu Yan's prescribed rest schedule. Curse it! Others gradually began to notice the disquieting situation. Their beasts were teetering on the brink of collapse. Each beast possessed differing innate potential. Some were robust, while others were frail. Even the most resilient among them, the striped tiger, required 2 hours to restore its vitality. The group calculated the implications. What a loss! In a moment of collective frustration, they cast resentful glances at the great sage, who had been the first to instigate the chaos. However, to their astonishment, the great sage exhibited an unwavering fighting spirit, performing with no discernible signs of fatigue. Was the great sage's stamina truly exceptional? Wu Hongyu's lips twitched in disbelief. Mu Yin sensed something amiss. Had the great sage secretly taken stimulants? He had been closely monitoring it, yet found no evidence. Alternatively, did it possess a skill for recovering stamina? Upon further reflection, even if such a skill existed, it would surely have limitations. Mu Yin was aware that the great sage trained at an astonishing rate, yet skills varied greatly. Recovery skills were notoriously challenging to enhance, relying solely on the passage of time. Unless the great sage had mastered a high-level single-target stamina recovery skill, its endurance could only last another half-hour with sheer willpower. Even seasoned beast masters, who had not overexerted themselves, would find their beasts weary after multiple battles. Thus, the great sage stood out dramatically, bursting with vitality as if it were inexhaustible. Could it be that this monkey has taken performance enhancers? They were baffled, utterly perplexed. It was no wonder it had managed to repel the shadow. How much longer do you think it can endure? Perhaps another 10 minutes. Sustained combat must have some effect. I suspect it is already at its limit, but is concealing it. I concur, while others who disregarded Brother Yan's advice have succumbed. Why should that monkey be any different? Half an hour later, the great sage remained unwavering. The group was left speechless. Mu Yin was equally astounded. Another 3 hours passed, and the previously exhausted beasts had mostly recovered, rejoining the training regimen. This time, they adhered strictly to the time allocation of 3:34 for their training sessions. Yet the great sage shone even brighter than before, its conditions seemingly improved. Through Mu Yan's relentless guidance, the great sage has transformed from being mercilessly beaten at the outset to now managing to endure a battle with no more than 3 hits. The great sage relies solely on skill and experience, without employing any special abilities. A hush falls over the onlookers. It's astonishing, utterly astonishing. Wu Hongyu is left speechless. This creature is no mere monkey. What species is this, truly? Mu Yan's face reflects sheer astonishment. Even with mastery-level skills, one would think it should be unable to withstand such pressure, right? Could it be perfection? But how is that even possible? As night descends, after a day filled with the rigors of combat, all the beast tamers have reached their limits. The seasoned competitors have met the benchmark of 200 battles, while the newcomers, hindered by their inability to endure 3 full hours at the beginning and being led astray by the great sage, have not achieved a single completion of their targets. Wu Hongyu, who has fought the most, has only managed 170 battles. Yet, there exists one remarkable exception. The Great Sage. Chapter 89. Monkey Brother, I implore you, do not push yourself further. The gradually unraveling Mu Yin. According to diligent observers, the Great Sage has engaged in over 300 battles. This is not akin to the instantaneous defeats witnessed during professional assessments. These are genuine, hard-fought encounters. The sage's progress is nothing short of terrifying, as he has mastered the art of evading every strike. He has even begun to toy with his opponents. What is most outrageous is that he now exhibits a certain arrogance, occasionally closing his eyes during combat. Were the mystical creatures in the secret realm to possess awareness, they would undoubtedly feel humiliated. 300 battles are not his limit. He continues to improve at a steady pace. Mu Yan's lips twitch incessantly, threatening to distort. Wu Hongyu is utterly convinced. The crowd has ceased to refer to him as the Great Sage and now respectfully calls him Monkey Brother. Monkey Brother, I beseech you, do not overexert yourself. Everyone has experienced some degree of growth, yet for reasons unknown, a sense of joy eludes them. After a day of guidance, Mu Yin, weary, addressed the group. It is now time to rest. All should retreat to their tents for sleep. Tomorrow at 6, I shall awaken you for further training. Is that understood? The group replied weakly, understood. Wu Hongyu pointed at the Great Sage, who was still engaged in battle. Brother Yin, should we call Monkey Brother back to sleep? Mu Yin rubbed his aching temples. Let him continue to play. Subsequently, the group entered their designated tents. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Mu Yin collapsed into slumber. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, he felt someone tugging at him. Is there an earthquake? Why is it shaking so violently? The tremors intensified, compelling Mu Yin to awaken. only to find it was the Great Sage. "Great Sage, is there something you need?" Mu Yin mumbled, still groggy. The sage responded with a questioning sound, as if to say, "Why are you sleeping? Aren't you supposed to guide me?" Mu Yin shot a glance at his watch. A mere 3 minutes had elapsed since he had fallen asleep. Noting Mu Yan's silence, the Great Sage sighed, offering a considerate remark. "Is it not possible? Then please rest well. Mu Yan, did I just get looked down upon by a mere beast? The last time someone claimed they could not continue was at the hotel by the school. This humiliation is intolerable." With a sudden burst of energy, Mu Yan sprang to his feet. "Great Sage, let's go." The sage looked puzzled, finding Mu Yan's sudden change in demeanor curious. Yet, he thought, as long as he could further his own development, that would be splendid. The two made their way to the edge of the lawn, where the Great Sage pointed at the grass, letting out a sound. "I wish to fight too. Can you assist me?" Mu Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ah, this little monkey has truly become audacious." He decided to indulge him. Thus, Mu Yan summoned a shadow and followed the Great Sage onto the lawn. The shadow stood aside, allowing the Great Sage to confront two mystical creatures alone. Mu Yan remained skeptical. Even with remarkable stamina, surely one would eventually tire, right? How could I, Mu Yan, ever concede to a mere little monkey? Had Yi Tian been present at this moment, he would undoubtedly have compassionately patted Mu Yan's shoulder. Is it perhaps a matter of constitution? The Great Sage's mental fortitude is astonishingly exceptional, often going several days without slumber. Engaging in such a battle with him would be tantamount to courting disaster. As dawn broke the following day, Wu Hongyu was the first to rise. Reflecting on the previous day's unfulfilled goals, he resolved to awaken early and work harder. Thus, at 5:30, he exited the tent, only to witness the Great Sage valiantly contending with 3 beasts simultaneously. What on earth? I merely slept for a night. What transpired? Around 3 o'clock the day before, the Great Sage had already managed to tackle 2 creatures at once and had once again requested an increased challenge. Mu Yan summoned another beast to satisfy the Great Sage's demand, resulting in the current spectacle. Wu Hongyu slapped his face twice. Was it due to a lack of sleep that he was seeing double? Indeed, that must be the case. I shall wash my face, and everything will return to normal. With that thought, he retrieved water from the beast's space, splashed it on his face, and looked again. Still, the Great Sage was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 beasts. Wu Hongyu, this is real. His mouth agape, his jaw nearly touching the ground. Brother Monkey, could it be that he fought through the entire night? His progress is astonishing. How on earth did he achieve this? Taking a few steps forward, he noticed Mu Yan standing there in a daze. Just as he intended to greet him, Wu Hongyu paused again. At this moment, Mu Yan's complexion was pale, with dark circles under his eyes that were alarmingly prominent. It appears, Brother Yin has had quite a taxing time as well. Mu Yan was on the verge of collapse. Does this monkey truly not experience fatigue? After an entire night, he remains in peak condition? While others may speculate that the Great Sage merely resembles a stone monkey, in truth, Mu Yan knows that he's indeed just a stone monkey. The Great Sage's rapid advancement left Mu Yan astounded. Is not the stone monkey a beast with both learning and combat talents that are subpar? Without even considering the Great Sage's skills, the learning ability he currently exhibits surpasses that of the vast majority of rare beasts. Yi Tian is truly remarkable for being able to nurture such an extraordinary beast that transcends conventional understanding. Mu Yan could not help but marvel. The only lamentable aspect is that the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King has been severed. While the Great Sage may surpass the beasts present at this moment, it is highly probable that he will eventually be outpaced by others. Any Beastmaster eligible to participate in the exchange competition, even as a backup, has a contracted beast of exceptional quality. After completing another round of combat, the Great Sage returned to Mu Yan's side. Mu Yan's voice trembled slightly. "Great Sage, perhaps you should rest for a while?" The Great Sage quickly shook his head. No need. Through interactions in the discussion group, and with Yi Tian, he is aware that Qi Ling has already reached 80% of silver rank. The competition is growing stronger. How could he dare to rest? Mu Yan was left speechless. Clearly, the Great Sage had not grasped his underlying implication. Mu Yan appeared at ease, merely required to stand there and utter a few words. In truth, only he himself was aware of the arduous nature of the task. The exertion he experienced while harnessing his abilities was no less taxing than that of battle itself. His body felt precariously unstable. Wu Hongyu hurriedly supported him. Yingo, are you all right? Muyan managed to muster a smile. Mifine. I merely feel a bit stiff from standing for too long. He was determined not to concede to the Shang. Subsequently, the other beast tamers emerging from the tent also noticed Mu Yan's peculiar condition. However, with Mu Yan's stubbornness, they were left helpless. As noon approached, when De Sheng stood before Mu Yan once more, an unusual smile suddenly crept across Mu Yan's face. Then, under the bewildered gaze of De Sheng, he collapsed backward, hitting the ground. The excessive consumption of energy had caused him to faint. The crowd exclaimed, Yin Gu. Meanwhile, the true instigator, De Sheng, looked at Mu Yan with an expression of innocence. On the other side, Yi Tian, through his conversation with De Sheng, had also learned about the circumstances surrounding Mu Ling Mountain. Yi Tian, why did Mu Yan faint? Huh? What happened? Did you encounter any enemies? No. I was just hoping he could offer me further guidance when suddenly he fainted. Chapter 90. The Legend of the Three Kings' Secret Realm, the Eruption of the Blazing Mountain, and the Terrifying Hand. Yi Tian found himself engulfed in confusion. Could you recount what transpired from yesterday to today once more? Moments later, a twitch in Yi Tian's eye revealed his incredulity. So, you dragged Mu Yan through an entire day and night, plus this morning? The great sage appeared equally perplexed. Indeed, is there a problem? Yi Tian replied helplessly. Great sage, is it not conceivable that humans require sleep and rest? The great sage frowned. Yet, he himself claimed he was still capable. Yi Tian, now understanding the situation, could not help but display a hint of sympathy. It seemed that encountering the great sage was indeed unfortunate for Mu Yan. After instructing the great sage to train independently and refrain from disturbing Mu Yan, the conversation between the two came to an end. Yi Tian redirected his focus toward Qi Ling. At that moment, Qi Ling's level progression had reached an impressive 93, while the spring water at the mountain summit had barely been consumed to 1/10 of its capacity. Qi Ling could not continuously absorb the spring water. Each sip required a pause of several minutes. Furthermore, the rate of enhancement was gradually slowing, yet reaching the golden level was undoubtedly within reach. If all went according to plan, Qi Ling would likely break through by evening. Contemplating this, Yi Tian could not suppress the urge to clench his